Chapter 001. Found in a post-apocalyptic world. Liu Mingyu woke up from a deep sleep, sitting up and rubbing his painful head with his right hand. He should have known better than to drink, so much his alcohol tolerance was low, and half a gin of white liquor was his limit. Every time he drank, his head felt like it was about to explode. After rubbing his head for a while, Liu Mingyu felt a bit more awake. Only then did he notice that his surroundings were not the familiar bedside he was used to, but rather he was lying on the side of a road. Startled, Liu Mingyu quickly checked himself. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankfully. His clothes were relatively neat and all still on him. Nothing particularly bad had happened. He hadn't been picked up by anyone. Don't think that only women get picked up. Some specific groups won't spare men either. Strange. Where's this place? It didn't seem like it was near the dormitory, nor was it close to the company. Although Liu Mingyu was not a local, he had been in Jia City for 4 years, and he was quite familiar with the roads around the company and the dormitory. But this road, with only a few cars parked at the side, seemed completely unfamiliar. He took out his domestic smartphone and opened the map to find his location. The phone's map displayed network error. Please check network settings. Strange. Why was there no network? Liu Mingyu checked the network settings. Everything was turned on. Without delving deeper, he continued to look for his location. The map showed that he was on Kongxiao Road in Jia City, which he recognized as a road in the suburbs. That it was still about 10 kilometers away from both the company and his rental apartment. Could this be a prank by Wei Ge and the others? He wanted to call someone, but found that not only was there no network signal, but there was also no phone signal. Even if he wanted someone to come pick him up, it was impossible. Liu Mingyu knew that when there was no signal, the phone could still dial emergency numbers. But thinking about it, it was only a 10-kilometer walk, which would take about 2 hours. There was no need to waste public resources. Liu Mingyu walked along Kongxiao Road towards the city. Perhaps because it was early in the morning, Liu Mingyu noticed that after walking for half an hour, he hadn't seen a single vehicle on the road. His hopes of hitchhiking were dashed. Along the way, he noticed something strange in Liu Mingyu's memory. After a car accident, traffic police would usually arrive quickly. But in the half hour he had been walking, he saw a car accident scene with not only shattered debris everywhere, but also what seemed to be some bones near the car. He didn't dare to go closer to take a better look. He just observed from a distance and moved on. Continuing along Kongxiao Road, Liu Mingyu noticed that the originally empty road was gradually becoming more crowded with vehicles. And those bizarre accidents were increasing, which made Liu Mingyu feel a sense of alertness. What was happening? Why was it so strange? The thickness of dust on those vehicles suggested that this place hadn't been cleaned in years. After another 10 minutes, Liu Mingyu found that the vehicles ahead were jam-packed, various damaged cars blocking the road completely, with some even driven into the fields on either side. There was no place left for him to step forward. Continue. He would have to step over those cars. There are people over there. Seeing someone appear, Liu Mingyu was very happy. He could finally ask them what was going on here. But before he could say anything, that group of people seemed to realize his presence and all started running away as if they had gone mad. When that group turned around, Liu Mingyu clearly saw their faces and was immediately startled. What the hell? Zombies? The group of people running towards him looked just like the zombies from the movies Liu Mingyu had seen. As the zombies turned their backs to him, he hadn't thought about it in that direction. Seeing the zombies coming, Liu Mingyu turned and ran. The movement of these zombies seemed to activate the zombies in this world. The originally empty fields beside the road now had many zombies running towards Liu Mingyu. The zombies ran very quickly, and before long, they had reached the road, gradually surrounding Liu Mingyu. Watching the increasingly approaching zombies, Liu Mingyu couldn't help but shout in anger. As he snapped back to reality, he seemed to hear someone speaking in his ear. "Comrade, wake up quickly, can you hear me? Am I dead?" Liu Mingyu opened his eyes to see a beautiful woman shouting and pressing on his philtrum. "Zombies! Zombies!" Liu Mingyu exclaimed. "What zombies? I told you not to play. So many games look at you. You're hallucinating from playing." The woman who was shaking Liu Mingyu was a passing female police officer who had found him collapsed and immediately performed emergency rescue. Hallucination? But that was too real. Liu Mingyu felt that the scene of being chased by zombies was incredibly vivid. Not like a hallucination at all. "Thank you, officer." Liu Mingyu sincerely apologized to the female officer regardless of whether it was a hallucination or not. She had saved him. Where Liu Mingyu woke up was also by the roadside, but this time it wasn't Kongxiao Road, it was outside his rental apartment. Fearing that he might encounter zombies again, he was cautious the entire way back. Congratulations, you have completed the initial experience of the post-apocalyptic world and earned 100 points. A neutral voice appeared in Liu Mingyu's mind. Chapter 002. Crossing Over. Not only was there hallucination, but now there was also auditory hallucination. Feeling the warm water from the shower washing over his hair made him feel that this was the real world. After taking a shower and lying on his bed, Liu Mingyu felt a bit restless. Could it really be hallucination and auditory hallucination? Recalling the earlier message, congratulations, you have completed the initial experience of the post-apocalyptic world and earned 100 points. That seemed real too. He had gone to a post-apocalyptic world and completed the initial experience task, which made perfect sense. Calling system. Liu Mingyu tried to summon the voice that had appeared before in his mind. No response. Could it really have been an auditory hallucination? Liu Mingyu fell back into self-doubt. Main God, system, spirit. This script doesn't match. Shouldn't he receive a system and use it to dominate the world? Crossing over. Crossing over failed. Cooldown time remaining. 23 hours, 20 minutes, 38 seconds. Could it be another auditory hallucination? Crossing over. Crossing over failed. Cooldown time remaining. 23 hours, 20 minutes, 35 seconds. Liu Mingyu was overjoyed. It was real. It truly wasn't an auditory hallucination. He began to try various phrases to awaken the voice in his mind. However, no matter how he tried, that mysterious voice seemed to have vanished. Except for the word crossing over, which could trigger that voice, the points he had earned in the morning seemed to have disappeared without a trace. To verify if he could really cross over to the post-apocalyptic world, he could only wait until the next morning. If I could really travel to the apocalypse, I must be fully prepared. I don't want to end up like this morning, becoming a zombie's meal. Yesterday was Friday, today is Saturday, and the company I work for has weekends off, so I don't have to go to work. Otherwise, I would have to take a day off to buy some tools. You go, I brought you breakfast. Get up and eat. Sure, Dawei shouted at the door. Wei go, you scoundrel, you left me to sleep on the streets alone last night. Liu Mingyu came out and immediately blasted Sherdawei. This house was rented by the company, a suite shared by 4 people, all employees of the same company. Sherdawei is Liu Mingyu's classmate and fellow villager. They've been in the same school since elementary school, all the way to university. Later, they came to Jiaqing together and worked in the same company, making them quite close brothers. Actually, Liu Mingyu knew that waking up on Kongxiao Road this morning wasn't Sherdawei's fault, but waking up on the roadside today definitely had something to do with him. How could it be? I remember your big meal, Liu Mingyu said as he picked up a meat bun to eat. Though called a big meal, it was just an ordinary buffet. For every 5 times one helped the other, they had to treat each other to a buffet costing 68 yuan per person. This was just a reason for the brothers to eat out together. Liu Mingyu naturally believed Sherdawei's words. After so many years together, they were already familiar with each other's habits and would never deceive each other in this regard. This time travel seemed to add another uncertainty. Should I still take the risk? If I were transported into a crowd of zombies, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. This is both an adventure and an opportunity. If I could really travel to the apocalypse, it would be a massive resource. Although I don't know what era the apocalypse over there is, judging by those cars. It's at least similar to the present era. This would be a huge opportunity. Liu Mingyu secretly asked himself, do you really want to give up this chance? Thinking back, it's been 4 years since I came to Jiaqing, and I've saved nothing. Not to mention a house. I don't even have a girlfriend. You can do it. Believe in yourself. As long as you are prepared, even if you're transported next to zombies, you can survive. Liu Mingyu silently encouraged himself. After finishing breakfast, he began to prepare for tomorrow's journey. Liu Mingyu had someone weld a 1.5-meter-long iron spear. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Facing the unknown zombies, having a long weapon is definitely more reliable than wielding a kitchen knife. Then he bought clothes to prevent liquid splashes and various gadgets. After this set of purchases, he had used up more than half of his already limited savings. You go, what are you buying these things for? Playing cosplay? Zhao Zilong of Changshan. If you're buying, at least get a nicer looking gun, Sherdawei said, picking up the iron spear to play with. Hee, nothing much, just bought it to play with, not for cosplay. Liu Mingyu didn't explain much. Regarding time travel, it's better to keep it to himself, especially since he hadn't tried it out yet. Sherdawei didn't think much of it, put down the iron spear, and picked up his phone, saying, shall we play a few rounds of Mobile Legends? Sure. After playing a few rounds of Mobile Legends, they each took a break. Liu Mingyu lay on his bed, excited about the journey tomorrow morning, feeling very energized. He didn't fall asleep until after 2 in the morning. However, before 7 in the morning, Liu Mingyu got up. Usually, during holidays, he would sleep until 9 or 10, so getting up at this hour was quite unexpected. Liu Mingyu picked up the gear he had prepared earlier and silently murmured, "Time travel." Time travel failed, cooldown time remaining. 1 hour 05 minutes 25 seconds. He checked the time on his phone and compared it with the remaining time mentioned earlier. It should be around 8 o'clock when he could travel. With an hour left, Liu Mingyu's heart began to race again as he checked his gear repeatedly, looking for ways to enhance his protection. He had already checked the gear many times when buying it yesterday. He had thought of almost everything. For anything he hadn't thought of, even if he racked his brain, he couldn't come up with it, especially in this tense moment. Liu Mingyu felt that this hour was passing so slowly. Others say it feels like a year, and now he was experiencing that feeling. After a long wait, the time finally reached 8 o'clock. Liu Mingyu confirmed that he had all his gear ready, then silently murmured, "Time travel." With Liu Mingyu's call for time travel, he vanished from the room. Chapter 003. In 2109, with a sound of crossing over, Liu Mingyu felt darkness in front of him, followed by a wave of dizziness, and then a bright light. Yes, the crossing was successful. Liu Mingyu discovered that the scenery in front of him was no longer the view of his room. He understood that this crossing was real. He had truly succeeded in traveling through time and space. Unlike the first time he woke up by the roadside, this time he seemed to have crossed into a hotel room. Liu Mingyu cautiously surveyed the surroundings, on guard against any sudden danger. The furnishings in the room were in disarray. Tables and chairs were overturned, and even the bed had been turned over, suggesting that someone had been searching for something here. However, despite the chaos, there were no traces of blood, just a room full of scattered items. After confirming that the room was safe, Liu Mingyu first tested whether he could leave at any time, or if he had to wait a full day like in the real world. Based on yesterday's situation, even if he had to wait, it wouldn't be for a whole day. Crossing over. Ready to cross over. Are you prepared to cross? No. Now that his safety issue was resolved, it was natural to explore this apocalyptic world. From the cars he had seen on Kongxiao Road, the technological level should not be far off. At least, there didn't seem to be significant differences in appearance. Liu Mingyu first checked the items in the room to see if there was any useful information available. Unfortunately, in this room, he only found the name of the hotel and did not discover any other important information, such as dates. However, he noticed that the facilities in this room seemed to be of a much higher standard, with many areas appearing to utilize smart management. Of course, this does not necessarily imply that this world is better than the real world. It could just be that this hotel is relatively upscale. Liu Mingyu tiptoed carefully out of the room and walked into the corridor. The hotel was designed with a circular corridor with a large atrium in the center. Based on the room number, it could be confirmed that this floor was the 10th floor. It was impossible to determine the total number of floors, but from visual inspection, it probably did not exceed 25 floors, with the 10th floor being in the middle. The hotel was dilapidated, and the corridor was filled with various moldy down products, emitting a musty odor that was very unpleasant, indicating it had been unoccupied for years. Liu Mingyu began to cautiously explore the surrounding room, fearing that a zombie might suddenly jump out from some corner. He tightly gripped the iron spear in his hand. Perhaps the zombies in this place were on other floors, as Liu Mingyu did not encounter any. There weren't many rooms on this floor, only 12 in total, and he roughly checked these rooms, taking about half an hour. In one of the rooms, Liu Mingyu found several books, most of which were printed around 2105, with the latest one being from 2109. 2109? Is it sure it's not a printing error? On the internet, many people jokingly remarked that even in 2109, things were still the same. However, after discovering several books, it was certain that the timeline of this world was definitely after 2109, but how many years later was impossible to determine. Liu Mingyu wanted to find something to verify his conjecture, but it seemed that he could no longer find any other information for reference. Moreover, there were no zombies around, making it a perfect time for exploration. This gave him a bit more courage to explore the hotel. The elevator in the hotel was out of service, so he could only use the fire escape stairs, and going down was less exhausting than going up. So Liu Mingyu decided to start his exploration downward. He opened the fire door and found the fire escape stairs. The lights inside the fire escape stairs had stopped working, and it was pitch dark inside. Liu Mingyu picked up his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it towards the glass window above the fire exit. In the beam of the flashlight, he could vaguely see that there was indeed a staircase on the other side of the door. Through the glass, Liu Mingyu noticed large areas of dark brown objects on the wall, which looked like the color of blood. This discovery made Liu Mingyu's heart tighten. Could there be zombies inside the staircase? Liu Mingyu adjusted the direction of his phone's light to observe a larger area. Suddenly, a decayed face pressed against the small glass window. Even though Liu Mingyu was mentally prepared, he was still startled and took a step back. Bang, bang, bang. The zombie inside the stairwell was frantically pounding on the fire door with its hands. Fortunately, the fire door opened inward, and the direction of the zombie's impact was towards the closed door. The fire door shook as if it would be broken through with just a bit more force. Liu Mingyu was startled, but for now he was safe. The sound of the impact echoed into the distance, as if it were the key to this quiet world. Unlocking it. Roar. In an instant, the entire hotel seemed to come alive, various sounds rippling through the floors. Damn, is it a zombie horde? Zombies were leaping up and climbing. It must be said that the hotel floors were quite sturdy, temporarily fending off these zombies' attacks. The roar of the zombies echoed in Liu Mingyu's ears, and he felt his heart racing much faster. The elevator was out of service, and the fire doors blocked the zombies' advance. So Liu Mingyu was still safe for the time being. Bang! More and more zombies were gathering towards this side. Liu Mingyu heard the increasing sounds in the hallway, as the zombies, unable to find other places to approach him, began to be attracted by the banging noises. The fire door was designed for personnel evacuation, so it opened towards the staircase. Zombies from other floors could easily reach this level via the stairs, and many other floors might have already been damaged. Bang, bang, bang. The fire door temporarily held off the zombie assault, but it was becoming unstable. The originally solid fire door could not withstand the onslaught of numerous zombies, and one door flew off, followed by a wave of zombies rushing in. Hiding in the corridor, Liu Mingyu could even smell a strong odor of decay. Crossing over. Yes. Liu Mingyu quickly issued a command in his mind to leave this haunted place. After receiving the command, Liu Mingyu vanished from the corridor, leaving behind the swarming zombies. Chapter 004. Gene Evolution Potion. Phew, that was close. Liu Mingyu took a deep breath. The moment the door was smashed open had startled him quite a bit. He thought he had prepared enough, but he still underestimated the terror of the apocalyptic world. With his current gear, facing even a single zombie would be difficult, let alone being thrown into a horde of them. It was simply hellish difficulty. Although his trip to the hotel didn't yield nothing, at least he confirmed that the world he had crossed into was after the year 2109, a world that was 100 years ahead of the real one. He didn't find anything useful, like gold or other advanced items. Why was it still exactly 8 o'clock? Was time frozen on this side when he crossed over? System? Liu Mingyu subconsciously asked in his mind, and then remembered that there was a system. The apocalypse system was successfully activated. A mechanical and cold voice echoed in his mind. What? Isn't there no system? How did it suddenly appear? Without caring about why the system, which originally didn't appear, had now shown up, he quickly tried to understand this apocalypse system. The apocalypse system could be viewed directly in his mind, as if it was directly imprinted in Liu Mingyu's brain. The newly opened apocalypse system interface was very simple, currently having only 3 interfaces. One was the personal information interface, one was the task interface, and one was the mall interface. Personal information: name, Liu Mingyu strength, 7, 10, physique, 8, 10, agility, 8, 10, mental power, 0, 0 points. 100 the latter 10 should refer to the average level of adults, right? I'm dizzy, so I'm actually that weak. Liu Mingyu, who often played games, could basically guess the meaning of these data. Having this data was considered quite good for him, who spent most of his time in the dormitory and rarely exercised. Task interface. Task 1. Kill a normal zombie. Reward. Unlock storage space. Storage space. Liu Mingyu's eyes brightened. So my golden finger is here? It seems that next time I enter the apocalypse world, I must find a chance to kill a zombie. Mall interface. Gene Evolution Potion. Level 1. Price. 100 points. Currently, There was only one item available for exchange in the mall. Liu Mingyu didn't know what else could be exchanged, but seeing that there was even a gene evolution potion available for exchange, he believed there would be more items in the future. With just 100 points, he could exchange for a bottle of gene evolution potion. Should he exchange it to give it a try? Liu Mingyu just happened to have 100 points, which were a reward for completing the Apocalypse World experience task yesterday morning. As for the subsequent hints about experiencing intense pain, he had long since pushed that to the back of his mind. He exchanged for a gene evolution potion, level 1. Although he could directly speak in his mind, Liu Mingyu softly voiced his request. Just after he finished speaking, a black hole-like space appeared in front of Liu Mingyu in a test tube, about the size of a thumb and approximately 10 centimeters long, filled with blue liquid, materialized out of thin air. Oh dear! Liu Mingyu never expected the gene evolution potion to suddenly appear. By the time he reacted and reached out, the potion perfectly missed his palm and fell down. My potion! The gene evolution potion hit the floor, and contrary to Liu Mingyu's expectations of it shattering, it bounced a few times and eventually lay quietly on the floor. Phew! Luckily it didn't break. Just kidding, otherwise I would have to lick the potion off the floor clean. He opened the cap, tilted his head back, and poured the potion into his mouth. The taste was good, blueberry flavor. Suddenly, Liu Mingyu felt as if his whole body had been hit by a car. A sharp pain surged through his brain. Damn, is this potion expired? Liu Mingyu let out a roar from his throat, repeatedly smashing his hands against the bedboard beneath him, as if this could alleviate his pain. Liu Mingyu's cries of pain woke up the other two roommates who were still resting. Shi Daowei and Xie Hongdong quickly ran to Liu Mingyu's door. Shi Daowei tried to open the door, but found it locked from the inside. Brother Yu, what's wrong? What happened? Liu Mingyu was already surrounded by intense pain at this moment, unable to hear the shouts of Shi Daowei and the others. Even if he could hear them, he didn't have the time to go over and open the door. Pain. Pain that pierced the heart. Pain that penetrated the nerves. If I had known it would be so painful, I wouldn't have eaten it. Liu Mingyu regretted being so reckless to drink a whole bottle of potion. When Shi Daowei heard this, Liu Mingyu's cries continued. Donggu, let's break down the door together. The two stepped back a few paces and then pushed hard towards the big door together. Bang! The door remained intact. Again. Bang! Once more. It still didn't open. Again. Again and again. Just as the two were preparing to charge at the door again, it opened, and a drenched Liu Mingyu appeared before them, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. Yuga, are you okay? Shi Daowei stepped forward to ask with concern. Yuzi, are you alright? Xie Hongdong seemed quite frightened by Liu Mingyu's earlier screams. I'm fine, I'm great. I was just practicing singing, working on my vocal range. Liu Mingyu waved his hand to explain. The gene evolution potion, during the evolution process, although it causes intense pain, makes a person radiate a healthy and rosy complexion after the evolution is complete. So now, apart from sweating a lot, Liu Mingyu looks very energetic. Sweat. I thought something happened to you. Next time, don't practice singing in the dorm. Go to the playground. It's very empty over there. I'll go take a nap. Brother Yu, are you really okay? Although Liu Mingyu looks good now, Shi Daowei could still tell that Liu Mingyu's scream, just now, was definitely not the sound made while practicing his vocal skills. After taking a shower, Liu Mingyu didn't go anywhere that day and stayed at home to carefully study the system. The next morning, Liu Mingyu woke up early again, and the effects of the gene evolution potion had reached their peak after a day. Liu Mingyu checked his personal information again. Personal information: name, Liu Mingyu, strength, 25/10, physique, 27/10, agility, 23/10, mental power, 10/0, points, 0 after drinking the potion. Liu Mingyu transformed from being weak to becoming someone comparable to a special forces soldier. Now that he has surpassed ordinary people, Liu Mingyu is full of anticipation for this journey through time and space, picking up his prepared weapons and equipment. Time travel. The apocalypse. Here I come. Liu Mingyu entered the apocalyptic world for the third time. Chapter 005. Survivors. After a dizzying spin, Liu Mingyu once again arrived in the apocalyptic world. Even though he had experienced several crossings already, he still felt a bit out of place. However, it seemed that due to the use of the gene evolution potion, he felt much better. This was a dangerous apocalyptic world, and he certainly didn't want to be surrounded by zombies as soon as he arrived. Fortunately, he was not directly transported into a horde of zombies. This time, he was also transported into a room. Through the window, he could infer that he was likely in a residential area, and Liu Mingyu was on the 7th floor. Liu Mingyu quickly checked the house, but found no zombies. However, he couldn't guarantee that there were no zombies in this place. After experiencing the hotel, he wouldn't simply think that not finding zombies meant there were none in other places. He feared that at the slightest disturbance, the zombies would swarm in. It's important to note that there were quite a few people in the community, and a careless move could attract a large number of zombies. After drinking the gene evolution potion, Liu Mingyu felt his body filled with energy, which boosted his confidence. However, it was still better to avoid attracting a large number of zombies if possible. He wondered if the owner had been calm when leaving. And being in the middle of the city, this 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house showed no signs of being in a post-apocalyptic world, except for the dust covering the furniture. This also allowed Liu Mingyu to understand this world better. Instead of rushing out to explore, he carefully searched the room for useful clues. On the table in the living room lay a stack of newspapers, with the top one dated April 1st, 2110, featuring a large headline reading, Alien Invasion? Alien Invasion? What is going on? ISNT at zombies? How did it turn into an alien invasion? The April 1st newspaper seemed to indicate that this was a joke. Through these newspaper articles, Liu Mingyu roughly understood the process of the apocalypse. On February 25th, 2110, space agencies from various countries detected a meteor comparable to Halley's Comet heading directly toward Earth. On February 28th, 2110, countries led by major powers like Huaxia launched 5 planet destroyers, representing the strongest technology of the time, at the meteor named Demon. On March 1st, 2110, the planet destroyers successfully shattered the Demon Comet into countless pieces, but due to Earth's gravity, most fragments descended onto Earth. While most were burned up during descent, some larger fragments successfully landed. On March 15th, 2110, media reported that during the military's efforts to clear the meteor fragments, a large number of personnel died, causing panic among nations. By March 25th, satellite observations revealed that the areas where the fragments landed had changed dramatically, turning into a death zone. Within a 10-kilometer radius, it became a dead city. While the fragments that fell on wasteland were manageable, those that landed in cities turned them into scenes of tragedy. On March 26th, 2110, the government began isolating these areas, but it was already too late. Even with isolation, they couldn't stop the expansion of these zones. By April 1st, 2110, the world was plunged into panic. On April 5th, it was reported that those who had been killed by the fragments had come back to life. Not quite alive, but seemingly transformed into the legendary zombies. Moreover, many plants and animals underwent widespread mutations, with once ordinary and weak creatures suddenly becoming deadly monsters. On April 10th, 2110, it was officially confirmed that the Demon Comet carried an unprecedented virus, which spread rapidly across the globe. The last publication date of the newspapers on the table was April 10th, 2110, and no new newspapers have been seen since. The virus was so virulent, he didn't even know if there were any survivors left in this world. Having been here several times, Liu Mingyu had not encountered any other humans. It seemed that humanity had all been infected and turned into zombies. Was his dream shattered? Originally, Liu Mingyu had hoped to find survivors to study some high-tech items to bring back to the real world, but it seemed that hope was temporarily dashed. Now, even if he obtained some high-tech products, he wouldn't dare take them back to the real world. So it seemed he should look for gold, diamonds, or something valuable instead. However, Liu Mingyu searched the entire house and found nothing of value. Bang! A faint sound reached Liu Mingyu's ears. After being enhanced by the gene evolution potion, his hearing had improved significantly. He had tested it before and found that if he listened carefully, he could even hear conversations from 300 meters away. There's some noise. Is there a human presence? Liu Mingyu stopped his movements, walked to the window, opened it, and perked up his ears to listen quietly. Brother, we should be able to get a large batch of supplies this time. Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? I heard this neighborhood was a wealthy area before the apocalypse. There should be a lot of gold and similar items inside. Everyone be on guard. Don't be careless. There aren't team many zombies in the neighborhood, but we need to be cautious of special zombies. Gold is unlikely. Those who left took these things long ago. If we can find some canned food, or even salt, that would be great. True, in this apocalypse, gold can't be eaten. A bag of salt is worth more. Exactly. Would you trade 100 grams of gold for a 500-gram bag of salt? Only a fool would agree. You can get so much more with 500 grams of salt than with 100 grams of gold. So, stop thinking about their gold and focus on finding food. It's the most important thing. We're not the only team out here. Be careful not to get beaten to it. With Liu Mingyu's keen hearing, he clearly overheard the conversation of a group of people. Liu Mingyu's room had a clear view of the entrance to the community, and he saw 5 people crouching down, holding machetes, slowly making their way inside. Chapter 006. Exploring the community survivors? The appearance of the 5 people downstairs gave Liu Mingyu a glimmer of hope. It seemed that not all humans in this world have been infected by the virus. From her conversation, there should still be many survivors in this world. Should he go down and greet them? However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. In this apocalyptic world, who knew what kind of people they were? There were 5 of them, while he was alone. According to the statistics, Liu Mingyu's physical condition had exceeded that of an average human by more than double. But he didn't feel particularly different and had no idea about the strength of the others, so it was better to wait and see. Besides, he was on the 7th floor. If he wanted to find them, he would have to go down, and it would be better to search for gold or other valuables here. This community had a 2-house per elevator setup, with only 2 households served by 1 elevator. He opened his door, ready to check his neighbor's house. However, the neighbor's main door was locked, and to open it would require a violent break-in. Even if there were no other people around, Liu Mingyu couldn't use force to break down the door. The loud noise would only attract a horde of zombies. Unable to open the door, Liu Mingyu found the fire escape and headed down. The fire escape here wasn't like the ones in hotels. There were no zombies present. Using his phone's flashlight, he reached the 6th floor. The doors on both sides were closed. He twisted the doorknobs, but they wouldn't budge. To open them, he would need a key or a code. In the middle of the door, there were 2 holes, and Liu Mingyu leaned in to take a look, noticing machinery inside. Iris recognition error. Please try again. Suddenly, a voice came from above the door, startling Liu Mingyu. Quite advanced. Isn't it? Even a front door at home is equipped with this kind of password lock. Iris recognition technology already existed in modern times, but it was mostly used in important places. The fact that ordinary households now had similar locks indicated that it had become widespread in the future. Liu Mingyu didn't try again. He was afraid that if he tried a few more times, it would set off an alarm, and that wouldn't be fun. Liu Mingyu explored downwards layer by layer, with most doors remaining closed. As Liu Mingyu was exploring the building, the team that had appeared downstairs began searching within the neighborhood. This neighborhood wasn't large, consisting of only 10 buildings. Liu Mingyu was positioned at the left side of the entrance in the first row, while the team chose the building on the right after entering through the gate, meaning Liu Mingyu wouldn't encounter them for the time being. The 5-person team quickly arrived at the elevator lobby. One of the young men left the group and started rummaging through the lobby. What was he looking for? He should hurry up and check if there were any zombies in the stairwell. There wouldn't be anything valuable in the empty lobby, and anything worth taking had likely already been taken by others. A middle-aged man quietly scolded him and then said to another young man beside him, "Madman, you, and I will take the lead. Whether the rat can get some salt later depends on you." After saying this, the middle-aged man, wielding a half-meter-long machete, walked toward the stairwell. The person referred to as Madman followed closely behind, while the other 3 stayed back to observe. As soon as they opened the stairwell door, a figure staggered towards them. The middle-aged man was the most alert among them. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, he swung the machete at the person's face without hesitation. With a squelching sound, it was as if the machete had sliced through a watermelon, liquid spraying out, and the figure fell straight to the ground, unable to move. After the middle-aged man struck, he quickly stepped aside, not getting splattered by any liquid. "The boss is impressive. That strike was powerful," the initially mentioned young man praised. "Stop flattering and get to work," the middle-aged man chided with a smile. The young man picked up the machete, crouched down, and began to rummage through the back of the fallen person's head, seemingly searching for something. The disgusting liquid didn't affect him at all. He was already quite adept at this action. Before long, he found a stone the size of a soybean and put it in a bag. It seemed that the only zombie in the building was the one at the entrance. No others appeared, and the group quickly reached the second floor. They encountered the same situation. The main door was locked. "Rat, it's up to you downstairs. The rest of us will keep watch nearby," instructed the middle-aged man. The young man called Rat removed his wristband, opened the device, and found a flat surface, projecting a computer screen into the air. Rat's hands moved as if enchanted, rapidly tapping on the projected keyboard, with a series of data displayed on the screen. Although they had only encountered one zombie, the others remained vigilant of their surroundings while Rat worked. 1 minute later, done, Rat stopped. For a professional thief who had frequented various large enterprises, a household iris lock was no challenge. The middle-aged man walked to the door and gently twisted the handle. The door opened. A tidy room appeared before them. "Wow, it's hard to believe that at this time, we can still see an undamaged house," the young man exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Longzi, hurry up and look for anything useful. And be careful of zombies. If you get bitten, there's no saving you," the middle-aged man said, cautiously examining the room without relaxing his vigilance because of its tidiness, not missing any corners or places where things could be hidden. "Big brother, great news. I found 3 packs of salt, but it seems to have melted. It doesn't matter if it melted. Even if it's turned to water, it can still be consumed. Salt is an essential resource. If a person doesn't consume salt for a month, it can lead to low sodium levels in the body, causing symptoms like loss of appetite, weakness, dizziness, and in severe cases, aversion to food, nausea, vomiting, rapid heart rate, weak pulse, muscle cramps, blurred vision, and weakened reflexes. The most important resource they sought in this neighborhood was salt. "Big brother, I found a gold necklace. Gold is not bad, although it's not worth as much as salt. This necklace can barely buy a meal." In the post-apocalyptic world, gold had little value, often less than that of energy crystals. The 10-gram gold necklace they found was roughly equivalent in value to the energy crystal the size of a soybean found at the stairwell entrance. With Rat's hacking skills, the team didn't miss any room in this building. The building had a total of 30 floors, and by the time they finished searching, it was already noon. During this time, they didn't have a smooth experience. They sometimes encountered zombies locked in rooms. However, due to their close cooperation, no one was harmed. While they were searching the building on the right, Liu Mingyu was also searching the rooms in his location. The frustrating part was that most of the rooms were closed, lacking Rat's hacking capabilities, and he didn't want to use brute force to break down the doors, so he could only sigh at these closed doors. Liu Mingyu quickly came down from the 7th floor. He came down quickly, but the team had already entered the house to search. He decided to look for a lone zombie first, complete his task, and open the storage space. Chapter 007. Alarm. Frustrated. Why couldn't he find a single zombie when he wanted to? Liu Mingyu did not go to find the suddenly appeared team, but instead went after the lone zombies, preparing to complete the only task given by the system. However, the zombies that were once everywhere seemed to have been wiped out, and he couldn't find any after searching several places. In fact, it wasn't his fault. The appearance of a search team had cleared out most of the lone zombies in this area, and no one dared to provoke the large hordes of zombies. More small teams, like the middle-aged man's group, were lurking and developing quietly. Liu Mingyu is different from other exploration teams. The main task of the exploration teams is to search for various supplies, so the places they choose are mostly kitchens and warehouses of every household. There is an exploration team in the building on the right, so to avoid conflict with them, Liu Mingyu chose the building behind. The community is very quiet, with unkempt trees growing everywhere. At first glance, it seems that living in this place is also a good choice. Liu Mingyu did not choose to go upstairs, because even if he did, it wouldn't be of much use. Every room was in a closed state. He basically wandered around inside, after turning around through the main entrance of the hall, and left without finding anything. After wandering around 4 buildings without any discoveries, he finally spotted a figure in the elevator lobby of the 6th building. Phew! Finally found a lone zombie. The zombie was wearing a uniform, seemingly a security guard from the community, and was quietly sitting motionless in a chair in the lobby, as if it were asleep. From a distance, it looked nothing like a zombie at all. Liu Mingyu took out a makeshift, crude iron spear and slowly approached the opponent. Suddenly, the security zombie seemed to catch a whiff of Liu Mingyu's scent, abruptly stood up, turned its head towards Liu Mingyu, and after pausing for a moment, it actually began to jog towards him. Stay calm. It's nothing serious. Liu Mingyu comforted himself, trying hard to restrain the fear within. Facing a lone zombie, Liu Mingyu's strength was sufficient. It was more about his psychological discomfort. Liu Mingyu has watched numerous movies and read many novels, knowing that the fatal spot for zombies is the head. Drink! A loud shout echoed. Liu Mingyu thrust the iron spear forcefully into the head of the charging zombie, piercing it completely. Under the powerful force and the impact from the zombie, it slid a little. Congratulations, you have completed the task. Congratulations, you have unlocked storage space privileges. The system's prompt echoed in Liu Mingyu's mind. Great, there's a storage space. The reward of the storage space diluted Liu Mingyu's initial disgust from his first zombie kill and eased his fear. After the first kill, encountering zombies again wouldn't be as unbearable as it was now, where he felt powerful yet unable to control himself. He used his consciousness to check the newly acquired storage space, which was a cubic meter in size. A cubic meter isn't too big or too small. It's a cubic space with each side measuring 1 meter. The method of collecting items into the storage space is quite simple. As long as Liu Mingyu's hands touch the surface of the object, he can collect it. Of course, if the object exceeds the storage space's dimensions, it cannot be collected. Currently, the space is 1 meter in length, width, and height, so the iron spear in Liu Mingyu's hand, which is 1.5 meters long, cannot fit. However, an object that is 1.4 meters long could fit in because it can be placed diagonally. Retrieving items from the space is much simpler. He just needs to think about it. Liu Mingyu put the bread and mineral water he had prepared in his backpack into the space, which was the preparation he made yesterday for today's exploration. He practiced with the bread a few times and had basically mastered the storage method. He planned to check if there were any new tasks available, but when he looked at the taskbar, it was completely empty. After killing the first zombie, Liu Mingyu felt that these zombies didn't seem so scary, and he was full of confidence. Picking up the iron spear, Liu Mingyu began a new round of search. Most of the main doors were closed. Liu Mingyu decided to crash through the door, took a few steps back, and flew towards the door. Bang! Liu Mingyu had a close encounter with the door. Wow, that hurt. Under Liu Mingyu's impact, the door remained unmoved, but it triggered the alarm instead. Woo-woo. The alarm system in the community seemed to be in a linked state. Who knows how many years it has been? And the alarm system in this community is still operational. Almost instantly, alarms blared throughout the community. The sounding alarms triggered a zombie uprising within the area. Zombies that had been hiding, unknown to anyone, emerged from the shadows, rushing towards the source of the sound. In an instant, dozens of zombies appeared in the previously quiet community, and some zombies seemed to be locked inside rooms. Upon hearing the alarm, they began banging on the doors, creating a cacophony of sounds. Wow, I didn't expect it to have this function. Liu Mingyu couldn't help but curse softly. There were chaotic footsteps coming from the stairwell, seemingly approaching his direction. This time, Liu Mingyu didn't choose to leave this world. Instead, he gathered his spirit, leaned against the door, picked up the iron spear, and focused intently on the stairway. Damn it! Which bastard triggered the alarm? A large number of zombies are gathering downstairs. How am I going to leave later? Bozy, who was searching inside the room, heard the alarm and peeked down, discovering a mass of zombies below. Not just the ones in the community, but also those wandering outside had been attracted over. The madman also cursed in frustration. As the leader of this small team, the middle-aged man was also troubled by the sudden alarm. Howsy, can you make these alarms stop? Sure, give me a minute. Howsy nodded. He had already hacked into the community's network. He quickly operated on the computer, and about a minute later, the alarm in the community stopped. With the alarm silenced, the zombies in the community lost their target and returned to a wandering state, roaming around the area. In just a short while, nearly 100 zombies of all sizes and ages had gathered in the open space of the community. Can we find out where the alarm was triggered? The middle-aged man asked. It was triggered on the 3rd floor of Unit 1 in Building 7, Howsy replied. He had already hacked into the community's local network and obtained the highest permissions, locating the source of the alarm in just a few seconds. Are there survivors over there? Can we access the surveillance for that location? No problem. Most of the surveillance in this community is still intact and functional. Housie effortlessly found a location where the alarm had started. Liu Mingyu's figure appeared before everyone. Chapter 008 Assistance. Only one person? Everyone was shocked, not expecting that someone would dare to venture here alone. Although most of the zombies in this community had been cleared out, it was still not a place for one person to come. "Bro, should we go save him?" said Bozi, seeing Liu Mingyu alone and seemingly recalling his own experience. When Bozi was rescued by his brother, he was also alone, trapped in a horde of zombies. At that time, it was his brother and the madman who fought through the zombies to save him. So when he saw Liu Mingyu by himself, he thought of his own situation. His brother didn't speak. Whether to save him or not was not a decision made alone. It concerned the life and safety of the entire team. If it were just him, based on his character, he would have immediately gone to save him without a second thought. The other 4 people in this team were all survivors he had saved. "Bro, there's a situation. There are 7 zombies heading towards that person's location. 4 from above and 3 from below. It seems they were attracted by the alarm." The rat interrupted his brother's thoughts. "What? Facing 7 zombies at the same time? He's doomed," exclaimed the youth known as Longzai. After hearing that Liu Mingyu had to face 7 zombies at once, Bozi also gave up on the thought of saving him. In his heart, Liu Mingyu had already been sentenced to death. After carefully observing the video, Rat noted that it wasn't simultaneous. The 7 zombies approached in a sequence, each taking about a second. Well, a 1-second gap is almost like having none. Longzai leaned closer to the surveillance screen. It's not that there isn't a chance. As long as he can take down 1 zombie per second, he can do it, the madman said from the side. 1 zombie per second? That would be a miracle, Longzai said in an exaggerated tone. 1 zombie per second? Not to mention that zombies move, even if they stood still like wood. Taking down 7 in a row is not something an ordinary person can do. And the person in the surveillance only has an iron spear. How could he possibly kill so many zombies? "Madman, can you do it?" his brother asked. The madman shook his head. If there were only 3 or 4, maybe. But facing 7 zombies now, the possibility is close to 0. Bozi, if that person survives the attack from these 7 zombies, then we'll go save him. Anyone who can withstand the simultaneous attack of 7 zombies is exactly the kind of talent our team needs. Without Bozi saying to save him, he would actively go to save him himself. As the leader of this team, his brother did not save people for no reason. The people he saved were mostly strong or had special abilities. Those without abilities were not worth saving. The apocalypse is this cruel. Only by demonstrating your value do you have a chance to survive in this land. If you have none, then sorry, you can only dance with the zombies. Liu Mingyu did not know that the search team he had seen earlier was now observing him through the surveillance footage. His focus was entirely on the footsteps in the stairwell. Although he did not know why the alarm had stopped, the zombies seemed to be rushing in. After being enhanced by the gene evolution potion, Liu Mingyu's hearing had greatly improved, allowing him to quickly determine the approximate number and location of the zombies. There were 4 upstairs about 3 floors away and 3 downstairs about 2 floors away. This matched the results seen on the monitor by the rat. Knowing that 7 zombies were about to arrive, Liu Mingyu had already decided to stay and fight, so he would not escape. If he truly encountered an extremely dangerous situation, he would still choose to cross over to avoid danger. Hearing the direction from which the zombies were coming, Liu Mingyu decided to take them out one by one. He grabbed the iron spear and charged downstairs. The madman in front of the monitor greatly appreciated Liu Mingyu's actions. It was indeed a good idea. This way, he would have to face all 7 zombies at once. However, even though he wouldn't face all 7 at the same time, he still had to confront 3 zombies simultaneously, and one misstep could easily lead to tragedy. Liu Mingyu's speed was very fast. During their conversation, he had already reached the bottom of the building. 3 zombies caught the scent of Liu Mingyu, and their originally slow footsteps quickened significantly as they rushed towards his position, one in front and one behind. Liu Mingyu swung his hand vigorously, and the iron spear swept across the head of the zombie in front. The iron spear delivered a tremendous force, actually bursting the zombie's head, and the murky liquid splattered everywhere. Fortunately, Liu Mingyu was well prepared, wearing a splash-proof suit that could withstand any liquid that wasn't highly corrosive. Liu Mingyu was also startled by his own power, and he was stunned for a moment. The two zombies behind him would not retreat, just because the zombie in front had its head blown off. In a moment, Liu Mingyu was in a daze. They had already charged to within less than a meter. Time was of the essence. Liu Mingyu executed a reverse sweep, hitting the first zombie on the head, while the second zombie, being a bit taller, was only struck on the shoulder. Bang! The two zombies were knocked against the wall by the iron spear, creating a huge noise. Due to the obstruction of the second zombie's shoulder, the first one did not die immediately. Liu Mingyu's strength is not easy to handle. They didn't die. The shoulders and heads of the two zombies are already shattered, and they can't get up for a while. Seeing this, Liu Mingyu picked up the iron spear and shot 2 rounds at the zombie's head. Boom! The originally quiet zombie suddenly went into a frenzy. The fighting sounds from downstairs attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, and for a moment, the zombies outside the building and those upstairs began to gather towards this side. Seeing Liu Mingyu take down 3 zombies with 2 sweeping shots, the young man couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this guy is really strong. He might be on par with the boss." It would be even better if he could avoid the liquid splattered by the first zombie. This zombie fluid contains a lot of viruses, and one careless move could lead to infection. The madman expressed approval, but was not very satisfied with Liu Mingyu's lack of avoidance of the zombie fluid. "Brothers, get ready, let's go help." Seeing Liu Mingyu easily take down 3 zombies, the middle-aged man decided to assist him. Anyone who dares to be alone in the community must have some backing, and the earlier performance indicated that he was not a weakling. Indeed, if he were really a weakling, who would dare to search for supplies alone with just a single weapon? The group had nothing much to tidy up. The valuable items had long been scavenged into their bags. Chapter 009. Exchange. Liu Mingyu took down the 3 zombies downstairs and got up to the resting platform above. At this moment, the 4 zombies upstairs had also reached the stair platform. The stairs were narrow, allowing only 2 zombies to attack at the same time. Having just killed 3 zombies, Liu Mingyu was full of confidence. He swung toward the zombies twice, and the 4 zombies were knocked down to the ground, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up the iron spear and shot each of the 4 zombies in the head. After dealing with the 4 zombies, the zombies attracted downstairs also arrived at the bottom of the stairs. Liu Mingyu stood on the resting platform, killing one with each approach, and taking down pairs with a single strike, exuding an unstoppable force. The zombies tirelessly attacked the building from all directions, and Liu Mingyu himself didn't even know how many he had killed. All he knew was that the bodies of the zombies had already filled the entire staircase below, and he had retreated to another resting platform, reaching the 2nd floor. Below the 2nd floor, there was a dense pile of corpses. In the end, no more zombies could climb up. Phew! Liu Mingyu took a deep breath. This was truly not something for a human to handle. Although it seemed like there were many zombies attacking, each time Liu Mingyu faced an assault, it would not exceed 2. The danger in killing zombies this time was not significant. What mattered more was endurance. After a long period of sweeping, Liu Mingyu felt as if his arms were no longer his own. In fact, not all the fallen zombies were dead. Many were simply swept to the ground by Liu Mingyu and then pressed down by other zombies. Liu Mingyu doesn't even have the time to deal with those incomplete zombies. This gene evolution potion is really powerful, transforming his originally level body into one with such immense strength. It's a pity for this batch of zombies. It would be great if the system issued another mission, another task to kill zombies. Is it them? Liu Mingyu temporarily gave up on time travel. He wanted to experience the survivors of this world and learn about the situation here. His understanding of this world came solely from newspapers, and he was completely unaware of what happened after the apocalypse. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to learn more about it. When the leader decided to assist Liu Mingyu, the exploration team began to rush down. They were on the 30th floor at the time. Although the surveillance in the community was still operational, the elevator was basically out of service. When they saw on the monitor that all the zombies began to gather towards Liu Mingyu's direction, everyone broke into a cold sweat for him and unconsciously quickened their pace. Housy's computer was continuously connected to the community surveillance, and Liu Mingyu's figure was constantly displayed on a screen. The time to descend 30 floors didn't actually take long. However, by the time they arrived outside Liu Mingyu's location, he had already taken down all the attacking zombies. Longzi was startled by Liu Mingyu's prowess and asked, "Brother, should we still go over? Since they were already there, they might as well meet him." After thinking for a moment, the leader finally suggested they go meet Liu Mingyu. The team arrived at the elevator lobby, which was now a river of blood, the bright red color flowing from the stairway throughout the entire lobby. The smell of blood hit their noses. While it looked horrifying, those who had survived until now had seen their share of death and destruction, so they didn't react much, only feeling astonished at Liu Mingyu taking down so many zombies by himself. "Friends inside, we're the search team from the Jiahong gathering place. Do you need our assistance?" The leader called out loudly to the stairway passage, standing not far from the stairs with his brothers. At this point, he wasn't afraid of zombies attacking, as all the surrounding zombies had already been slaughtered. After he spoke, a person dressed in black came out of the stairwell. It was Liu Mingyu, who was preparing to travel. In fact, their offer for help was somewhat inappropriate, as Liu Mingyu had already taken down the zombies, and collecting energy crystals was merely a small matter. According to the rules of the Jiahong gathering place, when accepting help, the help party had to share part of their gains with the helpers. Generally, it was common to provide assistance in fending off zombies, so sharing some supplies with the helpers was considered reasonable. However, the work of merely extracting energy crystal from the zombies' heads didn't quite qualify as helping. Seeing that Liu Mingyu didn't respond, the leader, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly explained, "We are just here to help. No compensation needed." "Then thank you," Liu Mingyu replied. Liu Mingyu nodded. He didn't think too much about it, assuming the other person came over just to help kill those not fully dead zombies. At that moment, he was exhausted and indeed had no more strength to deal the finishing blows. After receiving Liu Mingyu's consent, the leader took out a machete and began to finish off the zombies in the stairwell, then skillfully flipped out an energy crystal from the back of a zombie's head. "Big brother, put this energy crystal in this bag for now, and I'll give it to you once we're done." The leader had no intention of hoarding these energy crystals. It was a joke. He didn't want to end up like those zombies. He couldn't guarantee that his group's heads were harder than those zombies' heads. Moreover, it was better to maintain a good relationship with such a fierce person. "It's fine, you guys go ahead." Liu Mingyu waved his hand to show that he didn't care, because he still didn't know what the energy crystals in the backs of these zombies' heads were for. However, from the name, one could roughly guess that it was a type of energy resource. Liu Mingyu regained some strength and joined them in their work, casually chatting along the way. The leader of the group was keen to get to know Liu Mingyu and was quite open about issues that did not involve his own interests. Through their conversation, Liu learned about the general situation of this search team. The middle-aged man he first spoke to was named Liu Haipeng, 38 years old, and the captain of the exploration team. Ma Yifeng, 35 years old, was nicknamed Madman. Wu Junhao, 25 years old, was nicknamed Rat. Sun Honglang, 22 years old, was nicknamed Rascal. Li Wenbo, also 22 years old, was nicknamed Wave. Of course, their acquaintance was not deep. They simply introduced themselves. The six of them worked together, and in a short while, they had dug out all the energy crystals. The total weight of the energy crystals was probably around 2 pounds. "Brother Yu, the energy crystals are all here. Take a look," Liu Haipeng said cheerfully as he handed Liu Mingyu the bag full of energy crystals, without a hint of reluctance. Liu Mingyu took the bag, grabbed a handful, about 1/5 of it, and handed it to Liu Haipeng. "Brother Liu, this is your reward." "This won't do. We just helped with the collection. We said no rewards were necessary, so there shouldn't be any." Liu Haipeng quickly waved his hand to refuse. Liu Mingyu didn't know the value of energy crystals, but he was familiar with the value of gold. Since the other party was also collecting gold, it indicated that it had some value, though he wasn't sure how much. He posed this question to the other party. Liu Haipeng chuckled and said, "Brother Yu, you're joking. These are worthless trinkets. I don't have that much gold to exchange with you. It's fine, you can decide what to trade." "Brother Yu, do you really want this gold?" In this apocalypse, the value of gold isn't high. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, hide gold. In prosperous times, hide antiques. But this is the apocalypse. Unless someone firmly believes in rebuilding civilization, the value of gold isn't much higher. Only in the first 2 years of the apocalypse can gold serve as a trading currency. After that, energy crystals replaced the demand for currency, and the role of gold diminished significantly, becoming far less important than an energy crystal. After confirming that Liu Mingyu wasn't joking, Liu Haipeng eventually exchanged about a pound of gold for 1/3 of the energy crystals Liu Mingyu had. This was still a generous offer from Liu Mingyu. At the actual market price, a pound of gold would only be worth about 100 grams of energy crystals. Chapter 010. Smart Wristband. Liu Mingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he found it incredible that he had exchanged less than 1/3 of an energy crystal for a pound of gold. Indeed, there was gold everywhere in the apocalypse. It was shocking to realize that he had made 140,000 yuan so easily. Since graduating, he hadn't seen savings for many years, and now he set his sights on the remaining houses. He couldn't open the big door to the room himself, but Liu Haipeng and the others could. Liu Mingyu decided to cooperate with the other party. "Brother Liu, can I join your team? I only want gold, no other supplies. In fact, I can exchange the gold I get for energy crystals." Liu Haipeng came over precisely to win over Liu Mingyu, and upon hearing Liu Mingyu's request, he readily agreed. "Welcome, Brother Liu, to join us." After Liu Mingyu joined the search team, he began a new round of searching each room. With the presence of rats, the doors were practically useless. The zombies outside had been wiped out, leaving only those inside the rooms. Faced with the fierce search team, the few scattered zombies stood no chance. By the time they cleared all the rooms, it was already afternoon. In the end, everyone was loaded with bags of supplies. Not only salt, but also other useful items were not overlooked. If they didn't gather them now, there would be a large number of zombies filling the area by the next time they came. Unlike Liu Haipeng and the others, Liu Mingyu appeared much more relaxed, carrying only one bag and holding an iron spear with nothing else. "Brother Liu, do you need help?" Liu Mingyu asked as he saw Liu Haipeng struggling a bit with his load and reached out to help carry a bag. "How can I accept that?" Liu Haipeng said, showing a hint of embarrassment, feeling awkward about receiving help after collecting supplies himself. In fact, Liu Mingyu had also gathered quite a lot. He had collected all the gold and various jewelry found in the community. In total, after excluding some platinum necklaces, he had gathered nearly over 2 pounds of gold, which amounted to almost 500,000. The area around the community was still very safe, as the surrounding zombies had been eliminated, and the group quickly arrived beside a small truck. Liu Haipeng took the driver's seat while the others sat in the back with the supplies. Liu Mingyu discovered that although the place he had traveled to was within a residential area, it was actually on the outskirts of the city, not deep into it. The truck had only driven for less than 5 minutes before leaving the city. While chatting with the others in the back, Liu Mingyu gained a lot of useful knowledge. For people like the madman, these might be common sense questions, but for Liu Mingyu, it was the best opportunity to understand this world. This year is 2115, and it has been 5 years since the first outbreak of the virus. The virus is highly infectious and has infected a large number of people in a short time, leading to many zombies in big cities, forcing ordinary humans to retreat to the wilderness. The humans who survived after the outbreak banded together to establish a settlement in the outskirts between Hangqing and Jiaqing, the Jiahong settlement. Almost all nearby survivors rely on this Jiahong settlement for survival. During the chat, the car arrived at a place resembling a makeshift camp. Simple wooden structures formed a barrier, and a team of soldiers with guns was patrolling at the entrance. It was Liu Haipeng, looking quite successful. A portly man walked out of the entrance. Liu Haipeng took out a prepared bag from beside his seat and handed it over. Not much, just enough to eat. The other party took it, opened the bag, and glanced inside. It contained a bag of salt. He waved his hand to the guards and said, "Open the gate." He didn't dare to be too ostentatious with the outgoing search team. A bag of salt was already quite a valuable item, which could allow for a comfortable day in the inner city if used wisely. The guard opened a big gate, and Liu Haipeng drove the car inside. Are you wondering why such a shabby gate wasn't rushed through directly? Lang Zai already knew that Liu Mingyu hadn't come from the Jiahong settlement and intended to show off his knowledge a bit. Liu Mingyu smiled at Lang Zai and said nothing. Aren't you curious? Lang Zai expressed his speechlessness and, without waiting for Liu Mingyu to speak, began to introduce. That's because the person guarding the gate is from Li Haifeng's side. No one dares to disobey his orders here, or else they will face death, and a painful one at that. The car drove for 5 minutes and arrived at the foot of a city wall. It stopped and everyone got out. Liu Haifeng pointed to the large gate ahead and said, "Brother Liu, inside is the inner city. If you want to exchange the energy crystals for gold, you can take a look inside." In fact, he wanted to exchange all the energy crystals Liu Mingyu had, but the other party only wanted gold, which made it difficult for him. "Thank you, Brother Liu. Where's your wristband? I'll send you our address. You can come to visit us whenever you have time. And if you need help, you can also come find us," Liu Haifeng said as he opened his wristband. Although the network in the apocalyptic world was unavailable, the local area network of the wristband still worked. "I lost my wristband," Liu Mingyu scratched his head. "Bozai, take off your wristband and give it to Brother Liu." "Big brother, I still have my long-preserved data in there." "Come on, Brother Liu, here you go." Liu Haifeng saved his location in the wristband and then handed it to Liu Mingyu. "I can't accept this." Liu Mingyu awkwardly took Bozai's wristband and then took out 2 energy crystals the size of yellow beans to give to Li Wenbo. "Bozai, this is for you. This wristband isn't that expensive. You can find one randomly on the road," Liu Haifeng teased. "It's fine. Consider it a reward for bringing me here. 2 energy crystals the size of yellow beans are nothing. This wristband is the high-tech item Liu Mingyu has seen since arriving in this world." He played with the wristband and found that it indeed contained quite a bit of technology. Liu Mingyu stared blankly at the little lowly, wondering what was going on. "Artificial intelligence. Brother Yu, let me help you set it up," Li Wenbo said as he walked over. The little lowly, seeing Li Wenbo approach, immediately turned pitiful and said, "Master, don't you want me anymore? Please don't give me away." Li Wenbo remained unmoved and performed some operations on the projected interface, causing the little lowly on the screen to disappear. "Brother Yu, you can set the rest according to your preferences." Liu Mingyu has set the image of his assistant as a little elf. After some adjustments, the new image of the bracelet assistant appeared. "Master, welcome. How can I assist you?" the little elf asked, flying in the middle of the screen. Liu Mingyu instantly fell in love with the wristband, with this cute little sprite. He realized that the sprite was quite extraordinary, seemingly a true artificial intelligence. If sold, it would probably fetch an astronomical price. No, if he really took it out, it might not even be sold before someone took it away. Perhaps he should establish a tech company to promote these things. However, all of this would have to wait until he had the strength to do so. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to trouble. Without enough personal strength, he couldn't protect these secrets. Chapter 011. Great Harvest. After parting ways with Liu Haifeng and the others, Liu Mingyu arrived at the inner city gate. What was called the inner wall was actually just an industrial area that had been transformed. Compared to the outer city, the walls of the inner city were much taller, reinforced from the original walls, about 4 meters high, and wrapped with several coils of barbed wire. At the entrance, there was a team of about 10 people guarding the security check. Every person entering the inner city was scanned with a device and then taken into a small room. Exiting the city was much simpler. There was a special passage beside it, but it also went through security. At this time, not many people were entering the inner city, unless absolutely necessary. Most people preferred not to enter. Each entry required paying the administrator 10 grams of first-level energy crystals. 10 grams of first-level energy crystals was actually not much. Basically, killing an ordinary zombie could yield 10 grams of first-level energy crystals, but it was still quite a bit. Generally, 10 grams could be exchanged for a large bowl of plain porridge, and if one was frugal, it could last a whole day. So unless necessary, most people chose to trade directly in the outer city to save on the entry fee. However, to find good items, one still needed to go into the inner city, as the people in the outer city were mostly broke and could hardly afford anything. The wealthy lived in the inner city. No matter what world it is, those with money and power live better. Liu Mingyu killed over 100 zombies in the community and exchanged some for gold with Liu Haifeng and the others. He now has about 700 grams of energy crystals left, but the energy crystals in his possession are all of the first level. To obtain higher-level energy crystals, he can only acquire them from higher-level zombies or special animals. Liu Mingyu paid for an energy crystal and was taken into a room for disinfection before being let out. Upon closer inspection, most of the items they were selling were food-related, such as dried fish and stale rice. After casually looking around and not finding anything he needed, he left. Following Liu Haipeng's suggestion, he arrived at a trading hall. This trading hall is the official trading place of the settlement, where most transactions in the inner city take place. The hall charges a 10 service fee on the transaction amount, and you have to pay it. Otherwise, well, perhaps your corpse will appear in some corner tomorrow. Unlike street vendors, the trading hall has all kinds of items. Many search teams that find good things will bring them here to sell. The items sold in the trading hall generally have a higher value, as coming to this place for trading requires paying an entry fee and a service fee to the management. However, not all items are of high value, as everyone has different perceptions of worth. Sometimes, you might think an item is worth 100 grams of energy crystals, but to someone else, it might be just trash that they wouldn't even accept for free. Here, you can either set up your own stall to sell items or directly approach the hall staff to sell. The hall's management will offer you a certain amount of money based on the value of your items, but this price is definitely much lower than the market value. Many people prefer to trade slowly in the hall rather than deal with the management. Liu Mingyu just wants to sell the energy crystals in his hand quickly and exchange them for gold. He arrives at the management window of the trading hall, where a beautiful woman with a sweet appearance and striking looks stands there. "Excuse me, sir, how can I assist you?" The attendant greets Liu Mingyu as he approaches. Liu Mingyu opened his backpack and pretended to take out a bag of energy crystals, but in fact, he had stored all the energy crystals in his storage space. He placed the bag on the counter and asked, "I want to buy gold. Do you have any gold for sale?" The attendant was taken aback when he saw Liu Mingyu take out the energy crystals. Most people brought all sorts of strange items to exchange for energy crystals or used energy crystals to buy special items, but very few used energy crystals to buy gold. Here, gold was not highly valued, merely serving as one of the reserve currencies for circulation. "I want to exchange all of these for gold." "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment." The attendant took the energy crystals, checked them, and found that they were all ordinary first-level energy crystals. He then poured the energy crystals onto the scale and weighed them, totaling 735 grams. "Hello, sir, you have a total of 735 grams of energy crystals, which you can exchange for 2,500 grams of gold. Are you sure you want to make the exchange?" The trading hall was indeed shady. Liu Mingyu had previously learned from Liu Haipeng that 1 gram of energy crystals could be exchanged for about 5 grams of gold. But here it was basically discounted to less than 70. To exchange for gold as quickly as possible. It was still more straightforward to trade directly with them, since others might not have that much gold on hand. "Yes, I confirm." After a while, someone came out from the back carrying 5 gold bars. Each gold bar weighed 500 grams, totaling exactly 2,500 grams. Here are your gold bars, sir," the attendant said with a smile as he pushed the gold bars over. Liu Mingyu took the gold bricks and put them into his backpack, which was then transferred to the storage space. "Sir, if you have any energy crystals in the future, I can give you a 25% discount," said a person who looked like a foreman politely. As a trading hall that had existed for nearly 5 years, it had collected a large amount of gold during the early apocalypse. However, in the following years, the value of gold plummeted, and it was estimated that its value would continue to decrease. Now that the other party also had a strong desire to exchange for gold, it was a good time to deal with these gold pieces. Come on, if it weren't for the urgent need to sell, who would trade in such a dark place? After the transaction, Liu Mingyu wandered around the trading area and found many good items. But he was currently in a situation where a clever woman couldn't cook without rice. He had no money to buy anything. During this time, he exchanged the bread he brought in the morning for another 100 grams of gold. Unfortunately, he didn't have much bread. Otherwise, he could have exchanged for more gold. He calculated that his harvest from this trip to the apocalypse was quite substantial. Initially, he exchanged about 500 grams of gold with Liu Haipeng and others. And during their search of the community, they found around 1,000 grams of gold, adding the 2,600 grams obtained at the trading hall. He now had a total of 4,100 grams of gold. He was getting rich. Where else could one make money so quickly? Chapter 012. Sales back in the real world. It was still 8 o'clock, just like when he left. Nothing had changed. If there were changes, that would be strange. Liu Mingyu had spent a day in the apocalypse. But in the eyes of Shidawei and the others, he hadn't left at all. He was still the Liu Mingyu who had been crying out for some reason. The working hours at the company were 8:30 a.m., and it was just the right time for him to walk from the dormitory to the company while buying breakfast on the way. Brother Wei, I won't be going to the company today. I'll ask for a day off from my boss later. Today he had obtained 4,100 grams of gold, and he needed to find a way to exchange this gold for cash. This was the result of his day's efforts. He couldn't care less about the 4 years he had spent without savings, earning only 4,000 yuan a month. Not resigning immediately was to give himself some buffer time. Once he truly converted the gold into money, that would be the right moment to quit. Sure, Dawei knew that Liu Mingyu's screams this morning were not really about practicing his singing voice. He thought some illness had flared up again and asked with concern, "Brother Yu, do you want to go to the hospital to take a look?" The two friends had traveled thousands of miles to an unfamiliar place, and over the years, they had helped each other. Understanding that sure Dawei misunderstood him as having some illness, Liu Mingyu didn't explain much and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. You go to work. Be careful not to be late." "Really don't need it?" Sure Dawei showed a doubtful expression, but seeing that Liu Mingyu's body seemed fine, he wasn't too sure if it was his illusion. But Liu Mingyu's exposed arm looked noticeably firmer. It wasn't his illusion. After undergoing genetic enhancement, Liu Mingyu's physical fitness had doubled, making his body naturally stronger. His physique, which had started to show signs of a potbelly, had transformed into a standard body. If he lifted his shirt, one could see a standard set of 8-pack abs, and his hands had become stronger from fighting zombies. "No need. Hurry to work. You'll be late if you don't." After Sure Dawei and the others went to work, Liu Mingyu called his boss to request a day off. After asking for leave, he needed to consider how to sell the gold he had brought from the apocalypse. For convenience, Liu Mingyu chose the nearest large jewelry store. Although the price might be a bit lower, he could sell all the gold he had at once. Liu Mingyu carried a bag and arrived early at the nearby jewelry store. Suppressing his excitement, he had breakfast at a nearby eatery. Looking at the time, it was not even 9 o'clock yet. He decided to go to the supermarket to buy some food, as it opened earlier than other stores in the mall, so he was still able to purchase items. The last time he traveled back, he only brought food for himself and exchanged it for 100 grams of gold. If he could fill a cubic meter of storage space, he wouldn't need to take risks and could live comfortably as a middleman. He wouldn't have to worry about the food he brought not being consumed. Just looking at the people in the outer city and the food stalls by the roadside showed him the importance of food. Moreover, a cubic meter of food sounds like a lot, but in reality, it's not much and won't make a significant impact. He was considering whether there would be enough gold to trade in the settlement for the food he brought. He didn't consider fresh meat and only bought various canned goods, fruit cans, beef cans, and fish cans, taking some of each. It took him 2 whole shopping carts to carry the cans away. At the checkout, Liu Mingyu almost felt embarrassed. He had little savings and nearly couldn't afford to pay. He pulled the shopping carts to a secluded place and stored everything in his storage space. The 1 cubic meter of space was still not enough, and he ended up with a dozen cans that couldn't fit inside. Fortunately, he had a backpack, and he managed to stuff all the remaining cans into it. By the time he exited the supermarket, it was already past 10 o'clock, and the shops in the mall had opened for business. Since it was Monday, there weren't many people in the mall. Most were elderly enjoying the air conditioning. Liu Mingyu entered the jewelry store with a big bag on his back. As soon as he walked in, the salesgirl showed a happy smile and did not look down on Liu Mingyu, who was dressed in ordinary clothes. "Sir, you can take a look. If you find something suitable, I can help you take it out to try on." Liu Mingyu opened the bag, revealing shining gold inside, and smiled as he said, "Can you call your manager?" At that moment, the sales assistant was stunned, noticing that Liu Mingyu had a backpack on his back. Could this be a bank robbery? "Of course, sir. Please this way." The sales assistant knew this was beyond her ability to handle and quickly invited Liu Mingyu to a room inside. "Sir, please sit here for a moment. Our store manager will be here soon." The sales assistant poured a glass of water and placed it on the table before gently closing the door as she went out. Once outside, she excitedly told her colleague, "Did you know? That guy just now seems like a rich man. He had a whole backpack full of gold." "Are you joking? Do you know the density of gold? A backpack full of gold would be impossible to carry, even if it were just lying on the ground." "Well, even the bag of gold he has in his hand is quite a lot." "A bag of gold? That is indeed a lot. You don't think he is robbing a gold store, do you? Who cares if he's robbing or not? Look at how gentlemanly he is. Does he look like a robber?" You can't judge a person by their appearance. There are all kinds of people. All right, enough chatting. Let's quickly find a manager to handle this. Liu Mingyu sat in the room, but he could hear the conversation of the salespeople outside clearly. It wasn't that the soundproofing of the room was poor, but rather that his hearing was exceptionally good. Ordinary people, even if they paid special attention, wouldn't be able to hear clearly. Well, being considered a robber, it seems he would have to be more cautious when selling gold in the future. Chapter 013. Millionaire Liu Mingyu didn't wait long in the room. After a while, a short-haired beauty dressed in a black suit jacket and a knee-length fitted skirt, with long legs clad in black stockings and a capable office demeanor, pushed the door open. "Hello, sir. I don't know how to address you. My surname is Wang, and I'm the manager of this store. I've heard that you have a large amount of gold for sale." After entering, Manager Wang first introduced herself. "You could just call me Liu. I have a large amount of gold for sale. I wonder if your store can handle it." Liu Mingyu nodded and took out the remaining gold from his bag. Naturally, it's pure gold. All this gold was crafted into jewelry in the end times, so it was all made of pure gold or above, which Liu Mingyu had no worries about. Manager Wang poured out the gold from the bag. Goodness, besides 5 small gold bars, there were various styles of gold jewelry. Could it be that he really robbed some small gold shop? Manager Wang suddenly had an idea. "Mr. Liu, can you provide the invoices for this gold?" Liu Mingyu shook his head and said, "No, this is all ancestral gold from my family, and there are no receipts. All this gold was obtained during the apocalypse. Where would I get a receipt? But before this, I knew that without a receipt, I would get taken advantage of, so I was mentally prepared." "Your family must run a gold mine to have so much ancestral gold," Manager Wang said, looking troubled. "Without a receipt, the price will have to be a bit lower. In fact, even without a receipt, the gold shop has ways to handle it. Many people who buy gold generally don't keep receipts, but it's rare for someone like Liu Mingyu to bring out several kilograms of gold at once. How about this? The current gold purchase price at your store is 280 yuan per gram. I'll give you a 10 discount, which is 252 yuan per gram. I'll round it down to 250 yuan per gram. Actually, 250 doesn't sound good, so I'll make another concession, 249 yuan per gram. How does that sound?" Liu Mingyu calculated the price with a calculator and said decisively, "Mr. Liu is straightforward. Let's test it out, and if the gold is fine, we'll calculate it at this price." Manager Wang said with a hearty laugh, "That's a savings of 31 yuan per gram. There must be at least 3 or 4 kilograms here, which means if this deal goes through, she would make over 100,000, and with the store's increase, making around 150,000 would be no problem." A testing device was brought over, and after a series of operations, Liu Mingyu brought all 24K gold, with no issues at all. Manager Wang smiled like a flower blooming in the morning and took out a calculator, saying, "Mr. Liu, the total is 4,158 grams. At 249 yuan per gram, that comes to 1,035, 342 yuan. Let's round it to an integer, 1,040,000 is fine. Would you like to receive it via bank transfer or Alipay?" Calmly, "This is just the beginning. Look at you. You can't even handle 1,000,000. What will you do when it reaches tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions?" After a moment of excitement, Liu Mingyu managed to calm his racing heart. Manager Wang took the bank card to process the transaction. After a short while, ding-dong. Liu Mingyu's domestic phone chimed with a notification. "XXX Jewelry Store transferred 1,040. 000 yuan to your savings account, ending in 2298 on June 3rd at 11:05 a.m. The current balance is 1,040,058. 21 yuan. XX Bank, great. Brother is finally a millionaire." As he was leaving, he received a warm greeting from the jewelry store manager. "Welcome back, Mr. Liu." Seeing the enthusiastic demeanor of the sales assistant, Liu Mingyu thought that if he stayed any longer, he might not be able to leave. Liu Mingyu is a guy with desires but no courage, a nerd who has never had a girlfriend, and he can't withstand their teasing. With some money, he must treat himself to a good meal. Looking at the time, it's already 11:30, just in time for lunch. Liu Mingyu picked up the phone and dialed Dao's number. "Brother Wei, come to the Jinjiang International Hotel later. I'm treating you to a big meal." "Jinjiang International Hotel? Did you strike it rich, Yuga? Why are we eating at such an expensive place?" Dao exclaimed in surprise, unable to help but raise his voice. Although he often accompanied his leaders to dine at hotels, he had never been to such a high-end establishment, and those were usually covered by public relations expenses. He heard that a meal at Jinjiang International Hotel starts at 100,000. You should come. If you don't say I didn't invite you later. Of course I'm going. Anyone who doesn't go is a fool. He made the call, ordered a doo-doo taxi, and arrived at the Jinjiang International Hotel entrance. The car stopped, and immediately a doorman came over to help open the car door. Entering the hotel, the decor was resplendent and magnificent, featuring a 4-meter-tall tree sculpture in the center, which looked particularly imposing. I have to say, the service at this international hotel is excellent. They didn't show any impatience towards Liu Mingyu, who was dressed modestly. As soon as he entered, a welcoming hostess approached and quietly asked, "Dear sir, are you here for accommodation or dining?" "Dining. Please book me a private room." "May I ask, do you have a reservation?" "No." "Can I make a reservation now?" "Let me check for you." Following the hostess to the front desk, she politely smiled and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but since it's mealtime now, all the private rooms have already been booked. You can choose to sit in the lobby. We still have seats available there." Liu Mingyu was about to speak when he heard Shi Daowei's voice beside him. "Brother Yu, what delicious food should we eat?" A moment later, Shi Daowei walked over to Liu Mingyu's side. Liu Mingyu looked regretful. "I originally wanted to invite you to have a big meal in a private room, but unfortunately, there are no seats available. How about we settle for the lobby instead? Next time, I'll treat you to the most expensive dishes in the private room." "Is that not enough? I recently found a particularly delicious restaurant, so let's go there this time. You can come back next time, and I assure you there will be no shortage of food then." Shi Daowei joked with a smile, but he was actually worried that Liu Mingyu had been stimulated this morning, so he specifically came here to seek some excitement. They both knew each other well, and Shi Daowei could roughly estimate how much money Liu Mingyu had in savings. The consumption here is over 100,000, and this is the Jinjiang International Hotel, where eating and running can be quite serious. Seeing that Liu Mingyu couldn't book a private room, Shi Daowei felt relieved. The place he mentioned is indeed a very unique spot, and he wasn't lying to Liu Mingyu. He originally planned to invite Liu Mingyu to go there for a meal over the weekend. Liu Mingyu also didn't want to eat in the lobby. In his opinion, if you're going to eat, you should eat the best. Then it seems we can only go to the place he mentioned. He then apologized to the hostess. "Thank you for your reception. We will come again next time." It must be said that the International Grand Hotel is indeed an International Grand Hotel. It didn't show a hint of disdain just because Liu Mingyu wasn't eating here. The hostess still wore a professional smile and said, "We welcome you to visit again next time." Liu Mingyu's plan to have a big meal at the Jinjiang International Hotel did not materialize, and in the end, the two of them went to a small restaurant introduced by Shi Daowei for a meal. Chapter 014, New Task. Shi Daowei still had to work in the afternoon, so they didn't drink alcohol, but ordered a table full of special dishes and ate to their fill. Ultimately, the meal cost 500 yuan. It sounds a bit expensive for just 2 people, but if that 500 yuan covered more than 10 dishes, then it wouldn't be expensive at all. "Brother Wei, since we couldn't eat at the big hotel this time, I'll definitely book in advance next time to come find you." "No problem, when you become a big boss. I will definitely go." In Shi Daowei's view, Liu Mingyu was just trying to save face, putting on a front, and he didn't expose him. Seeing Liu Mingyu in high spirits and with no issues, he asked, "Are you still going to work in the afternoon?" Liu Mingyu waved his hand and said, "I'm not going. I took a day off, and I have things to do in the afternoon. Thinking about the canned goods in the storage space gives me a headache. I still need to find something to wipe off the labels, production dates, and other information. Otherwise, it will be a hassle to bring them to the apocalypse tomorrow." Liu Mingyu spent the entire afternoon unpacking canned goods, using sandpaper to erase information, such as the production date. Sigh, this is too troublesome now. With less than a cubic meter of canned goods, he has wasted an entire afternoon. If the quantity increases later, won't he waste even more time? He needs to find small workshops in the future to produce cans without production dates. Most small workshops have extremely poor production conditions, and Liu Mingyu doesn't intend to eat these cans himself. He plans to sell them in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, being able to eat meat is already good enough. Who cares about hygiene conditions? Of course, Liu Mingyu thinks he should look for workshops with better production conditions, if he has funds in the future. Acquiring one himself wouldn't be a bad idea. He didn't go anywhere in the evening and stayed comfortably in the dormitory. He checked the system and found no special items. There were still only 3 interfaces. Besides the personal information interface, the taskbar and the mall were empty, and the icon for the crossing skill was still on cooldown. He went to bed peacefully and woke up at 7:30 the next morning. Crossing. Activating the crossing skill, Liu Mingyu crossed from the real world to the apocalypse world. The range of the crossing skill is random. The first time was by the roadside, the second time was in a hotel, and the third time was in a residential area. Although he didn't know how large this random range was, based on previous experiences, it seemed quite large. Having crossed multiple times, Liu Mingyu had already adapted to the discomfort brought by crossing. He immediately prepared for an attack, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in the midst of a horde of zombies. No way. Could he really be that unlucky to cross into a horde of zombies? He picked up an iron spear nearby, ready to attack the zombies beside him. Suddenly, he felt something was off because he realized that the group of zombies around him didn't seem to be zombies at all, but real humans. People passing by saw Liu Mingyu suddenly pick up the iron spear and quickly moved away from him. Awkward. He didn't expect this time to actually cross into a survivor base. Fortunately, he didn't go on a killing spree, or he would definitely have been captured by the guards here. This means that although he had already crossed into the apocalypse world for the 4th time, 3 days had passed in the real world, but less than a day had actually passed in the apocalypse world. After investigating the area, he found that this time he had crossed to the outer city of the Jiahong settlement. It seems that the random range of crossing isn't very large. He is still within the scope of this area. It would be great if he could teleport to a fixed point. This random teleportation is really frustrating and inconvenient. System, how can I teleport to a fixed point? Liu Mingyu asked the system out of boredom. Although there were many millionaires in 2019, most people's savings were only around 100,000. As for him, he had only 4 digits in savings. Achieving $1 million made him feel accomplished, especially since that million was just a day's worth for him. Thinking about his storage space filled with various canned goods made him feel happy. Having achieved the status of a millionaire, how far away could the achievements of a multimillionaire or billionaire be? Completing tasks allows for fixed-point teleportation. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. What? Really possible? Liu Mingyu was overjoyed. This way, he wouldn't have to worry every time he crossed, fearing he would fall into a horde of zombies. Completing tasks is possible. But what about the tasks? Yesterday, he checked the taskbar and found no new tasks. So far, he had only completed 1 task, which was to unlock the storage space. No, it should actually be 2 tasks. The first task was the initial experience in the apocalypse world, and the second was the task of killing zombies. Could it be that tasks have refreshed? Opening the taskbar, a new task indeed appeared. Task 1. Obtain a 100-gram level 2 energy crystal. Task reward. Fixed point teleportation technique. Did the system hear my thoughts? Whatever I think comes true. As long as he gets a level 2 energy crystal, it seems like it should be easy to complete. Fixed point teleportation technique, here I come. Originally, Liu Mingyu wanted to set up a stall in the outer city to exchange some energy crystals for canned goods, but before he knew it, the sun had already set. The vendors on the roadside had all packed up, and there were fewer pedestrians on the street, only a few scattered people. He could only go to the inner city trade hall tomorrow to rent a stall. The large number of canned goods in his storage space couldn't be digested by the people in the outer city. He still needed to find consumers in the inner city. In this apocalypse world, the lower-class people lived even harder than before, but those at the top of the settlement had a much better life. Most of the energy crystals in the settlement are in the hands of a few people in the inner city. Perhaps the level 2 energy crystal needed for the task could be solved there. Level 2 energy crystals can only be produced by special zombies. But special zombies are not something ordinary people can withstand. Special zombies do not refer to a single type of zombie, but rather a group of zombies with various skills. Some zombies may have immense strength, some may be extremely fast, some may have strong armor, and even some special zombies can control other zombies. In short, every special zombie is extremely difficult to deal with, because encountering a special zombie means there will definitely be many ordinary zombies around them. This also leads to the rarity of level 2 energy crystals. Before coming to the apocalypse world, Liu Mingyu had already rested for a night. At this moment, he wasn't tired, but it was late at night, and there wasn't really anywhere to go. After asking others, he found a hotel and checked in. When paying, Liu Mingyu felt embarrassed again. He had already exchanged all his energy crystals for gold, and he didn't have a single gram of energy crystals on him. In the end, Liu Mingyu used a can of fish to exchange for a night's accommodation. Chapter 015. Outer City Trade Hall. Although it was called a hotel, entering the room was just a small room. Besides a bed, there was nothing else inside. Wow, for such a room, they asked for a can of fish. No wonder the cashier girl's eyes lit up when she saw me take out the can of fish for payment, and she quickly took it. Afraid I'd changed my mind. A can of fish could easily sell for 50 grams of energy crystals in the inner city. Forget it. A can of fish sells for only over 10 yuan in the supermarket. Thinking of it this way made him feel a bit better. Liu Mingyu couldn't stay in the room for long. Having just rested, he couldn't sleep anymore, except for the iron spear, which was too long to fit in the storage space. He put all his other belongings away and left the spear in the room before heading to the hotel front desk. The young girl at the front desk panicked when she saw Liu Mingyu approaching, fearing that he might be dissatisfied with the room after checking it out and want to check out, which would ruin her long-cherished dream of having a can of fish. Liu Mingyu smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to check out." Hearing that Liu Mingyu wasn't there to check out, the young receptionist felt much more at ease and smiled as she asked, "Sir, how can I help you?" "Well, are there any entertainment places nearby?" The exceedingly bored Liu Mingyu wanted to find a place to learn more about this world, and naturally, the best places to gather information are those bustling with people. Upon hearing Liu Mingyu's words, the receptionist instinctively took a few steps back. Entertainment places in this apocalyptic world where human life is hardly valued, especially in the outer city, are rife with dangers. Could this person in front of her be one of those kinds? The beautiful young woman felt a wave of panic as she trembled uncontrollably. If she had known, she wouldn't have come to work at the hotel. Finding a random place would have been better. Liu Mingyu never expected that his unconscious remark would lead the ordinary-looking receptionist to imagine so much. Seeing her trembling all over, he thought something was wrong and walked over to ask, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" Liu Mingyu was fine as long as he stayed still, but once he moved, the young lady at the front desk let out a deafening scream as if possessed by a fierce lion. "Help!" The sound echoed throughout the entire hotel. Fortunately, at this time, most people had gone out, and there weren't many guests inside the hotel. Otherwise, it would have led to some misunderstandings. Liu Mingyu was speechless. "Miss, do you have some misunderstanding? With your looks, I wouldn't go that far. Besides, I haven't touched you, so why are you shouting for help?" Fortunately, after some explanations, Liu Mingyu realized that his words were ambiguous and had led to a misunderstanding. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up and he understood the place he was looking for, the young woman at the front desk introduced, "If you want to gather information, you could go to the Dreamland Bar. It's one of the favorite places for explorers after they go out to collect supplies and obtain energy crystals." Liu Mingyu looked surprised. "A bar? In the settlement? Food is extremely scarce. Where would there be any grain to brew alcohol? I heard that it's all alcohol from before the apocalypse." The owner of the Dream Bar is Huang Qingyuan, and there was a brewery right in the inner city before the apocalypse, along with some drinks found by explorers. The front desk girl explained, "A brewery in the industrial area? They wouldn't be using industrial alcohol, would they?" "I wouldn't know. Thank you for your answer. This can of peach preserves will be your reward." Liu Mingyu smiled and took a can of peach preserves from his bag and handed it to her. "Thank you." The front desk girl happily accepted the can, wishing it were canned fish instead. "What?" Liu Mingyu didn't hear the last sentence clearly and instinctively asked. The front desk girl took out 2 energy crystals the size of soybeans from her pocket and handed them to Liu Mingyu. "You must be going to the Dream Bar, right? I saw you using a can as payment for the room, so you probably don't have any energy crystals on you. Here are 2 energy crystals for you." Liu Mingyu didn't answer. 2 energy crystals the size of soybeans were enough for her to live safely in this world for 2 days, and judging by her appearance, those 2 energy crystals were all she had. "Thank you, no need. What can I sell things at night?" "Sir, do you want to sell these goods? If you need money urgently, you can go to the trading hall. They specifically buy items there." "Is there a trading hall in the outer city too?" "Of course. But the service fee there is quite expensive. They charge a 50 fee. It was indeed very expensive. The inner-city trading hall was already considered costly with a 30 fee, and the outer city was even worse. Without any energy crystals in hand, she could only go and trade with them. Guided by the receptionist, Liu Mingyu quickly found the trading hall in the outer city. Compared to the trading hall in the inner city, the outer city's trading hall had significantly more people. Even at this hour, the hall was bustling with crowds and shouts. It turned out that the vendors who set up stalls outside during the day were all driven here. They only charged a small management fee for setting up stalls outside, but only during the day. At night, trading could only be done in the trading hall, where a 20 management fee on the transaction amount was required. Of course, you could choose to set up a stall outside, but if caught, sorry, they would confiscate all your goods, and if you said a few more words, you might just disappear from this world. There was no choice. When under someone else's roof, one had to bow their head. Having firearms was definitely a significant deterrent. Although most were makeshift guns, they could still kill someone if fired at a person. Those who dared to challenge had already left this world forever. Although the fees were high, they guaranteed safety in this trading hall. As long as you traded within the hall, your personal safety was assured. As for what happened after leaving the trading hall, sorry, that was not their concern. Liu Mingyu looked at the items traded here. And compared to the inner city trading hall, there was a wider variety, but most of it was still mainly food, with some lower-priced items. After all, good items are usually taken to the inner city for sale, so there's no need to sell them here. The food mostly consisted of aged rice, with a small portion of canned goods. There's no choice. After 5 years of the apocalypse, the food that can be preserved is already quite limited. Liu Mingyu compared the canned goods he brought with theirs, and found that his looked much better. Their cans were scavenged from the apocalypse, and the earliest batch had been around for 5 years, with most of them starting to spoil. In contrast, the cans Liu Mingyu brought were newly produced from the real world, making the two incomparable. After inquiring about the price of the canned goods, he learned that each can was roughly around 50 grams of primary energy crystal, and Liu Mingyu already had a rough idea in mind. Liu Mingyu arrived at a rice stall, and there wasn't much rice left, looking to be less than 5 pounds. The rice was yellow, clearly indicating it was old rice. "Brother, I have a can of beef here. Can I trade it for this stall?" Liu Mingyu took out a can of beef from his bag. He could have rented a stall from the management, but he didn't have a single energy crystal on him, so he had to resort to this tactic. Chapter 016 Liu Fugue, the stall owner, looked at Liu Mingyu in surprise, thinking this guy couldn't possibly be an idiot. The rental fee for a stall is only 10 energy crystals, while a can of ordinary meat is worth 50 energy crystals. Is he trying to scam me? Thinking it's too little? Then I'll add another one. Liu Mingyu thought the other party found it insufficient and took out another can. What? In the moment I was stunned, it turned into 2 cans? Should I pretend to be foolish again? Brother, 2 cans are enough. If you're not willing to transfer, I'll just go find the administrator to rent one myself. Although Liu Mingyu didn't ask how much the rental fee was, he knew that renting a stall definitely wouldn't require 100 grams of energy crystals. Brother, deal, this stall is yours. The stall owner quickly stood up. Seeing that the other party was willing to give up the stall, Liu Mingyu didn't want to complicate things. He just wanted a stall. He handed 2 cans of meat to the stall owner, who took the cans and casually opened one. A strong meaty aroma burst forth, and he took a deep breath, savoring the smell, then quickly closed it, afraid that someone would find out he had meat cans. Take your stale rice as well. For Liu Mingyu, the stale rice wasn't very useful, and even if he sold it, he wouldn't get a high price. He quickly packed up the stale rice at the stall and left in big strides, afraid that Liu Mingyu would change his mind, leaving behind a bare stall. Liu Mingyu took out all the cans from his backpack. This was on the road, transferring them from the storage space to his bag. The handling fees here are so high. He just wanted to raise some cash, and a backpack full of cans was enough. Hidden under the backpack, he had 10 cans each of beef, fish, and fruit from the storage space. The 30 cans were neatly arranged on the stall, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. Goodness, did he find a warehouse outside? Before the apocalypse, canned food was rarely purchased by ordinary families. Even if they did buy some, it was just a few cans. Someone like Liu Mingyu, taking out 30 cans at once, must have found a canned food warehouse. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many cans. Moreover, there are very few people who sell this many cans at the trading hall in the outer city. Such a volume of goods is enough to cover the entry fee and trade in the inner city trading hall. Trading here is simply a waste. Liu Mingyu didn't care how they thought. He only wanted to raise enough starting capital now. If he had known earlier in the inner city, he should have saved some energy crystals for backup. Don't miss out while passing by. All kinds of canned goods are only 50 grams of first-level energy crystals, and the quantity is limited. Liu Mingyu opened one can of each type, and a wave of meaty aroma spread out. 50 grams of first-grade energy crystal is not cheap for those living in the outer city. Many people gathered around, but no one came forward to buy. He borrowed a few plates from a nearby stall and poured the meat out of the cans, the fragrance becoming even more intense, making the onlookers' appetites stir. It didn't matter if they didn't buy. The big brother could let them taste for free. As soon as Liu Mingyu's words fell, the already eager crowd instantly divided the meat in his hand cleanly. Delicious, the canned goods from the shop were so tasty. Far better in quality than those sold by others. Seeing the surge in the crowd's desire to purchase, Liu Mingyu seized the moment to announce, "Big discount. The first 5 cans are only 40 crystals each, the 6th to 10th cans are only 45 crystals, and the 11th can return to the original price. First come, first served." Everyone hurried to buy. In fact, even without the price drop, he could sell them quickly. After tasting, everyone's desire to buy had greatly increased. With the quality of these canned goods, 50 crystals was already a great deal. Buying these cans and then reselling them in the inner city would definitely yield more profit, especially with the discount on the first 10 cans. Many shared this thought, and Liu Mingyu's announcement of the price reduction further ignited their desire to purchase. "Give me 3 cans. Give me 2 cans." The smart ones, even before Liu Mingyu could pick up the cans, had already placed their energy crystals for the cans on the stall. Almost instantly, the 10 discounted cans were sold out. With the crowd's enthusiasm high, the remaining non-discounted cans were also quickly bought up. Liu Mingyu took out 30 cans of canned food, and after 3 were eaten by the crowd for tasting. The remaining 27 cans were sold out in less than 5 minutes. The 27 cans sold for a total of 275 grams of primary energy crystals. And after deducting the handling fees, he only received 637 grams of primary energy crystals. It must be said that the handling fees at the outer city trading hall are really high. If it weren't for his urgent need for money, he really wouldn't come here to trade. It seems that in the future, he should trade at the inner city trading hall, where the fees would be much lower. But even in the inner city, the fees are still extremely high. In the short term, if he can't find other avenues, he will have to make do. He calculated that in the real world, a can of food costs 10 yuan, and selling it here could yield around 30,000 yuan. Not realizing how shocking it was until he calculated, he found that a can of food costing 10 yuan had turned into 3,000 times its value in the apocalypse. And this was still after being heavily deducted for fees. If traded in the inner city, the profits would be even greater. If he could find other trading channels, that would be even better. A path to wealth shimmered in front of him. After paying the handling fees at the management office, he came out of the trading hall, preparing to check out the dream bar mentioned by the receptionist. At this moment, a middle-aged man blocked his way. "Brother, please wait." "What is it?" Liu Mingyu sized up the person blocking his way. He didn't look very old, probably around 40, dressed in a suit and tie, looking clean and neat, like an urban white-collar worker or a salesman. If he had seen someone dressed like this in the real world, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. But in this post-apocalyptic world, where everyone was struggling to survive, seeing someone dressed like this was quite strange. "Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Fugue, and I am with the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce. I just saw you take out a large quantity of high-quality canned goods in the trading hall. So you must have a lot of stock on hand, right?" Liu Fugue said as he handed over a cigarette. Liu Mingyu waved his hand to indicate that he doesn't smoke. "Brother, you saw wrong. I only have this little bit of goods on hand, and it's all sold out." He didn't expect that selling such a small amount would attract attention. It seems that moving the subsequent cans won't be easy either. "Brother, I see you came from outside. Let me introduce you. The trading hall you were just in is part of our Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce. For instance, your transaction amount was 1,275 grams. In the outer city, you would need to pay half in handling fees, but in the inner city, you only have to pay 30. Isn't that an extra profit?" Liu Fugue did not give up. From the moment Liu Mingyu took out 2 cans to exchange for a stall, he started paying attention to him. What normal person would spend so much money to buy a stall that could be easily obtained? This kind of person is either a fool or is just testing the waters this time. This person must have a large number of cans behind him, likely having found a large warehouse from before the apocalypse. If it really is a large warehouse, there should be a lot of rare supplies. Of course, these are just his speculations. Chapter 017. Dreamy Borrow. You have other channels? Liu Mingyu noticed that Lu Fuguwei had just mentioned that the trading hall belonged to the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce. Now he recalled that when Lu Haipeng and others introduced the Jiahong settlement, they had mentioned this Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce before. He didn't expect the trading hall to be entirely theirs, but thinking about it, to be able to charge such high transaction fees in this settlement. It was likely that more than just the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce was involved. Others probably participated as well. Seeing that Liu Mingyu was interested, Lu Fuguwei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Liu Mingyu. If you're going to talk about the inner-city trading hall again, then I'm sorry. I have something else to attend to. Lu Fuguwei chuckled and said, Brother, this isn't the place for a conversation. How about we go to the Dreamland Bar and find a private room to chat? In fact, Lu Fuguwei also knew that if Liu Mingyu had really secured a large warehouse, it would definitely not be possible to trade at the inner-city trading hall. Although the inner city is generally cheaper than the outer city for high-value goods, it's still a significant amount. The inner-city trading hall merely provides a trading platform for idle people. Those with real power wouldn't go there to trade, they would negotiate directly. In the apocalypse, it's all about strength. Without it, you can only endure the exploitation of others. The Dreamland Bar was exactly where he was planning to go, and it was also a good opportunity to learn more about this special guest. With this in mind, Liu Mingyu readily replied, Then I will follow Boss Liu's suggestion. Sound good, brother. Let's take my car there. Lu Fuguwei called over a car with a brand he had never seen before. The design looked quite futuristic, resembling a concept car from the real world. He opened the door and invited Liu Mingyu to get in. The only thing that surprised him was that this Lu Fuguwei was actually the brother of Lu Fuyuan, the boss of the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce. Liu Mingyu was quite strange. As one of the 5 big shots in the settlement, and the brother of Lu Fuyuan, he didn't enjoy himself properly in the inner city. So why did he come to the outer city? The trading hall was not far from the Dream Bar, just a street apart. During their conversation, they quickly arrived at the Dream Bar. After getting out of the car and looking up, a 10-meter-high neon sign hung above, allowing nearly the entire outer city to see the name of this bar. As they entered, it was the bustling evening peak. In the middle of the hall, loud music was playing and people were dancing wildly. The Dream Bar, being the only bar in the outer city, was almost always packed every night, which was also related to its low minimum spending requirement. Here, as long as you ordered a drink with the lowest alcohol content, you could party all night. And such a drink only cost 10 grams of energy crystal, making it extremely cheap. Many people who made money in the trading hall came here to have fun and release their stress. Unfortunately, they couldn't enter the inner city now. Otherwise, I would take you to the Golden Emperor Bar in the inner city, which truly represents a life of luxury. Lu Fuguwei skillfully took out a card and handed it to the front desk. Please open a heavenly level private room for me. Although the Dream Bar was located in the outer city and catered to ordinary people, it still had hidden private rooms. The private rooms were divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man. The minimum spending for a man-level private room was 50 grams of energy crystal. For an earth-level room, it was 100 grams, and for a heaven-level room, it was 200 grams. If Liu Mingyu knew that Lu Fuguwei spent 250,000 just to open a heaven-level room, he would be heartbroken, not because he cared about Lu Fuguwei's money, but because he thought it would be better to just give him that money directly for any collaboration he wanted. Little did he know, Lu Fuguwei was also feeling the pinch. Although he was Lu Fuyuan's brother, he had already spent 200 grams of energy crystal without seeing anything. Guided by the waiter, the two arrived at the 10th floor, which was the top floor of the building and the heaven-level private room. The heaven-level private room was indeed luxurious. The decor could rival that of a 5-star hotel presidential suite. No, it should be said that even the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel couldn't compare to it, as the heaven-level room included many high-tech products that were not found in presidential suites. As soon as they sat down, a line of girls entered, led by someone, and they all greeted, "Hello, boss." Liu Mingyu glanced around and found that these girls were quite attractive. It was hard to imagine that in this apocalyptic world, he could still come across so many beautiful women. Wow, could this be some kind of unspoken rule? In the real world, Liu Mingyu had attended many business dinners with his boss and colleagues, but most of those were just for show, and as for the activities afterward, he never had a chance to participate. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and he felt a bit awkward, but he had to pretend to be calm. Brother Liu, which one do you want? Or do you want them all? Liu Fuguei pointed at the row of girls. Liu Mingyu, as a homebody, really can't handle all this. He usually talks a lot, but if he were to actually meet someone, he wouldn't dare. Besides, this is the apocalypse. Who knows if he might get infected? He quickly waved his hand and said, Boss Liu, I don't need it. We have important matters to attend to. Really don't want it? Really don't need it. All right then, you can go. Seeing that Liu Mingyu didn't want it, Liu Fuguei felt embarrassed to order it himself. With women like this, he could find plenty in the inner city, and many of them are even prettier. For now, it's more important to focus on business. After those people left, Liu Fuguei straightened up and said, Brother Liu, I also introduced myself outside the trading hall. I believe you should have some understanding of the strength of our Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce. Of course, I have some understanding. However, if you continue to follow the rules of the inner city trading hall, then we don't need to continue discussing. Liu Mingyu took a sip of tea. As long as the other party didn't bring up some high-tech issues, he wasn't afraid. He had the backing of a real world. So food wasn't a major pressure, even though his storage space was only 1 cubic meter. Of course not, but it mainly depends on what you have in hand. I just wonder how many cans like this you have. Liu Fuguei picked up a can of fish from the side. This can was purchased from Liu Mingyu. He bought 1 can each of fish, beef, and fruit. Most others were interested in meat cans like beef and fish, but he was more interested in fruit cans. It's not that he couldn't see the value of meat cans. In the inner city, meat cans could often be found, but fruit cans are much harder to come by. In the apocalypse, not only is food hard to find, but fruit is also one of the foods humans need. For those in the outer city, being able to fill their stomachs is already a challenge. Having food is good enough, and meat can provide them with nutritional value. For those in the upper echelons of the inner city, they can basically fill their stomachs, and after that, they naturally pursue better enjoyment. Fruits are essential for supplementing various vitamins that the human body lacks. Chapter 018. Trading. Liu Fuguei's eyes lit up. There's a chance. For meat canned goods like these, if you can provide over 1,000 cans, I'm willing to purchase them at 30 grams per can, and fruit cans at 35 grams per can. Boss Liu really knows how to do business. As for the quality of these canned goods, I believe you have your own comments. I'll set up a stall in the inner city trading hall, and frankly, 50 grams per can should be no problem, right? After deducting 30, I can still get 35 grams, yet here with you, it's only 30 grams per can. I must say, Boss Liu really knows how to do business. For Liu Mingyu, these canned goods aren't worth much, but not being worth much doesn't mean he wants to sell them cheaply. For people in the apocalypse, food is the most important resource. After Liu Mingyu said this, Liu Fuguei didn't look the least bit embarrassed. I must say, his skin has long been toughened. Brother, you definitely can't compare like this. Your quantity is small, so the price is naturally high. When the quantity increases, it becomes hard to sell. And this price is very reasonable. Does Boss Liu think I'm someone who hasn't been to the inner city? Just look at those selling canned goods in the inner city. They're almost sold out right after they're set down. Will there be times when they're hard to sell? Although there are fewer people in the inner city than in the outer city, the inner city's residents gather a lot of wealth. If they can enjoy good food, as long as the price isn't too outrageous, they definitely won't care too much. Brother, how about this? I won't say too much. We're all reasonable people. No matter what kind of canned goods, I'll purchase them at 40 grams each. Calculating like this, it should be higher than what you'd get in the inner city. The most important point is, you won't have to shout in the trading hall like today. Just deliver to us, and you can comfortably take the money. Liu Fuguei also knows that the price of this quality canned food cannot be obtained for 30 grams. If he can get it for 40 grams and operate a bit, making a profit of 1 times is not a big deal. If just calling out could make money, I believe many people would do it. It's quite simple for me to hire someone to help me call out. Liu Mingyu smiled. Liu Mingyu interrupted Liu Fuguei and continued, if Boss Liu agrees to 1 condition of mine, then we can make the deal at this price. What condition? Just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely make it happen without any hesitation, Lu Fugui assured eagerly. Well, I wonder if we can trade with secondary energy crystals? Liu Mingyu still remembers that in his mission, there was a task to obtain 100 grams of secondary energy crystals. If he could get them from the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce, he should be able to complete the task, as a mission description did not specify that he had to obtain them through combat. Secondary energy crystals? This is a bit tricky. I don't have any secondary energy crystals here. Lu Fugui had a difficult expression on his face. In the settlement, the currency used for transactions was primary energy crystals. Energy crystals are the crystals that grow on the back of zombies' heads, with primary energy crystals found in ordinary zombies. Secondary energy crystals, on the other hand, grow on the back of special zombies' heads. If one encounters a special zombie, being able to escape is already a stroke of luck. Who would dare provoke them? If that's not possible, then let's change the terms. 2/3 of the payment will be made in gold. Liu Mingyu looked regretful. As the largest chamber of commerce in the settlement, they didn't have any secondary energy crystals. Did they really have to kill a special zombie? This was not a problem. According to the market price, the ratio of energy crystals to gold was 1:5, but I could make the decision to lower it to 1:6. Lu Fugui readily agreed, as someone could help him digest these gold bars, which he had been longing for. Even if he offered a significant discount, the value of gold was decreasing. If he didn't deal with it now, when else would he? Lu Fugui then asked, I don't know how many cans you have, brother. Whatever you need. I have plenty, Liu Mingyu replied with a smile. Lu Fugui was taken aback. What? Brother, I must have misheard. Haha, just kidding. I still have about 1,500 cans on hand. 1,500 cans, that's enough. There should be more to come, right, brother? Lu Fugui asked with a grin. Let's finish this transaction first, right? We need to get familiar with the process. Come on, brother, let's toast. Lu Fugui raised his glass. After agreeing on the deal, the two had a preliminary exchange, drinking one after another. However, Liu Mingyu was still very restrained, knowing his own drinking capacity. He only took a sip and stopped, as he didn't want to die here for no reason. Boss Liu, I want to ask you something. Do you know where I can get second-level energy crystals in this settlement? Second-level energy crystals? You've been looking for them just now. Are you planning to develop some project? Forget it. I want to ask too much. I have seen second-level energy crystals before at Generally Haifeng's place, but it's not easy for you to get them from him. Liu Fugui didn't know if he was drunk or if the information was unimportant, but he didn't really hide much. It's fine. I just wanted to ask. General Liu Feng, is he the one in charge of the military power in the settlement? It seems that there really was no way to obtain it. Since he got the information about the secondary energy crystal from Liu Fugui, his mission for coming to the Dream Bar today could be considered accomplished. The two drank until midnight, and after Liu Mingyu bid farewell to Liu Fugui began his rich nightlife after Liu Mingyu left. Joking aside, the heavenly level private room had a minimum consumption of 200 grams of energy crystals. The drinks he had with Liu Mingyu in the room were nowhere near worth that price, so it would be a waste not to spend it. When he returned to the hotel, the same front desk girl was on duty. Early the next morning, Liu Mingyu was woken up by a phone call. It was from Liu Fugui. The smart wristband could communicate in a local network without a base station, similar to a walkie-talkie. Boss Liu, you really are up early. This was Liu Mingyu's first night in the apocalypse, and he slept quite soundly. I wonder if Brother Liu's goods are ready? They've been ready for a long time. I believe Boss Liu's money should be prepared as well. Liu Fugui gestured to his subordinates, who brought over several boxes. When the boxes were opened, the shining gold almost blinded Liu Mingyu's eyes. Brother Liu, according to your request, 2/3 of the energy crystals have been exchanged for gold, totaling 240 pounds of gold. Here are 20 pounds of energy crystals. The goods are in my room. You can go with Brother Liu to move them down. Liu Fugui pointed to a few people who followed suit. The canned goods were taken out last night, totaling 1,500 cans, and with the help of several people, they were quickly moved. After both sides confirmed the quantity, Liu Mingyu took Liu Fugui's hand and said, Boss Liu, it's a pleasure to cooperate. If you have any other needs, you can contact me. Pleasure doing business. Chapter 019. Liu Haipeng. After Liu Fugui left, Liu Mingyu put the gold into his storage space. Wow, I've struck it rich. 240 pounds of gold. How much is that worth? At 250 yuan per gram, That is 60 million. However, Liu Mingyu had a bit of a headache. Turning this 240 pounds of gold into cash wasn't a simple task. No gold shop could buy that much gold all at once. So he would have to sell it off in smaller amounts. Just yesterday, he had become a millionaire, and now he was already a multi-millionaire. Selling the gold this way felt a bit dangerous. Once this batch was sold, perhaps he could open a gold shop. This way, he could sell the gold at a higher price and through legitimate channels without worries. As for the source of the gold, if he cooperated well with the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce, he shouldn't lack for gold. After all, in the apocalypse, the value of gold isn't particularly high. However, he also had to guard against any backlash. Just because his transaction went smoothly didn't mean everyone would. The other party might just be testing him, and if he didn't have the strength, he would surely be swallowed whole. He needed to establish his own power in this apocalypse to ensure his interests weren't devoured by others. Establishing power, Liu Mingyu thought of Liu Haipeng and their team. If he could recruit them, it would help him temporarily maintain an appearance and deter any interested parties. He didn't believe others would remain indifferent after seeing the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce acquire a large number of canned goods from him. If they really weren't eyeing him, that would be even better. It would count as a precautionary measure. Unfortunately, Liu Haipeng and the others had just found a large amount of supplies yesterday, and he didn't know if he could attract them to work for him. He would have to go see them. Their supplies would eventually run out, and he could provide unlimited food. They would surely have a choice. Thinking of this, Liu Mingyu opened his smart wristband. A small sprite fluttered in the air, looking aggrieved. Master, you haven't come to see the sprite in a long time. Do you not want me anymore? What are you talking about? I just played with you for a long time yesterday. Call Liu Haipeng for me. As you command, master. I am dialing Liu Haipeng for you. After a while, Liu Haipeng's figure appeared in the air. He smiled and said, "Good morning, Brother Liu. How was your night in the inner city?" Liu Mingyu shook his head. "No, I came out right after selling my stuff. And now I'm at a hotel in the outer city." "Oh, that was quick. Aren't you going to wander around the inner city?" "We were just thinking of going into the city to find you today." Liu Haipeng was a bit surprised. Not expecting Liu Mingyu to come out of the inner city so quickly, and staying overnight at a hotel meant he must have come out yesterday, almost heading straight to his destination. He didn't know that Liu Mingyu hadn't come directly from the inner city, but had instantaneously transferred to the outer city. Liu Mingyu did not explain much. Even if he did, the other party would not believe him. "Brother Liu, are you still at your place? I need to find you." "Yes, we haven't set off yet." "What's up? Do you want me to pick you up?" "No need. I have yesterday's address. I'll be there soon, and I can also check out where you live." "All right, we'll wait for you here," Liu Haipeng said as he turned to the person next to him. "Lang Zai, don't rush to set off yet. Brother Liu will be coming over soon." Liu Mingyu checked out of the hotel, holding his iron gun, and walked towards the place where Liu Haipeng lived. According to the map on his smart wristband, it wasn't very far from the hotel, just about a kilometer away. However, once he started walking, it took him nearly 20 minutes. The map on the smart wristband was an old one from before the apocalypse, and it hadn't been updated since. Although the outer city was built on the original building area, after several years of development, most locations had changed, and many paths that used to be accessible were now blocked. After searching several places, he finally found where Liu Haipeng and the others lived. As he walked along the way, he felt as if he had entered a slum, dirty, chaotic, and poor. He often saw emaciated people sitting by the roadside, unsure if they were alive or dead. He had thought the environment in the inner city was bad enough, but this was worse. If it weren't for the occasional sighting of some unknown electronic products, he would have thought he had arrived at a refugee camp in Africa. "Brother Liu, over here." Liu Haipeng stood at the door and waved as he saw Liu Mingyu approaching. Liu Mingyu smiled and hugged Liu Dage, saying the conditions here are pretty good. He was a bit surprised, as he initially thought that Liu Haipeng and the others would be living in a not-so-great place. However, when he actually arrived at the entrance, he found that their living conditions were much better than he had expected. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the top-class private room in the Dream Bar last night, it was still quite clean. Moreover, it seemed to be in good shape. Before the apocalypse, it should have been a small countryside villa 4 stories high with a courtyard. Liu Mingyu also saw 3 little boys playing with a leather ball in the courtyard, having a great time. "Brother Liu, these should be your kids, right?" "Yes. The bigger one is my son. The one in the blue shirt is the madman's son, and the smallest one is the mouse's son," Liu Haiping introduced. Then he waved to the children. Hey, come over here, this is Uncle Liu. Upon entering the villa, the hall was relatively clean and spacious. But there were many miscellaneous items around, mostly electronic products, making it seem a bit cramped. These are all Mouse's things. There are too many items, and we can't fit them all, so we put them here, Liu Haiping explained with a smile. Mouse, is that the one who hacked into the community surveillance system? Liu Mingyu had quite a deep influence on him. Most of the time, he was focused on things on the computer and indifferent to other matters. He didn't know how capable this Mouse was, but Liu Mingyu thought that if he wanted to create some high-tech things in the real world, he would inevitably need some high-tech talents. It seemed that the smart wristbands in the team were also modified by him. He didn't know how strong they were in combat, but they should still be decent when it came to electronic products. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Liu Haiping poured himself a glass of boiled water and said, I wonder what Brother Liu has on his mind? As long as I can help, I will definitely do so. Liu Haiping wasn't like this with everyone. If he were, he wouldn't have survived in the apocalypse for 5 years and formed a team. He boasted to Liu Mingyu because he recognized Liu Mingyu's strength. Following someone strong made it easier to obtain food. If what Liu Mingyu proposed was difficult to accomplish, he would let Liu Mingyu know in advance that he would help where he could, but definitely wouldn't help where he couldn't. As for whether he could help or not, it wasn't entirely up to him. Chapter 020. Employment. Liu Mingyu didn't think too much about it. He was just looking for an agent here. Even if Liu Haiping didn't agree, he could find someone else. He sought Liu because their interaction was quite harmonious yesterday. He wondered how many people were in Liu's entire team. Instead of directly stating his request, Liu Mingyu asked Liu Haiping, Aren't you asking me for help? Why are you asking about this? Are you trying to gauge the strength of the team? Several questions flashed through Liu Haiping's mind. The issue of team size wasn't a big deal, so he simply introduced, Our team has a total of 13 people, 10 adults and 3 children, with 8 main combatants. He only provided a brief overview of the numbers without going into detail. He knew that Liu Mingyu might not have any other special intentions. But one should always be cautious. In this apocalypse, anything could happen. He had seen too many similar situations. Liu Mingyu had no idea that the other party was thinking so much in that moment. He really just wanted to hire them and was only inquiring about the team situation to consider how much food would be needed to support such a team. With the thought that if they didn't agree, he would find someone else, Liu Mingyu directly asked, Brother Liu, I want to hire you to help me with some work. Hire us? Liu Haiping laughed, not expecting this to be the case. Brother Liu, if you were alone, it would be better to join us. I'll say this. If there's enough food for me, there's enough for you too. We definitely don't do special treatment in our team. I wanted to recruit you to work for me, but unexpectedly, I was the one being recruited. What I lack is people who can work for me. Liu Mingyu wasn't angry. You want to give me food? I'm not lacking in food. I sincerely hope you come over to help me with work. Not lacking in food? We're in this world. Is there a shortage of food? You've seen our team. Although we don't have guns like those soldiers, our strength is not to be underestimated. We're quite skilled with cold weapons. Liu Haiping thought Liu Mingyu was just bragging and continued to persuade him. Liu Mingyu also couldn't help but smile wryly as he took out the energy crystals he had traded from Liu Fugue. With a thud, a bag of energy crystals was placed on the table. Liu Mingyu explained, I really don't lack food. You see this energy crystal? It was exchanged for the food I sold. Do you think I would lack food? Liu Haiping had never seen so many energy crystals. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes, but there was no greed. If the person presenting this bag of energy crystals were an enemy, he would have no hesitation in snatching it away. However, since it was his friend who brought out the energy crystals, he could only feel envy, not greed. He didn't consider himself a good person, but he couldn't bring himself to turn against a friend or betray them. They had only known each other for a day. But Liu Haiping regarded Liu Mingyu as his friend, and he believed that once you were friends, the length of time doesn't negate that. In fact, this bag was also a test that Liu Mingyu set for Liu Haiping. This bag of energy crystals weighed about 10 pounds. If Liu Haiping had to earn those energy crystals himself, it would probably take him several months. If Liu Haiping really tried to harm him for this bag of energy crystals, then he would have to fight back with all his might. Fortunately, when Liu Haiping saw this bag of energy crystals, he only showed a hint of envy and no other expression. Liu Mingyu was deep in thought when he suddenly asked Liu Haiping, "How about it? Come work for me, and I promise your team will have food every day." If there really was enough food every day, then working for someone else wouldn't be a big deal. After all, fighting against zombies every day and searching for food among the zombie hordes was all about survival, right? Now that there was this opportunity, wasn't it just what they needed? Every outing didn't guarantee finding food. Although he currently had enough supplies to last several weeks, he still needed to consider the times when food couldn't be found. Liu Haiping thought of many things at once. He wasn't alone. He had a team to manage. "Brother Liu, this isn't something I can decide alone. I need to discuss it with my brothers." Although he said he needed to discuss it, Liu Haiping had already agreed in his heart and was preparing to persuade the others. As long as Liu Mingyu wasn't sending them to their deaths, he could agree. "No problem. Brother Liu probably hasn't had breakfast yet. I have some canned meat here. You can try some." Liu Mingyu wasn't in a hurry and took out 5 cans of beef from his bag, handing them to Liu Haiping. These beef cans were leftovers from this trip. He had brought nearly 2,000 cans of various foods, and after trading with Liu Fuguwei, there were still hundreds left in his space. Liu Haiping happily accepted the beef cans and went towards the kitchen. After Liu Haiping left, Liu Mingyu began to look around the hall, which was filled with various components scattered everywhere. From the components in the living room, it was evident that the technology here was indeed much more advanced than in the real world. There were many parts and quite a few finished products in the living room. Suddenly, Liu Mingyu saw something that looked like a sleep pod. Could this be a sleep pod used for space travel? Or was it a nutrient pod for a virtual game? When he learned that this world was set in 2115, he had asked around in the car if there were any mature virtual reality games in this world. Virtual reality games, a concept based on hype in the real world, had been used in many novels. In reality, there were no mature virtual reality games yet, but many VR games have been released. The only problem was that the equipment was too expensive and the technology wasn't very good just in the early stages. However, here, there were already mature virtual reality games. "Boss Liu, we agree to your employment. Now that our team is all here, we don't need to introduce ourselves." After agreeing to Liu Mingyu's employment, Liu Haiping even changed how he addressed him, going from Brother Liu to Boss Liu. After the initial introductions, Liu Mingyu basically understood their situation. Li Hongtao and He Wenqing were a couple, not too old, probably around 30. Yang Zhiyong and Yang Jiqiang were brothers. Yang Zhiyong was the older brother at 25, while Yang Jiqiang was the younger brother at 23. The other one was Ma Juanhao's wife, Li Liping. They had a preliminary understanding of each other. "You all eat breakfast first, and we can talk after you're done." Liu Mingyu told them to have breakfast first before chatting. As for where the others would get breakfast, it was often good enough to have a meal a day. However, Liu Mingyu took 5 cans of beef and cooked a pot of porridge, eating it with the beef cans. It was really delicious. Liu Haiping's son, Liu Wenquan, was munching on the beef in his bowl and sincerely exclaimed, "It's really delicious." The others also praised the food in their hands. Liu Haiping happily watched his son. Nothing was more important than his son being full. At that moment, he felt that as long as Liu Mingyu could provide such food, he would do everything he could to achieve it. Chapter 021. Virtual Helmet. Liu Mingyu declined Liu Haiping's breakfast invitation and looked around the living room. But he quickly gave up because aside from what seemed to be a nutrient pod from a novel, he didn't recognize anything else. If it were a finished product, he might guess based on its shape, but many items had already been disassembled into parts. Not only did he not recognize them, even those who lived here wouldn't know what those parts were. This was just a gap of a little over 10 years, and already it was like this. The difference between the real world and the apocalyptic world was a century, so it was understandable that he couldn't recognize them. Liu Haiping and the others ate quickly, especially since Liu Mingyu was waiting nearby, which made them eat even faster. Although Liu Mingyu didn't care about the time, Liu Haiping and the others had to be mindful. Since they promised to work for Liu Mingyu, they naturally had to be diligent. Seeing that Liu Haiping and the others had finished eating and came to the living room, Liu Mingyu pointed to the nutrient pod in front of him that looked like something from a game and asked, "How's he? Is this the nutrient pod you mentioned in the car related to virtual reality games?" "Yes, but this nutrient pod is broken." "Broken? What a pity. I really want to experience this nutrient pod," Liu Mingyu said with a look of regret. He indeed wanted to experience the legendary virtual reality world and see if it really felt like being in another world. Saying that, it seemed like he was playing a virtual reality game right now. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Where would a gene evolution potion come from in a virtual reality game? The enhancement his body received was not fake. Ma Juanhao found it strange that Liu Mingyu wanted to experience the virtual world. Hadn't he experienced it before? Although it was now the apocalypse before that, virtual games had developed for 50 years and were still quite common, applied in various fields. Was it because the apocalypse had come and he hadn't experienced it for a long time, which made him want to try? He didn't think much about it and assumed it was simply that Liu Mingyu hadn't played games for a long time. He explained, if Boss Liu wants to experience it, I have a virtual helmet in my room that you can try, but it only has local area network functionality and no other features. Really? That's great. Take me to experience it. Just thinking about experiencing the legendary virtual reality game made Liu Mingyu very excited. Under Ma Juanhao's guidance, they went to his room. Upon entering his room, what caught the eye was a pile of machines stacked as high as the wall, with all sorts of devices. Ma Juanhao searched through a corner and finally found a helmet. Is this the virtual helmet? The virtual helmet looked just like an ordinary motorcycle helmet, with no apparent differences. And it wasn't heavy at all, weighing about 2 kilograms. Boss Liu, you can lie on the bed to experience it. Ma Juanhao helped Liu Mingyu put on the helmet and led him to the bed beside it. How do we start? Liu Mingyu didn't find any buttons. I'll help you start it. Ma Juanhao gently swiped in front of the helmet, and the helmet immediately powered on. Liu Mingyu felt as if he had used a time-traveling skill. With a blink of his eyes, his perspective changed. He discovered that he was actually in a classroom. At the front of the classroom, a white-haired professor stood at the podium, and the blackboard was filled with dense numbers. Liu Mingyu looked around, observing his surroundings. Wow, it felt so real. If he didn't know he had entered a virtual world with a VR headset, he might really struggle to tell the difference. He pinched his arm. It hurt. He felt the pain, but he couldn't use that sensation to determine if he was dreaming. Everything felt so real. Students below, please pay attention in class and don't get distracted. Liu Mingyu even heard the teacher on the podium talking to him, which reminded him of the little spirits on the smart wristband. This is not just a relationship in the virtual world. When artificial intelligence combines with virtual reality, it will unleash even greater energy. Liu Mingyu quickly became familiar with the operations in the virtual world, switching between several scenes, each one appearing so realistic. Whether it was seeing, hearing, smelling, or touching, each sensation felt just like in the real world, making it hard to perceive any difference. Is it really true that the virtual reality technology in this world is so advanced? But then again, it makes sense. Virtual reality technology has been developing for 50 years since it matured, and many previously unimaginable technologies have been developed one by one. Consider how the first computer, developed in 1946, weighed 30 tons and performed 5,000 calculations per second. However, after more than half a century of development, computers have undergone tremendous changes, especially after entering the 21st century, when technology has made significant advancements. The challenge lies in the first step. Once the first step is developed, a multitude of corresponding technologies will experience transformative growth. So after 50 years of development, it's indeed possible for anything to happen with virtual technology. Liu Mingyu reluctantly exited the virtual world. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't want to come out at all. In fact, he wasn't the only one thinking this. During the apocalypse, many people shared Liu Mingyu's thoughts, living in the virtual world through their headsets. However, the virus would not spare you just because you were wearing a headset. Many people were suddenly bitten by zombies because of their headsets, and it was truly too late to escape. Boss, how was it? Were you satisfied with the experience? Unfortunately, there was no internet now. If it were before the apocalypse, they could have experienced those fantastical worlds. Ma Juanhao also looked disappointed. Without the internet, they could only play single-player games, and many of those are developed for educational purposes. This was also the reason why most of the scenes Liu Mingyu encountered in the virtual world were set in schools. He used to love online games. Virtual games allowed people to experience a different life. Previously, game companies had developed zombie apocalypse games, and many people had entered such game for the experience. The virtual world was not entirely useless. Educational and simulation virtual worlds could allow people to quickly get the hang of things. It's okay, very realistic but a bit monotonous. Are there more virtual worlds? Overall, Liu Mingyu was still very shocked, but it was a pity that he couldn't experience the legendary fantastical world. The kind where you could summon winds and rains in the game. There are some, although there are no virtual worlds provided by internet companies now. Some single-player game worlds still exist. However, these games are relatively simple. Let me see if I can find one and fix it for the boss to experience. Ma Juanhao searched the room, but couldn't find a new virtual headset. Chapter 022. Salt if they could bring this kind of equipment into the real world. Wouldn't that mean they'd make a fortune? Liu Mingyu's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, "Can you mass-produce this helmet?" Mass production is impossible, but it is feasible to assemble one or two using discarded materials. You can take this virtual helmet and use it. Liu Mingyu held the helmet in his hands and asked if it could be made with the right materials. Ma Juanhao shook his head and said, "I don't know. This isn't my area of expertise. I can DIY a few pieces, but mass production is beyond my capabilities." Each profession has its own specialization. As a new generation professional hacker, Ma Juanhao is quite knowledgeable about software technology, but he doesn't understand hardware very well. Advanced things like virtual helmets or even virtual nutrition pods are not something you can handle just by knowing a little bit. Liu Mingyu didn't push too hard. Being able to experience virtual reality technology was already quite good. Since he couldn't put the headset in the storage space at Liu Haipeng's villa, he had to carry it in his hands. "Brother Liu, come with me to a place to move the food," Liu Mingyu called to Liu Haipeng. "Okay, boss. Should I call a few more people?" Liu Haipeng immediately got up to follow, bringing along Sun Honglang and Li Wenbo who were nearby. "Grab a few bags," Liu Mingyu added. The food to be moved was actually the remaining hundreds of cans brought over this time. They had just obtained a large batch of gold and energy crystals from Liu Fuguwei, and for the time being, they wouldn't be trading with him. Mainly, they had to be cautious with the other party. The amount of gold and energy crystals in their possession was not small, and they needed to prevent any desperate actions. Under Liu Mingyu's lead, the four of them arrived at a secluded spot nearby. This was a house he had bought on the roadside when he first arrived. The cans were naturally not there. Liu Mingyu was just creating a diversion. In a place where Liu Haipeng and the others couldn't see, he quickly placed the cans on the ground, and soon all the cans were laid out. When Liu Haipeng came over, he found a pile of cans that had been eaten that morning, and he even discovered glass jars of fruit preserves. Sun Honglang couldn't help but drool at the sight of the food. "Great, there's even fruit to eat." In fact, there were fruit trees next to the settlement. But by the time the fruits were ripe, they had already been picked clean. He hadn't tasted fruit in a long time. "Longzi, what are you doing? I asked you to help move things, not to eat. These are all the boss's property." Liu Haipeng quickly stopped Sun Honglang as he tried to open a jar of fruit preserves. Liu Mingyu waved his hand and said, "It's fine, if you want to eat. Go ahead. This food is for you." With Liu Mingyu's permission, Sun Honglang happily thanked him, then picked up a can of lychee, opened it, wiped his hands on his clothes a few times, and carefully took a piece of lychee flesh and put in his mouth. With a gentle bite, the soft fruit filled his mouth with the fragrance of lychee, stimulating his taste buds. In that moment, he felt as if he had arrived in heaven, involuntarily exclaiming, "So fragrant." It was the taste he had longed for. He hadn't eaten lychee in years and had almost forgotten what it tasted like. Compared to Sun Honglang, Liu Haipeng and Li Wenbo were not much better off. Unlike the meat cans, which only had beef and fish, there were more varieties of fruit cans, including lychee, peach, and orange, though the quantities were a bit smaller. Liu Haipeng chose the orange can, while Li Wenbo opted for the peach can. By the end, the three of them had even drunk the syrup inside the cans. After eating their fill, they got to work. Liu Haipeng called out and swept all the cans on the ground into a bag. There were only about 400 cans in total, divided into 3 bags, with each person getting over 100 cans, totaling around 70 to 80 pounds, which was nothing for someone who had been surviving in the apocalypse for 5 years. Liu Mingyu had wanted to share the burden, but Liu Haipeng and the others wouldn't allow it. Having let them enjoy the canned food, they wouldn't let the boss do any work. Fortunately, the location wasn't far, and after walking a bit with the cans on their backs, they arrived at the villa. Upon reaching the villa, Liu Mingyu distributed the fruit cans to others, giving each person 1 can. Those who received the fruit cans were overjoyed. However, not everyone started eating immediately. Some just tasted a piece and then closed the lid, saving it for later. Liu Mingyu didn't say much. The importance of food in this apocalypse doesn't need much explanation, as everyone cherishes the food they have. Before coming here, I heard that you were planning to go to the inner city trading hall to sell things. What are you planning to sell? Liu Mingyu recalled their conversation from the morning. Yesterday, Liu Mingyu had gathered with Liu Haipeng and the others to collect supplies in the community. They gathered a lot of materials, but at that time, Liu Mingyu was only focused on the matter of gold and didn't pay much attention to what they were collecting. Liu Mingyu curiously asked, "Selling salt? How much is the price of salt? Whether in the inner city trading hall or the outer city trading hall?" Liu Mingyu did not find anyone selling salt, nor was there a place to check the price of salt. Liu Haipeng took a 500-gram pack of ordinary salt from the kitchen, which was not in granule form but melted into a puddle of water. A pack of salt like this could sell for 100 grams of energy crystals. Liu Mingyu exclaimed, "So expensive? It's even more expensive than canned food. The price of salt is twice that of meat cans. And this is still a case of being available but not sellable. Once salt appears on the market, it gets snatched up immediately. After all, people can go without meat, but they can't go without salt." Liu Haipeng explained, "People can replace meat with other grains, but there aren't many foods that can substitute for salt. And salt is essential for people every day. The salt in the Jiahuang region mainly comes from imports. Aside from a few areas, most regions do not have salt-producing enterprises. Moreover, after the apocalypse, as social order collapsed, salt became even more precious. Most of the salt consumed in the settlements now comes from supermarkets or the reserves of households. Even if they use it sparingly, after 5 years, it will have been completely consumed. The cities are filled with hordes of zombies, and getting salt is becoming increasingly difficult. If it weren't to exchange for other supplies, Liu Haipeng and the others wouldn't even consider selling the salt they had worked hard to obtain. "Check what supplies are lacking and make a list for me. I'll find a way to get them," he said. Liu Mingyu discovered that there seemed to be another path to wealth, but unfortunately, the capacity of the storage space was limited, so he could only choose items with a higher cost-performance ratio. "Can it be anything?" He Wenqing asked weakly. He Wenqing and Li Liping were mainly responsible for everyone's meals, primarily focusing on food items. Every time they came over, they brought some food without any pressure. Chapter 023. Task Hope. Although Liu Mingyu said that as long as it was food-related, there would be no problem when he got the list. There weren't many items on it. Salt and cooking oil were the two items. In their opinion, being able to obtain these two supplies was already very good. Liu Mingyu took a glance and said, "No problem. I'll bring these things next time I come over." "Does the boss need us to go together?" Liu Haipeng asked. Liu Mingyu shook his head. "Not for now, but I'll inform you when needed. These supplies will naturally be purchased in the real world and can be brought over next time." However, he's a bit troubled that the fixed-point teleportation is not activated. Every time it opens, it's random, which is quite frustrating. It's not always so lucky. Even though he has used the gene evolution potion, he can't guarantee that he won't be teleported into a pile of zombies and come out unscathed. Although zombies have strong attack power, as long as one dodges properly, avoiding them is generally not a big problem. In fact, many people become zombies after being bitten and injured, allowing the virus to invade them. This means that when fighting zombies, one must always be vigilant not to get bitten. This is also why the spread of the virus is rapid. The originally weak and sickly become incredibly strong after turning into zombies, each one seemingly having evolved. Moreover, after becoming zombies, they can also evolve. Facing ordinary zombies, Liu Mingyu currently feels little pressure, but when it comes to unknown zombies, especially those with special abilities, he fears that he might get bitten before he even has the chance to teleport. "Brother Liu, do you know about level 2 energy crystals?" Liu Mingyu decided to complete this task this time to avoid being anxious every time. He knew that secondary energy crystals could only be produced by special zombies. Liu Haipeng responded. Liu Mingyu asked in a deep voice, "Do you know where I can get secondary energy crystals?" "I need 100 grams. Secondary energy crystals are hard to come by. I've only heard that Li Haifeng once led a group to take down a special zombie. He should have some in his possession," Liu Haipeng replied after thinking for a while. Liu Mingyu didn't expect that the news he received from Liu Haipeng was similar. Currently, in in the Jiahong settlement. Only Li Haifeng has any information. Logically speaking, since the apocalypse has entered its 5th year, how could there only be one special zombie encountered? How can he obtain this energy crystal from Li Haifeng? According to common sense, it shouldn't be this difficult, especially since it's only the 3rd task. So, is there any news about special zombies? Liu Mingyu thought that since he couldn't get the 2nd-level energy crystals from Li Haifeng, he would have to focus on the zombies instead. Liu Haifeng awkwardly said, "Boss, we don't have enough people for this. If we encounter a special zombie, we'll only end up dead. How about I go check where there might still be 2nd-level energy crystals?" Just after finishing the food provided by the boss, he felt a bit embarrassed to refuse the boss's first task, as if he was just eating without working. Sensing Liu Haifeng's awkwardness, Liu Mingyu patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, I won't let the brothers do anything that could get them killed. But what you said later is also reasonable. Go investigate. I don't believe that only Li Haifeng has them, or if he is willing to sell the 2nd-level energy crystals. He can give a price. For this kind of information gathering, it would be better to send the Yang brothers. They used to be in business and are good at this sort of thing." Hearing that Liu Mingyu considered his opinion, Liu Haifeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Liu Mingyu had really sent them to their deaths, he would have had to refuse painfully. "Just arrange this as you see fit. I only need to know the results." Liu Mingyu waved his hand, not too concerned. After receiving the order, the Yang brothers went out. Liu Mingyu and Liu Haifeng were chatting in the hall, with most of the conversation led by Liu Haifeng while Liu Mingyu listened. After an hour or two of discussion, Liu Mingyu finally gained a better understanding of the team. Just as they were talking, Li Wenbo hurriedly walked into the hall and shouted at Liu Haifeng, "Big brother, a group of people has come outside, about 10 of them, all dressed in suits, looking fierce and intimidating. Something seems off." Liu Haifeng quickly stood up, frowning as he asked, "Who are they? Could it be Lao Wang and his crew next door? We haven't had any conflicts with him recently, right?" Li Wenbo shook his head and replied, "It's not Lao Wang. I don't even know him." Dressed in suits? Liu Mingyu recalled Liu Fugue, whom he had dealt with that morning. "Right, I was wondering why he was dressed so heavily in this hot weather. It's not like we're in the apocalypse anymore. Who is he trying to impress?" Li Wenbo responded. Liu Haifeng looked at Liu Mingyu and asked, "Boss, are they with you?" "No, but they should be acquaintances. I just don't know if they're friend or foe." Liu Mingyu speculated that it was most likely Liu Fugue. Aside from him, he hadn't met anyone else in the apocalypse, so whether they were friend or foe would be clear once they went outside to check. Since they didn't know whether the visitors were friend or foe, Li Liping and the children stayed inside the house, while everyone else followed out. Sure enough, as soon as they stepped outside, they saw Liu Fugue waving at the door and calling out, "Brother Liu, Liu has come uninvited. Please forgive me. Brothers, be sure to protect Boss Liu," Liu Haifeng whispered. He already felt very embarrassed for refusing to look for special zombies earlier, and now he had to ensure the boss's personal safety. In such a dirty and chaotic place, being able to independently own a villa meant Liu Haifeng's strength was not to be underestimated. Liu Mingyu arrived at the door, squinted his eyes, and said, "Boss Liu, are you following me? Sorry, but isn't there a big matter to cooperate with Brother Liu later?" Brother Liu didn't leave an address, so I could only try to find it myself. Liu Fugue did not deny it, seeing that Liu Fugue mistakenly thought this place was his base. Liu Mingyu also did not deny it. Now, Liu Haifeng and the others could also be considered as belonging to him, and his original plan was to use this place as a starting point to begin his post-apocalyptic transportation plan. Not denying it is one thing, but he was already aware of being followed by Liu Fugue. However, being followed was always a bit unpleasant. So, what major matter does Boss Liu want to collaborate with me on? If you need king goods, I still have some here as long as there are enough energy crystals and gold. What good news? Liu Mingyu asked cooperatively. Wasn't Brother Liu looking for 2nd-level energy crystals before? I just received news this morning that the auction house is about to sell a 2nd-level energy crystal, and as soon as I got the news, I came to share it with Brother Liu. Liu Fugue revealed surprising information to Liu Mingyu. Chapter 024 Auction What? Liu Mingyu was taken aback. The news from Liu Fugue was indeed unexpected. At first, he thought Liu Fugue wanted to rob him because he perceived him as weak. But unexpectedly, he brought news of the level 2 energy crystal. If Lu Fuguwei had no ulterior motives, he wouldn't believe it. But as long as it's something that can be resolved with money, then it's not a big deal. Brother Lu, please, not only are there level 2 energy crystals, but there are also many other good things at the auction. Lu Fuguwei made a gesture inviting someone to enter through the open car door. Liu Mingyu pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Okay, do you mind if I bring a few brothers along?" Although this action carried a hint of precaution, one must always be wary of others. In fact, bringing a few people along wouldn't be of much use without firearms. They would have no choice but to surrender when facing the opponent's guns. Liu Mingyu's trump card is not them. This move is just for show, but the necessary appearance still needs to be maintained. Of course, we can do it. We're going to an auction, not to fight or kill. Lu Fuguwei didn't care much. He was genuinely here to seek cooperation this time. Brother Lu, Brother Ma, let's go together. Liu Mingyu turned around and asked. Lu Haiping quietly asked, "Isn't that too few? Should we call Li Hongtao and the others as well?" Liu Mingyu shook his head. "That's enough. They should stay here. This place still needs some protection." Lu Haiping nodded and said nothing more. The group got into the car driven by Lu Fuguwei. It was a large modified bus, and there were still extra seats available after everyone sat down. Currently, there was only one entry point into the inner city, while other positions were heavily guarded. Lu Haiping's villa was located in a relatively remote area, and the bus swayed for almost half an hour before reaching the entrance of the inner city. The Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce is indeed one of the 5 major forces in the inner city upon arriving at the entrance. There was no need to queue or pay an entry fee, as they passed directly through a special channel. However, they still had to go through a disinfection area, which was a strict regulation of the inner city, fearing that someone might bring the virus inside. If the virus entered the inner city, it wouldn't just be a minor issue. The people inside valued their lives immensely. Upon entering the inner city, the group switched vehicles as the bus did not drive in. They were met with a luxury RV, which was extravagantly decorated inside. Boss Lu really knows how to enjoy life, Liu Mingyu joked after looking around for a while. "If you like it, Brother Lu, I'll give you this car. There are plenty of them around here," Lu Fuguwei said generously. Liu Mingyu shook his head. "No need. Give it to me. I don't have time to drive it anyway." In the apocalypse, vehicles are indeed everywhere, with abandoned cars scattered around. This car is just a bit more luxurious, but unfortunately, the storage space is still too small. Otherwise, if we could bring these vehicles to the real world, it would be nice to drive them around. But here, it's better to forget it. Boss Lu, where did this level 2 energy crystal come from? Is it from General Li? Taking advantage of the free time now, Liu Mingyu decided to probe the other party. Lu Fuguwei shook his head. "No, General Li is not short of money. How could he possibly sell the secondary energy crystal? The owner of this secondary energy crystal is someone else." Liu Mingyu adjusted his sitting posture and asked in confusion, "Oh, which team is so lucky to have killed a special zombie?" "I don't know, but I heard that the other side was quite fortunate to obtain this level 2 energy crystal and encountered a special zombie on the brink of death. However, even for such a zombie, that team lost 3 lives to kill it." The inner city wasn't large, and after chatting for a while in a car, they arrived at the auction house mentioned by Lu Fuguwei. The auction was held in the lobby of a hotel, and many people had already gathered. "Boss Lu, if you want to auction something, you need to provide proof of assets here." Lu Fuguwei led Liu Mingyu to a service desk. "There's even a requirement for proof of assets? How do you prove it?" Liu Mingyu began to understand the other party's approach. Lu Fuguwei explained with a smile. "This is not to prevent someone from causing trouble, but to prevent insufficient funds from randomly driving up the price during the auction. You just need to have the energy crystals you brought go through this process." Liu Mingyu casually took out 2 bags of energy crystals from his bag. These 2 bags of energy crystals were the ones Lu Fuguwei had given him this morning. He placed them on the verification machine and asked, "What is the minimum asset requirement to qualify for entry?" The machine displayed a number, 20,000 grams of level 1 energy crystals. Verification passed. Subsequently, the machine spat out a card. "Hello, sir. Your car number is PMC 211150603030. Please keep your card safe." Boss Lu, I was just about to tell you that you only need to put 500 grams of energy crystals on it. Why didn't you say so earlier? That's revealing my bottom line." Liu Mingyu was speechless. Forget it. If it was revealed, then so be it. Level 2 energy crystals shouldn't be that expensive, right? Lu Fuguei was also speechless, as I had just wanted to tell you, and you posted it so quickly. Lu Fuguei took out a small bag of energy crystals from his pocket and placed it on the verification machine, receiving a card number in return. The two entered the auction hall, while Lu Haiping and the bodyguards brought by Lu Fuguei stayed outside and did not enter. The auction hall was large, resembling a podium, with a big screen above it. Rows of chairs were arranged below, and quite a few people had already arrived. Liu Mingyu found his seat according to his card number. The card issued during the verification process served as the seat number. On Liu Mingyu's right is Lu Fuguei, and the seat on the left is still empty. Liu Mingyu adjusted the position of his chair to make himself more comfortable. When does the auction start? 10 o'clock. What time is it now? 40 minutes past 9. Lu Fuguei found it strange. He could just check his wristband to see the time, so why ask him? It wasn't that Liu Mingyu was asking him on purpose. It was just that the time on his smart wristband was already inaccurate. When he left this world, time had paused. But his smart wristband had followed him into the real world, causing the time on it to be incorrect. It wasn't just the wristband's time that was off. Even the time on his previous phone was incorrect. Like the smart wristband, a beam of light shot out from the armrest, projecting a screen in the air. Chapter 025. Product Introduction. The screen displayed the product introduction for this auction. There weren't many items, only 40 pieces. Each item had a detailed introduction, including various parameters, starting price, and bidding method, along with a 3D image. Featured on the home page was a green crystal, accompanied by a note, Level 2 Energy Crystal, weighing 135 grams. Starting price, 1,000 grams of Level 1 Energy Crystal, with each bid increasing by no less than 50 grams of energy crystal. With a starting price of 1,000 grams, and having 20,000 grams on him, he should have enough to win it. After consulting Lu Fuguei, he learned that this auction is generally held once a month. He had asked Lu Fuguei yesterday about any news on Level 2 energy crystals and only learned this morning that there would be an auction for them. Not many people should know. However, since the Level 2 energy crystal could serve as the highlight of the auction, it's believed that those capable of purchasing it mostly know about it. The rest who don't know are not qualified to know. As for why the Level 2 energy crystal could be the highlight of the auction, most people are not very clear. However, there are rumors that if one can absorb the energy within the Level 2 energy crystal, they could gain special abilities like a zombie or even control zombies. Yet, in the Jiahong settlement, there haven't been any individuals with special abilities. This is mainly due to the rarity of Level 2 energy crystals. Currently, only Li Haifeng is known to have one, and only he knows whether it has any effect. Besides granting special abilities, fundamentally, the Level 2 energy crystal is similar to the Level 1 energy crystal, with just a higher energy content. Although no one has directly proven that absorbing a Level 2 energy crystal will definitely grant special abilities, most people still want to give it a try if conditions allow. Aside from the Level 2 energy crystal being the highlight, many other items were also put up for auction. The starting prices varied, with each item's price being different. But generally, the items brought here for auction could be considered good ones. However, there were also some mysterious items, which would depend on individual discernment. Although Liu Mingyu's main goal today was that Level 2 energy crystal, if conditions allowed, he also wanted to auction off some useful items. He casually opened the introduction above and found that the items listed were indeed much better than those in the trading hall. For example, firearms and ammunition, which had never appeared in the trading hall, were openly auctioned here. It should be noted that there has been strict control over firearms and ammunition, even by 2110. It was quite difficult for civilians to find guns. Without firearms, one could only rely on cold weapons to fight against zombies. However, in combat with zombies, once injured, it is easy to get infected with the zombie virus and become a new zombie. Only the 5 big shots in the inner city of the Jiahong settlement have firearms and ammunition. Liu Mingyu had not seen anyone else possessing guns. This is also why it was the first time Liu Mingyu saw that Liu Haiping and the others used machetes as their weapons. He glanced at the introduction of the firearms put up for auction. The Walker Assault Rifle, one of the commonly used rifles by the Huaxia Regular Army, weighs 3. 3 kilograms, has an effective range of 600 meters, an initial speed of 1,500 meters second, an overall length of 746 millimeters, and uses 5.56 millimeters bullets. Starting price, 100 grams of energy crystal, with each bid increasing by no less than 10 grams of energy crystal. Boss Liu, are firearms being auctioned here? Aren't they prohibited? Liu Mingyu asked quietly while shifting his position. Of course, they're not prohibited, but firearms are not something everyone can afford. You need bullets if you have a gun. Liu Fugue explained with a smile. Liu Mingyu took a closer look and found that the rifle was only equipped with 30 rounds of ammunition. After buying the gun, where could he buy bullets? He could go to the ammunition department to purchase them. As long as he could get the bullets, he was still very eager about this assault rifle with its striking, futuristic design. What man doesn't like guns? In the real world, he had touched a gun before, just during military training when he fired a shot. Besides firearms, he also saw other interesting items. Construction materials for a spaceship? What the hell? Is there really someone selling this? He didn't know if it was real, and even if it was, where could anyone build a spaceship in this apocalypse? If it were genuine materials, they would definitely fetch a high price at an auction house in normal times. But if it weren't for the apocalypse, who would sell such materials at an auction? Many companies would have fought over it long ago. After entering the year 2100, various countries had already begun preliminary exploration of outer space. If it weren't for the sudden meteorite attack, countries would have already started laying out plans for the solar system. Meteorite fragments? Was this seeking death? Didn't people know that the virus brought by meteorite fragments had turned most of the global population into zombies? Now, there were actually people daring to touch meteorite fragments? Of course, these meteorite fragments might not necessarily be the ones that carried the virus back then. Looking further down, there were 10 slaves. What was going on? Was there still open human trafficking? Liu Mingyu was left dumbfounded, but thinking about it. It was already the 5th year of the apocalypse, and anything could happen. With the arrival of the end times, various inhumane and horrific events occurred frequently. Liu Mingyu was mentally prepared when he realized this world was in an apocalyptic state, but when he truly understood that these people treated other living beings as slaves. His heart was filled with anger, yet he felt helpless. Now that he saw it, he decided to buy this slave. After looking at the price for this group of slaves, the starting bid was 500 grams of energy crystals, with each subsequent bid not less than 50 grams. Converted, the price of a slave was worth just a can of beef. Liu Mingyu felt a bit sad. Humanity is on the brink of extinction, yet they do not help each other. Instead, they harm one another. He wondered if it was only like this in this settlement or if it was the same elsewhere. Whether there are survivors in other places is still a question. However, since there are survivors in Hangchong, there should be some humans surviving in other places as well. With a heavy heart, he flipped through the slave introductions and looked at other items. 10 cans of fresh fruit. Starting bid, 500 grams of energy crystals. With each subsequent bid not less than 50 grams of energy crystals. Not only one set of fruit cans, but also cans of beef and cans of fish. Isn't that the can I just sold? Hee. Liu Fugue smiled and said nothing. He also saw Liu Mingyu's screen and knew that the other party had seen the information about the auction items, but he wasn't embarrassed. Since he invited Liu Mingyu to participate in this auction, he wasn't afraid of the other party knowing. Besides, fair trade is fair trade. An auction is also a channel and a demonstration of one's own strength. Chapter 026. Walker Assault Rifle. While Liu Mingyu was checking the auction item information, many people gradually arrived in the auction hall, quickly filling the chairs below. The time reached 10 o'clock sharp. A man in a black suit walked onto the stage and began to introduce. First of all, welcome everyone to participate in our 40th auction at Fuyuan Auction House. I'm the auctioneer for this event. The auctioneer, with an excited expression, said, I believe everyone has heard a rumor that as long as you can absorb a level 2 energy crystal, you can gain the special abilities of zombies. In the past, everyone didn't have level 2 energy crystals, so no one knew if it was true. This auction will auction a level 2 energy crystal, and then you can try to see if this function really exists. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone in the audience shouted, Hurry up! I came here just to buy that level 2 energy crystal. The auctioneer wasn't annoyed and smiled, saying, Of course, the level 2 energy crystal will be auctioned. But before that, we have many useful items to offer everyone. Enough with the small talk. Everyone here is a regular. So let's get started. Another person urged. All right, then let's start with our first auction item, the Walker Assault Rifle, with 30 rounds of ammunition. The starting price is 100 grams of energy crystals, and each bidding increment cannot be less than 10 grams of energy crystals. You can place your bids using the computers provided on your chairs. The auctioneer knew that if he continued to talk too much, he would be criticized by the bidders below and quickly began the 40th auction. Gun ownership is strictly regulated in Huaxia, which has led to a lack of firearms available to the public. If one had a gun, their survival ability would be greatly enhanced, and the chances of hunting zombies would also increase significantly. Most firearms in the Jiahong settlement are controlled by the 5 big bosses, and only occasionally are some firearms auctioned off. These firearms have never been unsold. As soon as they are put up for auction, there are a lot of people competing for them. 110 grams, 120 grams, 150 grams, 200 grams. Each person's screen displayed the latest bid for the Walker Assault Rifle, and the price of this weapon doubled in just a second. After doubling, the rate of increase slowed down. Although it slowed down, the increments of 10 grams soon brought the price to 400 grams. During the bidding process, many people gave up, leaving only 3 or 4 people competing, one of whom was Liu Mingyu. The bidding interface only displayed the card numbers of the bidders, not their names, so no one knew who was bidding. 400 grams of energy crystals was already a very high price, considering that this auction was just for a Walker Assault Rifle with 30 rounds of ammunition, and buying it would require spending a significant amount of energy crystals to exchange for bullets. In the ammunition department, 56 bullet costs 1 gram of energy crystal. And as long as the big bosses control the source, they don't mind if the people below have guns. By controlling the consumption of bullets, the big bosses control them. A gun without bullets is less practical than a machete. For others, 400 grams of energy crystals is a considerable expense. But for Liu Mingyu, who had just obtained 20,000 grams of energy crystals, it was completely pressure-free. He was very interested in this future firearm, even though he had taken gene evolution potions to enhance his physical attributes. A single bullet could still easily take him down. The wealthy Liu Mingyu directly increased the bid by 100 grams, instantly bringing the price of the Walker Assault Rifle to 500 grams. At this point, others seemed to be weighing whether it was worth continuing to bid. Although the Walker Assault Rifle was scarce, it was not the only one being auctioned. There were several more to come. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auctioneer excitedly called out, not expecting that a rifle which usually only fetched 200 or 300 grams would rise to 500 grams this time. 10 seconds later. Congratulations to Mr. 30 for winning the Walker Assault Rifle. The auctioneer announced the successful bid. After the auction, there was no need to pay for the energy crystals immediately. Payment could be made when leaving. Next, several other items were auctioned off. Liu Mingyu did not participate in the auction. He was not interested in any of the auction items. The auction moved quickly, and it was hard to tell if the rapid pace was influenced by the fact that the first item, a Walker Assault Rifle, far exceeded its original price. The subsequent rifles released for bidding were all priced significantly higher than before, with most reaching over 400 energy crystals. This delighted the auctioneer, as every item had a base price. If the auctioneer successfully convinced everyone to bid above this base price, they would receive a commission. The auctioneer roughly calculated that the increase generated from the auction so far had already matched the commission from a previous auction. It should be noted that the later items generally had higher value, so the auctioneer was doing all they could to hype them up. After half the session of shouting, the auctioneer's voice was hoarse. Next up for auction, 10 cans of fresh fruit. Starting price, 500 energy crystals, with each bid increase not less than 50 energy crystals. As everyone knows, there aren't many large fruit trees in the settlement, and even if there are, they are picked clean before they can mature. I believe everyone hasn't had fresh fruit in a long time, right? This is definitely the freshest fruit, and it's a great value. You deserve to have it. What? Fresh fruit at this time? You heard wrong. It's canned fruit. Canned fruit isn't bad either, but who knows if it's real fruit? The auctioneer seemed to hear the murmurs in the crowd and added, "The winning bidder can taste it on the spot. If it's expired food, we will double your money back." Double your money back? That guarantees quality. Which seller is so bold? It turns out these are auction items from the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce, and the quality is indeed good and reliable. As the largest chamber of commerce in the settlement, Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce has stores all over, both in the outer city and the inner city. With the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce's guarantee, people tend to trust it more. Liu Mingyu smiled at Liu Fuguwei and said, "Boss Liu, aren't you afraid that this batch of canned goods is past its expiration date?" Liu Mingyu knows that his food is all transported from the real world, so naturally, there won't be any issues with food expiration. However, Liu Fuguwei and the others don't know this. In the apocalyptic world, there aren't many canned foods that can be stored for 5 years without expiring. Most people, when they find canned food, will not throw it away as long as it's not completely inedible. Most of the food sold on the market now is of this type. "I believe Brother Liu won't sell me expired food," Liu Fuguwei replied with a smile. In fact, it's not that he wouldn't. When he was at the outer city trading hall, he had tasted the beef cans brought by Liu Mingyu, and during the trading, he also tried and bought some, randomly checking a batch of cans when they arrived. Regardless of which batch it was, the quality of the cans brought by Liu Mingyu far exceeded others. This is one of the reasons why Liu Fuguwei came to specifically inform Liu Mingyu after learning about the secondary energy crystal. Chapter 027. Secondary energy crystal. While Liu Mingyu and Liu Fuguwei were talking below, the price of fruit cans was skyrocketing. It's hard to say whether it was because they hadn't eaten fresh fruit in a long time, or if it was to gamble on something that would pay off after a successful auction. But in any case, the price of fruit cans quickly rose. 550 grams, 600 grams, 1,000 grams, and before long, the auction price actually broke 1,000 grams of energy crystals. This was the first item today to exceed 1,000 grams of energy crystals. After breaking 1,000 grams, the rate of price increase slowed down, and it was eventually successfully auctioned by number 085 for 1,350 grams for 10 cans of fruit. Boss Liu is indeed impressive, with just a little operation. The price of fruit cans that were 40 grams each in the morning has increased more than threefold, Liu Mingyu joked. Liu Fuguwei chuckled and said, "Brother Liu, this is just an auction. Everyone hasn't seen it before. If we really want to sell in large quantities, it would be good to have 60 grams per jar." Liu Mingyu naturally knew that the high price of the canned fruit was due to the auction. In retail, the price would definitely drop, and 60 grams would certainly be more than that. Ordinary cans can sell for 50 grams each, and for these fruit cans that have been auctioned, a final transaction price of 80 grams per can is not a problem. However, this 80 grams has to be sold slowly. Liu Mingyu was already very satisfied that he could sell 40 grams per can, which would only be about 10 yuan in the real world. Besides these 10 cans of fruit that fetched a high price, Liu Fuguwei's beef and fish cans also auctioned for a high price. But the prices of the 950-gram and 1,000-gram cans were quite a bit lower compared to the fruit cans. However, after tasting these cans, they would definitely feel that they were worth more than what they paid. The people coming in and out of the auction house generally have no problem with basic meals. They have started to pursue quality. Previously, there was nothing of quality for them to pursue, but now that there are quality items available, they naturally choose to enjoy good things. Therefore, even if these meat cans do not sell for the same price as the fruit cans, they won't be too far off, at least exceeding 50 grams. After all, Liu Fuguwei's purchase of these cans will not result in a loss. Later, when more items were auctioned, Liu Mingyu saw that the prices were not high and bid on a few. He bought a fist-sized black stone for 500 grams, as the auction interface showed a projection, not the actual item, so he didn't know what it was. The introduction said it was a meteorite fragment. Once others realized it was a meteorite fragment, they kept their distance and no one bid. Liu Mingyu was purely curious and bought the stone at the starting price. For him, 500 grams of energy crystal was nothing, just 100 yuan or so, which he wouldn't care about with 6 million in hand. Besides this stone, he also bought a group of slaves, which cost him a considerable amount. The 10 slaves ultimately cost him 2,000 grams of energy crystals. Apart from these two, he did not bid on anything else, quietly waiting for the final secondary energy crystals. After 39 items were sold, nearly 2 hours had passed. Most of the 39 items have been sold, but there were still some that went unsold, such as the manufacturing materials for the spaceship. If Liu Mingyu hadn't bid on that black stone, it would probably have gone unsold as well. Ladies and gentlemen, next is our grand finale item, secondary energy crystals. I believe everyone has heard the relevant rumors, so I won't say much. You deserve to own secondary energy crystals. Starting price, 1,000 grams of primary energy crystals. With each bid increasing by no less than 50 grams of primary energy crystals, the auctioneer shouted hoarsely. Unfortunately, his voice had already become hoarse. Even if he tried to shout, he couldn't make much noise. However, it didn't matter. A large portion of the people came here specifically for the secondary energy crystals. Each person had a bidding interface in front of them, and even without the auctioneer's introduction, everyone knew the purpose of these secondary energy crystals. As Fuyuan Auction House had directly placed the rumors on the item description page. As the bidding countdown ended, the price of the secondary energy crystals quickly shot up, as if everyone was bidding without concern for money. To enter the auction, one only needed to possess 500 grams of energy crystals. Although this amount kept most people out, sometimes during the bidding, there would still be people causing trouble. For instance, during this auction, despite the heated interest in the secondary energy crystals among the many bidders, some seemed to be troublemakers, randomly increasing the bids. Randomly increasing bids is not a problem, but if you win the auction and cannot pay the bid amount, you will face hefty fines, and the item will be postponed to the next auction. If you can't pay the fine, well, sorry. You might find your body in some corner tomorrow. Such situations have occurred at auctions before, but those people either faced fines or were no longer in this world. As a business that has successfully held 39 auctions, Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce is not afraid of such situations. Therefore, most people still follow the rules here. Those without the power to set the rules must abide by them. In almost an instant, the price of the secondary energy crystals rose to 3,000 grams. After reaching 3,000 grams, the increase slowed down, but nearly every second, someone was still bidding. It seemed that everyone wanted to buy this secondary energy crystal for research. Liu Mingyu directly pressed 10,000 grams. The price of the level 2 energy crystal was locked at 10,000 grams, and in that moment, it seemed to freeze. Level 2 energy crystal, 10,000 grams. Going once, the auctioneer shouted with a throat that was nearly unable to produce sound. Of course, it only froze for a second. The price began to slowly fluctuate again, and whether it was influenced by Liu Mingyu or not, each price change had already reached an increase of 500 grams at a time. The price of 10,000 grams had far exceeded the psychological price point of most people. The level 2 energy crystal was only rumored to grant special abilities, but it had never been confirmed. With 10,000 grams of energy crystals, how many supplies could one buy? Of course, some people were still bidding. Although 10,000 grams of energy crystals seemed like a lot to some big players, it didn't seem particularly much. Killing a zombie typically yielded about 10 grams of energy crystals, while some stronger zombies yielded slightly more. Therefore, 10,000 grams equated to just 1,000 zombies. If it were really possible to gain special abilities through the level 2 energy crystal, then spending 10,000 grams would indeed be a good deal. Regardless, the price of the level 2 energy crystal had not yet reached its peak. The speed of the bidding increases was slowing down, but the total price was still rising very quickly. In just a short while, it had already reached 15,000 grams of energy crystals. At this point, only 3 bidders remained. The others seemed to have withdrawn and stopped bidding. Each new bid returned to the cautious state of before, with each increase being only 100 grams of energy crystals. Chapter 028 Liu Fuyuan 15, 100 grams, 15, 200 grams. The remaining 3 still did not give up, but seemed they had all reached their psychological price points. Liu Mingyu frowned as he looked at the still fluctuating prices. His remaining 17,000 energy crystals seemed insufficient for a secure bid. He entered a price of 16,000 crystals, hoping to deter the other 2 bidders. The other 2 bidders were number 005 and number 010, and they seemed surprised that Liu Mingyu would raise the bid by such a large amount all at once. They both turned their heads to see who dared to compete with them for this secondary energy crystal. When they turned around, they saw someone they didn't recognize. But they did recognize the person next to him, who was Liu's boss's brother. Liu Mingyu saw them turn around and smile, which he took as a greeting. In the auction hall, only they entered. The bodyguards were waiting outside in the lobby, so they couldn't come over to see who Liu Mingyu really was. Bid 005 continued to raise the price, reaching 16,500 grams. Meanwhile, bid 010 temporarily gave up on the bidding, not sure if they were raising money or waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. Liu Mingyu made another move, 16,666 grams. Damn it, don't fight me for this energy crystal. Liu Mingyu silently prayed in his heart. He didn't have much money left on him, but it wasn't that bad. If he took out his gold, he would still have money. Although gold was becoming less valuable, it could still be considered a form of currency as it used to be hard currency. However, fewer and fewer people used gold for transactions, and more importantly, Liu Mingyu didn't want to take out his gold. Boss Liu, could you lend me some money? I can deduct it from the next payment, or if you want something, I can get it for you. You can set the interest. Liu Mingyu whispered, not want to take out the gold for trading again. He could only borrow money from Liu Fuguei. Liu Fuguei asked in surprise, didn't we just finish trading 60,000 grams of energy crystals this morning? Is it all spent already? This means that 40,000 grams of energy crystals were exchanged for gold, leaving only 20,000 grams of energy crystals, Liu Mingyu explained. No problem. How much do you need? Liu Fuguei readily agreed after hearing this. He wasn't worried that Liu Mingyu wouldn't pay him back. He didn't know how much he would borrow, but the more, the better, mainly depending on the final price of the secondary energy crystals. Knowing that Liu Fuguei was willing to lend money, Liu Mingyu felt more assured. During the process of Liu Mingyu borrowing money from Liu Fuguei, the two bidders, No. 005 and number 010, raised the price again, bringing it up to 17,000 grams. With Liu Fuguei's commitment, the price was directly raised by 3,000 grams, reaching 20,000 grams. Number 005 and number 010 seemed to be stunned by Liu Mingyu's bold move, and neither of them raised the price again. 20,000 grams for the first time? Is there anyone else willing to raise the price? The auctioneer was so happy he was about to faint. 20,000 grams meant a significant commission. The 10-second countdown was slowly moving forward. Number 005 glanced back fiercely, then sneered. I'll let you go for now, but I'll definitely get it back. In the auction hall, there were 10 seats in a row. The positions of number 005 and number 030 were not far apart, just in the first and third rows, with a straight line distance of less than 10 meters. After being enhanced, Liu Mingyu's physical abilities greatly improved, and he naturally heard what the other party said. However, he didn't say much. 10 seconds quickly passed. Congratulations to Mr. 030 for successfully bidding on a level 2 energy crystal for 20,000 grams of level 1 energy crystals. The auctioneer seemed almost exhausted. Without the microphone, no one would have been able to hear him. The 40th auction event of Fuyuan Auction House was a complete success. All successful bidders, please bring your seat numbers to the service desk to make your payments. After the auction ended, everyone began to leave. Congratulations, Brother Liu, on acquiring a level 2 energy crystal. Liu Fuguei smiled and congratulated him after announcing the successful auction. I haven't paid yet. Boss Liu, can you lend me 3,000 grams of energy crystals? Liu Mingyu grabbed Liu Fuguei as he needed to pay soon and didn't want to incur a fine. We'll talk about borrowing money later. First, come with me to a place. Where to? Liu Fuguei pointed upstairs and said, my brother wants to talk to you. Your brother? Liu Fuyuan? The boss of the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce? Liu Mingyu was surprised that Liu Fuyuan would look for him. But since he wanted to borrow money from the other party, and this place was on the other party's territory, he had no choice but to go. Following Liu Fuguei to the top floor, he was accompanied by Liu Haipeng and Mai Feng. Liu Mingyu thought he was going to meet Liu Fuyuan in a private room. But when he came up, he found that the rooftop was an empty gym. The gym was filled with various fitness equipment, and at that moment, a muscular man was working out. Could this guy be Liu Fugui's brother, Liu Fuyuan? Looking at Liu Fugui's huge belly and then at the other man's strong physique, They didn't seem like brothers at all. Bro, Liu brother is here. Lu Fu was shouted as he walked over. Oh, it really is Lu Fu's brother. Lu Fuyuan put down the equipment in his hands, walked over, and shook hands with Liu Mingyu, saying, "Welcome, Brother Liu, to Fuyuan Auction House. I wonder if you have managed to bid on anything." Liu Mingyu only felt a pair of strong hands tightly gripping him. After a second, the hands released him. There wasn't much else, mainly just a level 2 energy crystal. "Congratulations, Brother Liu. I heard from my brother this morning that you were quite anxious about the level 2 energy crystal." Lu Fuyuan suddenly changed the subject, asking if Brother Liu knew how to obtain special abilities. In fact, the level 2 energy crystal is not something that only Li Haifeng possesses. Although special zombies are difficult to deal with, for the 5 leaders of the Jiaohong settlement, Lu Fuyuan also has level 2 energy crystals, and not just one. The level 2 energy crystal that Liu Mingyu obtained was one he had released. What special abilities? I don't know. Liu Mingyu quickly shook his head in denial. Not to mention, he really didn't know how to obtain special abilities. Even if he did, he certainly couldn't say. It's nothing, just a casual remark. Lu Fuyuan smiled and suggested they sit down nearby. Sure. The group went to a nearby lounge. Although it was called a lounge, it was actually Lu Fuyuan's living space, where he spent most of his time. "Brother Liu, I wonder if you can provide some table salt?" Lu Fuyuan opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Liu Mingyu. Liu Mingyu took the wine glass, shook it in his hand, and wondered if the person he was about to sell salt to was like a tapeworm in his own stomach. He didn't know what price Boss Liu would offer. The price was negotiable. Lu Fuyuan didn't immediately give a price either. Without seeing the source, he couldn't make a direct offer. "No problem. When the goods arrive, I'll notify Brother Fuguwei right away." Having someone to help sell the goods was ideal, as long as the price wasn't too outrageous. The few of them chatted for a while and then had lunch at Lu Fuyuan's place. The lunch was actually the beef canned goods that Liu Mingyu sold to them, accompanied by some green vegetables. For Liu Haipeng and Ma Yifeng, this lunch was already quite good. Chapter 029, Fixed Point Delivery After Lunch. Liu Mingyu borrowed 3,000 grams of energy crystals from Lu Fuguwei. He went to the auction house service desk and paid the fee. Liu Mingyu won a total of 4 items at this auction. 1 Walker assault rifle, 500 grams. 1 piece of meteorite fragment, 500 grams. 10 slaves, 2,000 grams. Second level energy crystal, 20,000 grams. Total expenditure, 23,000 grams of energy crystals. It hurts. The once wealthy Liu Mingyu has suddenly become broke and is even in debt of 3,000 grams. As for the gold in his storage space, Liu Mingyu would absolutely not admit to it. The delivery of the items is quite simple. They can be handed directly to Liu Mingyu. The transaction for the slaves, however, is a bit more complicated. "Mr. Liu, hello. This is the slave controller. The information inside has been changed to your brainwave information." The administrator handed Liu Mingyu something that looked like a remote control. A slavery chip was implanted in the back of each slave's neck, containing a 50 microgram nanobomb. For any slave attempting to escape, a 50 microgram nanobomb is enough to blow that slave's head apart. In this apocalypse, the advancement of virtual reality technology allows humans to control their thoughts freely. The slave controller is made using this technology. Once the control information of the controller is changed to Liu Mingyu's brainwave information, if Liu Mingyu wants to kill this group of slaves with just a thought, he can make the nano bombs implanted in their chips explode. It is unclear whether the technology is advanced or backward. The 10 slaves are locked in a narrow cage. Each one is thin as a bone. Indeed, most people in the settlement do not eat well, and the food given to the slaves is barely enough to keep them alive. Even without the nano bombs controlling them, these slaves wouldn't be able to walk if released. The slaves huddled in the cage, fearfully looking at Liu Mingyu outside the cage, not knowing what they were thinking. What a pitfall. These are a bunch of nearly dead people, yet they cost me 2,000 grams of energy crystals. Liu Mingyu complained to the administrator. "Boss, these slaves can be kept alive with just a little bit of food, and they make for the best bait in battle," the administrator replied with a forced smile. "That's right here. Most slaves are bought to be used as bait." Liu Mingyu muttered that he was just putting on a show for them. The administrator smiled and said nothing. Usually, slaves weighing 60 to 70 grams have been inflated to 200 grams, which could be considered skill. The administrator opened the iron gate, took an iron rod, and knocked on the iron cage, shouting, "Come out! This boss will be your master from now on." The slaves inside the cage staggered out, gripping the iron bars. There were 10 slaves, 8 men and 2 women. Their faces haggard and their eyes hollow as they looked at Liu Mingyu, who seemed to be around 30 years old. This batch of slaves was of relatively good quality, still in their prime, and if they were well fed, they would still have great strength. But it's easy to say, he himself was not well fed. So where would he find extra food for these slaves? Others might not have it, but Liu Mingyu did. Liu Mingyu plans to establish his own influence here, and these slaves are quite useful. Upon returning to the villa, he had Li Liping and the others cook a pot of porridge, ensuring the slaves had their fill. He Wenqing walked over to Liu Haipeng and whispered, "Brother Liu, with suddenly 10 more people, the rice we found yesterday won't last long." Liu Haipeng naturally understood her meaning. They would have to go out again to search for food. However, when he learned that Liu Mingyu spent 20,000 energy crystals at the auction to buy supplies, his earlier worries had dissipated. If he could spend 20,000 energy crystals, would he still be afraid of not having food? He reassured her it's fine. Just focus on working for the boss. There'll be food. It wasn't just about the 20,000 energy crystals. From the way he treated the purchased slaves, it was clear that these slaves would be well fed. So how could he forget about them? After the slaves had eaten and drunk their fill, they were allowed to wash and change into clean clothes. After getting dressed, the 10 of them stood nervously in the middle of the living room, awaiting their unknown fate. Would this not be their last meal? If their thoughts were known to Liu Haipeng and the others, they would surely scoff at them. If they were truly being sent to their deaths, they would at most be given a hearty meal before being sent to the battlefield. There would be no time for baths and getting cleaned up. Indeed, aside from being a bit thin, they looked fairly decent. Liu Mingyu assessed the 10 slaves. After changing into new clothes, their spirits seemed to improve slightly. "Boss, how should we arrange these people?" Liu Haipeng asked. Liu Mingyu scratched his head and said honestly that auctioning these slaves was just a temporary interest, and he didn't have any specific plans for what to do next. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? Ask them what skills they have and tally them up, so I can see how to arrange things." "Okay. By the way, make sure to list your skills," Liu Mingyu added. Although Liu Haipeng was puzzled about why Liu Mingyu still wanted their skills, he agreed since the boss had asked for it. "I don't have a house in the outer city. I plan to settle here in the future. Are there enough rooms?" Liu Mingyu inquired. "Yes, there are vacant rooms. I'll go up and help you tidy up," He Wenqing replied. Generally, the arrangements for food, clothing, housing, and transportation in the villa were managed by Li Liping and He Wenqing. The villa was large, but with the sudden addition of 11 people, the rooms became tight, and some rooms had to accommodate several people to be sufficient. After arranging the matters, Liu Mingyu opened his task panel to check. He had already completed the task at the auction house, but hadn't claimed the reward yet. "Congratulations, you have completed task 1. Congratulations, you have obtained the fixed-point teleportation technology." Looking at the fixed-point teleportation technology, he saw that he could choose a total of 10 coordinates, 5 in the apocalyptic world and 5 in the real world. Phew, finally, I have the fixed-point teleportation function. I'm no longer afraid of randomly ending up in a zombie lair. The 5 coordinate points were not set in stone. They could be deleted and repositioned at any time, but repositioning would cost 1,000 grams of level 1 energy crystals. 1,000 grams of level 1 energy crystals isn't too expensive. However, he wondered why the system acknowledged the currency unit here. Or perhaps the system recognized the energy within the energy crystals. Since energy crystals served as the common currency in the settlement, there must be a reason for it. Could it be that someone could already use the energy inside? Otherwise, people wouldn't have spread rumors about absorbing energy from level 2 energy crystals to gain special zombie abilities. He believed there must be people secretly researching these things within the settlement, but he wasn't sure if any results had come from it. Forget it. I won't think about it too much for now. Crossing over. Chapter 030. Selling gold again. In the real world, without him specifically setting it, the real world defaulted to a fixed coordinate, which was his current room. The change in scenery made him feel a bit dazed, but fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. Stepping out of the room, He saw Shi Dawei and said, "Brother Wei, I won't be going to work anymore. You can go to work by yourself." Now he needed to find a way to sell the 240 kilograms of gold he had. There was no time for such trivial matters as going to work. Shi Dawei asked with concern, "Are you sick?" "It's nothing. I might go to the company to resign this afternoon," Liu Mingyu replied with a smile. Shi Dawei frowned, touched Liu Mingyu's forehead, and muttered, "No fever." Liu Mingyu swatted away Shi Dawei's hand and said, "Really, I'm planning to open my own store to do business. Selling 240 kilograms of gold all at once is definitely not possible, so he plans to sell a little bit and then open a gold store to sell it, which would not only maximize profits, but also effectively avoid suspicion from others. After all, selling a large amount of gold for a long time is bound to raise questions. Do you own a mine? Are you opening a store yourself?" Shi Dawei rolled his eyes. "If you run into any money problems, you can tell me. I might not be able to give you much, but I can manage 20,000 to 30,000. He thought Liu Mingyu really had some urgent matter. Liu Mingyu wasn't angry and smiled as he said, "I really have a mine now, and it's a gold mine. Do you want to work with me? I can make you the store manager." Shi Dawei looked at him suspiciously. Ever since a few days ago, Liu Mingyu had been acting strange. Could it be that this guy won a big prize? He often bought lottery tickets, but Liu Mingyu had never bought one, even if he did win a big prize. "It should be me." He thought Liu Mingyu was joking and replied with a smile, "Sure, but what kind of store are you opening?" "A gold store. You can come over and be the store manager," Liu Mingyu said seriously. "Really?" Shi Dawei asked without hesitation, willing to lend him 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Liu Mingyu was very touched. He knew that this money was all of Shi Dawei's savings, and the two had known each other since childhood. Therefore, now that Liu Mingyu had struck it rich, he didn't mind helping Shi Dawei out. "Okay, I'll wait for your notice then," Shi Dawei replied with a smile, not arguing. Liu Mingyu also knew that Shi Dawei didn't really believe him, but it didn't matter. When the time came and he really opened a store in front of him, he wouldn't have a choice. After learning that Liu Mingyu wasn't going to work, Shi Dawei didn't try to persuade him anymore. In his view, taking a day or two off was not a big deal. Liu Mingyu left the dormitory with Shi Dawei. He planned to go back to the gold shop to sell a few more pounds of gold to raise some money to buy a gold shop for selling his own gold. The gold shop opened at 10 o'clock, so he first went to the agricultural market. Naturally, the agricultural market wouldn't open at 10 like a shopping mall. As one of the largest markets in the city, it had already opened. This time, Liu Mingyu intended to buy some bulk rice, along with cured meat and salt. The rice over there was just too terrible, and considering he would often be eating there in the future, he decided to bring some good rice. A cubic meter of space was indeed limited. Putting in 1,000 pounds of rice took up a large portion of the space. And then he added 520 pounds of salt. Since there was no bulk salt available, Liu Mingyu bought packaged salt and had it unpacked into a large bag. Besides the salt and rice, he also got 500 pounds of cured meat, nearly filling the space to the brim. He initially wanted to get fresh pork, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. In the apocalypse, not only humans were infected, but animals were not exempt either. Many animals became extremely aggressive after contracting the virus, not any weaker than humans. At this time, producing fresh pork would likely raise suspicions. And even if no one questioned it, no one would dare to eat it. To avoid trouble, he decided not to. In fact, there's also a risk with cured meat, but it was impossible not to eat it all. When shopping at the agricultural market, it was naturally not feasible to openly store these supplies in his storage space. He found a delivery truck on the roadside and transported them back to the dormitory before placing them in the storage space. This was too much trouble. He should find a warehouse. Liu Mingyu sighed. By the time he finished and arrived at the gold shop, it was already past 11 o'clock. The gold shop wasn't very crowded, but it was significantly better than yesterday, with several people looking at jewelry. When the sales staff saw Liu Mingyu approaching, they quickly came over and enthusiastically asked, "Mr. Liu, how can we assist you?" They remembered this wealthy customer who came with a bag of gold. Most importantly, each salesperson had received 10,000 yuan from yesterday's purchase. Seeing the wealthy customer come in, they naturally became extremely enthusiastic. Liu Mingyu smiled and asked, "Is Manager Wang here?" "Yes, Mr. Liu, this way please." The sales assistant led Liu Mingyu to the VIP room where the transaction took place yesterday and then made him a cup of tea. "Mr. Liu, Please wait here for a moment. Manager Wong will be here soon. After the sales assistant went out for a while, Manager Wong from the jewelry store arrived. It's hard to say whether there are dress code requirements here, but Manager Wong was still in the same outfit as yesterday, dressed in professional attire paired with nude stockings, looking very spirited. As soon as Manager Wong entered, she cheerfully said, "Welcome, Mr. Liu." While speaking, her eyes scanned the backpack behind Liu Mingyu, wondering if it contained another bag of gold. The gold purchased yesterday had earned her a significant profit, more than her annual salary. Liu Mingyu didn't say much, directly opening his already prepared backpack, revealing 20 bars of gold, each weighing 500 grams, shining with a golden glow. "Manager Wong, can your store handle this?" Manager Wong's gaze towards Liu Mingyu changed. Just yesterday, he had sold $1 million worth of gold, and today he brought out even more than that. Could it really be stolen? While thinking this, Manager Wong's mouth didn't hesitate at all. Of course, no problem. Is it still at yesterday's price? If this deal goes through, you wouldn't even need to work in the gold shop anymore. No problem. Liu Mingyu nodded. The two had already completed a transaction yesterday, so they were very familiar with the process. After testing the machine, just like yesterday, it was all 24K gold. "Mr. Liu, a total of 10,000 grams of gold at our price from yesterday, 250 yuan per gram, totaling 2.5 million, has already been transferred to your account." Liu Mingyu opened his phone and after a while, received a text message indicating a deposit of 2.5 million yuan. He didn't expect making money to be this easy. In just 2 days, his savings had already risen to over 3 million. Wait, there's still 460 pounds of gold in storage. That's worth tens of millions. However, these cannot be handled like this right now. Opening a gold shop is urgent. Right now, there are only about 400 pounds of gold, but there's still a lot more gold to come. Liu Mingyu plans to get all the gold from the Jiahong settlement into his hands. Chapter 031, Buying a Gold Shop. Liu Mingyu has researched online that starting a smaller jewelry store would cost around 1 million yuan, while a larger jewelry store might require 2 to 3 million yuan. However, this price is mainly due to the cost of gold, and other expenses are not much different from an ordinary store, such as renovation and labor costs. Liu Mingyu's gold shop is prepared to provide gold himself, so it only cost about 1 million to open a store. Renovating a store by himself would take too long, so it would be best to acquire an existing store for direct sale. This store is very good, and it would be even better if he could take it over. With this in mind, Liu Mingyu immediately asked, "Manager Wong, can you ask your boss if there's any intention to transfer this store? How much is the transfer fee?" Manager Wong was taken aback, wondering if this meant he wanted to buy the store. This shopping mall is the largest in the area, and the store she works at is a well-known old shop with a decent customer flow, so the possibility of a transfer is very slim. "I know, but could you help me ask? Maybe your boss really has the idea of transferring." "Then Mr. Liu, please wait here for a moment while I ask our boss." After 5 minutes, Manager Wong came back in and apologetically said, "I'm very sorry. Our boss said that the store is not for transfer at the moment, but they mentioned that there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future." Liu Mingyu was not annoyed, as there were several other jewelry stores besides theirs. And even if they didn't sell here, they could go to other shopping malls and would always be able to buy one. "Thank you. We will cooperate again in the future." After leaving the jewelry store, Liu Mingyu went to the nearby jewelry shop, but none of them were willing to transfer. The foot traffic here is large, so it seems he needs to check out other shopping malls. As a big city, Jiaqing may not compare to first-tier cities like Magic City and Imperial Capital, but its geographical location is good and it has a decent population. Besides this place, there are several large shopping malls nearby. After looking at several jewelry stores in different malls, he finally found one willing to transfer in Yintai City. It was the largest jewelry store in Yintai City, the Longfengxiang Jewelry Store's manager's office. "Boss Liu, thank you for helping me a lot. This store is now in your hands, and I wish you prosperous business and great success." A plump middle-aged man tightly grasped Liu Mingyu's hands. The other person's hands were too greasy, and Liu Mingyu discreetly withdrew his hand. "You're too polite, Boss Zhang. It's a win-win situation." Liu Mingyu acquired the largest gold shop in Yintai City for 3 million. Aside from the manager, who is the original owner's sister and has been transferred, everything else remains unchanged. In fact, the business of this shop is quite good. If it weren't for the owner's unexpected accident, it would have been very difficult for Liu Mingyu to buy this shop for $3 million. The $3 million is basically the cost price. The employees outside had no idea that their boss had already changed in such a short time. After completing the formalities, Boss Zhang walked out of the manager's office, gathered all the employees, and announced, "Dear employees, this shop has been sold to Boss Liu. Please welcome Boss Liu to speak." After announcing the change of ownership, Boss Zhang quietly left the scene, and the boss's sister, who is also the shop manager, had already received the news and left the gold shop with Boss Zhang. After Boss Zhang's announcement, the employees below started to discuss among themselves. What? The boss has changed? I wonder if we will be fired? Probably not. I'm doing quite well here. I hope it won't happen. You see, the previous manager has left. Does that mean it will be our turn next? Liu Mingyu has excellent hearing and can clearly hear the quiet discussions among the employees below. He directly acquired a gold shop to quickly sell gold. And aside from the store manager being the boss's sister, he does not plan to lay off anyone else. Everyone, please be quiet. Once the employees below stopped their hushed discussions, Liu Mingyu announced, "You don't need to worry. We will continue to work as before. I will not lay off anyone." After a pause, he continued, "As long as everyone works well, you won't miss out on bonuses. I announced that starting today, everyone's salary will increase by 20. I hope everyone works hard." Upon hearing that they wouldn't be laid off and that their salaries would increase, everyone broke into applause. There are only 15 employees in the gold shop, which is considered large. In smaller gold shops, many are run directly by the owner without employing staff. An increase of 20 for 15 people's salaries isn't a significant amount. Liu Mingyu knows that if he wants his employees to work well, saying nice things and talking about ideals in life is useless. It's more practical to give them a pay raise. After announcing the raise, everyone went back to their own work. "Master Song, please stay." Liu Mingyu called out to Master Song, who was about to leave. From the jewelry left in the shop, it was clear that Master Song's craftsmanship was quite good. Liu Mingyu's storage space is filled with gold that has been melted into 500-gram bars. To turn these gold bars into jewelry to sell, he will rely on the skills of the masters. "Boss," Master Song paused and respectfully called out, "From now on, our shop will depend on your craftsmanship. I will raise your salary by 50, and I hope you will work hard." "Thank you, boss. I will definitely do my best," Master Song said with a grateful expression. His previous salary was 10,000 yuan, and after the 50 raise, it will be 15,000 yuan. This salary is already considered quite good in this industry. See if there are any skilled masters willing to come to our shop. Bring a few more people over. Considering that there will be a large amount of gold to process later, it's definitely not enough to rely only on Master Song. He needs more people. "Okay, boss." Liu Mingyu naturally couldn't rely solely on Master Song to introduce people, so he also asked others to increase the recruitment staff. For the time being, he didn't take out the gold. The gold left in the store was enough for Master Song to process. Liu Mingyu took out his phone and called Shi Dawei. "Brother Wei, I've opened the gold store. Come over and help me." "What? Are you kidding me?" Shi Dawei was baffled. He had just said in the morning that he wanted to open his own store, and less than a day later, Liu had already opened a gold store? "Really? It's at the Long Fengxiang gold store in Yingtai City. This store is mine now." "Brother Yu, if you're lying to me, dinner's on you tonight. Just come over, and you'll see." "All right, I'll be there in a moment." The two often joked around, but Shi Dawei felt that Liu Mingyu wasn't joking this time. Chapter 032, The New Store Manager. Shi Dawei's workplace was not far from Yingtai City. 15 minutes later, Shi Dawei arrived at the place Liu Mingyu mentioned. "Brother Wei, over here." Liu Mingyu saw Shi Dawei peeking at the door. "Brother Yu, did you really take over this store? You're not teaming up with them to prank me, are you?" Although he saw Liu Mingyu standing at the door of the jewelry store manager's office, Shi Dawei still couldn't quite believe it. Taking over this store truly required at least 2 million. Without that amount, it was impossible. "You've already seen it, and you're still doubting?" Liu Mingyu led Shi Dawei into the manager's office. After a while, a sales assistant brought in 2 cups of water. "Brother Wei, come help me after you resign. This jewelry store needs a store manager," Liu Mingyu said seriously. The store manager, as the most important position, was in charge of all the finances of the jewelry store, and he needed someone trustworthy to help manage it. In this city, besides Shi Dawei, there was no one else more trustworthy. Most importantly, He needed help selling the gold brought back from the apocalypse. Therefore, changes.Gold was the most crucial candidate. Okay, I'll resign this afternoon and come to work here tomorrow. changes.Gold didn't ask about his salary. He believed Liu Mingyu wouldn't shortchange him. Knowing Liu Mingyu really opened a jewelry store, he immediately agreed to help without hesitation. Let's go together this afternoon. I'll resign from the company too. All right, let's go together. Now that he was his own boss, he naturally wouldn't be working for someone else anymore. Back at the company, the two immediately submitted their resignation letters. According to the normal resignation process, one usually had to notify the company a month in advance. However, Liu Mingyu and changes.Gold obviously couldn't wait another month. There was a huge jewelry store that needed management. Their supervisor talked with them, learned they were starting a business, and warned them about the risks of entrepreneurship. Usually, the two got along well with their supervisor. In the afternoon, they completed the handover with the company, effectively leaving their previous jobs. Xiaodong was quite surprised to learn that the two were resigning, not understanding why they suddenly decided to leave. However, everyone has their own aspirations. He and Liu Mingyu only shared a dormitory and weren't as close as the two of them. Since they left the company, they naturally couldn't continue living in the dormitory, which was provided by the company. In the afternoon, they rented 2 connected apartments next to Intai City. Originally, he wanted to rent a 2-bedroom apartment. But after thinking about it, he decided he needed some personal space since he had many things that couldn't be seen by others. So, he ultimately chose to rent 2 apartments. Although the two had lived in the city for 2 to 3 years, they didn't have much stuff, and it only took 1 trip with a small truck to move everything. In the evening, Liu Mingyu invited Xiaodong and changes.Gold to have a farewell dinner together at a local restaurant they had eaten at before. He originally wanted to go to the Jinjiang International Hotel, but since they didn't make a reservation, they had to give up. "Brother Yu, I wish you wealth and prosperity," Xiaodong said, raising his glass, now aware that the two had opened a jewelry store in Intai City. "Thank you, Donga." After dinner, the 3 went to KTV, singing and dancing until they all stumbled out, dizzy from drinking. Their dormitory, which they had shared for many years, was now disbanded. Everyone has their own life trajectory, and once they parted ways, they might not meet again. Regardless, life goes on. The next morning, Liu Mingyu chose not to travel back in time. As long as he didn't travel back, everything there remained frozen, and he could go back anytime. However, he still checked the system. Personal information: name, Liu Mingyu; strength, 27-10, physique, 28-10, agility, 24-10, mental strength, 11-0 points, 0. The effects of the gene evolution potion were still gradually taking effect. Compared to when he first used it, every attribute had increased, with strength rising by 2 points. He didn't know how high it would eventually rise. He estimated that the final stats for a level 1 gene evolution potion should be around 30. Looking at the task list, a new task had refreshed. Task 1, kill 10 level 1 zombies. Task reward, 200 points. Task progress, 0-10. Is this task refreshed once a day? If only this task had appeared when he was teleporting to the community, he would have completed it after killing hundreds of zombies. What a pity. However, killing 10 zombies now was relatively easy. He could complete this task next time he went to the apocalypse. Level 1 zombies? They should refer to ordinary zombies, right? Then those special zombies would be level 2 zombies? Are there even higher level zombies? Like level 3 zombies? Level 4 zombies? What forms do they take? It seems very possible. It's just that the survivors might not have encountered them, or even if they did, they wouldn't know they were level 3, level 4, or even higher zombies. Among those special zombies, there should be higher level zombies. Forget it. He wouldn't think about them for now. The task reward of 200 points seemed pretty good. But when he opened the mall interface, it was still empty with nothing at all. Perhaps certain items would appear after reaching a certain number of points. After all, he currently had 0 points, and even if he had points, he couldn't exchange anything. "Brother, are you awake?" changes.Gold's voice came from outside the door. Liu Mingyu walked to the door, opened it, and said, "Wait for me a moment, I need to change my clothes." He went to the bathroom to freshen up and changed into another outfit. The two had breakfast and then headed to the gold shop. When they arrived at the mall, it was only 9:30. The mall required that it open at 10, and stores needed to prepare in advance, especially gold shops. which would put away all the gold on the counters when closing and take it out again the next day for sale. Yesterday, after Liu Mingyu acquired the gold shop, he only designated one employee to manage it, and since he didn't come by when it closed, the gold was temporarily placed in the shop's safe. The designated employee was nearly scared to death, fearing something unexpected would happen. So they came to work early the next morning and felt relieved to see the gold intact in the safe. When the two arrived at the gold shop, the gold had already been displayed on the counter. "Hello, boss." The salesgirl greeted Liu Mingyu in unison as he approached. "Just in time. I want to announce your new store manager." Soon, everyone was gathered. "This is your new store manager, Mr. Shi Dawei. Let us give him a warm welcome." Liu Mingyu announced Shi Dawei's position. The person who had been designated as the store manager by Liu Mingyu felt a wave of disappointment, as she had thought she might have a chance to become the manager. But upon reflection, such positions were typically held by trusted personnel, so it was unlikely she would be appointed. Shi Dawei formally introduced himself to the staff. Chapter 033, Robbery? In the manager's office, Liu Mingyu opened his backpack, revealing the gold inside. This was the gold he had specifically taken out this morning. "Dawei, this is the gold we need to sell in the store today." Shi Dawei's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen so much gold together before. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Brother Yu, this is a bit overwhelming. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There's even more. How can a gold store operate without gold?" Liu Mingyu chuckled. This bag of gold weighed about 50 pounds, and there was still plenty of storage space left. If he weren't worried about scaring Shi Dawei, he would have wanted to display all the gold at once. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside. Liu Mingyu has good hearing. He seems to have heard the word robbery. He opened the door, only to see two masked men holding two kitchen knives, trembling and shouting, "Don't move, it's a robbery. Hand over the gold inside." Several staff members were so frightened that they hid behind the counter, while some ran to the back room. The gold display cases are made of tempered glass. Without a key, even if one had a sledgehammer, it would be difficult to break them. The two robbers, seeing that no one was handing over the gold, one of the taller robbers angrily shouted, "Hurry up, or I'll kill you." The other robber, slightly shorter, about 165 meters tall, couldn't wait any longer and reached out to try to twist open the display case. Unfortunately, twisting the key from the front is easy, but the robber was standing outside, making it very difficult. Moreover, the key was not inserted. This is done by the jewelry store to prevent theft, so usually after opening, they lock it and take out the key. Unless someone is looking at jewelry, it would be opened. At this time of day, it wasn't yet opening time, so naturally, there wouldn't be a key on it. The shorter robber fumbled with it for a while, but couldn't get it open. "Idiot, use the hammer." The taller robber, seeing that the shorter robber had been trying for a while, without success, cursed. The shorter robber took a small hammer from his bag and began to hit the glass of the display case forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the strikes echoed in the mall. I have to say the quality of this display case is really good. The robber hit it 5 or 6 times without seeing any cracks. Ding, ding, ding. The situation at the jewelry store was caught on the surveillance and immediately triggered the alarm. "Damn it, let me do it." The tall robber took the hammer from the shorter robber's hand. Hearing the alarm, he knew his time was running out. But he was unwilling to leave without any money. He urgently needed a sum of money. It seemed like a long time, but it was only a short while. "Big brother, let's go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." The shorter robber tugged at the taller robber's clothes, looking around. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." Liu Mingyu took a swift step forward, covering the 20-meter distance almost in the blink of an eye. He reached out and snatched the 2 kitchen knives and the iron hammer from the robber's hands. The 2 robbers were momentarily stunned, wondering where their weapons went. When they looked up, all they saw was a fist the size of a clay pot coming at them. Bang! Liu Mingyu quickly threw 2 punches, hitting the faces of 2 men. Both of them fell straight back. Bang! The 2 robbers had the closest contact with the ground. They seemed to be knocked unconscious by Liu Mingyu's fists, lying motionless. Oh no, could it be that they're dead? Although they were robbers, if they really died, it would be a troublesome matter. Liu Mingyu quickly reached out and checked their noses. Fortunately, they were still breathing. Ever since he used the gene evolution potion, Liu Mingyu's strength had increased significantly. This kind of strength was fine in the apocalypse, but in the real world, it could easily kill someone if he wasn't careful. Knowing that his punches were heavier now, he would be more cautious in the future. When Shi Dawei saw Liu Mingyu running over, he wanted to stop him. But Liu Mingyu was just too fast. No way. When did you gain this kind of strength? This is comparable to a boxer's power, right? The staff were also terrified when they encountered robbers. They had been working here for so long, and it was their first time facing a robbery. When they saw the robber being knocked to the ground by Liu Mingyu, they quickly surrounded him, but when they got closer, they realized that the two robbers were lying on the ground, completely motionless. They couldn't be dead, could they? Liu Mingyu knew what they were thinking and explained, "It's okay. They didn't die. They just fainted." After a while, the security guards in the mall also arrived. They found someone to tie up the two robbers with ropes and waited for the police to arrive. "Brother Yu, that was too dangerous just now." Both of them had weapons, Shi Dawei said with a concerned expression, then praised, "But those two punches of yours were really cool." "Yeah, boss. Those two punches were really impressive. Have you practiced boxing?" "Not boxing. I guess the boss has practiced kung fu." "All right. You guys continue with your work and don't delay today's tasks. I'm counting on you to help me make a lot of money." Liu Mingyu told them to disperse. The mall has surveillance cameras, so the two robbers' criminal records are crystal clear. "Brother Yu, running a gold store is too dangerous. It's only the first day, and someone already came to rob us," Shi Dawei mumbled. Although this robbery ended without any real danger, the thought of managing so much gold made him anxious, fearing that he might be robbed if he wasn't careful. Liu Mingyu patted his shoulder and said, "If you really encounter a robber, don't try to stop them like I did. Just let them take what they want. Money can be earned again, but a life lost is truly gone." He asked Shi Dawei to come help, but he didn't want him to get into trouble. Shi Dawei didn't have his abilities. "Got it," Shi Dawei replied. "You all should do the same. If you encounter robbers, just let them take what they want. Personal safety is the most important." Liu Mingyu reminded the other staff members. The robbers came at an earlier time, probably thinking they could take advantage of the gold shop just opening and preparing their goods. But they didn't expect to run into Liu Mingyu and ended up in big trouble. However, looking at the two of them, armed with two kitchen knives and a hammer, it's hard to tell what gave them the courage to rob them all. Although the robbers have been caught, it will take some time to find out why they targeted the gold shop. Liu Mingyu was guessing whether these people were here to take revenge on Boss Zhang. He felt that he had just happened to be caught in the crossfire. Otherwise, it was unlikely that he had just bought this gold shop and was already being robbed, while Boss Zhang had been running his shop here for so long without any incidents. It couldn't just be bad luck, could it? The morning robbery had no impact on the gold shop's business at all. In fact, the foot traffic was even better than before. It was hard to tell whether people were coming to check out the display case that hadn't been smashed by the hammer or if they were genuinely there to buy gold. Overall, increased foot traffic meant a higher likelihood of sales. Chapter 034. Booming sales taking advantage of the increased foot traffic. Liu Mingyu organized a 3-day promotional event at the gold shop. All gold prices were discounted by 20. This was quite a move. Generally, gold shops mainly profit from processing fees and purchasing channels. When gold shops hold promotions, they usually just waive the processing fees. Liu Mingyu's approach was essentially a loss-making business. Currently, the price of gold jewelry in the shop was around 365 yuan per gram, including processing fees. With a 20 discount, that brought the price down to 292 yuan, which was already close to the international market trading price. Selling at this price would mean the shop was operating at a loss. The promotion at Longfengxiang Gold Shop stimulated a large number of people to buy gold. The Chinese have a strong interest in buying gold for collection. Often, gold jewelry is needed for decoration, such as for weddings or various anniversaries, making gold jewelry one of the indispensable gifts. People who come to the gold shop to look at jewelry are generally inclined to buy, and with this promotion, they couldn't resist. One by one, they picked out jewelry as if it were free, carrying large and small bags home. Liu Mingyu even heard someone on the phone calling relatives and friends to come by here. After hearing this, Liu Mingyu laughed heartily. This was the effect he wanted. However, the consequence of selling gold at a 20 discount and with no limit was that just after 3 p.m., Shi Dawei ran over to say, "Brother Yu, there is not enough gold left in the store. I don't think we can last until closing tonight." "No way. Has the gold I gave you this morning sold out already?" Liu Mingyu asked in surprise. Although he knew the store was bustling, seeing so many people inside confirmed it. "Not yet, but it's almost sold out. Everyone is buying like crazy, dozens of grams at a time, and they're just roughly made gold bracelets. If we made them too finely, we really wouldn't have enough for the customers. Dawei was also astonished by the store's booming business. The gold given in the morning was melted down with the help of the staff to make gold bracelets. Fortunately, it only required melting and shaping. Otherwise, even if a few more craftsmen came, it still wouldn't be enough for them to snatch up. It's not like we could sell them raw gold bars directly. But the store also promised that as long as buyers showed a receipt proving they purchased during this promotional period, they could get the corresponding styles made for free. Originally, the gold prices at Longfengxian Gold Store were already cheaper than those at other stores, equivalent to prices from a few years ago. With the added promise of free processing for jewelry, customers were buying without any reservations. It wasn't that he didn't want to get more at once. It was just that the backpack had a limited weight capacity, and putting in 50 pounds of gold was almost breaking the backpack. Upon arriving at the manager's office, he called Dawei in. Liu Mingyu took out the gold and instructed, "Take this out and continue selling to meet customer demand." Perhaps because he had already seen a pile of gold together once, Dawei was not too surprised this time. He simply nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." The foot traffic in the jewelry store was indeed very high, and the 50 pounds of gold brought out later was all sold out in less than 2 hours. Liu Mingyu transported another 100 pounds of gold in the same manner, just barely meeting the supply. The staff were so busy that they couldn't even eat properly. Each person casually grabbed a boxed meal and devoured it. By the time they finished work at 9 p.m., they tallied up the sales. A total of 105,000 grams were sold today, of which 100,000 grams were brought in by Liu Mingyu, and the remaining 5,000 grams were from the original stock in the store. At 292 yuan per gram, 105,000 grams amounted to a revenue of 66 million yuan. It was shocking to realize the total after calculating. Liu Mingyu never expected that his daily income had reached 30 million. Of course, he still had to pay taxes to the government, which required a 3 tax. Even after paying 3 in taxes, his income was still nearly 30 million. It must be said that running a gold store is indeed a legitimate way to handle gold. By the end of the day, everyone was exhausted, slumped in their seats. Liu Mingyu announced loudly at the right moment, "Brothers and sisters, thank you all for your hard work today. This month, everyone's bonus will be doubled." General Manager Liu is impressive. Upon hearing that the bonuses for this month were doubled, those who were slumped in their seats seemed to regain their motivation. With over 30 million in gold sold, everyone's performance bonuses were already considerable. As long as the boss's gold is timely, with the bonuses doubled this month, many people would receive 50,000 or even 100,000. Once the cheers began to subside, Liu Mingyu announced again, "Due to the tight schedule today, I will treat everyone to a late-night snack. There are still 2 days left for the event, and after 2 days, I will treat everyone to a feast at the Jinjiang International Hotel." Liu Mingyu, along with the 16 employees from the store, prepared 2 tables of food at a nearby hotel and had a late-night meal together. By midnight, most people had already fallen asleep, but there were still many people on the streets struggling for a living. The roadside food stalls were at their busiest during this time. "Dawei, look at those people on the street. They seem just like us yesterday," Liu Mingyu sighed. "If it weren't for the emergence of the apocalypse system, I would be just like them, either eating skewers by the roadside or being the one making the skewers." Dawei replied in astonishment, "That was our life yesterday." Liu Mingyu was speechless. It seems so." Liu Mingyu continued, "Dawei, you didn't mention the salary issue this morning. I've decided to give you 10 of the jewelry store shares. You help me keep a good watch on things." 10? That's too much. Dawei quickly waved his hands in refusal. Although 10 didn't sound like a lot, he knew that today's revenue had already exceeded 30 million. 10% would mean 3 million, a figure that caught him off guard. He had agreed to help out because he genuinely wanted to assist Liu Mingyu, not for that 10 stake. He was aware that Liu Mingyu was importing a large amount of gold, and 30 million was just today's revenue. There were still 2 more days of activities coming up, and he didn't know how much gold would be involved. This was not just a matter of 3 million, but possibly even 10 million. If someone suddenly offered you 10 million, what would you do? Liu Mingyu said firmly, "Brother, I've become successful now, and I naturally won't forget you. 10 is nothing. In fact, the 10 from the gold store is far more than just 10 million. However, This is also related to the fact that Liu Mingyu does not need to spend money to purchase gold. If it were another gold store, they would need to buy gold from jewelry factories, which also incurs costs, so it wouldn't have that much value. Liu Mingyu decided that after finishing this batch of gold, he would need to bring over the other gold and calculate the costs. Upon hearing Liu Mingyu's firm tone, changes.Gold accepted it as well and made up his mind to help Liu Mingyu manage the store well. Liu Mingyu seemed to sense changes.Gold's thoughts. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, just treat it as learning, don't be too nervous." Chapter 035. The fire continues because all the gold in the store had been sold out yesterday. Liu Mingyu arrived at the store early the next morning and brought out all the gold from the storage space, totaling 260 pounds. The gold bars, 260 pounds in total, were piled up in the manager's office, and under the light, the entire room glimmered with gold. By 9 a.m., the staff had arrived one after another. Since it was gold bars, they could only make simple bracelets. Yesterday, Master Song had been very busy in the workshop by himself, and even when someone came to help later, he was still exhausted. This morning, as soon as he started work, Master Song brought over 2 people around 25 years old. "Boss, these 2 are my apprentices. They have been learning for more than 2 years and can make very beautiful jewelry." Since they were Master Song's apprentices, Liu Mingyu didn't mind as long as they could do a decent job. However, some high-end talent was still needed. It wasn't feasible to keep holding such promotions. And he had also promised those customers that they could come to the store later to create their favorite jewelry, which was one of the reasons for the explosive sales yesterday. Liu Mingyu nodded. "No problem, but about the salary, the apprentice's salary definitely won't be the same as yours. How about this? Since we have time now, you can casually create a piece of jewelry to see." Although he didn't mind offering a slightly higher salary than the market, he still needed the other party to have some real skills. Otherwise, the other employees would be dissatisfied. "All right, thank you, boss. Away, Aoyang, I have tools in my studio. Make a ring and be quick." Master Song also knew that Liu Mingyu was pressed for time, so he naturally advised them to make a simple ring. If they were to make a necklace or other jewelry, it would take much longer and wouldn't be suitable for the current demonstration. The 2 entered Master Song's studio. Each took a gold bar and began preparing their works. The 2 worked quickly on the gold rings, and after about 10 minutes, they finished their rings with less than a minute's difference between them. Given just 10 minutes, it was naturally impossible to create something very intricate. However, Liu Mingyu looked at the 2 rings in front of him and found them to be quite distinctive. He felt they didn't differ much from the ones displayed in other gold shops. Liu Mingyu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Your salaries are provisionally set at 10,000 yuan. When you officially start working, your salaries will increase." "Thank you, boss." Away and Aoyang shouted loudly. The salary of 10,000 yuan was beyond their expectations. Generally, in gold shops, the salary for apprentices ranges from 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, while better craftsmen earn around 10,000 to 15,000. Now, with Liu Mingyu offering them a salary of 10,000 yuan, it was already considered a craftsman-level salary. With the addition of 2 more people for jewelry processing, the speed of making rings and bracelets significantly increased. By the time it was 10 o'clock, as soon as the store opened, a large crowd immediately rushed over. The staff from other gold shops nearby looked on enviously. They understood why Long Fengxian Gold Shop was so popular, but they were not the bosses and had no authority to make such decisions. Even if they were the bosses, it would be impossible to sell like this. If they really did, they would be losing money. Running a business is naturally about making a profit. Who would engage in a loss-making venture? It was only because Liu Mingyu managed to acquire a large amount of gold from the apocalypse world that he dared to do this. And he even had no purchase restrictions, running this for 3 days straight. Before long, the crowd had packed the gold shop tightly. Customers lined up directly at the service counter, loudly stating their requests. Clearly, these people already knew that there were no styles to choose from in this shop, only weight options, so they bluntly informed the staff of their needs. "I want a 100-gram large bracelet. I want a 50-gram bracelet. 80 grams. 30 grams. By the end, everyone was no longer discussing whether it was a bracelet or not, but simply stating the weight. After all, everyone was currently choosing a bracelet style. As for wanting to change to another style later, They could simply bring today's invoice, and they could naturally exchange it for a style they like for free. Longfengxian Gold Shop, as an old store, still had many classic styles. These buyers were purchasing anywhere from dozens of grams to hundreds of grams. From 10 o'clock until lunchtime, nearly 30,000 grams had already been sold. Liu Mingyu was also taken aback by the people rushing to buy. Where are all these people coming from? And why do they seem like they don't have to pay? Wow, at this sales rate, the 260 gene or 130,000 grams of gold that were brought out today could be sold in just one day. It looks like I need to make another trip to the apocalypse world. Otherwise, there won't be any gold left to sell tomorrow. Fortunately, when I go to the apocalypse world, time here is also frozen, so I'm not worried about missing out on time. While the gold shop is booming in sales, Liu Mingyu is also checking the tasks in the system. This morning, because of the gold shop's event, he needed to provide gold, so he didn't cross over. Although he didn't cross over, he noticed that the crossing icon actually showed the number 2. Does this mean he can cross over twice? Previously, whenever the cooldown time hit, he would cross over to the apocalypse world, so he couldn't determine if it was real. If the number changes to 3 by 8 a.m. tomorrow, that would indicate that the crossing times can accumulate. Besides this change, the task system has also updated with a new task. Now there are 2 tasks in the taskbar. Task 1, kill 10 level 1 zombies. Task reward, 200 points. Task progress, 0-10. Task 2, kill 100 level 1 zombies. Task reward, 500 points. Task progress, 0-100. 2 tasks to kill level 1 zombies have appeared simultaneously. This task should also refresh daily according to real time. I just don't know how many tasks can be accumulated at most. 5 or 10. Liu Mingyu's situation is currently unknown, but when there is more free time in the future, I could try to accumulate some experience and see where the limit actually lies. Also, the accumulation of crossing times can be tested as well. Chapter 036, Returning to the End Times. Liu Mingyu took out 260 pounds of gold in the morning, and by 8 o'clock in the evening, it was all sold out. Since there was no more gold to take out, he closed the store early. Some customers who couldn't buy any complained. If one doesn't have the capacity, they shouldn't make unlimited purchase statements. However, after some discussion, he managed to persuade the remaining customers to leave, promising that there would be no purchase limits tomorrow and that the store would stay open until 9 o'clock. With 260 pounds of gold, totaling 130,000 grams at 292 yuan per gram, it brought in nearly 38 million yuan. As of now, Liu Mingyu's account has reached 67 million yuan. With such high income, Liu Mingyu sent out a red envelope of 100,000 yuan in the workgroup, causing everyone to scramble for it, with each person grabbing no less than 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan isn't much for Liu Mingyu now, but it's a significant amount for the employees below. Everyone started showing off in their social circles. Liu Mingyu shook his head at this. He wanted to show off too, but thought better of it. One should be a bit low-key. After midnight, Liu Mingyu opened the task list and found that a new task had appeared. Task 3, kill 1,000 level 1 zombies. Task reward, 1,000 points. Task progress, 0-1,000. It seems the task refresh time is at midnight in real time. He is certain it's at midnight because he had spent a night in the apocalyptic world, but no new tasks had refreshed there. Not noticing any other changes, he freshened up and went to bed. The next day, before 7 o'clock, Liu Mingyu got up. Due to the gene evolution potion, he felt no fatigue after sleeping at midnight. He felt full of energy. Checking his crossing skill, it still showed 2. Although he could cross at any time, he decided to wait until after 8 o'clock to see if he could store it for 3 times. Since he was living alone, he wasn't worried about anything shocking appearing. He took out the smart wristband from his storage space. When he opened the smart wristband, a beam of light projected into the air, and a small sprite appeared in the center of the screen. The sprite fluttered its wings and looked at Liu Mingyu with a pitiful expression, saying, "Master, do you not want me anymore? Why haven't you visited me for several days?" "Of course not, my little cutie." Seeing the sprite made Liu Mingyu feel energized. However, because the 3D projection function of a smart wristband is too powerful in the real world, it doesn't appear easily. In fact, Liu Mingyu was overthinking. If he turned off the 3D projection, The smart wristband would be similar to other wristbands and wouldn't attract much attention. The smart wristband can indeed turn off the 3D projection, and the sprite can also display itself on the screen. Does the master need help? Hearing Liu Mingyu say no, the sprite, like a little child, immediately became happy, flapping its wings and scattering blue light in the air, resembling a little fairy. Remind me at 8 in the morning, and then let us watch a movie. Okay, master. The sprite disappeared from the center of the screen, and a popular apocalyptic action movie, Apocalypse Attack, appeared before Liu Mingyu. This movie was made using 3D projection technology and tells the story of global destruction caused by an unexpected meteorite, with heroes leading the remaining humans to rebuild civilization. Because it used 3D projection technology, it felt very realistic, and every shot made one feel as if they were there. Liu Mingyu watched with enthusiasm, feeling both excited and tearful. Just as he was getting into the movie, suddenly, the characters were frozen, and the sprite's voice rang out. Master, it's 8 o'clock. Master, it's 8 o'clock. The sprite's voice rang several times until Liu Mingyu turned off the smart wristband. After watching Apocalypse Attack, Liu Mingyu wondered if it was a prophecy. The scenes in the movie were so similar to what he encountered in the apocalyptic world. Are there others like the protagonist, rebuilding civilization somewhere for their families and for civilization? Liu Mingyu thinks that next time, he should finish watching this film. The film has a length of 6 hours, and it really takes a long time to watch it all. Liu Mingyu checked the time-traveling skill, and indeed the numbers displayed had changed. Now, there was a 3 on top. Great! It seems my guess was correct, Liu Mingyu thought to himself with joy. Liu Mingyu checked the items in the storage space again, and everything was ready. After the gold was moved out yesterday, there was now a lot of empty space. Liu Mingyu went to the farmer's market again to buy bulk salt, filling this void. It's not easy to make a trip, so he tries not to waste anything. He sets the fixed coordinates of the real world in his own room. Naturally, the coordinates from the company dormitory can no longer be used, which is a bit wasteful. Fortunately, there are 5 coordinates available for use. When he runs out of coordinates in the future, he can spend energy crystals to reset them. After getting ready, Liu Mingyu silently muttered in his heart, "Transcend." Liu Mingyu disappeared in his room, and at that moment, time in this world came to a halt. The next moment, Liu Mingyu appeared in the apocalyptic world, in a room that He Wenqing had prepared for him. Even after so many transitions, he still felt it was incredible. "Thank you for cleaning the room so well," Liu Mingyu said as he saw He Wenqing tidying up things. He Wenqing replied while wiping the table, "You're too polite, boss. As long as you don't mind it being dirty." At that moment, Liu Haipeng finished counting the situation of the slaves and walked over, saying, "Boss, I have registered everyone's information, and I will send you the data right away." Liu Mingyu nodded and opened his smart wristband. "Okay, send it to me to take a look." The data was not much, and it was transmitted instantly. Liu Mingyu opened the documents, and indeed, everyone's information was recorded in detail. However, whether the information is true or not remains to be investigated. Liu Mingyu asked Liu Haipeng to compile some simple data, which did not involve any privacy issues. There were no problems regarding the slaves. They probably knew themselves that if they did not report truthfully, they would really be in trouble once their master found out. Now, Liu Mingyu provides them with good food and clothing, which is much better than what they had in their original places. Chapter 037, Development Team. Liu Mingyu first looked at the information about Liu Haipeng and the others. Some of the information he already knew through conversations, but there were still many things he didn't understand. Liu Haipeng, 38 years old this year, was a corporate white-collar worker before the apocalypse and a fitness enthusiast. It was his passion for fitness that gave him the ability to protect himself when the apocalypse came and helped him gather a team that was barely surviving in this new world. Ma Yifeng, 35 years old this year, was a programmer before the apocalypse, primarily providing services in virtual reality technology. Liu Mingyu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the person referred to as a madman in the team was actually a programmer, and a virtual reality programmer at that. He wasn't sure how skilled this guy was, but if he wanted to transfer post-apocalyptic technology to the real world, he would need to find more people in the IT industry. Perhaps he should shift his focus to those slaves. While they might not be useful in the apocalypse, if they could be effectively utilized, their help would be tremendous. Wu Juanhao, 25 years old, was a professional thief and hacker before the apocalypse. He ranked third among hackers in Huaxiao before the end of the world and was skilled in infiltrating various systems. It was surprising that Wu Juanhao's profession was a thief. The nickname Rat was indeed fitting. Liu Mingyu had witnessed his abilities in the community, and although he wasn't sure about the hacker technology level in this world, being ranked meant his skills were undoubtedly impressive. Even in the apocalypse, this guy was doing quite well with protective devices in his home. If it weren't for someone like a rat hacking into their system and breaking their defenses from the inside, it would be a troublesome situation. Just like when Liu Mingyu encountered this situation in the community, without powerful tools, he could only be helpless. Li Liping, 24 years old, was Wu Juanhao's wife. Before the apocalypse, she was an ordinary sales assistant without any special abilities, and now she was a cook in the apocalypse. Li Hongtao, 30 years old, was a retired shooting athlete before the apocalypse, skilled in shooting. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse began, firearms became scarce, and he couldn't showcase his talents. This was good. A skilled shooter could make good use of the assault rifle for walkers, making him a strong teammate. He Wenqing, 28 years old, was a nurse before the apocalypse and knew some basic wound treatment. Sun Honglang and Li Wenbo were both 22 years old and were students before the apocalypse. They were classmates in the same high school and were just ordinary high school students with no special talents. If they had any, it was that they were gaming geniuses. They could hardly be challenged by any popular games on the market. However, now that the apocalypse had arrived, there were no games to speak of, and during peacetime, they could have made a career out of it. The older brother, Yang Jiong, was 25 years old, and the younger brother, Yang Jiqiang, was 23 years old. Both were veterans with some strength, and compared to ordinary people, their physical abilities were quite good. This was also why the two brothers could survive in the apocalypse. After 5 years of living in the apocalypse, their strength had greatly increased, making them key members of the team. As for the three children, there were no special talents recorded, but their information was registered. Liu Wenxuan, 10 years old, was Liu Haipeng's son. Ma Qishan, 8 years old, was Ma Yifeng's son. Wu Jiaoyang, 6 years old, was Wu Juanhao's son. In this team, Ma Juanhao's family could be considered the most complete, with a wife and children by his side. The families of the others were either dead or missing. 5 years had passed since the apocalypse began, and those who were missing had likely turned into part of the zombie horde. For the other members of the team, they were like a big family. Overall, Liu Haipeng's team was doing quite well. Looking again at the information on the purchased slaves, there were 8 men and 2 women, all high in talents, and they all belonged to the same company, though their professions varied. It was very likely that these people had been wiped out in one go. Even though there were some signs when the apocalypse began, many people were still going to work normally at that time. The company they previously worked for was a well-known gaming operations company before the apocalypse, and after the world ended, their previous jobs became useless. With the apocalypse, everyone struggled to afford food, and survival itself became an issue, leaving no one with the inclination to play games. Fortunately, these individuals were in decent physical condition and managed to survive in this harsh world. But it was clear from their appearances that living these past years had not been easy. Once urban white-collar workers before the apocalypse, they had now fallen to the status of slaves, reduced to cannon fodder on the battlefield and scapegoats. Liu Mingyu was indeed taken aback by their information. For others, these people were merely cannon fodder, but for him, someone who wanted to apply apocalyptic technology to the real world, they were extremely valuable. After looking again, he found that other special skills were not particularly useful for the time being. Skills like basketball and dancing, what purpose do they serve? However, this was also something Liu Mingyu had instructed, asking them to list all their special skills, so he could only tolerate it. Liu Mingyu waved at Liu Haipeng to call these people over. After a while, 10 individuals stood neatly in front of Liu Mingyu, all with their heads down, unsure of what to write. They all raised their heads. Looking at these slaves, aside from being a bit thin, their overall condition was still quite good. After some time of care, they should be able to recover. He didn't want them to die right after he had just gathered them. These individuals were key to the transition of technology in the apocalypse. The 10 people trembled as they raised their heads, afraid of inadvertently angering their new master. As their lives depended entirely on his thoughts, they would prefer to live well rather than survive in misery. Those who had been captured as slaves, If they truly wanted to die, would have done so long ago and wouldn't have fallen to the status of slaves. I will call out names, and those who were mentioned should step forward. Although Liu Mingyu has the information on everyone, the names don't match the people, so he needs to get to know them. Luo Wenyong. As soon as he finished speaking, a person over 7 meters tall, as thin as a skeleton, stood up. This is the supervisor of the original game development team, with top-notch skills. Li Chubing, Qian Wenkai, Li Fingjiu, Zhao Yu. Every time Liu Mingyu reads a name, someone steps forward. After he finishes reading 10 names, he has a preliminary impression of these people. Among these 10 individuals, each one is remarkable. If the information they provide is true, their team could develop some small games. Liu Mingyu feels that some of his plans can be implemented ahead of time. Chapter 038. How to Achieve Artificial Intelligence. Luo Wenyong, if I give you some necessary equipment, can you develop a virtual reality game? Liu Mingyu wants to develop virtual reality games in the real world, but he doesn't plan to move the virtual reality games to the real world all at once. Taking a small step ahead is genius, while taking a big step ahead is madness. He also wants to use these technologies to enjoy a luxurious life in the real world. Although he has sold gold worth tens of millions in the past few days, that is nothing for the wealthy. Now he is backed by a post-apocalyptic world, and it is a world with technology nearly 100 years more advanced than the real world, so he naturally does not want to just live an ordinary life. He wants to use these technologies to lead the world, to lead globally. If one has the ability, a system, why fear failure? He originally just wanted to live quietly as a wealthy man, but which young person doesn't have a bit of ambition? When he used to read novels, he wondered if those virtual reality games could be realized within his lifetime. Now that there is suddenly such an opportunity, why wait? If others can't do it, he will do it himself. Wanting to do it is not just talk. It requires a gradual approach. Luo Wenyong did not understand why Liu Mingyu suddenly asked this question. This question was incredibly simple for him, as it is his specialty. However, just thinking about how this specialty has not helped him in the apocalypse made him feel disheartened. Although he doesn't know what kind of game the master wants to create, developing games is his old profession. For him, who was once a renowned game development supervisor before the apocalypse, it is completely no problem. He has no ideas at the moment. Liu Mingyu suddenly took out another phone, which was a Huawei phone brought from the real world. Not expensive, just a phone costing 1,500 yuan. He could naturally afford a better phone now. But after getting the smart wristband, he was too lazy to use other phones and just made do with his old phone in the real world. Liu Mingyu handed his phone to Luo Wenyong and asked, "Can you migrate the basic artificial intelligence to this device?" Luo Wenyong bent down to take the phone and looked closely at it. Isn't this an old antique phone from Huawei Group? Why is the owner still using such an outdated model? As the leader in technology in Huaxia, Huawei Group has maintained a world-leading level in device manufacturing since breaking through technological barriers 90 years ago. Luo Wenyong had previously followed information about smartphones from that era online, so he had some impression of it. After checking the device information, he replied, "Master, this device is not capable of migrating basic artificial intelligence. Its hardware and software are too low-end. In fact, calling it low-end was already flattering this phone. From the perspective of 100 years later, it wouldn't even qualify as low-end." Luo Wenyong chose to say this to spare Liu Mingyu's feelings. During the development of semiconductors, there was a person named Gordon Moore who proposed Moore's law. The gist of it is that when prices remain constant, the number of components that can be accommodated on an integrated circuit will double approximately every 18 to 24 months, and performance will also double. In other words, the computing power that can be purchased for $1 will more than double every 18 to 24 months. This law has also been extended to the speed of other advancements in information technology. Throughout the development of computers, it has generally adhered to Moore's law. Although entering the 21st century, the pace has slowed slightly, with cycles extending to 3 years. According to this development speed, even if the cycle is extended a bit further, after 100 years of development, the information technology in a post-apocalyptic world would far exceed that of 2019. Therefore, Liu Mingyu somewhat agreed with Luo Wenyong's statement and did not mind the derogatory connotation of low-end in his words. Seeing Liu Mingyu a bit distracted, Luo Wenyong felt anxious. realizing that the master really wanted to run basic artificial intelligence on this old antique phone. He also wanted to accomplish this task, but his capabilities were limited. Suddenly, he thought of a solution and quickly said, "Master, perhaps we could use a lightweight version of artificial intelligence." Liu Mingyu asked in confusion, "A simplified version of artificial intelligence? Is that still artificial intelligence?" Luo Wenyong explained, "Actually, it's not really a simplified version of artificial intelligence. It's more like the predecessor of artificial intelligence. Current artificial intelligence has developed through this path. Artificial intelligence has high requirements for devices. It needs to store a large database. This phone of the owner has too little memory to store enough databases, and even if we choose a new programming language, we cannot compress such a large database. However, we can opt for cloud processing, storing the database on a server, and then the artificial intelligence on the phone can read it remotely. This way, we can run basic artificial intelligence on this antique-level phone." Perhaps because Liu Mingyu raised a question that Luo Wenyong could not resolve, another person, Chen Wenkai, stepped forward and said, "Owner, this method has flaws. This phone's wireless network is 4G, which is insufficient for the artificial intelligence to read remotely. The reading speed would be too slow, causing lag, which is worse than not adding it at all." After hearing this, Luo Wenyong nodded and said, "I'm sorry, owner. I didn't think of this layer. It's my mistake." Liu Mingyu waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. I'll leave this phone to you. You guys should research how to run basic artificial intelligence on it." He didn't expect that Luo Wenyong and the others could transfer basic artificial intelligence to his phone just by taking a look. "Master, we guarantee to complete the task." Everyone responded in unison. They were wholeheartedly committed to the task Liu Mingyu assigned to them. Not being sent out as cannon fodder was already a great kindness. "By the way, besides you few, does your company have others?" A large game company naturally couldn't have only 10 people. Although they said they could develop virtual reality games. Who knew if they were lying just to survive? Moreover, the more talents, the better. Speaking of this, Luo Wenyong and the others felt a bit down. Luo Wenyong replied, "We have many more people in our company, but most of them have been captured and turned into slaves." Thinking of this, they felt helpless. Originally, their small team in the company was doing fairly well in the apocalypse, but when faced with various gunfire suppressions, they could only become prisoners. It seemed they needed to buy more slaves. When they traded with Lu Fugue later, they would check if there were any slaves left on their side. "How's he? You study with them," Liu Mingyu said to Ma Juanhao. Luo Wenyong and the others might not be able to achieve it, but Ma Juanhao, ranked third among hackers in Huaxia, still had a bit of confidence. Ma Juanhao responded and took Luo Wenyong and the others to his room, where he could better showcase his abilities. Chapter 039, Braised Rice with Bacon. "I'll go out for a bit, and I'll contact you by phone later." Liu Mingyu instructed Lu Haiping. Lu Haiping asked, "Boss, do you need me to go with you?" Liu Mingyu shook his head and said, "Not for now. I'll go receive the food and contact you later." He was, of course, not really going to receive food. In this world, food was scarce, and there was hardly any food available for him. His food was naturally brought over from the real world, and he was just doing it for Lu Haiping and the others to see. In fact, Lu Haiping also knew that Liu Mingyu was quite mysterious, but he didn't delve deeper. After all, as long as he could get food, there was no need to investigate further. Sometimes, it was better to be a bit clueless about certain things. After politely declining the other's company, Liu Mingyu left the villa and headed straight to the house he had bought yesterday. He took out the rice, cured meat, and salt, but only brought out 20 pounds of salt. 20 pounds of salt may not sound like much, but in reality, it could last a long time. The average adult needs about 6 grams of salt per day, and with a total of 24 people in the villa, including Liu Mingyu, this amount of salt could last for over 2 months. He planned to sell the rest of the salt to Lu Fugue and the others. Liu Mingyu's team naturally couldn't remain at just 24 people forever. He also planned to continue purchasing slaves, which would accelerate the consumption of food supplies. However, for others, salt was a rare commodity, while for Liu Mingyu, it was sufficient to just bring back a little each time he visited. After preparing, Liu Mingyu opened his smart wristband and video called Lu Haiping. "Brother Liu, same place as before, drive over and bring more people. We have quite a bit of food today." Lu Haiping nodded in response. "Okay, I'll be there right away." Hearing about the food, Liu Haiping was overjoyed. He wouldn't have to fight off zombies for enough supplies, making life quite enjoyable. Crazy, Bozy, Longzi, Taozi, come here, let's go help the boss move the food, Liu Haiping shouted in the living room. Food. Upon hearing the word, not only the four called out, but others also rushed out. All right, you all stay home. The five of us will go. Liu Haiping declined the requests of the others. After leaving the villa and getting into his modified off-road vehicle, he headed towards Liu Mingyu's location. It was quite late to be searching outside, and he wasn't afraid of special zombies. Everyone had no choice. Food was becoming scarcer, and with a large team like theirs, the consumption was even greater. Sooner or later, they would be forced to search for food in the city like others. After Liu Haiping drove out, the neighbors started gossip. Normally, Liu Haiping would only take most people out when searching for food. At other times, it would just be one or two people. Today, with 5 of them going out, the neighbors mistakenly thought they were off searching again. Liu Haiping didn't care what others thought. As long as he could get food, that was enough. However, the neighbors weren't entirely wrong. He was indeed going to get food, but not by searching through a horde of zombies, rather by transporting food. The vehicle soon arrived at the designated location, which was quite remote, and by evening, there were hardly any people around. Liu Mingyu heard the noise from the car, looked out from upstairs, and saw that it was indeed Liu Haiping and the others. He opened the door and let them in. One person stayed in the car to keep watch while the others went inside. There weren't many people around, but that didn't mean there was no one at all. It would be quite funny if the food moved to the car got stolen. Brother Liu, move all of this to the car. Liu Mingyu lifted a piece of oil paper, revealing a pile of rice and a pile of cured meat on the ground. The white rice dazzled everyone's eyes, and the aroma of the cured meat wafted over, making Liu Haiping and the others swallow their saliva involuntarily. This is too awesome. Where did the boss get this rice? Who cares? Is this the rice we're going to eat? Liu Haiping and the others were almost forgetting what cured meat felt like. Be careful. Don't let a single grain of rice fall, Liu Haiping instructed, and he was the first to scoop up the rice and start putting it into the bag. Liu Mingyu bought bulk rice without bags to carry it. Liu Haiping, knowing they were there to transport food, prepared bags in advance. Luckily, they brought enough bags to hold everything. However, without tools like shovels, Liu Haiping and the others had to scoop the rice into the bags by hand. The hidden team missed a single grain, leaving everything clean. The cured meat was easy to handle. 500 pounds of it wasn't too much, and they could just bag it up. Once the bags were filled, they loaded them into the car and headed towards the villa. Liu Haiping and his team had no time to admire the beautiful scenery as they were busy moving food into the villa. They had to hurry. Although it was already evening, the sunset allowed them to see what they were carrying. Neighbors, idling outside, noticed Liu Haiping and his team moving large and small bags into the villa and started teasing them. One older neighbor jokingly remarked, "Brother Liu, you've gathered quite a lot in such a short time. You must have had a good haul." Liu Haiping smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Just exchanged some supplies outside." He simply went out for a little while, so it was natural that he couldn't be searching, and he made up an excuse to avoid raising suspicion. In reality, they often exchanged things they didn't need for supplies that were useful to them at the market. Previously, they would only send 1 or 2 people to exchange supplies, unlike today when they brought a whole team. Did they really need a team to exchange supplies? Regardless of whether others believed it or not, he believed it himself. He then urged the others to speed up the transport. Fortunately, there wasn't much to carry, and each person made a couple of trips to finish the job. They returned to the villa. Liu Mingyu asked Li Liping and the other women to cook, and they all made rice, each paired with a small half-a-gene of cured meat. "Boss, isn't this a bit wasteful?" Li Liping asked. Usually, everyone mainly had porridge, and rice was only cooked during outings. On nights like this, when they were resting at home, porridge was the staple. It was already good enough to have rice to eat, and now there was delicious cured meat to go with it. This dinner was simply too lavish. "Don't worry about leftovers, just cook. If we run out of food, I'll handle it." Liu Mingyu waved his hand. If he wanted people to work hard, he had to make sure they were well fed. Liu Mingyu never considered cutting back on this aspect. That night, a delicious cured meat rice dish was served. The rich aroma filled the entire room, making everyone drool. Under Liu Mingyu's orders, the dinner portion was increased. On average, each person ate at least 3 large bowls of rice, filling their stomachs to the brim. Especially for Luo Wenyong and the others. Their previous life as slaves barely allowed them to survive, and now suddenly having enough to eat was an overwhelming happiness. They were extremely grateful to Liu Mingyu and silently vowed to work hard to complete their master's tasks so they could live well. Although the cured meat rice was delicious, Liu Mingyu only ate a little before stopping. Finally, Liu Mingyu instructed, from now on, prepare meals according to today's standards. Yay, that's great. There will be meat to eat tomorrow. Little Liu Wenxuan exclaimed happily upon hearing there would be meat. The others laughed along. The villa was filled with joy in the pitch-black night. Chapter 040, Resort. Liu Mingyu felt that his biological clock was about to be messed up. He had rested for a night in the real world, but when he arrived in the apocalyptic world, it was already afternoon, losing half a day's time in between. By evening, he was still not tired and spent the entire night studying in the virtual world using a virtual helmet. Although there weren't many games in the virtual helmet and most were educational, it was better than being bored and staring blankly in his room. The next day, Liu Mingyu woke up feeling energetic, showing no signs of fatigue at all. This was related to his physical condition. When the virtual helmet was developed, it was originally meant to receive information from the virtual world. Later, it was discovered that wearing the helmet at night could substitute for sleep, providing the same resting function. As long as the nutrient pod was well supplied, some people could even go a week without coming out. Sometimes Liu Mingyu thought about how, after traveling to the apocalyptic world, time in the real world stopped, and when he returned to the real world, time in the apocalyptic world continued. It was as if Liu Mingyu experienced 2 days while others only experienced one. In the short term, it might not be noticeable, but over time, he would have aged into an old man, while others remained middle-aged. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Liu Mingyu shook his head, quickly dismissing such frightening thoughts. Perhaps the system would have a way to resolve this situation in the future. The next morning, after breakfast, Liu Mingyu sat in the living room. At this point, the living room had been tidied up, and the items that were originally in the living room had been moved to other rooms. He felt that this place was still too small. With 24 people, many had to share a room just to make it work. Having been in the apocalypse for a few days, he had spent most of his time in a few limited places and had not explored others at all. If he wanted to find a larger place, he needed to ask someone. Brother Liu, do you know if there are any safer places nearby that can accommodate more people? Naturally, he sought out Liu Haipeng, who had lived here for 5 years. Liu Haipeng spoke the truth. Large, safe buildings were basically all in the inner city. In the outer city, they were either low buildings or in remote areas. The settlement had been developing here for 5 years, and the good, safe houses were already occupied. In the apocalypse, there were actually plenty of houses. They were everywhere, but what was lacking were safe houses. Liu Mingyu had a bit of a headache. It would be great if he could get the villas next door as well. Unfortunately, they had already been occupied by others, and he couldn't just force people out. If he did that, it would surely provoke public anger. Liu Haipeng probably guessed Liu Mingyu's thoughts and remembered a small manor not far from the outer city, which used to be a resort. Since it was a bit far from the settlement and somewhat isolated, they had only searched there once before and had not returned since. There should be a small number of wandering zombies there now, which should fit Liu Mingyu's idea. Liu Haipeng thought of this and said, "Boss, I know of a resort about 3 kilometers from here where many people can stay. A few hundred should be no problem. However, it is quite far from the settlement, so we won't be able to purchase a lot of supplies there." Liu Mingyu's eyes lit up after hearing this. Wasn't this exactly the place he needed to find? He could provide the supplies. He immediately stood up excitedly and said, "Where is that place? Call the brothers, and let's go take a look." Okay. Liu Haipeng called Li Hongtao and Yang Jiong, along with Liu Mingyu, and the 5 of them got in the modified truck and headed towards the resort. The zombies near the settlement had basically been cleared out, and occasionally, some stray zombies would wander over, but they were easily taken down by passing pedestrians. The road to the resort was all paved, in very good condition, and the 3-kilometer journey took less than 5 minutes. The name of the resort was Dreamland Leisure Resort. Liu Mingyu jokingly said, "This can't be a resort opened by the owner of Dream Bar, right?" Liu Haipeng explained, "Not really. It's just a coincidence that the 2 names overlap." After passing the signboard, they entered the resort, where a wide parking lot lay ahead. At this moment, a few zombies were wandering around the parking lot. The roar of a truck attracted the scattered zombies nearby. Having not seen humans for a long time, the wandering zombies had filled this resort again. Howl! The zombies rushed towards this direction like a pack of wild runners. Bang! Li Hongtao's assault rifle fired a burst of flames, hitting a nearby zombie right in the forehead, blood splattering out. That zombie, propelled by inertia, took a few steps forward and then stopped moving. Good shooting. Liu Mingyu sincerely exclaimed that the zombie was about 100 meters away, and being able to hit it in the forehead was indeed impressive. Bang, bang, bang. Li Hongtao raised his rifle, calmly watching the swarm of approaching zombies, shooting one zombie with each shot, each bullet hitting the head. The weakness of zombies is in their heads. If their heads aren't smashed or chopped off, they can still survive. With a Walker assault rifle, Li Hongtao single-handedly held back a large number of zombies. 30 bullets eliminated 30 zombies. There were far more than 30 zombies roaming the resort, and the gunfire attracted more from further away. Brothers, it's our turn. Liu Mingyu shouted loudly as he took out his iron spear, facing the rushing zombies. The others each took out their weapons, got out of the car, and looked for a corner to lean against the wall. They had all been surviving in the apocalypse for 5 years, and there was no need for words. The skills for killing zombies had already become ingrained in their bones. The first time Liu Mingyu encountered a zombie, he was very scared. But after the bloody battles in the neighborhood, he had long forgotten his fear. In this life-and-death world, only by overcoming fear and facing the zombies head-on could one survive. Kill! Liu Mingyu shouted loudly, raised his spear, and thrust it forward, hitting the zombie right in the head. Chapter 041. Strengthening the storage space. Liu Mingyu's roar acted like a fuse, igniting the zombie siege defense battle at the resort. Liu Mingyu's spear thrust and jab resulted in a zombie dying beneath his weapon. The others were impressive as well. Liu Haipeng swung his machete with the strength of a demigod, delivering a powerful strike to a zombie's neck, severing its head and even managing to dodge the liquid sprayed by the zombie. Li Hongtao was also quite skilled. After putting down his rifle, he picked up a machete and moved nimbly, continuously attacking the zombies' heads. Although he didn't have the same strength as Liu Haipeng, every strike hit the neck or head of the zombies, and these ordinary first-level zombies struggled to withstand his blows, resulting in a swift death for them. Liu Haipeng and Li Hongtao's swordsmanship was already quite remarkable, with each of them able to take down a zombie with almost every strike. The knife skills of the Yang brothers, Yang Zhiyong and his sibling, were even more impressive, with each strike executed with extraordinary finesse, attacking from unexpected angles to inflict fatal damage on the zombies. It was clear that both of them were exceptional fighters during their military service. Survivors who managed to last 5 years in the apocalypse were certainly not ordinary characters. Weaker individuals either became zombies themselves or were captured by others to be enslaved. There weren't many wandering zombies in the resort, and under the relentless slaughter of the 5, they were completely wiped out in less than 5 minutes. This was also because the number of zombies in the resort was limited, and they had chosen a position against the wall. Otherwise, Liu Mingyu and the others wouldn't have dared to let the zombies surround them. Killing 1 or 2 zombies was no problem, and taking down 10 or 20 wasn't too big of an issue either, but when faced with an endless onslaught of zombies, even the fittest would eventually tire, and that moment would be the time of death. Therefore, without a large number of firearms, it was impossible to attack the city. Moreover, the noise from firearms would attract a large number of zombies. Ordinary zombies weren't a problem, but attracting some special ones would be a significant trouble. This was why most survivors in the settlement gradually pushed towards the city, relying on human strength. However, the zombies killed by the survivors would soon be replaced by others wandering in from different areas. Fortunately, the resort itself had a small population and had been cleared multiple times by other survivors. So the zombies attracted by Liu Mingyu and his group numbered only about 100. After confirming that no more zombies were approaching, the Yang brothers began collecting the energy crystals from the zombie skulls, while Liu Haipeng and his companion delivered finishing blows to some of the overlooked zombies. When facing zombies, one must maintain a high level of vigilance. Getting scratched by a zombie could lead to serious trouble. While the Yang brothers were collecting energy crystals, Liu Mingyu was also checking his mission log. Congratulations, you have completed task 1. Congratulations, you have earned 200 points. Congratulations, you have completed task 2. Congratulations, you have earned 500 points. Liu Mingyu was surprised at how he had completed 2 tasks. The number of zombies he had killed this time definitely exceeded 10. So there was no doubt about completing the first task of killing 10 level 1 zombies. But how had he completed the second task? That required killing 100 level 1 zombies. Completing tasks was a good thing, but if he could find the underlying rules, that would be even better. From the moment he received the task to now, when he killed the zombies, it meant that the zombies killed by Liu Haiping and the others also counted towards his progress. This implied that the zombies killed by a team would contribute to his task progress, but he didn't know the extent of that team. It couldn't be that if he hired 1,000 people to each kill 1 zombie, he would complete the task, right? Looking at the progress of the third task progress, 21,000, this meant that even though there were 3 tasks to kill level 1 zombie simultaneously, killing 1 zombie would not count towards all 3 tasks progress. Instead, they would be completed one by one in the order the tasks were received. He resisted the urge to immediately attract the zombies outside to complete the tasks. Having completed 2 tasks, he now had 700 points, and he didn't know what items could be exchanged in the shop. Excited, he opened the shop interface, and, as he expected, it was no longer empty, for items appeared. Gene Evolution Potion, Level 1, Price, 100 points. This was the first item Liu Mingyu had exchanged, a potion that could significantly enhance various attributes of the human body, now reappearing in the exchange interface. Stamina Potion, Level 1, Price, 10 points. It was a bottle of blue potion, glowing with a captivating color, as if it were about to his soul. This potion was surprisingly cheap. It couldn't be a piece of junk, right? After drinking it, it could instantly restore all stamina. Wow, the price is low, but the function is not simple. It instantly restores all stamina. Is this a stamina potion? Storage space enhancement, price, 100 points. It increases the length, width, and height of the storage space by 0.1 meters. Does increasing by 0.1 meter seem like a lot? It doesn't appear to be much, but if calculated carefully, the added space is not small. The original storage space was 1 meter in length, width, and height. If this storage space enhancement is purchased, it would become 1, which equals 331 cubic meters, increasing the volume by 1/3 compared to before. He temporarily suppressed the impulse to immediately enhance the storage space. There was still 1 item left to check. Character Attribute Enhancement, Price, 10 points. Consuming 10 points grants 1 attribute point. He could actually enhance his character. Exchanging 10 points for 1 point seemed quite cost-effective. At first, Liu Mingyu thought it was a good deal, but upon reflection, it seemed a bit of a loss. Considering that drinking a bottle of Gene Evolution Potion allowed him to achieve a qualitative leap in all attributes, and a level 1 Gene Evolution Potion only costs 100 points. If used for character attribute enhancement, he would only gain 10 attribute points. Looking at the character information panel, there were 4 attributes to improve, averaging only 5 points per attribute, which was not very cost-effective. It seemed that all 4 items were very useful, and, for a moment, Liu Mingyu didn't know what to choose to exchange. He had already consumed the Gene Evolution Potion and currently had no plans to give it to anyone else. So he ruled it out. The Stamina Potion looked good and was low in price, but it seemed not very useful for himself. So he temporarily ruled it out as well. The storage space enhancement was a viable option, with limited times for crossing over. Having a bit more space meant he could bring over more supplies. Liu Mingyu immediately chose to exchange for storage space enhancement. He felt a moment of dizziness and quickly checked his storage space. Sure enough, the length, width, and height had all increased by 0.1 meters. Chapter 042, Selling Salt. Liu Mingyu was overjoyed and immediately exchanged for another storage space enhancement. After a moment of dizziness, he found that the length, width, and height of the storage space had increased by 0.1 meters, reaching 1.2 meters. Exchanging 100 points for this was simply too cost-effective. Without even looking, he exchanged for another storage space enhancement. After a while, the dimensions of the storage space increased to 1.3 meters. Great, keep going. However, when Liu Mingyu chose to exchange for the storage space enhancement again, he found that there was no change in the dimensions. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the price for the storage space enhancement in the shop had risen to 400 points per exchange, while he only had 100 points left. It dawned on him that each enhancement increased the required points by 100. He had enhanced it 3 times, from the first 100 points to now needing 400 points for the 4th enhancement, which consumed exactly 600 points, matching this pattern based on his remaining points. Wow, there really are no bargains. However, after 3 enhancements, the total volume of the storage space had reached 197 cubic meters, more than doubling. Looking at his remaining 100 points, he temporarily set aside the idea of further enhancements and reserved the 100 points as backup. Just then, Liu Mingyu heard Liu Haipeng's voice. "Boss, the energy crystals have been collected. There were only a few remaining active zombies, and after finishing them off, the 4 of them collected the energy crystals very quickly. 100 zombies had died here, and a strong stench filled the air. Even though Liu Mingyu had experienced a zombie frenzy once, he found the unpleasant smell hard to bear. Liu Haipeng and the others, however, seemed unfazed, as their sense of smell had long since gotten used to it. Let's go inside and take a look." Liu Mingyu did not take the energy crystals. He looked down on such a small amount and left them to Liu Haipeng to manage. Liu Mingyu and his group walked into the resort. In front of the resort stood a hotel over 100 meters tall. Liu Mingyu and his group did not enter. There should still be some zombies inside the 100-meter-high hotel. They mainly came to observe the terrain today. They bypassed the hotel in front and saw many low-rise buildings nearby, which should be the leisure and entertainment facilities set up by the resort. Behind the hotel, there are rows of 4-story detached villas, each with an independent garden between them. Roughly counting, there are no fewer than 50 detached villas. In the middle of the resort, there is a lake covering 1 square kilometer. And in the center of the lake, there is a small island with a larger villa built on it, connected by a wooden bridge to the villa on the island. Liu Mingyu spent about an hour roughly looking around, and this resort is really quite nice. It must have been a great place to enjoy before the apocalypse. Because the resort hasn't been maintained for several years, many plants have grown very lush. If one were to live here, it would require a thorough cleaning. I must say, Liu Haipeng introduced him to a great place. Liu Mingyu smiled and said to Liu Haipeng, "Our base will be here from now on." Liu Haipeng also smiled and replied, "As long as the boss can solve the food resources, living here will be no problem at all. Completely organizing this resort will require a lot of manpower and resources. Choosing a secluded place to settle down and selecting the front hotel is a very good option. It will also be quicker to clean up. Even if we encounter a zombie attack, we can rely on the hotel structure for defense. As for the other areas, we can take our time." After returning to the original villa, they had lunch. "Little Sprite, help me call Liu Fuge," Liu Mingyu lazily said while lying on the sofa, addressing his smart wristband. Beep, beep, beep. After a while, Liu Fugue's image appeared in the air. As soon as he appeared, they heard Liu Fugue's signature laughter. "Ha, brother Liu. Do you have salt now?" Boss Liu's news is indeed well informed. "I just got some salt, and you already know?" Liu Mingyu replied with a smile. "I don't know how much salt brother Liu has." Liu Fugue put away his laughter and said seriously. He had just been making polite conversation, not expecting Liu Mingyu to acquire salt so quickly. Could it be that Liu Mingyu really found a warehouse? He had heard that before the apocalypse, the government stored a large amount of supplies in some hidden places to provide humanity with a certain level of survival capability when the apocalypse arrived. Although he didn't intend to do anything malicious towards Liu Mingyu, after their transaction yesterday, he had sent someone to follow him. During that time, he only saw Liu Mingyu leave the city once, and then Liu Mingyu contacted him for a trade. It seemed like he directly went to get supplies, and Liu Fugue was quite confident that Liu Mingyu found such a warehouse. If Liu Mingyu knew that his action of leaving the city to find the base location was misunderstood by the other party as having found a warehouse from before the apocalypse, he would definitely feel wronged. However, his ability to casually traverse between the apocalypse and the real world is far more impressive than simply finding a pre-apocalyptic warehouse. So it wouldn't be considered Liu Fugue's fault for misunderstanding him. Liu Mingyu had no idea that Liu Fugue had so many thoughts. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter, as he was planning to move to the resort this afternoon anyway. Liu Mingyu said with a smile. 500 pounds of fine salt. I wonder if Boss Liu can eat that much. As he spoke, he also held a handful of salt for Liu Fuguwei to see. Liu Fuguwei focused his eyes and saw the white salt, which made him even more convinced that Liu Mingyu had obtained a warehouse. He smiled happily and said, "No problem. Should I come over to your side? Salt is different from canned food. If people don't eat canned food, they can choose other foods to substitute, but without salt, it's not possible. 500 pounds of salt poses no pressure for the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce. It could even be consumed in the inner city. No, I'll come find you. Where are you?" Liu Mingyu shook his head, rejecting the other party's proposal. He still wanted to find Liu Fuguwei to get some more slaves. "I'm at the auction house. Just come over directly. I'll be waiting for you here." Liu Fuguwei guessed that Liu Mingyu might have something to discuss with him and directly mentioned his location. Liu Mingyu replied, "Okay, no problem." After turning off the smart wristband, Liu Mingyu found the 4 people who were going to the resort with him today and drove towards the inner city with the salt. Chapter 043. Successful Transaction. Because vehicles from the outer city cannot directly enter the inner city, when approaching the inner city, Liu Mingyu made up an excuse to have them leave, saying he would find someone to bring the salt into the inner city. Liu Mingyu naturally had no one to help him, so he directly stored the salt in his storage space. Generally speaking, when people from the outer city bring supplies into the city, they're only checked briefly. However, if they come across something valuable, those inspectors will secretly take it for themselves. People without connections not only have to pay an entry fee to enter the inner city, but most of them also end up losing their belongings. If you want to say that the inspectors took your things, sorry, we didn't check thoroughly just now. Please check again. Then they will tell you that because you are carrying a virus, your items have been confiscated, and you're being expelled and cannot enter. Most people in this situation dare not voice their anger. There's nothing they can do. In the apocalypse, strength is the only truth. Everything else is meaningless. This is also why most people are reluctant to trade in the inner city. After all, there's a trading hall in the outer city. Although the fees are high, sometimes it still turns out to be more cost-effective than the inner city. Liu Mingyu definitely doesn't want his salt to mysteriously decrease or even be confiscated by someone without reason. This salt is worth more than just a few coins to him. But for the people working here, it's an astronomical sum, making it completely worth the risk. To avoid this situation, it's more convenient to handle it himself. This kind of situation generally happens when entering the city. When leaving, there are special free passageways, and such inspections don't occur. Upon reaching the inner city gate, he paid the entry fee. After entering the inner city, Liu Mingyu led Liu Haipeng and the others to a corner, where the salt that was originally on the cart in the outer city was now quietly lying in the corner. Liu Mingyu instructed, "Brother Liu, go find a vehicle." Vehicles from the outer city are prohibited from entering the inner city, which has led to the establishment of a vehicle rental service in the inner city. The rental fees for vehicles are actually quite high. Depending on the type of vehicle, the prices vary, but even the cheapest vehicle costs 10 energy crystals per hour. Ordinary people come to the inner city to sell for a higher price, and since the inner city isn't very large, it's not necessary to spend that money just to get around. Many vehicles are parked near the main entrance, similar to taxis at bus stations, train stations, and airports, with dedicated people running this kind of business. Therefore, Liu Haipeng quickly rented a truck. The price was reasonable at 15 energy crystals per hour, but a deposit of 200 crystals was required. In fact, the vehicle is worth at most 150 energy crystals. So collecting a 200 crystal deposit means they are not worried about renters not returning the vehicle. If it gets lost, they can just buy another one. There are plenty of vehicles outside, and they can easily bring some in to continue the business. Those who can provide such rental services in the inner city all have their own connections. He loaded the salt onto the truck and headed to the auction house. Before long, he arrived at the auction house. Today is not an auction day, and there aren't many vehicles outside the auction house. So he casually found a parking spot and walked towards the auction house, carrying 2 bags of salt. Liu Fuguwei stood at the entrance of the auction house and saw Liu Mingyu, quickly walking over to greet him. "Welcome, Brother Liu, to our humble establishment. Please forgive me." Liu Mingyu raised his hand to indicate the items he was holding. Under Liu Fuguwei's guidance, they went to the conference room on the first floor. Liu Mingyu and a few others placed the salt on the conference table, then pulled out a chair and sat down. Liu Haipeng and the others stood by the side after putting down the salt, very consciously. Liu Fuge also sat down beside him and asked with a smile, "Brother Liu, is this the salt you brought? Can I take a look?" "Of course," Liu Mingyu replied as he opened a bag of salt and pushed it over. The pure white salt caught Liu Fugue's eye, and his pupils narrowed. This salt was too perfect. Only perfectly preserved salt could have this quality. He discreetly dipped his fingertip into the salt, put it in his mouth, and nodded to himself. It was indeed salt. Liu Fugue smiled and said, "Brother Liu, what price are you thinking of selling?" "Liu boss, I'm sure everyone knows the current market price of table salt. A pound of salt sells for 100 grams of energy crystals, and that's the price for brine. Even at this price, it's still hard to sell. You should acknowledge that, right?" Liu Mingyu retorted. Liu Fugue nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the market price. As the brother of the boss of the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce and someone who often mingled in the trading hall, he naturally understood the situation regarding salt. However, others were in retail, while Liu Mingyu was in wholesale, so he couldn't purchase at that price. Businessmen are always profit-driven, and they will never miss an opportunity to make more money. Liu Fugue nodded and said, "What Brother Liu said is indeed a fact, but they are retail prices. And you know that retail and wholesale cannot be confused." He understood this, but continued, "However, you don't object to the quality of my batch of salt, right? This kind of salt is of high quality no matter where it goes." Liu Mingyu did not refute this, merely emphasizing the excellent quality of his salt. "Let's not beat around the bush. I will purchase at the price of 80 grams of energy crystals per pound, Brother Liu. You have to let me make a little profit," Liu Fugue said. Liu Mingyu secretly calculated that at this price, he could obtain 40,000 grams of energy crystals. It seemed smaller than the last time's canned goods profit, but this salt was only half of last time's amount, and the unit price was double that of the canned goods. He didn't plan to dally with the other party. His main purpose for coming this time was still to purchase slaves and gold. 40,000 grams of energy crystals should be enough, and, if necessary, he could borrow some from Liu Fugue later. With this in mind, Liu Mingyu nodded and said, "This price is acceptable, but I want to ask, does Boss Liu have any slaves for sale?" Liu Fugue shook his head after hearing this and said, "I don't have any slaves here, but if Brother Liu needs slaves, I can take you to the slave market. There are plenty of slaves there. Then I'll trouble Boss Liu to help guide the way later." Liu Mingyu replied with a smile. It was settled. When Liu Fugue heard Liu Mingyu's words, he knew that this transaction was a success. High-quality salt like this was bought at 80 grams per pound, and with some operation, the profit wouldn't be much lower than canned goods. After getting an electronic scale and weighing it, there were only 499 pounds, as there was some loss during transportation. Liu Fugue looked at it and didn't say much. "It's normal to have a difference of half a kilogram." He asked, "There are a total of 500 gene of salt and 40,000 grams of energy crystals. Brother Liu, will you still pay as before?" "Not for now. This time I still want the energy crystals. I still need to buy slaves later. And the other party may not accept gold. According to the original payment method, it would be 1/3 energy crystals and 2/3 gold." Liu Mingyu smiled and refused and said, "If there are still extra energy crystals later, I would like to buy some gold from you." "No problem." Liu Fugue readily agreed, stating that it was best to use the gold. In the end, after trading 500 pounds of salt, he sold it for 40,000 grams of energy crystals. After deducting the 3,000 grams of energy crystals borrowed from Liu Fugue yesterday, Liu Mingyu obtained a total of 37,000 grams of energy crystals. It was considered a perfect transaction. Chapter 044. The Slave Market. After finishing the transaction with Liu Fugue at the auction house, Liu Fugue took Liu Mingyu to the slave market. The inner city was not large, and the slave market was not far from the auction house. 10 minutes later, under Liu Fugue's guidance, Liu Mingyu arrived at the slave market. The slave market was converted from a factory, and there was a sign at the entrance painted in black, stating Slave Market. Unlike other places, it had a name, just one name, Slave Market, even though it had only one name. The people in the Jiahong settlement were well aware of the owner of the slave market, Kai Gaoming. Only one person operated the slave market in the Jiahan settlement, and that was Kai Gaoming. Kai Gaoming was a ruthless character. While others fought against zombies, he preyed on humans. As the apocalypse arrived, slavery reemerged, and many people were captured by him to become slaves. Those who were captured had also tried to resist, but it was futile, lacking strength. They were implanted with nanobombs and could only become someone else's slaves. Though some had considered suicide, very few had the courage to do so. If they did, they would have committed suicide long before being captured. Wealthy people enjoyed their luxuries, and the slaves provided by Kai Gaoming became a unique source of pleasure for the rich. Liu Mingyu felt that buying a slave gave him a sense of complicity in wrongdoing. However, he soon cast this thought aside, realizing that his intention in buying slaves was not to mistreat them. He simply wanted to have them help with work, and he saw it as saving them. With this in mind, Liu Mingyu felt much better about himself. As soon as the two arrived at the entrance of the slave market, someone rushed over and greeted Liu Fuguei, bowing and saying, "Boss Fuguei, you're here. Today we caught a beautiful female star." Liu Fuguei's eyes lit up when he heard about the female celebrity, and he quickly asked, "Where's that female celebrity?" At that moment, he even forgot that he was the one who brought Liu Mingyu to buy slaves. Liu Fuguei has a hobby of collecting female stars. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. But after the apocalypse, with a large number of energy crystals at his disposal, beautiful female stars are no longer a problem. Beauty can be a curse. Beautiful women always attract attention, no matter the time. Before the apocalypse, human traffickers were not so rampant. However, once the apocalypse hit, human traffickers became extremely bold, and beautiful women often became their primary targets. In the first year of the apocalypse, many horrific events occurred. Some women, to avoid falling into the hands of slave traders, often made themselves unattractive to evade pursuit. Most of the beautiful women who were alone were captured by traffickers, making it increasingly difficult to find a beautiful woman later on. So when Liu Fuguei heard about a beautiful female star, he was instantly thrilled, completely forgetting about Liu Mingyu beside him. Liu Fuguei took a moment to remember Liu Mingyu beside him and quickly apologized, saying, "Brother Liu, sorry to make you laugh. Take a look here to see if there's any slave you need to buy. You can write my name, and you'll get a 10 discount. After saying that, he turned to the person who had just run over and said, "Xiao Lizzie, find someone to take this boss Liu to have a look. This one is a big client, so pay attention to the service." Xiao Lizzie nodded and replied, "No problem, Boss Fuguei." He then called someone over to attend to Liu Mingyu. "Brother Liu, I'll go ahead," Liu Fuguei said with a lewd smile and waved his hand. "You go ahead. I'll take a look here myself." Since he was already at the slave market, it didn't matter whether Liu Fuguei was there or not. Reporting his name would still get a 10 discount, which was not bad. After the attendant came over, he also nodded and bowed, saying, "What kind of slave do you need, boss? I can introduce some to you, or you can take a look on this tablet." As he spoke, he handed over a tablet. Liu Mingyu took the tablet. The tablets of this era are not much different from those of 2019, still using touchscreen operations. And Liu Mingyu quickly got familiar with it. He opened the slave market, where rows of slaves were displayed. Clicking on a slave's profile revealed comprehensive information about them, even more detailed than what Liu Mingyu had gathered from Liu Haipeng's statistics. It included not only their abilities, but also various information from before the apocalypse. He had no idea where this information came from or whether it was accurate. What Liu Mingyu didn't know was that much of this information was actually generated by the people of the slave market to cater to certain individuals' peculiar interests. However, it wasn't entirely fabricated. Most of the information was true. If they were to completely falsify the data, it would damage their reputation. Although it was called a slave market, Liu Mingyu didn't see a single slave. He chose one to sit down, and a nearby waiter immediately brought over a cup of coffee. Liu Mingyu was quite surprised to find coffee here. Wasn't it said that even food was hard to come by? This cup of coffee probably cost 20 grams of energy crystals. He picked up the cup and took a sip, but it didn't taste very good and wasn't to his liking, so he shifted his gaze back to the tablet in his hand. He first filtered by price. The most expensive slave was a female star, priced at 2,000 grams of energy crystals. Wow, really? So expensive? The cheapest slave was only 30 grams of energy crystals, yet this person was asking for 2,000 grams. However, this female Star was indeed very beautiful, even with a dirty face and blood all over. One could see through her appearance that she must have been a woman of great charm. This was because Liu Mingyu was not from this world. If he were, upon seeing her name, he would know she was absolutely worth that price. Yi Qingxian, a hotshot before the apocalypse, debuted at 16 and by the age of 20 had swept across the fields of film, television, and music, becoming a triad superstar. Liu Mingyu ignored it. He wouldn't use 2,000 grams of energy crystals to buy a celebrity, even if it might be a beautiful female star. That was only a possibility, because all he saw was the dirty and disheveled Yi Qingxian, never the glamorous star Yi Qingxian. With that money, he might as well buy more technical talent. After filtering through options, he found that many previously skilled technicians were not that expensive, while those doing manual labor were significantly pricier. There's no helping it. In this apocalypse filled with zombies, aside from a few limited technical personnel who are helpful to humanity, most of the time, strong individuals are still needed. Those urban white-collar workers are all physically weak and in sub-health conditions, which can't compare to those who do physical labor every day. After the apocalypse struck, those with strength often fared better. Even if they were captured and made into slaves, their lives would still be somewhat better. Chapter 045. Wiped out? These technical personnel might be useless to others, but they were very useful to Liu Mingyu. The cheaper the price, the more people he could buy. Based on the information provided by the slave market, he chose the game development and artificial intelligence industries, then selected a batch of individuals according to their positions before the apocalypse. Although the information from the slave market might not be accurate, there was no way he could discern that, nor did he have the ability to do so. In total, he selected 50 people, and the price was not high. These were all physically weak individuals, and the total on the settlement interface came to only 2,000 grams of energy crystals. The price for 50 people turned out to be the same as that for the most expensive Yi Qingxian. After Liu Mingyu selected the people, he handed the tablet in his hand to the waiting attendant beside him and said, "That's it. Is there any discount?" Just now, Liu Fugue mentioned that if he reported his name, he could get a 10% discount. For him, 2,000 grams of energy crystals wasn't much. But if he could save a bit, that would be good. The attendant took the tablet and politely said, "Of course, you are Mr. Liu's friend, so you can enjoy the 10% discount. The total is 2,000 grams of energy crystals, and after the discount, it will be 1,800 grams. Do you need to look at anything else, sir?" The attendant noticed that the people Liu Mingyu selected were all cheap goods. Most of them were bought just to be used as bait. These bait wouldn't sell for much money, making it not worth it. The slave market here generally only keeps them for a month, and if no one buys them, they can only be used by themselves. There is no way around it. Slaves also need to eat. Although it's enough to just keep them alive, over time, it becomes a loss. The slave market would also search for some important resources in the city, and these people would naturally be sent to be cannon fodder. It's hard to say who is lucky and who is not. Those who don't die end up experiencing multiple cannon fodder lives, while those who die are done for. All right, you take it, and I'll take another look. Liu Mingyu did not refuse, took the tablet, and looked to see if there were any special talents available. Just now, he had mainly focused on game production and artificial intelligence, and he hadn't paid attention to talents in other areas. Now that he had some free time, he could take another look. Flipping through casually, he found that those with high prices were mostly female and referenced their fame before the apocalypse. If one were to truly classify by value, these individuals really had little value. They merely satisfied certain people's morbid interests and collecting impulses. It was understandable. When social order collapses, those who were once held in high regard suddenly become slaves at the mercy of others, and there are quite a few who think this way. Thus, these people often live more miserably than ordinary individuals, unless they can hide their identities. However, they were public figures to begin with, and it wasn't easy to hide. Many such individuals have been captured and turned into slaves. Those who come from the real world feel sorrow for the inhumane system of slavery. He is not a saint and has no intention of saving these slaves. Even if he had such thoughts, he lacks the ability. He can only see them and try to buy some to make their lives a little better. In this regard, Liu Mingyu is quite confident. He may not dare to say much else, but ensuring that they have enough to eat is definitely not a problem. Being able to ensure enough to eat is already quite remarkable. Here, only a portion of the upper class dares to say that, while others worry about food every day. In fact, the real world is similar. In many unseen places, there are still many people without food, and countless individuals die of hunger. Thinking of this, Liu Mingyu felt he should buy more slaves. Sigh, he is still too kind. Forget it, he is not moving to a resort. So, these people can be sent to do labor. But how many more should he buy? An adult needs about 6 taels of rice a day. 100 people would need about 60 jin of rice daily. Now that the storage space has increased to over 2 cubic meters, even if he frees up half the space every day to transport rice, it would be sufficient. Calculating this, it seems he can support quite a few people. People can also be considered a type of resource. Where else can one find such a good deal? Where just one meal can get countless people to work for you day and night. This is simply too cost-effective. Weighing it all, purchasing slaves seems to have more benefits than drawbacks. Liu Mingyu was not concerned about the limit on the number of purchases. If there wasn't enough food, he could just make a few more trips himself. Thinking of this, Liu Mingyu opened his tablet and selected all, framing all the slaves. A total of 338 people, with a total of 40 pounds of energy crystals. Not too much, really. With a 10 discount, it would only be 36 pounds. Liu Mingyu sold 80 pounds of energy crystals from selling salt, paid off 6 pounds to Liu Fugui, and still had 74 pounds left. After buying everything, he would still have 38 pounds remaining. The 38 pounds of energy crystals could be exchanged with Liu Fugui for 266 pounds of gold, which would be sufficient for the gold store's use. Come on, let's settle the bill, Liu Mingyu said as he handed over the tablet. Since he decided to buy everything, he wouldn't dwell on it. In fact, there were some very expensive slaves that he could have chosen not to buy, but considering he had the means and the strength, he didn't mind spending a little more energy crystals. Energy crystals could be earned back, but people were harder to come by. Of course, he could recruit members from other teams in the outer city. As long as he shouted on the street, free meals, he knew many people would come to him. However, he didn't dare to use such people. Compared to slaves, he felt much more at ease with those who were completely loyal to him. The waiter glanced at the tablet and stammered, "Boss, are you sure you want to buy so many slaves?" The waiter had only been polite earlier and never expected Liu Mingyu to buy all the slaves released in the market. The price had skyrocketed from 4 pounds to 40 pounds, a tenfold increase, leaving him so shocked that he couldn't speak. Liu Mingyu smiled and said, "Of course, but remember to give me a discount." The waiter was sweating profusely. If it was just the price for 4 jin, he could completely make that decision. But now that the total had risen to 40 jin, it was beyond what a small waiter like him could decide. He said tremblingly, "Boss, I might need to consult with my manager about this discount." "Go ahead." Liu Mingyu waved his hand. "Brother Liu, would you like to try this coffee?" He pushed over a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Then he added, "Make me 3 more cups of coffee." The waiter first went to brew 3 cups of coffee, then bowed apologetically, stepped aside, and opened his smart wristband to contact his boss. Chapter 046, Surge in Numbers. In fact, Liu Mingyu didn't really care about the discount part. Even paying full price wasn't a huge pressure for him. Liu Mingyu and Liu Haipeng were leisurely sipping coffee, occasionally discussing matters related to the settlement, while waiting for a response from the slave market. While they were waiting, Liu Fugui, who had gone to see a female star, was currently with the owner of the slave market, Kai Gaoming. At that moment, Liu Fugui and Kai Gaoming were sitting in a private room, which, aside from the two of them, also had several other people. In front of them, a few flamboyantly dressed women were dancing. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was Kai Gaoming's phone. When Kai Gaoming saw it was a call from the market, he raised his hand to pause the dance and music. Then he answered the phone. It was a voice call. After listening for a while, he said, "You wait a moment, I'll call you back later." After finishing, he smiled at Liu Fugui and said, "Brother Fugui, the boss you brought is not simple. He came in and booked all the slaves in my market, and he asked using your name to get a discount. What do you think? Should we give him this discount? After all, he was brought by you." Liu Fugui himself did not expect that Liu Mingyu would have only a few slaves, at most a few dozen. In this situation, with his influence, giving a 10 discount would pose no pressure at all. However, now that Liu Mingyu has directly cleared out the slaves displayed in the slave market, the value is enormous. And this is no longer something that can be resolved merely by his influence. It's not that his influence isn't worth that much. As one of the five giants, the influence of Lu Fuyuan's brother is indeed valuable. It's just that influence is a form of personal connection. Lu Fuguwei and Liu Mingyu are not relatives. They are merely ordinary business partners who have done a few transactions together. Even though he believes Liu Mingyu has found a military supply depot from before the apocalypse and wants to obtain better resources from him, everything is uncertain until he achieves greater benefits. Lu Fuguwei thought for a moment and smiled. The slave market belongs to Boss Kai, so whether there could be a discount is up to Boss Kai to decide. Although he wanted to befriend Liu Mingyu, he also didn't want to offend Kai Gaoming. One being a potential trading partner and the other an established collaborator, the choice was obvious. The main issue was that Liu Mingyu was buying too many slaves at once. Over 300, which was enough to form a small force. This was a very taboo matter. In the Jiahong settlement, there were 5 major powers that tightly controlled most of the forces within the settlement. And they didn't want another force to come and divide things up. Generally speaking, there were many people purchasing slaves, but none bought as many as Liu Mingyu in one go. What do you all think? Kai Gaoming asked the others with a smile. Those who could sit with one of the 5 giants, Kai Gaoming, were not ordinary individuals. They represented other forces as well. Look, Boss Kai, it's just a few slaves. Not a big deal. Exactly, just slaves. No matter how many slaves there are, without weapons, how can they pose a threat to us? The 5 giants controlled the number of weapons in the settlement and also the ammunition, completely unafraid of those who bought guns retaliating against them. Kai Gaoming laughed heartily. True. It's just a few slaves without weapons. They're just lambs to the slaughter. Let's sell them to him. It's a pity about that big star I pushed out. I haven't even enjoyed her myself before giving her away. Hearing about the big star, Lu Fuguwei's eyes lit up, and he asked with a smile, "What big star? Are these few before us not big stars?" Kai Gaoming waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a female star, Yi Qin Xian, who was recently captured. But after the apocalypse, she has lost her looks." "Oh, you mean Yi Qin Xian, who debuted at 16 and became famous across China by 20 without any scandals. Boss Kai is willing to part with her?" A middle-aged man sitting to Lu Fuguwei's left teased. "Also, it's been 5 years since the apocalypse. Surviving is already good enough. Or would there be any beauty left? Right. These few are not any worse than Yi Qin Xian." Kai Gaoming laughed. "All right, since it's out for sale, I never thought of not selling it. Even if it's a sample, it will be sold." After saying that, he made a phone call, saying, "Sell all of them to him at 10 discount." After hanging up the phone, Kai Gaoming raised his glass. "Come on, brothers, let's go." The explosive music started playing, and the big star in the front began to dance, restoring the lively atmosphere in the private room. At the slave market, after receiving the boss's notification, the waiter approached Liu Mingyu respectfully, saying, "Boss, hello, the boss has agreed to sell at a 10 discount, totaling 36 pounds of energy crystal stones." Liu Mingyu stood up and instructed, "All right, no problem, brother Liu, pay the money." The 80 pounds of energy crystals obtained from the transaction with Lu Fuguwei couldn't be placed directly into the storage space, so they were carried by Liu Haipeng and the others. After paying the money promptly, Liu Mingyu followed the waiter to the slave area behind the market. Rows of cages were filled with people. A mix of sweat, a foul smell, and a sour odor rushed towards him. Liu Mingyu stopped and said, "You can bring them out. I won't go in." It was just too unbearable. He felt that this smell was even worse than that of over 100 zombies gathered together. The zombies emitted a foul stench, but here was mixed with too many other odors. The delivery of 338 people was quite simple. Each person's neck had a nanobomb capable of destroying it. After the transaction, it was just a matter of changing the control wave to Liu Mingyu's brainwave. However, there were too many of them, and after finishing one by one, 3 hours had already passed. Phew, so exhausting. Liu Mingyu felt like his head was about to explode, changing brainwaves every 30 seconds. All he had to do was wear the device on his head. The frequent use of brainwaves left him exhausted. However, this job could not be done by anyone else. It had to be him. Of course, he could let Liu Haipeng and the others control the slaves. But if that were the case, could he really feel at ease? Liu Haipeng and the others shouldn't be bad people, at least not now. But what about in the future? Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. He just had to endure for a little longer. All right, Brother Liu, let me know next time you have good stuff. I have something to do, so I won't see you off. Liu Mingyu felt as if he heard a soft moan, but didn't think much of it and hung up. Chapter 047. Exchanging for Gold. 338 people. How to get them to the resort was still a troublesome matter. In the end, they borrowed 5 large trucks from the slave market, barely managing to load all the slaves. No, you heard it right. They were really loaded up. The trucks were packed with people, and those slaves were locked up in the cargo compartments like goods. Is it really only possible to transport them to the city gate? Can I just buy these 5 trucks? Knowing that Liu Mingyu bought over 300 slaves at once. The manager of the slave market was willing to lend the trucks for transporting slaves, but he only agreed to deliver them to the city gate. This gave Liu Mingyu a headache. He couldn't just find trucks again once they reached the outer city. There were indeed many vehicles in the outer city, but most of them were small cars, and many were already owned. If he wanted a truck, he would have to look farther away, and he had no time for that now. The slave market manager called to report to his superiors. Although these vehicles weren't worth much, they were valuable in the inner city, and he couldn't make the decision to sell them. After a while, the manager said with a smile, "Boss Liu, I hope you understand. These large trucks can be sold to you, but you also know that the number of trucks in the inner city is limited. Each vehicle costs 500 grams of energy crystal. Wow, you guys are really ruthless. Such trucks can be seen everywhere in the city, yet you charge so much." Liu Mingyu said it was expensive, but he quickly paid the amount. There was no choice. These were monopolized businesses, and without strong power, one could only adapt to the rules. The 5 pounds of energy crystals were gone again. The energy crystals obtained from selling salt seemed quite a lot, but they were spent almost immediately. Fortunately, he bought 5 large trucks, which would be useful later. When bringing food over in the future, he could use the excuse of driving out to get it. Otherwise, the food for over 300 people appearing out of nowhere would attract too much attention. However, it was mainly to show others. He didn't have much pressure regarding the slaves he purchased. Oh no, he just remembered saying goodbye to Liu Fugue and forgot to exchange gold with him. Liu Mingyu remembered that he came not only to buy slaves, but also to exchange energy crystals for gold with Liu Fugue. Originally, he could exchange energy crystals for gold directly at the trading hall without needing to find Liu Fugue, but exchanging with Liu Fugue would yield more gold. And who wouldn't want a bit more money? Remembering the last scene when Liu Fugue was on the phone, Liu Mingyu could roughly guess what the other party was doing. However, now that so much time has passed, it should be over, right? He picked up the phone and called. The call was quickly connected. Liu Fugue's figure appeared in the air, and he was lying on a chair resting. It seemed that Liu Fugue was indeed finished. He hadn't answered the video call before. Liu Mingyu smiled and said, "Not yet. Still over here at the slave market with more than 300 slaves. It's not easy to transport them." Liu Fugue offered, "Do you need help?" "No need, it's all sorted out." Liu Mingyu wondered if Liu Fugue had mentioned it on purpose, but he didn't pay much attention and thought it was more important to quickly exchange gold with him. Liu Mingyu asked, "Boss Liu, I want to exchange some gold with you. Do you still have any?" "Gold? No problem. We have plenty," Liu Fugue replied. The Chamber of Commerce has collected a large amount of gold, at least around 10 tons right now, and that's because they haven't been buying in bulk lately. If they opened up buying, the Chamber's gold reserves would be over 20 tons. Since energy crystals replaced gold's monetary value, the price of gold has been decreasing. Now that Liu Mingyu is willing to exchange with them, it couldn't be better. He thought about how in the real world, jewelry stores need to create jewelry for sale, and it would be great if he could directly buy gold for jewelry. With that in mind, Liu Mingyu asked, "Boss Liu, do you have any unmelted gold for jewelry there? If so, I would like to trade for jewelry gold." Liu Fugue thought for a moment and said, "Is the jewelry made of gold?" "It should be, but most of the gold has probably been melted down into 500-gram gold bars. It doesn't matter. You can take a look. If it's not enough, then just use the gold bars." Liu Mingyu didn't necessarily need jewelry-grade gold. It was best if there was some, but if not, he would have to trouble Master Song and the others to forge it. "All right, just come to the trading hall, and I'll have someone prepare the gold for you," Liu Fugue said with a smile. After a while, Liu Fugue asked again, "I don't know how much gold you need to exchange." Although it was mentioned earlier that after purchasing the slaves, The remaining energy crystals would all be exchanged for gold. He didn't know how many energy crystals Liu Mingyu had left. Liu Mingyu pondered for a moment and said, I currently have 33 pounds of energy crystals, and I want to exchange all of them for gold. According to the exchange rate from last time, that would be a total of 231 pounds of gold. Lu Fugue laughed and said, All right, no problem. Come over to the trading hall, and I'll get everything ready for you. After hanging up the video call, Liu Mingyu instructed Liu Haipeng, You guys drive to the outer city and wait for me. I'm going to the trading hall to find Liu Fugue. Liu Mingyu's phone call with Liu Fugue was not concealed, and Liu Haipeng, standing nearby, naturally heard it. Seeing that Liu Mingyu was about to go to the trading hall alone, he suggested, Boss, why don't I go with you? Liu Mingyu waved his hand and smiled, saying, It's not like we're going to kill zombies. We don't need that many people. You can just wait in the outer city. Seeing Liu Mingyu's insistence, Liu Haipeng and the others didn't say much. The four of them, along with one selected driver from the slaves, totaled 5 people, each taking a car to the outer city. Meanwhile, Liu Mingyu drove the rented car ahead towards the trading hall. Upon arriving at the trading hall, it was still crowded with people, and various shouts of vendors rose and fell, arguing fiercely over 1 or 2 grams of energy crystal stones. Liu Mingyu shook his head, went to the service desk, and followed the attendant to an office in the back. Liu Fugue was sitting in his office chair when he saw Liu Mingyu coming over. He immediately stood up and said, Brother Liu has arrived. The gold is ready, it's all here. As he spoke, he walked out from behind the desk, approached a table, opened the sack on the table, and took out a necklace about the thickness of a pinky finger. He said, Brother Liu, the jewelry gold you wanted is all here. Take a look and see if you like it. Liu Mingyu opened several other bags and found that the gold inside had not melted, but had been crafted into various exquisite styles of jewelry, including earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings, everything one could think of. He smiled and nodded, saying, I really like it. Thank you, Boss Liu. Liu Mingyu also placed the energy crystal he brought over on the table. After mutual verification, the transaction was considered complete. However, during the transaction, Liu Mingyu discovered that the gold prepared by Liu Fugue was not 231 jin, but rather 235 jin. Liu Fugue indicated that the extra gold was a gift and that there would be no additional charge. Liu Mingyu didn't say much and accepted the extra gold. Liu Fugue found a few people to help Liu Mingyu load the gold onto the vehicle. After thanking Liu Fugue, they drove directly to the outer city. However, Liu Mingyu stopped the car halfway, stored the gold in his storage space, and then headed to the outer city to meet up with Liu Haipeng and the others. Chapter 048. Moving house. Liu Mingyu drove to the city gate, using the vehicle-only passage. There were no restrictions for vehicles leaving the inner city, just like people from the inner city could walk out without special checks. However, if a special situation arose, the soldiers at the city gate would still close the gate. 5 large trucks were very conspicuous at the outer city gate, but everyone saw the markings on the trucks and knew they were slave market vehicles. They only dared to watch from a distance, lamenting that someone else had been captured to become a slave, and that someone else was going to be taken as cannon fodder. Of course, they only dared to say a few words from afar. If they were asked to approach and speak, they would absolutely not dare to say such things. It was easy to disregard the situation since it didn't involve them directly. As long as they kept their distance, it was fine. Liu Mingyu had astonishing hearing and overheard their discussion, but why should he care about others' opinions? He just needed to focus on his own business. He didn't see buying slaves as harming others, providing food and shelter, and helping them with work. How could that be considered harming anyone? Ignoring the gossip nearby, Liu Mingyu drove directly next to the big truck. When Liu Haipeng saw Liu Mingyu beside him, he quickly lowered the windshield. Liu Mingyu said, You all go directly to the resort and organize these slaves to clean the hotel. We'll move there tonight. If you encounter any scattered zombies, be careful with them. I don't want to spend a lot of money and have them die before they even help me. Liu Mingyu instructed loudly. Understood. Liu Haipeng responded loudly. Liu Haipeng drove the large truck in the front, with the remaining vehicles following behind, heading towards the resort. Meanwhile, Liu Mingyu found a vehicle rental place near the city gate and rented 2 more large trucks, and also made a phone call to the people in the villa, asking them to prepare for the move. It must be said that the vehicle rental fees in the outer city are much cheaper. It's 2 energy crystals per hour, and the deposit is only 50 energy crystals. This is also because in the outer city, any vehicle can enter, and most people can find a vehicle themselves in the city, which is one of the reasons why vehicle rentals are cheaper. Liu Mingyu spent another 15 energy crystals, recruiting 3 people to help him. 2 drove large trucks, while the other drove the modified truck belonging to Liu Haipeng. Liu Mingyu himself drove a small truck in the front to lead the way. The energy crystals he spent were all obtained from killing zombies at the resort, and the ones he traded with Liu Fuguwei had already been converted into gold. Fortunately, he hadn't exchanged these energy crystals for gold either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had enough money to rent the trucks. Liu Mingyu patted his head and smiled. Yes, we are moving to a big house where there are many places to play. Hearing that there were many places to play, Liu Wenxuan's eyes lit up as he asked, Really? That's great. I'm tired of staying in this place. Dad won't let me go out to play. I want to go too. Ma Qishan and Wu Jiaoyang, the 2 younger ones, chimed in as well. Okay, let's all go. The remaining people in the villa were helping to move things, with a dozen people working together. It was quite fast. He initially thought about not bringing these items, but then realized he didn't know what they might be useful for. Since he wanted to bring the technology from the apocalypse into the real world, these items were essential. At worst, they could make a few more trips. After all, the resort wasn't too far away. The commotion at the villa attracted the curiosity of the neighboring residents. They couldn't understand why. Living well here, they were leaving. Did that mean they could move into this villa? Although there were many villas around, all were already owned. Many people coveted the villas here, but those who could seize one were not simple. Previously, there were over 10 people in Liu Haipeng's team, so no one dared to occupy this place. Now, seeing Liu Haipeng's team preparing to move, the desire to take over the villa suddenly became active. Of course, they had to wait until Liu Haipeng truly abandoned the place before they dared to take over. Otherwise, they would have to give up that thought. The neighbor who first noticed Liu Haipeng's team moving approached Ma Yifeng and quietly asked, Brother Ma, what are you guys doing? Moving, Ma Yifeng replied, glancing over, knowing exactly what the other party was thinking. The neighbor was delighted and asked, Really? You guys don't want this villa anymore? Ma Yifeng placed the parts he was holding onto the truck and said with a smile, We don't want it. We're changing locations. If you have the ability, come move in yourself. Ma Yifeng didn't say much more. Everyone knew the rules here. The other party just wanted to confirm whether they were really leaving, and whether they could occupy the villa was no longer his concern. 20 minutes later, all the supplies were loaded onto the truck. For vehicles had emptied out a large part of the villa, but there were still many large pieces of equipment inside, so it seemed they would need to make 2 more trips. Liu Mingyu instructed, You all continue to move the things down. I'll take this batch of goods over first. He got into a small truck that had been driving, while Ma Yifeng, Sun Honglang, and Li Wenbo drove the other trucks. When he arrived at the resort, it was already bustling with activity. The bodies that had been piled up in the parking lot had been cleared away, and the dense vines at the entrance had been roughly trimmed. Overall, it looked like the resort had returned to its original appearance. Seeing Liu Mingyu drive over, Liu Haipeng jogged over. Liu Mingyu asked, How's the cleanup going? The hotel lobby and surrounding areas have been mostly cleaned up. However, it seems there are still a few zombies left on the upper floors. Brother Yang Zhiyong is taking some strong slaves and clearing them out floor by floor. Liu Haipeng replied. Liu Mingyu thought for a while and asked, Hasn't this resort already been cleaned once? Didn't they clean the hotel before? How could there still be zombies getting in? I don't know, but there aren't many. They probably just wandered into the hotel unintentionally. Liu Haipeng was also surprised, thinking that he and the others had already attracted all the zombies. He reminded them to pay attention to safety and not to be careless just because the number of zombies was small. Liu Mingyu didn't say much, just advised them to pay attention to safety. Since the hotel above hadn't been cleared yet, they could only temporarily place their things in the lobby on the first floor. With many hands, they quickly unloaded everything from the truck. They prepared to bring the remaining goods along with the people all at once. Chapter 049. Dream Hotel. Liu Mingyu asked, Is there a floor plan for this hotel? Yes, this was found in a room in the basement, Liu Haipeng replied, taking a stack of blueprints from his side. The blueprints were A3 size, and from them, It could be seen that the hotel has 2 underground levels and 23 above ground, with a total of 250 rooms of various sizes. The scale of this hotel is not considered large, but in this resort, it is already considered quite good. Liu Mingyu looked at the blueprints for a while, got a general understanding, and then stopped looking. He mainly focused on the distribution of the rooms to facilitate room assignments later. Like most hotels, the most luxurious rooms in this hotel are on the top floor, which offers a wide view and beautiful scenery. Naturally, the hotel's luxurious presidential suite is for personal use. He wondered how damaged the suite was. Liu Mingyu had someone check whether the various equipment in the kitchen on the first floor of the hotel was still usable, as this was crucial for determining what the 362 people would eat next, and it couldn't be taken lightly. It must be said that the slaves Liu Mingyu purchased this time were very valuable. Among them was a person specifically trained for maintenance in hotels. Upon hearing Liu Mingyu's call, he hurried over to inspect the kitchen equipment. After the inspection, it was found that most of the equipment was usable, although some had been corroded or damaged. Overall, it could still be used adequately. This was related to the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus. The resort had been operating normally, but it simply aged due to years of disuse. Liu Mingyu has already brought over the rice and cured meat from the real world in advance. He found 10 people who consider themselves good at cooking, and based on the standard of 3 taels of rice and 2 taels of meat per person for one meal, they started preparing dinner for tonight. Wow, I didn't realize it until I calculated it, and I was shocked. For a dinner for 362 people, if we assume 2 meals a day and try to save a bit, the food Liu Mingyu brought over would only be enough for the people here to eat for 5 days. Fortunately, as long as we don't finish it all in one day, it seems that next time he comes over, he needs to buy a bit more food. Otherwise, consuming several hundred pounds of food every day and moving it directly to the dormitory where we live wouldn't be very convenient. More hands make light work. Today's main goal is still to clean up the area around the hotel and the hotel itself. By the time everything was cleaned up, it was already evening. After some renovations, the Dream Hotel has restored part of its functions, such as the lighting system and the water supply system, which basically do not affect its usability. However, since the Dream Resort is located in a remote area, to prevent attracting zombies, currently only the lights in the lobby on the first floor are on, and places further away still cannot detect this area. Dream Hotel, first floor Western Dining Hall. The original small dining tables have been cleared away and replaced with large tables. Most of the previous tables were damaged and unusable, so they had to be replaced. The hotel has backup storage, and when the previous survivors searched here, these tables were of no use to them, so they were not destroyed. Each table seats 10 people, with a total of 37 tables. Inside the luxury hotel, on the tables sits a pot of cured meat rice, which looks quite strange. However, for the people who have not eaten their fill for a long time, this pot of cured meat rice is undoubtedly a feast. The rich aroma of meat wafts through the hall, not to mention the slaves. Even Liu Haiping and the others couldn't help but drool at the sight. However, without Liu Mingyu's instruction, everyone just sat upright at the table, not daring to take a bite first. Each person was served a large bowl of cured meat rice, filled to the brim. Liu Mingyu stood up and loudly said, "Everyone, after an afternoon of interaction, I believe you have a preliminary understanding of me. I am your boss, Liu Mingyu. As long as you work hard for me, you will get rice like today, 2 meals a day. I want to say much more, let us eat." He noticed that everyone's eyes were fixed on the braised rice with cured meat in front of them, and they had no interest in listening to Liu Mingyu. As soon as he mentioned that it was time to eat, everyone immediately picked up their chopsticks and began to devour their food. The slaves had long been starving, limited in their food intake, and were as thin as sticks. After working all afternoon, they were so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs. A large bowl of rice was finished in just a few bites, and they even licked their bowls clean, so there was no need to wash them. After dinner, it was time to assign rooms. Liu Mingyu assigned himself to the presidential suite on the top floor. Most of the things in the presidential suite had already been damaged, but sleeping was not a problem at all. After a preliminary cleaning, the presidential suite was quite clean. Yes, it was clean, but if you were to say it was luxurious, Liu Mingyu didn't really feel that it was very luxurious, mainly because a lot of things were missing, and he couldn't perceive it. He had never enjoyed a presidential suite in the real world, but he was enjoying it first in the post-apocalyptic world. Besides Liu Mingyu's presidential suite, Liu Haiping and the others also chose their own rooms. The hotel had a total of 250 rooms, while Liu Mingyu and his group had a total of 362 people. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone to have their own room. Even if it were possible, it wouldn't be that luxurious. The 362 people were only temporary, and the number would increase in the future. Basically, 2 people shared one bed, and in some cases with double rooms, for people shared one room. Liu Mingyu did not assign rooms directly, but allowed them to form teams freely for accommodation. If either party was not comfortable, they could choose a different room. Many useful items in the hotel rooms have been taken by survivors, but fortunately, some blankets were still there, although many had become moldy after 5 years. These people were not so delicate. Having a place to stay was already a blessing. Considering what kind of places they were taken to after being captured by the slave market and what they had to eat, it was understandable. When they were purchased today, they were filled with despair, believing they could not escape the fate of cannon fodder. In their desperation, there was a hint of relief. Perhaps they should have ended their lives decisively when they were captured, so they would not have to endure so much humiliation later on. Yi Qingxian was one of them. As a former star before the apocalypse, she knew that if others found out she was Yi Qingxian, she would not be able to escape humiliation. She had seen too many similar situations. Over the past 5 years of the apocalypse, she had disguised herself in various ways to avoid drawing attention. However, being inconspicuous was not a simple task. The onset of the apocalypse was already a difficult situation. If it weren't for her cousin accompanying her, the two of them relying on each other, and her own special ability, she might not have survived. But no matter how she hid and disguised herself, she ultimately fell into the hands of the slave traders yesterday while searching for food. Once in the hands of the slave traders, there was little hope for survival. She had planned that if someone tried to force her, she would rather die in a nanobomb explosion than let them succeed. However, what happened that afternoon made her abandon the idea of seeking death. She felt she might still be able to live well. She would not give up on the chance to survive. Touching the blanket over her, feeling its warmth, she sensed that she was feeling a bit better. "Sister, aren't you going to sleep?" her cousin asked beside her. Yi Qingxian smiled and said, "I am." Yi Qingxian chose to share a room with her cousin. It was a single room, just the two of them. Others had similar thoughts in their rooms. The formerly hopeless people were now filled with hope. Chapter 050. Assigning work. As they entered their dreams filled with hope, Liu Mingyu was lying on the bed in the presidential suite. He had thought the bed in the presidential suite would be incredibly comfortable, but it was just okay. He didn't feel much difference, just that the bed was a bit softer. "Bro, I've stayed in presidential suites before, but if it's like this, the price is too high, right?" In fact, with Liu Mingyu's current wealth, he could stay in presidential suites at any hotel. Although presidential suites were expensive, service was also important. At the Dream Hotel, there is only the shell of a presidential suite without corresponding services, so Liu Mingyu naturally did not experience any enjoyable service. What Liu Mingyu did not know was that even in the real world, many hotel presidential suites were just for show and were often not occupied for many days in a year. Drowsily, Liu Mingyu fell asleep on the soft bed. The next day, after breakfast, Liu Mingyu began to assign tasks. "Brother Liu, find a few dozen strong individuals to clean up the area around the hotel, surrounding the walls to create a protective net, preventing wandering zombies from entering. Then, look for an opportunity to clear out the villa in the middle of the lake as well. As the new base, we must implement proper protective measures. The original resort walls are already a good defense." He planned to install a row of electric fences on top of the walls, similar to what was done in the inner city, to prevent zombies from entering and to keep some ill-intentioned individuals out. However, this step would have to be taken slowly, as they still didn't know where to find the electric fences. Meals must be eaten bite by bite, and paths must be walked step by step. For now, the main focus is on clearing out the zombies in the resort and establishing simple defenses. Then he turned to Ma Junhao and said, "Mouse, your primary goal is still to implement simple artificial intelligence on the smartphone I gave you. This step is very important, and I hope you can get it done soon. If you need more people, feel free to ask, and I will arrange for you." His smart bracelet naturally had basic artificial intelligence. But implementing AI in the real world couldn't be done by simply transferring it over. Even if it was transferred, many machines wouldn't be able to install AI. Therefore, achieving simple AI on existing smartphones would be relatively easier. Ma Junhao replied, "No problem, boss. I did some preliminary testing yesterday and already have a rough idea. However, boss, it would be even better if we had more machines like this, as it would speed up the testing process." Liu Mingyu nodded and said, "No problem. I will bring you some phones this afternoon. Is there anything else you need?" Ma Junhao shook his head to indicate no issues, but Luo Wenyong seemed hesitant to speak. Liu Mingyu saw this and asked Luo Wenyong, "What's wrong? If you have any needs, just say it directly. Right now, this should be your top priority, and everything should be based on achieving this." Luo Wenyong thought for a moment and said, "Master, the place where we used to work has a lot of equipment. If we had that equipment, our research and development speed would be much faster." Liu Mingyu asked, "Where was your previous company? Is it far from here?" Luo Wenyong hesitated for a moment and said, "It's on Fengxiang Road in Hangqing." "Fengxiang Road?" Liu Mingyu asked in confusion. He mainly lived in Jiaqing and wasn't very familiar with some roads in Hangzhou, and since this city was over 100 years later, many road names had already changed, making it even harder for him to recognize them. After hearing this, Lu Haipeng shouted, "Luo Wenyong, are you trying to get the boss killed?" Luo Wenyong quickly shook his head and said, "No, I was just saying that without that equipment, I can still develop it." Lu Haipeng glared at Luo Wenyong and replied softly, "It's like this. Fengxiang Road in Hangzhou is in the city center where there are a large number of zombies. If we want to transport that equipment, it can't be done on a small scale. That would definitely provoke a lot of zombies. Moreover, in the city center, we don't even know how many special zombies are there. Going there would be certain death." Liu Mingyu glanced at Luo Wenyong and said, "Let's talk about this equipment issue later. For now, you should focus on the existing equipment. Next time we explore, find someone who understands the equipment to help identify some electronic devices." After giving his instructions, he ignored them and shouted, "Yi Qing Xian, are you here?" "Boss, I'm here." Yi Qing Xian stood up from the crowd. According to the slave code, Yi Qing Xian was supposed to address Liu Mingyu as master, but she had just been captured and hadn't had the chance to be educated on it. Being shy, she couldn't bring herself to call him master. Hearing Ma Junhao address Liu Mingyu as boss, she followed suit and called him the same. Liu Mingyu did not find Yi Qingshuan's address to him inappropriate. His intention was for these slaves to call him boss, which would be better. Starting today, as the logistics supervisor in charge of the supplies in the base. "Do you have any questions?" These slaves all have nanobombs implanted in them, so their loyalty is a bit higher than theirs. Thinking about how he spent 2,000 grams of energy crystals to buy Yi Qing Xian, he felt a pang of pain. 2,000 grams of energy crystals could be converted into about 4 million Huaxia coins. It would be a waste not to use her. Yi Qing Xian responded loudly, "Okay, boss. Does the boss have any ulterior motives towards me?" Yi Qing Xian was still very confident about her appearance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hiding for the past 5 years. Seeing Yi Qing Xian agree, Liu Mingyu didn't continue to pay attention to her. He appointed her as the logistics supervisor of the base purely to avoid waste. After all, it would be unreasonable to spend 4 million to buy her, and then have her work as an ordinary cleaner. Liu Mingyu really didn't pay much attention to Yi Qingshuan's self-satisfaction. She was all skin and bones. Like a woman he had seen in a picture who was extremely thin due to anorexia, which he found uninteresting. Liu Mingyu spoke to Li Liping and He Wenqing. "Sister Ping, you are mainly responsible for food. Sister Qing, you are mainly responsible for cleaning. Is that okay?" For the two of them, this direct allocation posed no problem at all, but since they were not slaves purchased by him, a certain level of respect had to be given. The two replied in unison, "No problem." He made corresponding arrangements for others as well, primarily focusing on various defense measures centered around the existing Dream Resort. With over 300 people, the actual distribution was not that large. The area of the resort was sufficient, and development was still mainly centered around the Dream Hotel. Of course, Liu Mingyu only assigned a few leadership positions, informing them of the development goals, while leaving the rest to them to organize on their own. Chapter 051. Third day of activities. After distributing their respective tasks, Liu Mingyu found Li Wenbo and said, "Bozi, come with me. We're going to pick up some food." After the others received their orders, they went about their work. Wally Winball was assigned as the squad leader of the security team, but he was currently not needed since Liu Haipeng was on the periphery. Upon hearing they were going to pick up food, Li Winball was overjoyed and quickly agreed. In fact, Liu Haipeng and the others had some doubts about Liu Mingyu's identity. How did he manage to get this food? And back in the inner city, he could directly have the food transported in. Was he secretly one of the hidden big shots among the five giants? Regardless, the food was real, and they were determined to follow Liu Mingyu's lead. Li Winbao drove while Liu Mingyu sat beside him, and the two drove a small truck toward the small house that Liu Mingyu had previously purchased. This place had always been where Liu Mingyu stored food for them. 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of the small house. Liu Mingyu opened the car door, got out, and instructed, "Bozi, wait here for a moment. I'll go check if the grain has arrived." Okay. In fact, Liu Mingyu could directly cross over to the real world right in front of them. For the people in the apocalyptic world, Liu Mingyu had always been in their sight. However, he still had to avoid their line of sight when he came over next time. He was just doing in advance. Walking into the house, Liu Mingyu silently recited crossover in his heart. The next moment, Liu Mingyu appeared in the rental room of the real world. Phew! The air in the real world smells much better. The apocalyptic side is filled with the stench of corpses. Liu Mingyu counted his gains from this time travel. During this trip to the past, he brought 520 pounds of salt, 1,000 pounds of rice, and 500 pounds of cured meat. He gave Liu Haipeng and the others 20 pounds of salt, 1,000 pounds of rice, and 500 pounds of cured meat. He sold the remaining 500 pounds of salt to Liu Fugue at the price of 80 energy crystals, earning a total of 80 energy crystals. He returned the 6 energy crystals he borrowed from Liu Fugue at the auction house, leaving him with 74 crystals. Then he bought slaves for 36 crystals, leaving him with 38. After that, he bought 5 large trucks for 5 crystals, leaving him with 33 energy crystals. Finally, he exchanged these 33 energy crystals with Liu Fugue for 235 pounds of gold. Now, apart from the scattered energy crystals left from killing zombies at the resort, Liu Mingyu only had this 235 pounds of gold. With 235 pounds of gold, he should be able to handle the final activity today. In terms of cash, after 2 days of selling gold, he had about 67 million. If he sold this gold today, his assets would exceed 100 million. The achievement of becoming a billionaire would be accomplished so quickly. Looking at the system's personal information, it showed name, Liu Mingyu, strength, 27, constitution, 28, agility, 24, mental power, 11, points, 100, times traveled, 2. There were no changes in attributes. He didn't know if it was because of the short time or if the effects of the medicine had worn off. Having 100 points could only be considered barely sufficient, so he decided not to use them for now, as there was nothing urgent. He had 2 times left to travel, and it seemed that the increase in travel times was based on a day in the real world. He had also spent a day in the apocalypse, but his travel count did not increase. With limited storage space and a large number of people to care for, Liu Mingyu planned to accumulate more travel times before going back to the apocalypse, while testing if there was a limit to the number of times he could travel. He called changes.Gold, and the two had breakfast at a stall downstairs. At the Long Fengxiang Gold store in the manager's office, Liu Mingyu took out an iron box that is 40 centimeters long, 15 centimeters wide, and 15 centimeters high. This iron box was found in a hardware store. Inside it is 235 pounds of gold that he acquired this time. Don't be fooled by the small size of the box. It is still not full with the 235 pounds of gold. Liu Mingyu certainly didn't really put the gold inside an iron box. The weight of 235 pounds would be enough for him to drink a pot. Although he could lift it, why not make it easier? The gold was taken out from a storage space after arriving in the manager's office, when changes.Gold wasn't looking. Liu Mingyu opened the iron box and instructed changes.Gold, "This is the stock from a store today. Arrange it." changes.Gold stared at Liu Mingyu in shock and asked, "Brother, you didn't rob a jewelry store, did you?" As the iron box opened, changes.Gold was dazzled by the sight of a box full of gold. He noticed that the gold taken out today was different from the gold from the previous days. The gold taken out today consisted of various finished jewelry that could be sold directly. Shi casually took out some gold and found that these pieces of jewelry were exquisite and beautifully designed, truly high-quality items. Liu Mingyu joked with a laugh. I own a gold store myself. What the hell am I robbing a gold store for? Shi also laughed and said, all right, I'll arrange for people to move these jewelry to the counter. I'm sure we can sell all this gold today. Just a couple of days ago, we sold those rough bracelets like crazy, and today's jewelry is so exquisite. Each piece is a fine product. I believe the sales won't be too bad. As Shi spoke, he reached out to lift the iron box. He pulled a few times with force, but couldn't move the iron box at all. Liu Mingyu smiled and said, what are you thinking, kid? It's 235 pounds of gold. Do you think you can just lift it with both hands? We need to find someone to put it in the display case in batches. Shi awkwardly scratched his head and replied, it's not that the iron box looks small, but I just saw you lift it easily with one hand. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something and asked in surprise, 235 pounds of gold. And you lifted it with one hand? At that moment, Liu Mingyu also realized that he had carried the box too easily. He didn't say much, walked over, and lifted the iron box filled with gold using one hand. It was heavy, very heavy, but he still managed to lift it and directly place the gold on the ground outside. By 9 o'clock, all the salesgirls in the shop had arrived. After receiving the gold, they quickly sorted and arranged it in the display cases. Dawei, after today's event is over, you should contact the gold shop supply channels, and then you can buy stock from them to sell. The gold from these 3 days was all transported by Liu Mingyu from the apocalypse. But this was not a long-term plan. It was just a quick way to accumulate the first pot of gold in a short time. He wasn't saying he would give up on the gold from the apocalypse. He just wanted to sell it slowly. After all, a shop that hasn't had stock for a long time while continually selling would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. They would buy stock from a jewelry factory while also selling the gold from the apocalypse. Of course, later on, even the gold brought over from the apocalypse would be purchased by the gold shop at normal prices, forming a good cycle of supply and demand. No problem. I'll start handling it tomorrow, Shi nodded. At 10 o'clock, the gold shop's doors opened on time. A crowd surged in and quickly filled the shop. Today's jewelry in the display cases consisted of finished products, and those exquisite designs greatly increased the purchasing desire of customers who were already inclined to buy. Liu Mingyu seemed to see countless amounts of money flying towards him. Chapter 052, Renting a Warehouse. On the jewelry store side, with Shi taking care of things, Liu Mingyu didn't put too much energy into it. He had other matters to attend to. He needed to rent a warehouse to store the large quantities of grain he had purchased. The food for over 300 people was not a small number like before, and it was unreliable to have large quantities of grain delivered to the dormitory. In fact, even simply stacking it in a warehouse wasn't very appropriate. It would be better to establish a trading company. A trading company would operate normally, and then using its name to purchase grain would be more reliable. Renting a warehouse was best done through an intermediary. Intermediaries in each region are interconnected, sharing resources, so any intermediary could tell him where warehouses were available for rent locally. He decided to contact the same intermediary he used to rent his apartment. Upon arriving at the intermediary company, he presented his requirements. He needed a large warehouse, preferably in the suburbs. A larger warehouse could hold more items, allowing him to make bulk purchases and store them there, and later set up a teleportation point so he could easily retrieve what he needed from the warehouse. His goal was to convert the high technology of the apocalypse into the technology of the real world. He couldn't be running around every day just for food. Of course, to better accomplish this task, food was essential. As for why he chose the suburbs, it was naturally to avoid attracting attention. Having large amounts of supplies frequently entering the warehouse was better kept from prying eyes, and suburban warehouses were also cheaper. The intermediary was quite surprised that Liu Mingyu had just rented 2 apartments and was now looking to rent a warehouse. Was he perhaps running an online business? It seemed this business was quite lucrative. He thought to learn more about it himself. Putting aside his surprise, he opened a web page and set the conditions. Quickly finding suitable warehouses, the intermediary inquired, Mr. Liu, there's a factory for rent on the side of Jiahai Highway, 5000 square meters. Does that sound suitable? Liu Mingyu was aware of Jiahai Highway. It was in the suburbs of Jiaqing, where many factories were located. But he had never been there and needed to inspect it in person to determine if it was appropriate. A 5 000 square meter factory warehouse was quite large and should be sufficient for the short term. Liu Mingyu nodded and said, "Okay, but I need to go to the site to see the situation." "Of course, I will contact the owner." The agent made a phone call and after a while said, "The owner is waiting over there. Let's go now." Liu Mingyu drove towards Jiahai Highway in the Jetta provided by the agent. At this time, it was not rush hour, and there were not many vehicles on Jiahai Highway. After about 15 minutes of driving, he arrived at the factory warehouse located right by the highway, which had very good traffic conditions. After getting out of the car, he saw a middle-aged man standing at the entrance of the factory. "Mr. Liu, this way, please," the agent said after getting out and exchanging a few words with the other party. The three of them walked through the entrance. What caught their eyes was a spacious factory. It was big, very big. The inside was clean and tidy, indicating that the other party had already prepared it for rent. With such a large factory, it seemed that the previous scale of this factory was not small. Liu Mingyu took a walk around and was relatively satisfied. But the only flaw was that the factory originally seemed to be larger and is now divided by a partition wall. There's another factory next door, which significantly reduces the confidentiality. Liu Mingyu's initial plan was to have stronger confidentiality, which does not align with his original intention. However, the location is still good. Even with vehicles coming in and out, there isn't much of a problem. It seems he can only find a suitable person to help manage the place. Liu Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "How much is this factory per month?" 1 yuan per square meter per day. So for 5,000 square meters, it's 150,000 a month. The agent quickly provided the price. "Wow, really? That's so expensive." The price of the factory surprised Liu Mingyu. He thought renting a warehouse would only cost around 30,000 to 20,000. Liu Mingyu frowned and said, "This price is too high." The agent explained, "This price is not high. The factory is well located and has a large area. It can store various items and can be modified for other uses, offering very high cost effectiveness." "Forget it, I don't want it for now. It's too expensive." Liu Mingyu shook his head. "This price is still too high, not worth it. Even if I have money, I won't spend it like this. I'd rather choose a smaller warehouse in the city for temporary use and later directly acquire a trading company. So I won't waste money." Hearing that Liu Mingyu wasn't considering renting, the middle-aged man sighed. In fact, this price is not considered too high for this location. But the area is too large, and very few people rent such a large warehouse alone. Could this factory belong to this trading company? Looking at the layout, it does seem to be the factory of this company. This company has fallen to the point of reducing its factory area to cut costs, which seems to indicate poor management. Perhaps buying could be a good idea, but I need to find out what the situation is. Liu Mingyu stopped and asked the middle-aged man, "Excuse me, do you know about the trade company next door?" The middle-aged man replied, "This trade company is mine." "What's the matter?" Liu Mingyu smiled and said, "Big brother, I'm really sorry, I don't know how to address you. My surname is Chun. Brother Chun, I want to ask if this trading company is for sale. What's going on? Weren't you here to rent a warehouse? How did it turn into wanting to buy the company?" Although the company he founded had long since fallen into decline, its scale had diminished to the extreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put the original warehouse up for rent. However, he had never considered selling the company he built from scratch, even though it had reached a difficult point. Chapter 053. Chun Yud Jiaqing Yud Trading Company Limited didn't seem to be very large, and if it could be bought, it would meet Liu Mingyu's requirements perfectly. In fact, the process of establishing a company now is quite fast, but no matter how quick it is, it cannot compare to directly purchasing a company. However, it also depends on whether the other party is willing to sell. If this one doesn't work, there will always be another that is willing to sell. Just happened to come across this one, so let's talk about it. As the boss of the trading company, since the other party is personally here to rent out the factory, it indicates that their situation isn't very good. Moreover, Liu Mingyu noticed that there weren't many people in the nearby factory, or rather, the company. Of course, they might be at work. Hearing the other party's immediate refusal, Liu Mingyu didn't mind and laughed. "President Chun, don't refuse me so quickly. How about we find a place to talk?" Chun Yud hesitated for a moment and said, "Then let's go to my office. For now, I won't rent it out. I'll contact you when I need to rent the warehouse again." Liu Mingyu informed the agent and then followed Chun Yud's lead. Under Chun Yud's guidance, Liu Mingyu arrived at his office. Along the way, Liu Mingyu noticed that this trading company indeed had very few people left. Upon reaching the office, the two sat on the sofa, while Chunyud cleaned the teapot. He asked, "Boss Liu, I have no intention of selling the company. If you really need this factory as a warehouse, I can offer you a lower price." Liu Mingyu smiled and said, "No rush. May I ask what your company mainly operates?" Chunyud finished washing the teapot, took a can of Longjing tea from the tea cabinet nearby, grabbed a few small handfuls of tea leaves, and said, "Our company mainly deals in daily necessities, clothing and accessories, cosmetics, food, and basically everything within our business scope." "Your company's business scope is really broad. It must be quite large in scale," Liu Mingyu remarked. Liu Mingyu did not expect the other party's business scope to be so broad. Generally speaking, most trading companies mainly focus on one or two types of products and do not take on all products. Perhaps this is the reason for the company's rapid decline. "Chen, made a cup of hot tea," for Liu Mingyu. After hearing Liu Mingyu's praise, he fell silent for a moment and said, "Well, that's all in the past now. It seems that the other party really is a big company, but the environment doesn't look like it at all. It doesn't matter to him. After all, he is here to purchase the company. As long as the price is right, this trading company can serve him well." Liu Mingyu picked up his cup and took a gentle sip of tea. A rich aroma instantly filled his mouth. This tea was quite good. He put down the cup and softly asked, "Boss Chun, are you really not considering selling the company?" From the name, Jiaqing Yud Trading Company Limited, it was clear that it was founded by him. Chen Yud started around 2005, initially just running an online store, buying everyday items and cosmetics from abroad, and selling them domestically, which is known as purchasing on behalf of others. Because the quantity one person could purchase was limited, and, at that time, express delivery services were not well developed, he mainly relied on personally flying back and forth each week to make money. In 2006, relying on his purchasing business, he made his first pot of gold. Later, he became more ambitious, feeling that this method was too slow, and established Jiaqing Yud Trading Company Limited. It must be said that making money back then was really quite easy. Those with a bit of courage made a fortune. That said, one still needed some capital. Without capital, even if someone gave you a way to make money, it would be useless. Chunyud had money and was bold, seizing a good opportunity. Establishing a trading company significantly expanded his business scope, and he made substantial profits on almost every item he purchased on behalf of others. In less than 5 years, the assets of his trading company reached over 100 million. Once he had money, he naturally became dissatisfied with small-scale purchasing and began various investments, expanding the types of products he purchased. Whatever others needed, they just had to place an order, and he would source it from elsewhere. However, not everything could be managed, and as he expanded, a large amount of capital was tied up, significantly reducing his liquidity, and he borrowed a considerable amount from the bank. He trusted others and used his liquidity to invest in a project. However, while he was quite skilled in trading, he was just a novice in investment projects. It turned out that it was just a scam. After taking his money, the project vanished without a trace. Due to insufficient liquidity, he couldn't repay his debts, leading his once billion-dollar company to the brink of bankruptcy. Everyone is willing to do things that add a finishing touch, but very few are willing to provide help in difficult times. After lacking liquidity, Chunyud could only sell off a large part of his assets to repay his debts. This continued for several years, and he managed to hold on until now. Now, the entire company's annual output value is less than 1 million. In fact, this trading company could have been closed long ago, but since it was his first company and a product of years of hard work, he was unwilling to let it go bankrupt and has been struggling to keep it afloat. Liu Mingyu listened and couldn't help but sigh, saying, "Boss Chun is indeed a person of great determination. How about this? You sell the company to me, and I'll make you the chairman, allowing you to continue managing the company." Chunyud glanced at him and said, "Boss Liu, I've already made myself clear. This company is just an empty shell now. Are you sure you still want to buy it?" In fact, he was quite tempted, but he was also very conflicted, struggling with the thought of selling after holding on for so many years, or perhaps disbanding the company. Recently, the bank had been pushing him for loan repayments, and otherwise, he wouldn't have rented out the remaining factory buildings. He simply didn't have the money to pay. "Boss Chun, I really want it. Just name a price, and I only need you to help me purchase some things. The company name won't change, and management will still be in your hands. Liu Mingyu feels that it is not easy for someone to go from starting from scratch to becoming a billionaire and then falling into debt, but not giving up. The main point is that he doesn't have time to manage. Even the jewelry store is left to Dawei to handle. Even if he starts a trading company, he still needs to hire a manager to take care of it. He has a good impression of Chunyud and thinks very highly of him. Chapter 054. Buying a car. After hearing this, Chunyud was also somewhat moved. Selling the company means he no longer has to bear the company's debts, and he can continue to be the general manager here, which aligns perfectly with his wishes. He has always insisted on not wanting your trading company to go bankrupt. So with this opportunity, what is he waiting for? However, he can't figure out what Liu Mingyu's true intentions are. Is it possible that he wants to buy some contraband or something similar? Liu Mingyu seemed to sense Chunyud's concerns and said with a smile, "Boss Chun, you don't need to worry. You can manage the operations. I just need your help to purchase some things when I need them. I'm mainly too busy to manage it myself." Chunyud also smiled and replied, "Boss Liu, no problem. However, I've already mentioned the general situation of the company to you. The company's output value is currently around 1 million, with an annual profit of only 100,000. If Boss Liu is interested, I can sell it to you for 3 million. Although the output value is only 1 million and the profit is just 100,000, the company's other fixed assets definitely exceed 3 million. Buying this company for 3 million means Liu Mingyu is getting a bit of a bargain." Liu Mingyu didn't even mention the price and directly replied, "No problem. 3 million is just a small amount for him. Spending a little money to solve a food purchasing and storage crisis is a great deal. Although the company transaction is much simpler, it still can't be done all at once. It requires a series of procedures, such as changing the company's legal representative." The two first signed a letter of intent, and then Liu Mingyu directly transferred the money to Chunyud's personal account. Ding! Chunyud quickly received the transfer notification from Liu Mingyu. Having already signed the letter of intent, Liu Mingyu was not afraid of the other party backing out. If they did, he would make Chunyud regret accepting the money. Chunyud smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, I'm working for you now." Liu Mingyu also smiled and said, "The trading company relies on you now. Once the changes are completed, I'll transfer another 10 million over to you to get things done well." Chunyud's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect this seemingly very young boss to be so capable. Just after the acquisition, he was ready to invest another 10 million. Could it be that the other party is a wealthy second generation? Liu Mingyu ignored him and continued, "Later, help me buy some rice, cured meat, and other unpackaged food that doesn't show the production date." Chunyud was quite puzzled by Liu Mingyu's first instruction, wondering what it was for. Was he planning to buy unbranded products? However, he quickly responded, "Okay, no problem, I'll arrange it." Although he didn't know what Liu Mingyu needed it for, he figured he couldn't refuse his boss's request. Liu Mingyu seemed to see through the other person's thoughts and explained, "Although we don't need the production date, we must buy high-quality food and definitely avoid those inferior products." Chunyud, realizing he had made a mistake, awkwardly smiled and asked, "Boss, is there a quantity requirement?" Liu Mingyu shook his head and said, "No, for now, just buy a few tons of each and store them, either in the factory next door or find a place to pile them up yourself. Just let me know when you do. Also, don't rent out the factory next door. Expand the scale and make use of it." "Okay, boss." The company has been sold to Liu Mingyu, so naturally, the boss has the final say. The factory is also part of the company's fixed assets, but it is rented. The rental period was initially quite long, and it was only re-rented later when it was no longer needed, making this a second sublease. However, thinking about it, if it weren't for the rent, the land for the factory alone would be worth more than 3 million. Otherwise, Liu Mingyu wouldn't have been able to spend 3 million to buy this company. Liu Mingyu didn't pay too much attention to it. He had finally sorted out a large source of food here and no longer needed to worry about it. "You do a good job. I have something to attend to. I'm leaving first," Liu Mingyu said as he greeted Chunyud. "Boss, do you need me to give you a ride?" Chunyud remembered that Liu Mingyu had come over by the agency's car, and now that the agency had left, Liu Mingyu surely had no car here. Of course, he wouldn't think that someone who could spend 3 million to buy a company and invest another 10 million would not have a vehicle. He probably just took the agency's car for convenience. "Thank you. If it's convenient, please take me to the 4S dealership." Little did he know, Liu Mingyu's wealth was only a recent development. He had been busy setting up the gold shop these past few days and hadn't had time to buy a vehicle. When he came over in the agency's car, he had already wanted to go to the 4S dealership to buy a car. Now that things were settled here, it was just the right time to make a trip to the dealership. They say a car is a man's second wife. Liu Mingyu is no exception. But in the past, there was no money, so he could only satisfy his cravings by looking. Buying a car was something he didn't even dare to think about. Now that he has money, he naturally won't deprive himself. Liu Mingyu sat on Chun Yud's BMW X3 and said, "Old Chun, nice car. Now that you've sold the company, you must feel at ease." Looking at his state, one could tell that although he was just over 40, his hair had already turned quite gray. Throughout the debt repayment process, there had always been a drive supporting him. Now that the pressure was lifted, he felt more relaxed, and his spirits improved significantly. At the 4S shop, Chun Yud asked, "Boss, do you have a price in mind?" Liu Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "Well, around 1 million would be good, preferably with a car available right away." Although Liu Mingyu often fantasized about buying a car in the past, when it actually came time to choose one, he found himself unsure of which car to buy. However, he hoped to find one that was readily available. Otherwise, after placing an order, he would have to wait a long time. If he was lucky, he might be able to pick it up in a week or so, but it wouldn't be surprising if it took 1 or 2 months. Shortly after the two entered, a young and attractive saleswoman in work attire approached them and sweetly asked, "Sir, how can I assist you? I can introduce you to models that fit your budget." Although their attire didn't seem like that of typical car buyers, she approached Liu Mingyu politely, adhering to her service duties. Liu Mingyu's clothes are indeed all ordinary, not branded items. While Chun Yud has been worried about loans and hasn't paid much attention to his attire. Moreover, in the apocalyptic world, wearing branded clothes is useless. It's better to dress casually for comfort. Chapter 055, Appointment. In fact, Liu Mingyu didn't care much about his clothing. As long as it was comfortable, that was enough. A capable person can wear cheap clothes, and others would think they're wearing luxury brands. An incapable person, even in branded clothes, will be thought to be in knockoffs. In life, why should one care too much about others' opinions? Living is about being comfortable and at ease. If it weren't for Liu Mingyu's storage space not being large enough, he could have directly brought a vehicle from the apocalyptic world. The performance of cars over there is incomparable to the real world, both in style and performance. It's a pity that the space isn't sufficient. Once he upgrades in the future, he must bring a car over. No, several cars. For now, he should look for a temporary vehicle. Setting aside his thoughts, Liu Mingyu said, "Around 1 million, and it needs to be in stock." The salesperson's eyes lit up, and he politely introduced, "This BMW M4 convertible sports car, a limited edition for car enthusiasts, is top-tier configuration at 1.2 million, and we have in stock here. It's a very good choice." Seeing that Liu Mingyu was purchasing a vehicle, the convertible was a perfect recommendation for young people. Naturally, if the price was negotiable, it would be better to choose the higher end. Convertibles, not really my style, they're too flashy. Do you have other models? Something with more space. While convertibles are great for picking up girls, Liu Mingyu personally prefers something with more room, adding a new request. Not disheartened by Liu Mingyu's lack of interest, the salesperson quickly introduced, "The BMW X7, the latest SUV model released this year, has a spacious interior. You can take a look at this model's detailed introduction." Saying this, he handed Liu Mingyu a vehicle brochure. Liu Mingyu took it over without looking and directly asked, "Is this the one? I'll take it for a test drive." The salesperson immediately found a BMW X7 Executive Series. Liu Mingyu looked around and indeed found it quite spacious. Sitting in the driver's seat, he felt the space was really large and comfortable. He had already obtained his driver's license while studying. He drove around the venue and took a test drive. To be honest, he wasn't a professional test driver and didn't feel anything particularly special. Overall, it was quite comfortable to drive. In terms of comfort, it wasn't much different from those vehicles in the apocalypse. After all, the cars he drove in the apocalypse were mainly trucks, so it couldn't be expected to be much better. "Boss, how does it feel?" Liu Mingyu got out of the driver's seat, and Chun Yud asked him nearby. "It's okay. Let's go with this one." Liu Mingyu still felt some excitement about buying a car. After all, it was his first car. However, if you asked how excited he was, it wasn't that much. In a world where luxury cars were everywhere, he wasn't overly thrilled, especially for an ordinary SUV. If Chun Yud could hear Liu Mingyu's thoughts, he would definitely want to beat him up. A car worth over $1 million is just an ordinary car. If Liu Mingyu could hear Chun Yud's inner thoughts, he would disdainfully scoff at him. With luxury cars everywhere, he drives an X7, which is hardly an ordinary vehicle. Without speculating on Chun Yud's thoughts, Liu Mingyu asked, "What's the price of this car?" The base price is $1.258 million. Fully equipped, it comes to $1.45 million. The salesperson had already calculated the price when Liu Mingyu came to test drive and immediately provided the corresponding quote upon Liu Mingyu's inquiry. $1.45 million is not bad. It's just a temporary vehicle for now. Later, after enhancing the space, he could get a more comfortable car over there. However, it seems that cars acquired from there can't be registered, which is a bit of a headache. Does he have to start his own car company to bring the technology from there here? Forget it. He'll take it slow. The opposite side has a world that's 100 years ahead. Everything there seems more advanced, and he wants to bring it all over. But meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and roads must be walked step by step. Being anxious won't help. Liu Mingyu took out his bank card and smiled. "Full payment. Let's swipe the card. Can you help me with the paperwork today?" "No problem, right?" "No problem at all. We have dedicated staff to handle these procedures, and it will be done quickly. Sir, you can wait in the lounge area for a moment." The salesperson saw that Liu Mingyu was really buying the car and couldn't help but smile broadly. Closing this deal meant a nice commission for him. Chun Yud raised his cup, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, boss, on acquiring a luxury car." A car worth $1.5 million was indeed an ordinary car for Chun Yud. However, that was in the past. The cars he sold before were mostly luxury cars priced over $1 million, with the most expensive one exceeding $4 million. But all of that was history now. One must look to the future. The two chatted in the lounge for a while. An hour later, the salesperson came over with the documents and car keys, wearing a bright smile, and said, "Sir, the paperwork is done. Here are your documents and car keys." "Thank you." Liu Mingyu took the document and car keys, feeling a bit emotional. Just last week, he was still a struggling worker at the bottom level in Jiaqing, and this week he had transformed into a wealthy individual driving a luxury car. Backed by an apocalyptic world, he felt a surge of ambition at this moment. Liu Mingyu looked at the time. It was already past noon. He turned to Chun Yud and said, "Old Chun, let's have lunch together to celebrate my new car." Chun Yud smiled and replied, "When the boss speaks, there's naturally no problem. Now it's up to you to treat." The place they went to for lunch was the same one Shirdawe had taken him to last time. The food there was indeed good, and the prices were reasonable. Since both of them were driving, they didn't drink alcohol and only had a little tea. They followed the traffic rules. No drinking and driving, and no driving after drinking. They wouldn't do such a thing that harms both others and themselves. Liu Mingyu paid the bill, and the two stood at the entrance. Liu Mingyu said, "Old Chun, let's have dinner together tonight. We'll have a drink, and I'll introduce you to someone. It always feels like something's missing without drinking." "Sure, no problem. Where shall we eat tonight? Do you need me to make a reservation?" Chun Yud readily agreed. Liu Mingyu thought for a while and said, "I don't know if we can still book a private room at the Jinjiang International Hotel today. It's really hard to get a reservation there. If we can get a reservation, let's go there for dinner tonight." Liu Mingyu promised Shirdawe to have a meal at the Jinjiang International Hotel, but he had made several reservations without success. He didn't know if the hotel was really that popular or if he was being looked down upon by the other party. Chun Yud replied, "The Jinjiang International Hotel? I have a VIP card here, so I can make a reservation directly. Generally, they have private rooms reserved for VIP customers." Liu Mingyu patted Chun Yud on the shoulder and laughed. "All right, old Chun, you actually have a VIP card for the International Hotel. We'll rely on you for the reservation tonight." He chuckled. "This is all old news. I haven't used it in a long time, and I don't even know if it still works." Chun Yud said as he picked up the phone and made a call. After a while, he turned his head to ask, "Boss, what time should we book? How about 9:30? Today is the last day for the gold shop, and he originally planned to celebrate with the staff there, so if they could get a reservation at the Jinjiang International Hotel, that would be great." Chun Yud was a bit surprised by the time Liu Mingyu suggested, thinking Liu Mingyu had made a mistake, and repeated, 9:30? "Yes, 9:30. After a while, Chun Yud put down the phone and said, "Boss, the reservation is successful. Box number 888. There aren't many people dining at 9:30, so the reservation should be fine." Liu Mingyu awkwardly smiled and said, "Really? I made several appointments before, but haven't been successful, probably because it's peak time for reservations. Then he added, all right, boss. I'll leave first. See you tonight. Sure, let us meet directly in the private room tonight. Chapter 056. Out of stock after parting ways with Chun Yud. Liu Mingyu called Shi Dawei. Dawei, how's the event going today? Brother Yu, the scene is still very lively today. The jewelry you brought this time is of excellent style and quality. So far, the revenue has exceeded 10 million. At this rate, there might not be enough gold left for today, Shi Dawei excitedly reported to Liu Mingyu. Not enough? Liu Mingyu frowned, realizing that the amount of gold exchanged with Liu Fugui was indeed a bit less than expected. He originally planned to use the money from selling salt to exchange for gold to sell, so he would have enough gold to sell today. Selling 80 gene of salt could yield 560 gene of gold at a 1:7 ratio, which would be completely sufficient for the event's needs. Unfortunately, he had spent a large portion of his money on buying a significant number of slaves along the way, resulting in insufficient gold at the gold store now. Did he need to cross over again to the apocalypse to get some gold? He still had crossing opportunities available and could go there anytime. If the gold store had no gold to sell, could it still be considered a gold store? Moreover, he had promised the customers yesterday that they could buy as much as they wanted today. He couldn't go back on his word. Wasting a crossing opportunity was just that, a waste, but since he could gain an extra crossing opportunity for every day that passed in the real world, it wasn't entirely wasted. With that thought in mind, Liu Mingyu said, Dawei, you keep selling, open up the sales. I'll go get some more gold. At that moment, Shi Dawei's eyes widened. Was gold something one could just casually acquire? However, he quickly responded, no problem, I'll take care of it right away. Based on the current sales speed, by around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, it would likely be sold out. Of course, it required maintaining the situation to ensure it was sold out by then. Shi Dawei looked at the long line in front of him, confident that it would sell out. The Chinese are very fond of watching, and when others saw the line at the gold store, passers-by would stop to watch. If they weren't interested before, seeing that there was a chance to get a bargain would make them join the queue. The long line seemed to stretch on indefinitely, and thankfully, the mall security was there to help maintain order. In reality, the bargain wasn't that significant. The recent rise in gold prices was not very high. The price at Long Fengxian Gold Store remained at 292 yuan per gram, the same as it had been for the past couple of days. Liu Mingyu hung up the phone, completely forgetting to tell Shi Dawei that they would be having dinner at the International Hotel that night. It didn't matter. He could inform him later once he had secured the gold. The food situation with Chun Yud wasn't resolved, so he couldn't wait for that. He decided to stick to his previous plan and buy some scattered food at the market. Although he could gain a chance to travel through time once a day in the real world, his space was limited, and there were over 300 people in the apocalypse world relying on him for food. He couldn't waste any opportunity to travel. Driving his newly purchased X7, he headed towards the market. He went to the same agricultural trade market as before, buying 2,000 pounds of rice, 1,000 pounds of cured meat, and 1,000 pounds of salt. This time, he specifically asked them to pack it in some blank bags without any information. With 4,000 pounds of food, his storage space was completely filled. After securing the food, Liu Mingyu directly traveled through time in the car. The next second, Liu Mingyu appeared in a small cabin in the apocalyptic world. He placed the prepared food inside, totaling 2,000 gene of rice, 1,000 gene of cured meat, and 500 gene of salt. He planned to sell the additional 500 gene of salt to Liu Fugui. He wasn't sure if the other party would still accept salt. Initially, Liu Mingyu didn't intend to sell again so soon. Selling a large quantity of supplies in a short time would attract attention. Although Liu Fugui seemed easy to talk to, he just didn't show it. Selling too much would raise suspicions about the source of the supplies. Without sufficient strength, one couldn't protect what they wanted to safeguard. This principle is the same in both the apocalyptic world and the real world. If he sold again, he needed to space out the next transaction for a longer time. Putting aside his thoughts, Liu Mingyu carried 2 bags of rice outside and shouted to Li Wenbo in the vehicle, Bozi, let's move the food to the car together. Okay. Li Wenbo quickly got down and ran over to help. It took them quite a while to move over 3,000 gene of food. Fortunately, Liu Mingyu's physical condition had improved significantly, and Li Wenbo had also been surviving in the apocalypse for many years. Otherwise, moving over 3,000 gene of food would have taken a much longer time. After moving the food, the two didn't even break a sweat. Now, Yi Qingxian was the logistics supervisor at the resort, and all this food was under her management. Yi Qingxian was quite surprised about where Liu Mingyu had gotten the food. She didn't go over to check the food in the truck, but judging by the volume stacked in the vehicle, there was a considerable amount. Although surprised, she quickly got in her role and replied, "Understood, boss." Then she told the few people nearby who were organizing things, "You guys come over and help move this to warehouse number 1. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 slightly stronger men came over to help move the food. One more person brought over a luggage cart, which should have been prepared by the hotel. With the luggage cart, the work became much easier. They just had to move the items from the truck and then pile them in warehouse number 1. Did they set up warehouse number 1 so quickly? This woman's management seems quite good. A few minutes later, all the goods from the truck had been moved down. I'll go out again. You take care of things here." Liu Mingyu instructed Yi Yingwan. Yi Qingxian nodded and replied, "Okay, boss." This time, Liu Mingyu went out alone without bringing anyone else. He was heading to the inner city to make another deal with Liu Fugue. It wasn't convenient to have someone following him, and there wasn't much danger in Liu Fugue's current situation. He parked the car in the parking lot at the outer city gate and paid 10 grams of energy crystals as a storage fee. He entered the city alone. The line to enter the city was long, but Liu Mingyu didn't wait at the back. He walked over to the VIP channel, spent 10 grams of energy crystals, and passed directly through the VIP entrance. On the way, he had already contacted Liu Fugue and knew that Liu Fugue was in the trading hall of the inner city. After Liu Mingyu entered, he spent 200 grams of energy crystal to rent a small truck and headed straight to the inner city trading hall. Chapter 057, Resolution. Outer City Trading Hall. Manager's Office. Liu Fugue poured a cup of tea for Liu Mingyu and said, "Come on, brother Liu, try this Longjing tea. It's a rare find, hard to come by. In the apocalypse, tea leaves are quite expensive. Ordinary people can barely get enough food, let alone have the luxury to drink tea. As for the wealthy, even if they want to drink tea, they have no place to get it. With the onset of the apocalypse, the population has sharply decreased, and zombies surround the city. The supplies and the shelters are mostly scavenged from what was left behind by humanity. This has led to some luxury items being extremely expensive, which is also related to speculation. After all, they are not necessities, so where does such high pricing come from?" Liu Mingyu picked up the cup, took a gentle sip, and then praised good tea. While saying it was good tea, he was actually thinking, with this kind of tea leaves, I can drink it any time. Liu Fugue also picked up his cup and took a gentle sip, as if he had tasted some exquisite nectar, revealing a joyful expression on his face. He then sighed deeply, so fragrant. Liu Mingyu took a few sips of tea and said, "Boss Liu likes to drink tea so much. Next time you come over, I'll bring you some. Don't be fooled by the current high prices of tea leaves. That's because they are scarce and being speculated on. Moreover, tea leaves are not a necessity, so it's better to sell a favor to Liu Fugue." Liu Fugue's eyes lit up, and he laughed, saying, "Is that true?" He smiled on the outside, but inside he was even more convinced of his previous thoughts. Liu Mingyu had found a storage warehouse from before the apocalypse, and it seemed that this warehouse was quite large, as it even had tea leaves. Generally speaking, most warehouses primarily stored food, and it was rare to find items that were not significant for survival. Liu Fugue's mind became active. He had also hired someone to follow Liu Mingyu before, but he did not discover where Liu Mingyu's supplies actually came from. Liu Mingyu had previously bought a house in the slums, which he was aware of. After Liu Mingyu left, Liu Fugue had sent someone in a search, but nothing of value was found. Indeed, if that warehouse was really in the slums, it would have been discovered long ago, rather than waiting until now. Liu Mingyu had no idea that his temporary shelter as a transit station had already been discovered. At this moment, he smiled and said, "It's not much, just about 10 pounds or so." Liu Fugue widened his eyes and said, 10 or so pounds. Are you joking? I've searched many places myself, and now there's less than 2 pounds left. He then smiled broadly and continued, "Thank you so much, Brother Liu. By the way, are you selling salt? I wonder how much stock you have this time." In fact, the salt had already been moved aside, so he knew exactly how much there was. He could tell with just one glance. Liu Mingyu chuckled. Not much, just 500 pounds of salt. Lu Fugui put away his smile, his face showing a hint of embarrassment, and said awkwardly, Brother Liu, you know I just bought 500 gene of your salt yesterday, and I haven't sold it yet. Now you're bringing another 500 gene. I estimate the price. If you want to lower the price, just say so. There's no need for so much preamble. With the population in the settlement, 500 gene of salt wouldn't even make a splash. There's no risk of it being unsold. If most of the gold in the settlement hadn't been bought by the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't even need to trade with Lu Fugui. Perhaps in the future, he could collect gold in the outer city. Although the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce controls a large amount of gold, there should still be plenty in the hands of the scattered individuals. Right now, finding Lu Fugui to exchange for gold is still the fastest way. Liu Mingyu smiled and interrupted Lu Fugui, saying, Boss Liu, I know business is tough. How about a flat rate of 1 gene of salt for 525 grams of gold? This price isn't high, and it helps you digest the gold. Hearing that Liu Mingyu was willing to pay with gold, Lu Fugui was very willing. The ratio of energy crystal stones to gold is 1:7. So 525 grams of gold is equivalent to 75 grams of energy crystal stones, which is slightly cheaper than the 80 grams from yesterday, making it profitable. Hearing the other party's words, it seemed the price could still be pushed down a bit. Lu Fugui tentatively said, Brother Liu, the price of gold has risen recently. How about this? 1 gene of salt for 1 gene of gold. What do you think? Exchanging 1 gene of salt for 1 gene of gold would already be extremely profitable, but this kind of business would only be done by Liu Mingyu. Others wouldn't be able to pull it off. Liu Mingyu nodded and said, Sure, it's best to use those pieces of jewelry for the gold. After the two agreed on a price, Lu Fugui called someone in, and they counted the weight of the salt face to face. This time, there was no loss in the weight of the salt, and it weighed a full 500 gene. After a while, Lu Fugui had someone bring in a large box containing 500 gene of gold, all in various styles, shining brightly. With the help of the staff, the four of them found some ropes and loaded it onto the small truck. Boss Liu, it's been a pleasure working together. It's been a pleasure. Liu Mingyu drove the truck away from the outer city trading hall. Seeing Liu Mingyu set off, Lu Fugui took out the communicator and said, Pay attention to the movements of the other party. A voice from the communicator responded, Understood. Liu Mingyu was still unaware that he was being followed. He drove his small truck and found a place with less foot traffic to stop, avoiding the gaze of others, with his hand resting on the large box. In the next second, the large box at the back of the truck disappeared. The fixed-point teleportation technology allows for the setting of 5 coordinate points on each side. In the apocalyptic world, 3 coordinate points have already been used. One is the initial villa location, the second is in the small house he purchased, and the third is in the presidential suite of the resort. In the real world, 2 coordinate points have been used. One is the original company dormitory, and the second is in the house he is currently renting. Fixed-point teleportation does not mean that he cannot teleport to places other than these locations. He can still choose random teleportation. For instance, if he chooses to teleport now, he can either use the fixed-point coordinates in the real world or teleport randomly. Similarly, teleporting from the real world works the same way. At this moment, Liu Mingyu was driving his small truck, listening to upbeat music, heading towards the resort. These songs were ones Liu Mingyu had never heard before, and he was nodding his head to the rhythm. Chapter 058. Investigating in the shadows while Liu Mingyu was happily listening to the songs in his truck, a small car was closely following behind him. Liu Mingyu didn't pay much attention. Encountering other vehicles on the road was quite normal, and he was fully immersed in listening to music, completely unaware of the vehicles behind him. The ones following Liu Mingyu were sent by Lu Fugui. There were 2 people in the car, one with a buzz cut and the other with a middle part, both relatively young, looking to be around 30. Their appearances were quite similar, suggesting they were biological brothers. The one with the buzz cut spoke up, Bro, I just want to check on the truck that guy was driving, but I didn't find any boxes. When he left, he didn't seem to take anything with him. Where did the gold go? He knew that their boss wanted to find out where the other party stored their supplies. Everything else was not a priority for now. Well, I wonder if anyone else can find any traces. The ones tracking Liu Mingyu were not just these brothers. There were others as well. The resort, villas, and small houses all had people watching, but nothing had been discovered yet. Liu Mingyu didn't pay attention to others. He was focused on listening to the song. Not bad, this song is quite nice. Let's see who is singing it. Liu Mingyu glanced sideways at the song information. Yi Yingguan? That name sounds familiar. Could it be the slave I bought? He vaguely remembered that Yi Qingxian seemed to be a big star, but he wasn't sure if it was a coincidence or if it was really her singing. However, the voice did resemble hers a bit. He had only spoken to Yi Qingxian a few times, so he didn't remember her voice well. It was likely that the original owner of this car was a big fan of Yi Qingxian's songs, as the song library was filled with her music. That said, it had to be acknowledged that Yi Qingxian's songs were all very beautiful, with nearly every song being classic. Listening to Yi Qingxian's sweet voice while cruising down the country road, occasionally encountering wandering zombies, he didn't avoid them at all, simply running them over. Life was quite pleasant. Dreamy resort. Liu Mingyu parked the car in the parking lot. Most of the resort had begun to be cleaned up, and it looked a bit like a resort. Upon entering the hotel, he saw Yi Qingxian resembling a logistics manager, organizing the hotel. Liu Mingyu smiled slightly at her and said, "Not bad. You quickly got into the role of logistics manager. By the way, your song is quite nice." Yi Qingxian flashed through some thoughts. Did she just hear that correctly? Did the boss just say my song is nice? Since the apocalypse began, Yi Qingxian had long forgotten her profession. She used to be a diva, but now she was busy struggling to survive every day, leaving no time to sing. The boss likes to listen to songs? Maybe she could sing next time. Shaking off her thoughts, Yi Qingxian returned to her work of organizing the hotel. Having just moved in, many things in the hotel were in need of repair, and it was all up to her to coordinate. The two brothers trailing behind saw Liu Mingyu's car drive into the resort, and they couldn't follow him in, nor could they stop at the entrance, so they continued to drive slowly forward. This place had other vehicles besides ours. Could there be a crowd surviving in that direction? Liu Haipeng, who was building defensive facilities nearby, noticed that there seemed to be more vehicles around the resort and muttered to himself. This place had long been scavenged clean, and that direction was even more suburban. Beyond that was another car city. Generally, few people went to those places. After all, there were human settlements nearby, so why go far when there was a closer option? Today, it seemed he saw a car parked not far from the resort, and he vaguely remembered that spot had no vehicles. Was there really one or not? His brother took out his phone and dialed Liu Fugui's number. After a while, Liu Fugui's figure projected in midair. Liu Fugui asked, "How's it going? Have you found a location of the other party's supplies?" His brother shook his head and said softly, "No, boss. That person didn't stop at all after coming out of the inner city and went straight into the Dreamland Resort." Liu Fugui pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Could the warehouse be in the Dreamland Resort? I don't know. Should we go in and take a look?" His brother asked quietly. Liu Fugui waved his hand and said, "No need. The possibility of being over there is low. If he were really over there, he wouldn't specifically drive out to transport supplies." Liu Mingyu has known about these outings for a while and is aware that many supplies are indeed being transported in from outside. So the possibility of Fantasy Resort is not high. Liu Fugui asked, "If it's not at the Dream Resort, then it must be outside. By the way, did he have any special actions in the inner city?" There weren't any special actions, but he did stop the car midway while in the inner city. "So it's possible he has accomplices there," his brother replied after thinking for a while. "The inner city? That seems unlikely. The main forces in the inner city are still our 5 major powers, and I haven't noticed any other forces coming in. If they were to come in large numbers, they would have been discovered long ago. In fact, it wasn't just him. There were others in the inner city secretly investigating Liu Mingyu, so he wasn't too anxious." At this moment, Liu Mingyu was completely unaware that there were so many people around him secretly observing him. In the real world, Liu Mingyu appeared in the rental house. Next time he crosses over, unless it's an emergency, he should avoid crossing while driving. If someone had been recording at that moment, it would likely have caused quite a stir. After getting the car, Liu Mingyu put half of the gold into a box and headed straight to the Longfengxiang gold store. The shortage of gold at the store was finally resolved. With over 200 pounds of gold, buying it openly wouldn't be a problem. However, when Liu Mingyu stood at the entrance of the Longfengxiang gold store holding a box of gold, he saw the bustling scene inside. In that instant, he suddenly felt that over 200 pounds of gold might not be enough to handle the frenzy of customers today. No worries, the more he sells, the happier he should be, right? Once sold out, There's still more in the space, and if necessary, he could always take another trip to the apocalypse. Chapter 059. Delivery. Liu Mingyu was just about to enter the gold shop when he was immediately stopped by a security guard nearby. "Hey brother, if you want to buy gold, please line up at the back and don't disrupt the order." The people waiting in line nearby saw this and echoed, "Everyone is waiting in line. How can you cut in line like that?" Liu Mingyu couldn't help but smile wryly. Great, he couldn't even get into his own store. He explained from the side, "I'm the owner of this store. I'm here to deliver gold. Look." As he spoke, Liu Mingyu lifted the box in his hand a little. Another security guard looked around and said to Liu Mingyu, "Isn't the owner of this store boss sure? I just saw him inside helping out." "Forget it. I'll just find the store manager directly." Seeing that the security guard was still unwilling to let him through, Liu Mingyu knew that these guards were there to protect the safety of the gold store, and he was naturally very pleased. He picked up his phone and called Shirdawe. However, he didn't know if Shirdawe had forgotten his phone or if there were too many people. But the phone rang for a long time without anyone answering. Inside the gold store, it was crowded with people. Everywhere he looked, there were heads, and everyone was busy. Liu Mingyu opened a pack of cigarettes and shared one with the security guard beside him. He said, "Brother, I called him but no one answered. Can you go over and call Manager Sure for me? Just say Liu Mingyu is looking for him, and he will come out when he hears that." The security guard at first pointed to Liu Mingyu's location and said, "Okay, you wait here, don't go over. I'll ask for you." "Thank you, brother." The security guard walked to the shop in trance and shouted inside, "Manager Sure, there's a Mr. Liu Mingyu outside looking for you." At that moment, Shirdawe was busy introducing gold to a customer. Upon hearing the security guard shout, he asked a nearby staff member to take over. Shirdawe hurriedly walked out and, seeing Liu Mingyu being blocked by the security guard, smiled and said, "Brother Yu, are you here to deliver gold?" He had just mentioned that there wasn't enough gold, and Liu Mingyu appeared, so it was natural to guess that he was here to deliver gold. The security guard, seeing that Liu Mingyu really knew the shop's manager, stepped aside and continued to maintain order. Shirdawe noticed that Liu Mingyu was carrying a box and reached out to help him carry it. Liu Mingyu reached out to refuse, saying, "The box is heavy. Let me carry it over." Over 200 pounds of gold. How could Shirdawe possibly lift it? Shirdawe thought about what happened a couple of days ago and said nothing, leading the way in front. Manager's office. Liu Mingyu placed the box on the ground and said, "This time it's still over 200 pounds, all ready-made jewelry. Great. With this stock, we can sell freely in the store." Shirdawe was overjoyed. He was worried that the gold brought over in the morning wouldn't be enough for today's sales. So he informed Liu Mingyu early on. Liu Mingyu sat on the sofa beside him and asked, "How are sales today?" Shirdawe nodded affirmatively and replied, "Very good. If you hadn't come, we probably would have sold out by around 2 o'clock this afternoon." "Really? Selling out so quickly is beyond my expectations," Liu Mingyu said. "Yeah, those people are acting like they're crazy, as if money doesn't matter to them." Shirdawe was also shocked by the customers frantically buying gold. Almost everyone was purchasing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions worth of gold. But thinking about it, gold is indeed a hard currency, and the prices at Longfengxian Gold Store are much cheaper than elsewhere. Many people are purely viewing it as an investment, and with many banks offering paper gold financial products. Buying that is not as good as purchasing real gold, which is tangible and visible. Chinese people have had a fondness for gold since ancient times and enjoy collecting it. After 3 days of unlimited sales at Longfengxian Gold Store, it seems that the potential for gold purchases in the surrounding area has been nearly exhausted. After today, when the gold store returns to its original prices tomorrow, there might not be much revenue left. However, there's no need to worry. Slow and steady wins the race. The main goal of these 3 days was to accumulate initial capital. Once the gold store stabilizes, Liu Mingyu will only need to gradually bring gold over from the apocalypse. Liu Mingyu also knew that exchanging a large amount of gold seemed very strange. He planned to find someone to slowly collect gold in the apocalypse for the use of the gold shop. Today, he would work hard. Didn't he promise you that he would definitely go to the Jinjiang International Hotel to have a private room for dinner? He has reserved a private room there for tonight and will introduce someone to you at that time. Liu Mingyu patted Shirdawe on the shoulder and said, Shirdawe, with a big smile, replied, "No problem. It seems we're going to hit the rich tonight." Seeing Liu Mingyu taking out so much gold these past few days, Dawei didn't delve deeper, but he knew that Liu Mingyu had previously mentioned dining in a private room at the Jinjiang International Hotel, so he naturally wouldn't refuse anymore. I've heard that a meal there starts at 100,000, but considering the business of the gold shop these days, is 100,000 for one meal a lot? Not at all, really not a lot. Liu Mingyu smiled and said, "Okay, tonight at 9:30, box number 888. After you close the shop at 9, just come over directly and bring the staff with you." "All right, no problem. Robbing the rich is what I'm best at. So just wait for me to make some blood tonight. You'll be in control here. I have some things to take care of in the afternoon, and I'll wait for you over there tonight." "Sound good." After Liu Mingyu went out, he felt that the gold might not be enough. He threw all the gold from the storage space to Dawei, since it was all going to be sold anyway. It was the same whether it was in the gold store or not. Even if it wasn't sold today, it could be considered as inventory. It's not like the gold store would only be open for 3 days. Although he had instructed Dawei to find sourcing channels himself, it wouldn't be easy for someone who had never done it before to find them quickly. The remaining gold was just enough to serve as reserves. He hurriedly asked someone to categorize various styles of gold and place them in the display cases. The display cases, which had very little left, were soon filled with various styles of gold jewelry. "Dear customers, please don't fight or scramble. Our store has plenty of gold in stock, no limits. Feel free to purchase." Dawei shouted into the crowd outside with a megaphone. "This necklace is nice, and this ring, wrap them up for me. This newly brought out earring looks great, and the bracelet is also nice, wrap them all up." The newly crafted, exquisite gold jewelry stimulated the customers who were just watching, and without realizing it, many ended up buying more. The overflowing customers picked out batch after batch of gold from the display cases. But soon, other jewelry filled the gaps, keeping a large amount of gold in the display cases, allowing customers to choose their favorite styles. Amid various discussions, the gold store's business continued to thrive. Chapter 060, Shopping Spree. After delivering the gold, Liu Mingyu walked to the Huawei store in Yintai City. He needed to buy some phones for Ma Junhao and the others to study and use, as he had forgotten to do so during his last trip. This time, since he was in Yintai City to deliver gold, it was a good opportunity to purchase some phones from various stores. Huawei phones, being the top brand in China, have a significant market share in the country. Therefore, choosing Huawei phones as test devices was very necessary. At this time, there were not many people in the Huawei store. Only a few individuals were playing with the test devices. Upon entering the Huawei store, Liu Mingyu did not look at the test devices, but went straight to the service counter and said, "Please give me one of every Huawei phone priced between 1,000 and 5,000 yuan." Why did he choose phones in a range of 1,000 to 5,000 yuan? Liu Mingyu has his reasons for choosing a phone at this price point. Phones in this range should cover the usage needs of the vast majority of people. As long as the low-spec version of the artificial intelligence can run on these phones, it means that most phones can handle it. There is no need to test phones above this price. If low-spec phones can run it, surely high-spec phones can as well. As for even lower-spec phones, if they can't run it, that is fine, as the number of users in that segment isn't very large anyway. The sales clerk at the front desk thought she heard wrong and instinctively replied, "You want one of every phone?" Liu Mingyu corrected the salesperson's mistake, looking directly into her eyes, and said, "Not all of them. I want one phone from each model that falls between 1,000 to 5,000 yuan." The salesperson at the front desk was a girl, and she widened her eyes as she stared at Liu Mingyu. After nearly 2 seconds, she responded, "Sir, are you sure? You're not joking, are you? Who buys phones like this, getting one of every model?" She had subconsciously forgotten the range of 1,000 to 5,000 yuan. She had seen people buy multiple units of the same model at once, often for giveaways. But she had never encountered someone like Liu Mingyu who wanted to buy phones this way, which is why she instinctively questioned him. Seeing the dazed look on the salesperson's face, Liu Mingyu rolled his eyes and then seriously reiterated, "I'm sure. Hurry up and get the phones out. If you don't, I'll go buy them somewhere else." "No problem. I'll get them right away." Liu Mingyu saw the other person's actions and shook his head helplessly, then waited aside. There were 2 salespeople in the store. One went to the warehouse to fetch goods, while the other took a paper cup and filled it with plain water from the nearby water dispenser, handing it to Liu Mingyu and saying, "Sir, please have some water." "Thank you." During this price period, there are many Huawei phones available. The salesperson went to the warehouse several times before finishing. This is still Huawei phones. Many have already been taken off the shelves, otherwise there would be even more. Sir, the phones you requested are all here, a total of 32 units, the salesperson said, slightly out of breath. If we're talking about quantity, Liu Mingyu's order isn't actually that large. She had seen larger purchases before, but mainly Liu Mingyu's request was too unique, which surprised the other party. The salesperson spent quite a while searching for the phones in the warehouse. Liu Mingyu casually checked a few mobile phones and found no issues. He then asked, "How much are these phones in total?" "Sir, please wait a moment while I calculate," the salesperson replied. The salesperson went through the computers with the phones placed on the table and said, "Sir, for 32 phones, the total is 82,724 yuan. Just over 80,000 yuan. Not even 100,000, which wasn't much, and was even less than Liu Mingyu had imagined. This was mainly because he had set a price limit. If he were to buy all models, it would definitely exceed 100,000. He paid without hesitation and came out carrying a large bag of phones. In addition to Huawei phones, Liu Mingyu decided to buy some other brands and various models of phones. Besides Huawei, there were only a few domestic phone brands. So, since he was already buying, he might as well get them all. Conveniently, the big brands of phones had opened specialty stores in Yintai City, making it much easier for Liu Mingyu to shop. In the end, Liu Mingyu ended up with 115 phones of various brands and models. The total cost for the 115 phones was just over 350,000 yuan. This included the orange phone he bought later. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent that much. Originally, he hadn't planned to buy foreign phones, but thinking about it, since he was already there and the orange phone had an independent system, he decided to add it to his shopping list. Although in recent years, people in the country had stopped idolizing orange phones like before, the user base was still a significant portion, so he included the orange phone as well. The models of orange phones were limited, so they didn't cost too much. Liu Mingyu was carrying over 100 mobile phones, strutting through the Yintai City, making himself particularly eye-catching. It wasn't that he didn't want to put these phones into a storage space. He simply didn't have the opportunity and could only hold them in his hands. Because Liu Mingyu didn't look like those suppliers who carry boxes of phones, but rather like an ordinary person buying phones, just carrying a bag. However, he couldn't be considered an ordinary person, as ordinary people wouldn't buy dozens of phones at once. Liu Mingyu held his phone and quickly walked towards the underground parking lot. He didn't want to continue being watched. He had spent over 10 minutes disassembling 115 phones. Carrying the packaging was a waste of storage space. With that space, he might as well bring something else. With the phones bought, Liu Mingyu checked the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon, and there were still more than 5 hours until 9:30 in the evening. He had been busy before, so he didn't feel the passage of time. But now that he suddenly had free time, he really didn't know what to do. Before he got the apocalypse system, he looked forward to getting off work during his job and during his free time after work. He would play a few games with changes.Gold or read novels and watch movies, and time would pass quickly. Now, he truly had free time, but changes.Gold was still over at the gold shop, working hard to make money for himself. Liu Mingyu lay on the driver's seat and opened his smart wristband. As soon as he opened it, a cute little figure jumped out in the air inside the car, beaming with a bright smile, and said, "Master, I missed you so much. You haven't paid attention to me for a long time." Seeing the little sprite's adorable expression, Liu Mingyu felt his heart melt and laughed. "Not for long. It seems like we just saw each other yesterday." The little sprite tilted its head and said with a silly expression, "Really? But I feel like I haven't seen my master for a long time." As the saying goes, one day apart feels like 3 autumns. By this calculation, I haven't seen my master for 3 years. Isn't that a long time? Liu Mingyu nodded and smiled. Yes. Chapter 061. Giving gifts after interacting with the little sprite for a while. Liu Mingyu took out the virtual helmet he received from Ma Juanhao and started watching a movie with it. Watching a movie in the virtual helmet felt as if he had personally experienced the protagonist's journey, transforming into the main character within the film. Liu Mingyu is also watching such a movie for the first time. He has only used a virtual headset for learning before, and he was completely blown away. This virtual headset is really powerful, but unfortunately, the materials in the apocalypse are also very rare, so it can't be produced. Liu Mingyu suddenly thought that he didn't have to make it himself. The virtual reality technology in the apocalypse had developed for many years, and virtual helmets had long become ordinary products. Just like when computers first came out, they were very expensive items, but after entering the 21st century, production costs decreased, living standards improved, and computers became popular, turning into products that weren't considered expensive. Logically, such products should be present in every household. However, Liu Mingyu remembered that when he first encountered Liu Haiping and the others in the community, he searched through many rooms and didn't see any virtual helmets. It's possible that the owners took them when they fled. Another reason could be that Liu Mingyu didn't know about virtual helmets at that time. Even if he saw one, he subconsciously thought it was just a simple helmet and wouldn't associate it with the concept of a virtual helmet. After returning to the apocalypse, he could mobilize them to look for virtual helmets. He could ask Ma Juanhao and the others to modify them and bring them into the real world for an experience. However, to truly become a product, they would need to be mass-produced. Otherwise, they would only be considered experimental items. In fact, various VR devices can already be seen in shopping malls for people to experience. Liu Mingyu has also experienced this VR device, and he has to say that for someone experiencing it for the first time, it is quite impressive. However, after he tried the virtual helmet of the apocalypse, he realized that the two are completely incomparable. The virtual helmet of the apocalypse has developed into a true virtual helmet, with its internal world reaching a high level of realism. Wearing the virtual helmet and wandering in the virtual world, you not only have vision, but also touch, smell, and taste, making it feel as if you are in a real world. Of course, the sensitivity of this experience can be adjusted, with the lowest being none and the highest being 90. Those who want to experience the virtual world naturally cannot choose none. Most people will choose the right sensitivity based on their own tolerance. Liu Mingyu experienced these projects, but did not choose the highest sensitivity. Instead, he opted for 50. Even with this 50 sensitivity, after watching a movie, he felt as if he had lived the protagonist's entire life, experiencing all of the protagonist's feelings. This magical sensation left him in awe. After finishing one movie, Liu Mingyu was still unsatisfied and played another one. The 5 hours passed quickly. The smart bracelet on Liu Mingyu's wrist automatically turned on, and a small sprite appeared in midair, sitting on a tree branch with a round, bright moon behind it. "Master, it's time, wake up." A crisp voice rang out. "It's already 9 o'clock." Liu Mingyu set an alarm for 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock sharp, the little sprite woke him up on time. The virtual helmet has an automatic wake-up function as well as a passive wake-up function. Shouting from outside the helmet, like the little sprite did, falls under the passive wake-up function. This is because the virtual helmet immerses the user fully in the virtual world, unlike a nutrient pod, which can provide nutrition. Once in the virtual world, the perception of time is different. The automatic wake-up function is also designed to prevent long periods spent in the virtual world. Liu Mingyu took off the virtual helmet and placed it in the storage space. He drove straight to the Jinjiang International Hotel. Yingtai City is not far from the hotel, and since it was not rush hour, Liu Mingyu arrived at the Jinjiang International Hotel in 10 minutes. Guided by a waiter, Liu Mingyu arrived at box 888. Upon opening the box, he found Chun Yud already inside. When Chun Yud saw Liu Mingyu come in, he hurried over and said, "Boss, please sit here." Liu Mingyu replied, "Old Chun, what did you get here? You arrived so quickly." Liu Mingyu sat in the main seat and asked with a smile. Sitting in the main position, Liu Mingyu couldn't help but feel emotional. Usually, when accompanying leaders for meals and drinks, he would sit in the corners. He never expected that one day he would be sitting in the large private room of the Jinjiang International Hotel, enjoying a meal in the main seat. Chun Yu took a pot of freshly brewed tea and poured a cup for Liu Mingyu, smiling lightly. "It hasn't been long. I just arrived as well." In fact, Chun Yu had arrived before 9 o'clock. The leaders had scheduled dinner for 9:30. Could they really eat on time? As someone who was also a leader, he naturally understood these rules. The tea was indeed good. Liu Mingyu felt that the tea he had at Liu Fugui's place was nothing compared to this pot of tea. The International Hotel was the International Hotel. Even the tea leaves for brewing before the meal were of such high quality. Although he didn't often drink tea, he could tell that this tea was likely of very good quality. Chun Yud laughed heartily and said, "This is Preaching Ming Longjing tea. made by my relatives. He felt quite proud of this tea. Although it was still far from the tribute Longjing tea, it was much better compared to the fake Longjing tea available outside. Liu Mingyu looked at Chen Yud in surprise, then smiled and said, "So it's tea from your own home. It tastes really good. Boss, I brought some over. When you leave, take a little with you." Chen Yud stood up, took 4 boxes from behind him, handed them to Liu Mingyu with a big smile, and said, 2 boxes of tea and 2 boxes of wine, all homemade. Liu Mingyu took it and said with a smile, "Thank you so much, old Chen. Let's drink this wine today." "No need, boss. There will be more to drink tonight," Chen Yud quickly replied. "All right then, I'll accept it." He remembered that he had promised Liu Fugue to give him some tea leaves. However, after thinking about it, he decided against it. He would keep the tea leaves for himself and buy new ones in the market for Liu Fugue. Liu Mingyu set the tea and wine aside and said, "Have we ordered all the dishes?" "We've ordered some, boss. Why don't you take a look again?" Chen Yud pushed the menu towards Liu Mingyu. Liu Mingyu took the menu, glanced at it, and added a few more dishes, choosing the most expensive ones. He came here today to taste the dishes of the International Grand Hotel. Chapter 062, Sales Volume. After finishing the order, Liu Mingyu took out his old domestic phone and called Shi Dawei. After a while, the call connected, and Liu Mingyu asked, "Hey Dawei, are you guys here yet?" "Brother Yu, I'm settling the bill here. I'll be there soon." "How much longer? If it really doesn't work, we can just meet tomorrow for the statistics. It'll be quick. I'm almost done." "All right, hurry over and bring Master Song and the others with you. It should all be free, right? Everyone's coming. They'll be here shortly." Seeing Liu Mingyu hang up the phone, Chen Yud quietly asked, "Boss, how many people are coming later?" He really didn't know how many people would come. Liu Mingyu only mentioned introducing someone to him and thought it would just be 1 or 2 people. Now, from Liu Mingyu's tone, it seemed that quite a few people were coming. Liu Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "There are still 18 people over there, plus the 2 of us, making a total of 20 people. The gold shop brought 15 people, and later with Shi Dawei and the 2 apprentices that Master Song brought. It adds up to exactly 18 people. With 20 people, this table isn't enough. We need to add another table next to it." Chen Yud indeed didn't expect there to be so many people. The dishes ordered were already quite a lot, but for 20 people, even with the additional dishes Liu Mingyu ordered later, it still wasn't enough. "Waiter, please help us add another table next to this one." Chen Yud shouted to a nearby waiter. Room 888 is a large private room. Originally, a big table could seat 15 people, and placing a 10-person table next to it is also not a problem. If needed, the partition beside it can be removed to create a banquet-style dining area. A few waiters came over and quickly set up a 10-person table after bringing one from the nearby storage. "Let's order a few more dishes." Chen Yud took the menu and added many more dishes. When he finished ordering, he checked the time and saw it was almost 9:30. Liu Mingyu reminded, "We can start serving the dishes now." Just as he called for them to serve the dishes, a group of footsteps could be heard approaching. The sound wasn't very loud, but Liu Mingyu's hearing had improved a lot recently, allowing him to hear even subtle sounds clearly. "My brothers are here." Liu Mingyu stood up. Chen Yud also followed suit, but he found it a bit strange. There was clearly no one at the door, so how could he say his brother had arrived? After a few seconds, Shi Dawei appeared at the door of the private room, accompanied by a group of lively young women. Chen Yud glanced at Liu Mingyu in surprise and couldn't help but sigh. This is too amazing. Could it be that the boss is also a fortune teller? When Shi Dawei saw Liu Mingyu sitting inside, he quickly called out, "Hello, brother Yu." The people behind him also followed Shi Dawei and said, "Hello, brother Yu." Liu Mingyu joked with a smile, "Hurry over here, or else people might think you're a member of society." Liu Mingyu is sitting in the middle, with Shi Dawei on the left and Chen Yud on the right. At this table, there are also Master Song and his 2 apprentices, as well as 2 team leaders and 2 regular staff members sitting on this side, while the others are seated nearby. "Dawei, let me introduce you. This is Chen Yud, the general manager of the trading company I've just acquired." Liu Mingyu introduced Chen Yud to Shi Dawei, and then said, "This is Shi Dawei, the manager of Long Fengxiang Jewelry Store, and also my old buddy." "Hello, General Chen." "Hello, General Shi." The 2 shook hands politely, both knowing they were working for Liu Mingyu. Shi Dawei suddenly said mysteriously to Liu Mingyu, "Brother Yu, guess how much the store's revenue reached today? You settled it that quickly?" Liu Mingyu laughed and analyzed. "Since you asked me to guess, it means today's revenue must be higher than yesterday's." Yesterday's revenue was over 30 million, and when I left in the afternoon, there was still some gold you received in the morning that hadn't been sold. I guess it's 50 million. Chinya, listening on the side, was a bit confused. Isn't this a jewelry store? How could the revenue be so high? 30 million yesterday, 50 million today. This can't be possible even for a large jewelry store. Dawei shook his head and said, too low. 60 million? Too low. 65 million? Too low. Liu Mingyu joked, kid, hurry up and announce the answer. Don't keep us in suspense, or I'll take care of you. Dawei laughed heartily and, no longer keeping it a secret, said a whopping 80 million. 80 million in revenue. Those people went crazy today, and we were exhausted. At this moment, Dawei was extremely happy, not only because Liu Mingyu promised him 10, but also due to the sense of accomplishment from selling 1 billion in 3 days. He felt a surge of pride in his achievements. Liu Mingyu widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, what? 80 million? Did you sell all the gold I gave you? Not only was Liu Mingyu stunned, but Chinya beside him was also quite shocked. The revenue reached 80 million, and he was familiar with Long Fengxian Gold Store, but it had never been that impressive before. He had assets worth over 100 million, which was quite remarkable, but it turns out it was only equivalent to a few days' revenue of their gold store. Not quite. There is still about 200 pounds left. Dawei shook his head and then happily said, brother you should give us a bonus. Liu Mingyu said cheerfully, no problem. In addition to the double bonuses I promised you, I'll give out an extra 200,000 for you all to discuss among yourselves. For him, 200,000 was just a small amount, but for the employees in the shop, it was a substantial sum. On average, each person could get over 10,000. Thank you, boss. Everyone said in unison. At this point, there were not many people left eating. After placing the order, the dishes started to come out quickly. Liu Mingyu raised a glass of white wine, stood up, and loudly said, brothers and sisters, you have worked hard these past few days. Tonight, we have 2 tasks, eat and drink. Let's raise our glasses. Cheers. Everyone drank it all in one go. Liu Mingyu didn't force anyone to drink, but for Dawei and Chun Yud, there was no escaping it. As for the others, some were strong drinkers and gulped down their drinks, while others, who couldn't handle their alcohol, only took a small sip. Liu Mingyu felt that his body had improved a lot. He used to be able to drink only half a gin of liquor, but by the end of the night, everyone who had been drinking was passed out. While he remained sober, he felt that he had at least consumed 3 gins of baijiu that night, as everyone took turns to toast him. Initially, he intended to refuse, but after trying a sip and feeling fine, he accepted every drink. Seeing Liu Mingyu accepting every drink, others began to challenge him. The result was that they ended up getting drunk, while Liu Mingyu was still standing. The drinking session lasted from 9:30 p.m. to midnight. Fortunately, it was at an international hotel. If it had been somewhere else, they would have started to kick people out long ago. Liu Mingyu was now supporting Dawei as they walked toward the rental apartment. Chapter 063, Xingxin Technology, June 7th, 2019, 8 a.m. The first thing Liu Mingyu did upon waking up was check the taskbar to see what tasks had been updated today. Task 1. Kill 1,000 level 1 zombies. Task reward, 1,000 points. Task progress, 45 1,000. Has it already increased to 45? He remembered it was at 20 before. It seems the additional 25 zombies were killed by Liu Haipeng and the others, which counted towards his total. Next, he looked at the second task. Task 2. Kill a leader. Task reward, 2,000 points. Task progress, 0-1. Just by killing 1 leader, he could earn 2,000 points. This task reward is really generous. Task 1 requires killing 1,000 level 1 zombies for only 1,000 points. What is a leader? Is it a type of zombie as well? When he went to the apocalyptic world, he only encountered ordinary zombies, which are level 1 zombies. So, is this leader a level 2 zombie? Or even a higher level zombie? Liu Mingyu remembered there was a rumor in the settlement about special zombies. Special zombies have unique abilities, and each one has different skills. Some move quickly, some are incredibly strong, some are indestructible, and others can control other zombies. Judging by the name, this leader should be a special zombie that can control other zombies. That sounds challenging. No wonder the reward for killing a leader is double that of 1,000 ordinary zombies. Killing a leader means not only facing 1 zombie, but also dealing with other zombies. He wondered if there was a control limit to this skill. Logically, there should be. Otherwise, that world would have been completely taken over by these zombies long ago. However, humanity isn't doing much better. It's been 5 years since the outbreak, and there haven't been any signs of other survivors around the Jiahong settlement. But now is not the time to think about how to deal with a leader. Most people haven't even seen a special zombie, and Liu Mingyu hasn't either. He doesn't know when he will be able to complete this task. The system's tasks can only be passively accepted. They cannot be cancelled, and the task will only disappear from the taskbar once completed. Putting away the thought of completing tasks, he looked at other aspects. Besides the number of times he could cross over returning to 2, nothing else had changed. Breakfast stall. Liu Mingyu and Shi Daowei were sitting there eating steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Shi Daowei rubbed his head and asked, "Brother Yu, did you feel okay after drinking so much yesterday?" Liu Mingyu took a bite of the steamed bun, glanced at him, and smiled. "It's nothing. My alcohol tolerance is so good. How can anything happen?" However, in the past few days, he noticed that Liu Mingyu had changed a lot. Not just in terms of alcohol tolerance, but also regarding the gold he gave him. Where did that come from? Forget it. Don't overthink it. Just follow Brother Yu. There will always be benefits. After the two finished breakfast, they headed towards the gold store. Long Fengxiang Gold Store. In the manager's office, Shi Daowei brought over the sales data for the past 3 days and said, "Brother Yu, the total sales for these 3 days is 147 million. Here is the sales record. Daowei, I'm leaving 50 million for this gold store as basic funds. Your 10 is also calculated based on this. No problem, right?" Liu Mingyu didn't look at these reports. He was already aware of the sales figures in his mind. Shi Daowei politely said, "Brother Yu, this is too much. Opening a gold shop would only require a few million at most. There's no need for so many." Liu Mingyu left so much money. Isn't that just giving him money outright? He feels a bit uneasy about accepting it. The high sales volume in the past few days is entirely based on Liu Mingyu continuously providing gold, which is leading to such high sales figures. But this is being sold at a loss. Based on the current gold prices, selling 1.47 billion worth of gold means Liu Mingyu will at least lose tens of millions. How can he still have the nerve to accept Liu Mingyu's 5 million? It's okay. You don't need that much to open a new store. You can open a branch, but first, you need to agree that if you open a branch, you have to negotiate your own supply channels. Liu Mingyu waved his hand. Seeing Liu Mingyu's insistence, Shi Daowei nodded and said, "No problem. After we open the store, I'll start running the business." He left 30 million in the store, and the remaining 20 million was secured with rent and the unsold gold from yesterday. There is still over 200 jin of gold, which was naturally worth more than 20 million. The remaining money would be given to Liu Mingyu after the jewelry store sold the gold. After everything was arranged, Liu Mingyu's account balance reached 117 million, officially making him a billionaire. After leaving the jewelry store, he went to the hotel to pick up his car and received a call from Chen Yud. "Boss, the company has been successfully registered and the materials you requested have been purchased and stored in the warehouse." Liu Mingyu joked, "Old Chen, you handled the change of procedures so quickly because you want that 10 million, right? No problem. Just give me the company's account number and I'll transfer it over." Chen Yud provided an account number, and after a while, Liu Mingyu transferred the promised 10 million to the corresponding account. Then the two of them chatted casually for a while. Liu Mingyu wasn't ready to go to the apocalypse side yet, so he didn't go to the warehouse. It would be better to go to the warehouse to collect the supplies a little later. Liu Mingyu wants to apply the technology from the apocalypse to the real world, so he needs to establish a company. He could also directly acquire a company, like he did with Chen Yud's trading company. However, this time, Liu Mingyu wants to start a new company himself, representing a new beginning. Although he wants to establish a new company, he really doesn't know how to operate it. Well, he should first find a person in charge, and then let that person build a company. Thinking of this, he immediately set out to do it. The usual recruitment methods are to post online or recruit at the local talent market. Since the company has nothing at the moment, not even a name, posting online is naturally impossible. Additionally, recruiting at the local talent market also requires the appropriate business licenses and other documents. Without the necessary documents, he can't even rent a booth. Liu Mingyu awkwardly walked out of the talent market management department. Without a business license, who knows if you're a fraudulent company? Does one have to register a company themselves? It's not necessarily the case that one must do it alone. One could also find an agency to help with the registration, right? However, thinking about it, he decided against it. In the end, Liu Mingyu called Chen Yud, asking him to find someone to help with the company registration. There was no way around it. He had no one available around him, and only some people were left on Chen Yud's side. It was best to leave these matters to Chen Yud to handle. One must admit the benefits of the one-stop service for handling procedures that the government has been promoting recently. After preparing the materials, everything was processed that afternoon, and Liu Mingyu officially established his company. Xingchen Technology Company, Limited Chapter 064. How to Achieve Technology Transfer. Xingchen Technology Company, Limited is now just a shell company, with Liu Mingyu as the sole legal representative and no one else. Registering the company doesn't mean everything is settled. There's still a bunch of things waiting for Liu Mingyu to decide. He needs to find someone to help with recruitment. Fortunately, he had previously found someone from Chen Yud's side to help. Otherwise, he would be even busier. He was beginning to doubt whether it was the right decision to establish a company at this time. Luckily, the person sent from Chen Yud's side to help was still here, and with her assistance, things became much easier. Tasks like registration and renting an office were all assigned to her. Standing in the newly rented office, he felt a myriad of emotions. The office wasn't too big, just about 300 square meters. There was no choice, time was tight, so he had to make do. Liu Mingyu originally intended to rent a larger space, since his future company was meant to achieve great fame. Such a small place hardly befits a tech company that is about to reach billions. Well, it's barely enough for now. Putting his thoughts aside, Liu Mingyu turned to the person next to him and asked Xiao Li, "Would you like to come work for Xingchen Technology? I'll promote you to administrative supervisor." The person was indeed the one sent from Chen Yud to assist, a young girl named Li Siyuan, who had just graduated not long ago. Upon hearing the boss's call, she had been running around helping all day. Liu Mingyu also saw that the other party had good capabilities, and now Xingchen Technology happened to be short-staffed, so it was just right to have the other party come over to help. In fact, both Xingchen Technology and Yud Trading Company belonged to Liu Mingyu, so having Li Siyuan come over to help was within the scope of work. However, Liu Mingyu was not someone who would force others, so he still asked for the other party's opinion first. After hearing this, Li Siyuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, "Of course, thank you for the recognition. Boss, moving from an administrative staff to an administrative supervisor is a promotion. Who would be unwilling? More importantly, the original trading company was already on the brink of bankruptcy. Even though it was later acquired by the boss and injected with 10 million, it was still just over 10 million company. On the other hand, Xingchen Technology had a registered capital of 50 million, and this 50 million was fully funded at once. These were all things she was clear about after today's work. In the future, the boss's focus will definitely be here, and working here as prospects." Liu Mingyu smiled and said, "All right, later you can resign over there and directly join us here. I will talk to Old Chen about it, and you can consider yourself employed starting today." "Understood, boss." Liu Mingyu continued, "Next, I have a few tasks for you. Recruit VR technology personnel, as well as positions for the CEO and others. I will send you a document with specific recruitment details, and you can refer to it for hiring." He added, "Also, find someone to renovate this office." After new people joined the company, Liu Mingyu became more of a hands-off manager. The main technical strength of Xingchen Technology Company, Limited, is not based in the real world. This place is mainly a facade, while the core technical capabilities still lie in the apocalyptic world. Moreover, even if you wanted to base it on the technical strength of the real world, it would be difficult to find corresponding technical talents in Jia City. Just looking at the technologies that Xingchen Technology is about to develop, such as virtual reality technology and artificial intelligence, shows that these two fields are at the forefront of global technology. In fact, there's already been some development in these two areas around the world. With VR becoming popular in recent years, a newly established company like Xingchen Technology cannot attract high-end talent. Even if Liu Mingyu increased salaries, he would still struggle to recruit talents at that level unless he had truly attractive technology. Perhaps they might consider joining, but otherwise, it's not worth thinking about. Maybe there will be opportunities in the future, but for now, let's set that aside. Hurry up and have Ma Juanhao and the others migrate the simplified version of artificial intelligence to smartphones. Without products from the other side, There's no confidence to develop here. Not only that, but there are also those virtual reality games, quantum computers, graphene batteries, and many other technologies. These technologies have not been realized in the real world. But in the apocalyptic world, they have already developed into mature technologies, and even more next-generation products have emerged. There are many technologies to replicate, but Liu Mingyu is cautious about bringing them all over at once. Each technology is capable of causing earth-shattering changes in this world, so until there is sufficient self-defense capability, it's better to proceed slowly. In fact, even if Liu Mingyu wanted to bring them over quickly, there isn't much he can do. Although there are already over 300 people gathered in the apocalyptic world, among them are various professions, and there are not many who truly master the technology. The technologies that seem ordinary and taken for granted to them are naturally not pursued for learning. It's like studying math in school. Students don't need to consider how formulas and theorems are derived. They just use them directly. However, before some formulas are established, someone needs to research and prove them. Liu Mingyu's current situation is somewhat similar to this. For the real world, these concepts have not yet formed a theorem or formula and need to be proven and researched. However, for those in the apocalyptic world, these concepts have already formed theorems in their minds and do not require proof. When asked to prove them, many people genuinely do not know how to do so. For example, most people do not know how to derive the formulas for the area and circumference of a circle, which are commonly used. The technicians in the apocalyptic world are the same. However, even though they do not understand, if they can find some historical documents, they can still learn about the development of certain technologies. Liu Mingyu wants more than just to create products in the apocalypse for immediate use. He wants to realize these in the real world. After all, there are only about 200,000 people in the apocalyptic world that Liu Mingyu sees, and the number is decreasing. Liu Mingyu cannot make everyone serve him. With so many people, those in the settlement are not easy to deal with and won't just sit by and watch his power grow to overthrow their rule. In fact, what Liu Mingyu doesn't know is that he doesn't need to expand further. Someone is already observing him in secret, and it's not just one or two people. Although there are many issues, Liu Mingyu believes he can slowly resolve them. Just like now, in just a few days, he has become a billionaire. As long as he works hard, there will be hope. If he doesn't put in the effort, then he will have nothing. He is also thinking about how a true virtual game could manifest in the real world. Chapter 065. Recruitment, June 8, 2019. At 8 a.m., Liu Mingyu got up on time to check the mission system. In addition to the previous two tasks, a third task appeared. Task 3, kill a blaster. Task reward, 500 points. Task progress, 01. Is it another special zombie? A blaster? It should be a type of special zombie. But the reward points are relatively low. Compared to the points for killing a leader, the points for a blaster are only 1/4 of that. Does this mean that the blaster's strength is lower than that of a leader? To be honest, Liu Mingyu doesn't even know how to complete these two tasks. He has only heard of special zombies in the apocalypse, but has never encountered one. Others have encountered them, but most of them escaped. Even if they did meet one, they wouldn't know if it was the task target they needed to complete. Sigh, let's just leave it for now. When the time comes, we'll deal with it then. There's no use thinking too much about it now. The number of crossings has increased by 1, and 3 crossing chances have been restored. Noon. Liu Mingyu went to the jewelry store and noticed that the foot traffic was fairly good. Although it wasn't as bustling as during the promotional events in the previous 3 days, the relatively lower prices attracted a decent number of customers. It seemed that the foot traffic at this jewelry store was significantly higher than that of other nearby stores. Dawei, how's it going? Have you found a supplier? Although I told Dawei to look for suppliers himself, I'm still concerned. Neither of us has experience in this industry, so we don't really know where to start. Upon hearing Liu Mingyu's inquiry, Dawei's expression wasn't very good. He replied, I found a jewelry factory store near Jiaqing Online and went to check it out this morning. They quoted a high price of 330 yuan per gram, compared to the gold price of 292 yuan per gram sold in the jewelry store a few days ago. It's indeed much more expensive, which is one reason why the store was so busy. Liu Mingyu asked, how much is it per gram in our store now? Liu Mingyu thought for a moment and said, making 30 yuan per gram is not bad. Now the gold store also has backup stock, so there's no rush. Let's compare a few more suppliers. Sure, Dawei nodded, realizing that selling 1 gram of gold could earn 30 yuan, which was quite a lot. However, the costs of running the shop, labor, taxes, and various other expenses accounted for a large portion, and they would need to sell at least a pound of gold a day to make a profit. Given the current state of the Longfengxiang gold store, a profit of 30 yuan could still be viable. As Liu Mingyu's main source of income at the moment, he naturally couldn't abandon Longfengxiang. With over 200 pounds of gold, the store could operate for more than half a year. This is considering they only have one store. If they opened several, it would run out quickly. In the apocalypse, the amount of gold in the two cities of Hangqing and Jiaqing is limited, but it can't be collected in a short time. The gold here still serves as a cover. Dawei, you really don't need to worry too much about the gold supply. Just price the gold I brought according to the international gold price, and there will be more in the future, Liu Mingyu said with a smile. Sure, Dawei's eyes lit up. If priced at the international gold rate, it would be much cheaper. Currently, the gold price is around 295 to 300 yuan. Even if calculated at 300 yuan, there would be a profit of 60 yuan, doubling the profit. Lowering the purchase price of gold is like giving himself money. And Sure Dawei felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "Brother Yu, this doesn't seem right. It's like you're giving me money for free." Liu Mingyu waved his hand, laughed, and said, "This is just small change, and I'm the one taking the bigger share from the jewelry store. Indeed, having already given away 5 million. Could Brother Yu still be short of that little bit of money?" With his thought, Sure Dawei decided not to refuse. Liu Mingyu picked up the cup in his hand, took a sip of tea, and said, "Dawei, go buy a car 1 under 500,000. I'll gift it to you." Just now, seeing Sure Dawei sweating profusely, he knew that he had taken the bus this morning. When they used to work together, they mostly walked, occasionally took the bus, or used public bicycles. Now that they have money, they shouldn't deprive themselves. Liu Mingyu bought a car for himself, and also planned to buy one for Sure Dawei. The key point is that Sure Dawei often needs to go out now, and it's inconvenient without a car. "Brother Yu, that's not right. You've already given me 10 of the gold store shares, which is worth 5 million. How can I take more of your money?" Sure Dawei quickly waved his hands to refuse. Liu Mingyu frowned and thought for a while before saying, "If you don't want it, you can use the money from the jewelry store to buy a car. It's always inconvenient to do things outside without a car." Sure Dawei didn't refuse anymore and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go buy one when I have time." In fact, using the money from the jewelry store still meant using Liu Mingyu's money, but he planned to buy a cheap car just to get around. The two chatted for a while, and at noon, after having lunch nearby, Liu Mingyu left alone while Sure Dawei continued to look for suppliers. After lunch, Liu Mingyu arrived at Xingchen Technology. Li Siyuan was quick in her actions. She had just been briefed yesterday, and today the office was already being renovated. This was related to the high price Liu Mingyu offered. There were many companies in the area that did home renovations. Finding one and offering a high price meant they would immediately send someone over to renovate. With around 300 square meters of office space being renovated, there were now more than 20 people working, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long to finish. After taking a look, Liu Mingyu noticed that Li Siyuan was not in the office. She must have gone to the job market to recruit. Liu Mingyu made a phone call to Li Siyuan. After a while, a cheerful voice came from the other end. "Hello, boss. Are you at the talent market? How is the recruitment going? The administrative staff have been preliminarily interviewed, and I will send the results to you shortly for your review. There are too few technical personnel, and those who came for the interview are not specialized." Li Siyuan briefly introduced the current situation. Liu Mingyu comforted. "It's okay. Let's first sort out the logistics personnel. For technical staff recruitment, you can post it online. Once we have enough personnel, we can go to big cities like Hangzhou and Shanghai for recruitment. Although Jiaqing is a small city with a good location between Hangzhou and Shanghai, virtual reality technicians still need to look for jobs in big cities. Alternatively, we can hire headhunters to poach talent from other companies. Technical personnel are hard to find, but administrative staff are still relatively easy to recruit." Chapter 066. Discovery. After a while, Liu Mingyu received several resumes sent by Li Siyuan. 1 driver, 2 administrative staff, and 1 finance personnel for the newly established Xingchen Technology. This is sufficient for now. We can recruit more as we expand. Liu Mingyu took a brief look and found that there were no major issues with the candidates recommended by Li Siyuan. However, he noticed that the people Li Siyuan recommended were all quite young. Apart from the driver, the others were all recent graduates. It was unclear whether Li Siyuan felt a connection because they were all recent graduates or if these were the only candidates who had submitted resumes, which led to most of the recommendations being of this nature. Liu Mingyu himself has only been working for a few years, and he didn't express any disdain towards them. He was just a bit surprised. The person applying for the driver position is not much older, and according to the introduction, he has just retired from the military. Liu Mingyu called Li Siyuan again and said, "Just the four of them, but the office isn't decorated yet, so you can rent a small office temporarily." "Understood, boss. As for the other technical personnel, take a look and recommend any suitable ones to me." After giving the instructions, Liu Mingyu didn't stay any longer. Leaving Xingchen Technology, Liu Mingyu went to Yud Trading Company and had dinner with Chun Yud. He also filled up the storage space, mainly choosing rice, cured meat, and canned meat. While he didn't want to bring other items for now, he had already instructed Chun Yud and the others that the food purchased should be unlabeled. Liu Mingyu no longer needs to erase the production dates on the cans one by one. Anyone who looks at them wouldn't know where the food came from. Although there are no production dates or labels, the quality is still very assured. He will be consuming these foods as well. The people of Huaxia have long developed iron stomachs and can handle anything, including gutter oil. He had dinner alone that evening, took a walk after eating, and conveniently bought dozens of pounds of Longjing tea. This Longjing tea is just ordinary green tea, completely incomparable to the Longjing tea Chun Yud gave him. This tea is mainly prepared to take to Liu Haipeng and the others, and to give a little to Liu Fugue, as he had promised him last time. June 9th, 2019, Liu Mingyu got up very early. After finishing his morning routine and changing into clothes suitable for the apocalypse, he prepared to head over to the apocalypse side today. The real world had basically returned to normal. It was 8 o'clock. Liu Mingyu checked his taskbar on time. As expected, a new task had appeared. Task 4. Kill a zombie dog. Task reward, 200 points. Task progress, 0-1. A new type of zombie species had emerged, and from the name, it was clear that this was likely an infection from canine creatures. The reward for killing a zombie dog was significantly higher than that for killing ordinary zombies, but still far behind the leader and even much lower than the exploder. Liu Mingyu was confident he could complete this task. Although he had never seen a zombie dog, it should be simpler than those special zombies. He checked the number of crossings, which had accumulated to 4 times. The number of tasks and crossings had not reached their limits and continued to accumulate. Crossing. Liu Mingyu silently recited in his heart, and then he disappeared from this space. In the next second, Liu Mingyu appeared in the presidential suite of the apocalyptic world. June 4th, 2115. In the apocalyptic world, when he was called Li Wenbo, he was still very surprised. Didn't he just finish moving the food? How could he come back again? Of course, he wasn't complaining about having too much food. The more food, the better. He just couldn't understand where Liu Mingyu got so much food from, moving it to the resort in truckloads. There must be a team operating this matter. After thinking for a while, Li Wenbo decided not to dwell on it. As long as there was food to eat, it didn't matter how it got there. When Liu Mingyu led people to move a truckload of grain out of the small house, several people who were secretly watching were puzzled. Was there another way to transport food here? These people had been keeping an eye on this place. And apart from Liu Mingyu's vehicles, no one else had approached here at any other time. Could it be that the food was transported from underground? They quickly dismissed that idea because they had searched the house thoroughly when Liu Mingyu left and found no passageways, as if the food had appeared out of thin air. What they didn't know was that their speculation was close to the truth. Although it didn't appear out of thin air to the people of this world, the food did seem to have materialized from nowhere. When he went to get the food, he did feel a slight sense of being watched, but at that time, the personnel on the other side were complex, and he thought it was just an illusion, so he didn't pay much attention. Initially, he thought it was zombies, but later he heard the voices of humans talking. They were at a distance, and Liu Mingyu was sitting in the car, so he didn't hear clearly. But he was certain that he was being watched, or rather, the dream resort was being watched. Originally, the dream resort was a remote place. Even if there were humans passing by, they couldn't stay in one spot for long. Now, he could clearly hear 2 people talking not far away. So it was obvious that they were being monitored in secret. He had thought that selling food in large quantities would attract the attention of some interested parties. Even the big shots from the inner city but he didn't expect to be noticed after selling just a little bit. Who is it? Is it Liu Fugui? Or is it someone from the auction house that day? Or perhaps another person with ulterior motives? The possibility of Liu Fugui is very high, and it's also possible that the person who competed with him for the secondary energy crystal is involved. That person mentioned on the auction day that he would temporarily keep it with himself and would come to collect it. Could it be him? Liu Mingyu doesn't know who is monitoring him for the time being. He has almost forgotten that he had a conflict with someone at the auction. Since that person hasn't come to trouble him these days, he has completely forgotten about him. After obtaining the second-level energy crystal and completing the task, he placed it together with the meteorite fragments in his storage space. Liu Mingyu also attempted to absorb the energy within it, but after trying many methods, he found it to be nothing but a pure stone. He could sense that it contained a vast amount of energy, but he had no way to extract it. He had tried, but others were unaware, especially those who firmly believed that absorbing secondary energy crystals would grant them special abilities. Liu Mingyu suspects that the person monitoring him is likely the one who competed with him in the auction that day. Chapter 067: Obstacles of Artificial Intelligence. There were mainly two people who bid for the second-level energy crystal stone. It's not that others aren't suspicious, but these two have the highest suspicion. If it weren't for the second-level energy crystal stone, there probably wouldn't have been so many people at the auction that day. No matter who it is, Liu Mingyu has become more vigilant. He needs to be more careful when going out in the future, and he can no longer choose houses near the villa for transporting food next time. The food is all in Liu Mingyu's storage space, so it doesn't matter where he chooses. It's just a pity about the fixed-point teleportation coordinate. Fortunately, the teleportation coordinates are sufficient for now, and if they become insufficient in the future, he can just reset them. 1,000 grams of first-level energy crystal stones is not too much pressure. He decides that next time he transports food, it should be towards the suburbs, which can cover up the fact that he has a team helping him transport food. The real world has already made preliminary progress, and Liu Mingyu decides not to sell food in bulk anymore. In the future, he will let people sell it in the trading hall, which will greatly reduce the possibility of exposure, no matter how the outside world monitors. As long as they don't come into the resort area, it's fine. When Liu Mingyu handed over the second batch of food to Yi Qingxian, she was overjoyed and couldn't help but shout, "Boss is mighty." Others followed suit and shouted, "Boss is mighty." Indeed, he is mighty. In fact, it's not just 2 batches of food, but 3 batches. The first batch brought over from the villa 1,000 pounds of rice, 500 pounds of cured meat, and 20 pounds of salt. The second batch, 2,000 pounds of rice, 1,000 pounds of cured meat, and 500 pounds of salt. The third batch, 3,000 pounds of rice, 1,000 pounds of cured meat, and 2,000 cans of various types. A total of 6,000 pounds of rice, 2,000 pounds of cured meat, 520 pounds of salt, and 2,000 cans of various types is definitely a huge food reserve. Seeing Liu Mingyu bring so much food, their hearts settled. They initially thought they would be bought to become cannon fodder, but unexpectedly, they could simply do some labor to obtain this food, which was simply wonderful. At this moment, the unwilling hearts of those purchased slaves were put down, and their hearts were filled with hope again. After everyone finished cheering, Liu Mingyu called Yi Qingxian over and said, "Next time, you watch the warehouse alone and don't let anyone know what is inside it." In the future, Liu Mingyu plans to bring over other food. Eating cured meat all the time is not nutritious. He wants these weak slaves to form a fighting force, and they need to supplement their nutrition by letting people see a large amount of food this time. He wants them to know that as long as they follow him well, he has the ability to let them eat well. Later, if he brings out other food, the discussions will be much smaller. Anyway, they don't know how much is in the warehouse. Only Yi Qingxian and a few others know. So Liu Mingyu can transport food in large quantities without worrying about running out. This is too troublesome and can easily attract attention. The people monitoring outside these days might be for this reason. To reduce trouble, when his storage space expands in the future, he can bring a large amount of food all at once. Eventually, Liu Mingyu can even directly move the food from the storage space into the warehouse. And for this step he wants to take, the person watching the warehouse must be someone he is familiar with and can trust. In fact, the slaves he purchased can all serve as warehouse guards, but Yi Qingxian happens to be the most expensive among this batch of slaves. Moreover, having a big star help him watch over the place couldn't be better. Liu Mingyu currently has no thoughts about Yi Qingxian. She looks so skinny that one wrong move could make her fall over. How could she catch his attention? Seeing Liu Mingyu's clear eyes, Yi Qingxian knows he has no desire for her, and she can't help but snort coldly in her heart. However, she also knows that in her current state, it's unlikely to attract anyone's attention. After handing over the food to Yi Qingxian, Liu Mingyu walks toward Wu Juanhao's studio with the phones he bought from various specialty stores. Wu Juanhao's studio is on the second floor. Upon opening the door, Liu Mingyu finds Ma Juanhao, Luo Wenyong, and others gathered together discussing the migration issues of basic artificial intelligence. He hears Luo Wenyong say, "The configuration of this smartphone given by the boss is too low. Even a stripped-down version of artificial intelligence can't run on it." The group frowns. Indeed, the configuration limits the operation of artificial intelligence. The smartphones given by the boss are 100 years old, and the rapid development of artificial intelligence began in 2060. Even simplified versions of artificial intelligence emerged around 2050. A technological gap of about 30 years means several generations of technology apart, while later technologies can easily cover earlier ones. Running later software on earlier hardware is much more troublesome. It's like some arcade games Liu Mingyu played as a child. After entering the 21st century, it became easy to play arcade games on a computer. However, trying to run games released after the 21st century on an arcade machine is much more complicated because those games were designed based on the computer configurations of that time, and some games only appeared because of those configurations. Now, trying to run artificial intelligence on a smartphone is similarly challenging. In any case, the tasks assigned by the boss must be completed. Can we use cloud processing, putting the artificial intelligence database on a server and having the smartphone only store basic data? Someone near the smartphone suggests. Cloud processing is a good option, but have you seen the phone's communication protocol? It's just a 4G network, which doesn't have enough speed to process these commands. Ma Juanhao immediately offers his input, clearly having considered this method before, but being limited by the transmission speed. The person who suggested it sadly states, "Indeed, without sufficient speed, we can't get timely feedback on the data. There's no way around it. The speed of the 4G network is simply too slow to meet the basic data processing needs of cloud processing. If we could reach a 5G network, it might barely suffice. With a 5G network, you might as well say it's using quantum communication, which would be even faster, but the conditions given by the boss don't include these. Although they don't know why the boss set such conditions, they can only complete the task within the limited parameters." Suddenly, Ma Juanhao sits up straight and says the cloud processing plan is still feasible. The current obstacle to its implementation is the communication speed. Can we modify the smartphone's communication speed to achieve this function? Chapter 068. Clean up. Hearing Ma Juanhao's words, Luo Wenyong seems to think of something, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Are you suggesting changing the communication speed between the smartphone and the server?" Ma Juanhao snaps his fingers and smiles. "Exactly. Since we can't change the smartphone's configuration, we can change the communication transmission method. We don't need to reach 5G speed. We only need to achieve 10 times the 4G speed to complete the basic operations of cloud processing." Luo Wenyong is stunned for a moment and says, "Changing the communication transmission is indeed a good approach, but has anyone done similar work?" Luo Wenyong is just a game development technician, primarily focused on virtual reality games. Knows a bit about other areas, but isn't particularly versed in them, and doesn't have a deep understanding of communication devices. The others fall silent after hearing this. Although everyone here is in the IT industry, they truly lack knowledge about smartphone communications. There's no way around it. The smartphone Liu Mingyu provided is nearly 100 years behind the times they live in. Various technologies have already diverged significantly, spanning several generations. The group has only learned about the relevant technologies from textbooks, and only those in that field would understand. Many have never even heard of them. Liu Mingyu noticed the atmosphere had fallen silent and gently knocked on the door. Ever since Yi Qingxian called Liu Mingyu boss, he had instructed all the slaves to follow suit and refer to him as boss as well. Liu Mingyu placed the phone on the table and smiled. "Hello, everyone. This is the smartphone I brought for you. You will be testing based on these phones." The crowd fell silent, and Liu Mingyu asked, "What's wrong? Is it difficult? Let me know what's the situation now." Ma Juanhao began to explain to Liu Mingyu the situation they were currently facing. Liu Mingyu had actually just listened to their discussion, and now hearing Ma Juanhao introduce it again, he understood it roughly. After thinking for a while, Liu Mingyu said, "This way, you can continue to experiment according to your proposed method, and you're also allowed to continue simplifying the version. The first version does not need to be particularly powerful. Retaining 50 of the functionality is sufficient, but the main characteristics of artificial intelligence must be preserved. The 5G network has already begun commercialization in Huaxia and is expected to be on the market soon. If possible, in the future, it may even be feasible to develop the next generation of network communication ourselves. However, these things still need to be done gradually. Relying solely on Ma Juanhao and his team is still far from enough. Even developing a simple artificial intelligence has taken so long. No problem. If it can be further simplified, the chances of success are very high. If only 50 of the functionality is retained, Ma Juanhao is very confident." Liu Mingyu said seriously, "It's not just about having a high success rate. I need a certain level of success. What equipment or materials do you lack? Feel free to mention it, and I will get it for you, but we must get it done." He had no choice. He was counting on Ma Juanhao and the others to develop an artificial intelligence to attract a wave of fans. Hearing Liu Mingyu's serious tone, Ma Juanhao nodded solemnly and said, "We will do our utmost to complete the boss's task." Liu Mingyu smiled and patted Ma Juanhao's shoulder, saying, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's just one thing. Also, about another matter, I took a virtual helmet from you last time. Can you assemble more virtual helmets?" Ma Juanhao replied with a smile, "No problem. As long as there are enough materials, I can assemble as many helmets as needed. The virtual helmets are not like the nutrition pods. Many parts are standard designs and just need to be assembled, so it's really not that difficult. Can you assemble 100 of them over there?" Liu Mingyu remembered that when he moved from the villa last time, he brought a lot of spare parts. Ma Juanhao frowned and said softly, "Boss, we probably can assemble 100, but 10 or so should be fine." He didn't expect Liu Mingyu needed so many helmets. Although there were many parts, there weren't enough materials to assemble a complete virtual helmet. "It's okay. We'll assemble as many as we can. For now, you should focus mainly on developing the simplified version of the artificial intelligence." Liu Mingyu just wanted to take a few samples to experience the real world and see if they could be produced there. "All right, you all put in more effort here and get the stuff made as soon as possible." After reminding them once again, he left the studio. With over 100 new phones and about 50 people in the studio, each person averaged 2 phones. After Liu Mingyu left, Ma Juanhao clapped his hands. And when he saw everyone's attention turn to him, he said loudly, "Brothers and sisters," although the boss said there's no rush. The first task given by the boss cannot fail. Indeed, it cannot fail. Everyone at the base has their own work, and their job is to develop artificial intelligence suitable for smartphones for the boss. The boss is supporting them now. If they can't produce results, they will have to face the zombies. Being able to work safely, doing what they like, and eating precious food is the best life they can have now. How can they not put in the effort? After Ma Juanhao finished speaking, everyone cheered. "Let's go." After leaving the studio, Liu Mingyu inspected various places. Stimulated by food, everyone was full of energy, diligently working on their tasks. In 3 days, the Dream Resort was completely revitalized with the efforts of over 300 people. The Dream Resort covers an area of 405,000 square meters, with a 2-meter-high iron mesh installed on top of the outer walls. The original walls, which were over 2 meters high, reached over 4 meters with the addition of barbed wire. This height is sufficient to block most zombies, and the safety of the resort has been fundamentally ensured. In fact, according to Liu Mingyu's plan, connecting electricity to the barbed wire would make it useless for any zombies that try to come in. Unfortunately, the resort is quite large, and the hotel's backup power supply cannot provide enough electricity, only enough for the hotel itself. Reluctantly, he had to give up on that idea, but fortunately, this height was still adequate. The outer iron mesh serves as a barrier, and the buildings inside have been cleaned up with most of the houses repaired. Now there are enough rooms in the hotel, but what happens in the future is uncertain. The zombies in the villa in the middle of the lake have also been cleared out, but Liu Mingyu did not plan to stay there. It would be better to stay in the presidential suite. The presidential suite is not only comfortable, but also has beautiful views and good sight lines. Most importantly, there is no electricity there, and he couldn't bear living without it. If it weren't for the zombies roaming outside, one would think the apocalypse hadn't arrived here, as everything was peaceful wherever he went. Chapter 069, Task Preparation, June 8, 2115. Dream Hotel, first floor banquet hall. Everyone had just finished their meal and was sitting leisurely in their seats. Liu Mingyu sat at the front table, took a sip of tea from his cup, and spoke. Brothers, I wonder if any of you have encountered special zombies? After finishing the security issues at the resort, Liu Mingyu's gaze turned to his tasks. Task 1. Kill 1,000 level 1 zombies. Task reward, 1,000 points. Task progress, 55,1,000. Task 2. Kill a leader. Task reward, 2,000 points. Task progress, 0,1. Task 3. Kill a bloater. Task reward, 500 points. Task progress, 0,1. Task 4. Kill a zombie dog. Task reward, 200 points. Task progress, 0,1. In the past few days of clearing the resort, he had killed several level 1 zombies, bringing his task progress to 55. Liu Mingyu did not find killing level 1 zombies too difficult. Even though the number seemed a bit high, with over 300 people, it averaged out to just 3 zombies per person. The focus was still on the last 3 tasks, which had fewer targets but higher rewards. Level 1 zombies were easy to find, but the last 3 were likely special zombies, which would be harder to locate. Upon hearing Liu Mingyu's question, there was a flurry of discussion below. The chatter was so loud it sounded like a bustling market, making it hard to hear anything clearly. Liu Mingyu suddenly shouted, "Everyone be quiet." Liu Mingyu's booming voice echoed like thunder in everyone's ears, and the noise in the banquet hall came to an abrupt stop. After seeing that everyone had quieted down, Liu Mingyu slowly said, "You don't necessarily have to have encountered them. Just raise your hand if you know where there is information about special zombies." Most people had heard of special zombies, such as those with immense strength, incredible speed, or the ability to control other zombies, and everyone could mention 1 or 2. However, when it came to actually encountering special zombies, most had not experienced that at all. Liu Mingyu looked around and found that no one raised their hand. Liu Mingyu couldn't help but frown. Was it really possible that no one knew any information about the special zombies? It seemed unlikely, since the mission provided a target. It indicated that special zombies must exist here. Moreover, the apocalypse had come for 5 years, and he didn't believe that there was absolutely no information about special zombies. The level 2 energy crystals he purchased were from special zombies, and the same went for the level 2 energy crystal in Li Haifeng's hands. Liu Haifeng sighed inwardly and slowly raised his right hand. He noticed Liu Haifeng raising his hand and softly asked, "Brother Liu, have you encountered special zombies?" Liu Haifeng lowered his hand and said, "I haven't encountered special zombies myself, but for what I know, special zombies should be located within the city. Only a certain number of zombies can potentially give rise to special zombies." Liu Haifeng understood that Liu Mingyu was inquiring about special zombies because he had some thoughts on them. He knew that Liu Mingyu had bought a level 2 energy crystal at the auction a few days ago. There were rumors that absorbing the energy within a level 2 energy crystal could grant special abilities. However, if he couldn't even absorb the energy from a level 1 energy crystal, which was only used as hard currency in the settlement, how could he absorb a level 2 energy crystal? Liu Haifeng couldn't help but wonder if Liu Mingyu had mastered the method to absorb level 2 energy crystals. If Liu Mingyu knew about Liu Haifeng's thoughts, he would definitely shout that it was unfair. How could he know the method to absorb the energy of secondary energy crystals? The last time he bought them, it was just to complete a task. After finishing the task, he tossed them into storage space without even taking a glance. If he really knew how to absorb the energy, he wouldn't mind trying it out. Ignoring Liu Haifeng's thoughts, Liu Mingyu frowned and said softly, "If it's inside the city, it will be troublesome. Without heavy firepower weapons, we can't get in. The Jiahong settlement has existed for 5 years, but in these 5 years, under the control of the 5 major powers in the settlement, ordinary people can only rely on cold weapons to search for food in the city. Every time they search for food at the city's edge, it quickly gets overrun by wandering zombies, which is also the reason why people have been stuck wandering around the city outskirts for many years. Unless the people in the settlement are equipped with a lot of weapons, they can't venture deep into the city. It is said that the secondary energy crystals in Li Haifeng's hands were obtained during an incursion into the city, and that time Li Haifeng suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for some manpower left in the settlement, perhaps that time the 5 major powers would have become 4. Aside from that incident, no one has heard of anyone killing special zombies or encountering them. Just because they haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. There are rumors, which must have some basis. However, those special zombies may not necessarily be Liu Mingyu's mission targets. But regardless, Liu Mingyu decided to prepare to explore the city. Even if he couldn't complete the task of killing 3 special zombies, he had to complete the first task of killing 1,000 first-level zombies. To explore the city, sufficient firepower is essential, but unfortunately, the settlement has strict controls over firearms. So far, Liu Mingyu has only managed to buy a Walker assault rifle at the auction. Firearms are strictly controlled, but there aren't too many restrictions on bullets. 1 bullet costs 1 gram of energy crystal, and Liu Mingyu bought 500 rounds. He originally wanted to buy more as a backup, but although there aren't many restrictions on bullets, the other party refused to sell in bulk due to limited production. A Walker assault rifle has limited firepower and can only rely mainly on cold weapons. Cold weapons aren't limited in purchase in the settlement, but without industrial support, most cold weapons are just kitchen knives and cleavers. There aren't many energy crystals left in the base. And Liu Mingyu didn't want to go find Lu Fugui to sell more, especially after discovering that someone was monitoring the area around the resort. He temporarily gave up on large-scale transactions with Lu Fugui, but he still gave him 10 kilograms of tea leaves as originally promised. The handling fee in the outer city trading hall is high, but the variety is broader and less conspicuous. In the past few days, Liu Mingyu has sent people to the outer city trading hall to sell some canned food and salt. These 2 items are scarce resources in the outer city. And given the high handling fees in the outer city trading hall, the price per can of food isn't much lower than trading directly with Lu Fugui. Salt has always been a scarce resource, and the amount of salt Liu Mingyu sold to Lu Fugui wasn't much. Most of the salt is sold in the inner city and hasn't circulated in the outer city. Salt is still in demand in the outer city, and after a few days of sales, the trading price was slightly higher than what Lu Fugui offered. However, this is normal. One is retail and the other is wholesale, so price discrepancies are to be expected. Fortunately, selling some food over the past few days meant he could at least afford bullets. Chapter 070. Departure. I have decided to go search in the city today. Liu Mingyu announced his decision, took a small sip of tea from his cup. As he had recently developed a liking for tea, searching the city was a normal activity before Liu Mingyu arrived. Liu Haifeng and a few others had to search the outskirts of the city almost every 2 or 3 days, ever since Liu Mingyu joined them. Bringing a large amount of food, they hadn't had to search the city side for many days. Therefore, when Liu Mingyu announced that they would search the city today, no one was surprised. They calmly looked at Liu Mingyu, waiting for him to decide where to search. While others searched the city for useful items to exchange for food, Liu Mingyu's decision to search the city was also to find useful supplies, but mainly to complete a task. Liu Mingyu looked around and calmly asked, "Does anyone have any location recommendations for this exploration? Preferably in Hangzhou." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Haifeng raised his hand to indicate. Liu Mingyu saw Liu Haifeng and asked, "Brother Liu, do you have any recommendations?" As an experienced exploration team leader who had survived in the apocalypse for 5 years, Liu Haifeng was more familiar with the upcoming adventure in Hangzhou. Therefore, Liu Mingyu immediately pointed to him for a favorable location. Seeing Liu Mingyu call on him, Liu Haifeng stood up and said loudly, "Boss, we can choose to advance towards the city center along Jiangnan Road. The main reason for choosing this route is that it leads directly to the center of Hangzhou, and it has been searched by many people. So there are relatively fewer zombies along the way, allowing us to push deeper." Another point is that Luo Wenyong's company is located nearby. Not only his company, but also other tech companies along this road. Liu Haifeng remembered that Luo Wenyong mentioned needing equipment from his company. With that equipment, the development progress could be accelerated. Although he didn't know why Liu Mingyu placed such importance on development, since the boss had a need, the team naturally had to work hard to complete the tasks set by the boss. Liu Mingyu nodded in satisfaction after hearing Liu Haipeng's opinion. Then this time we will target the East New District of Hangzhou. Some equipment is generally quite large, but can be disassembled, so it won't be a big problem to carry. Liu Mingyu plans to take 100 people with him this time. Although there are over 300 people in the base, most of them are skinny and weak, and in such a state, they lack combat capability. After a few days, the originally frail slaves have gained a bit of strength, but they are still far from fully recovered. These people were already physically weak, and even if they are well-fed, it doesn't help much. The main combat force for this exploration is still focused on those who were originally strong. After several days of abundant food, their stamina has noticeably improved. There are about half of such people, but he cannot take everyone out, especially since he knows there are people monitoring outside. He leaves over 50 strong individuals to guard the base. 100 people are set to go in 4 large trucks. These are the 5 large trucks bought previously when purchasing slaves. At that time, the 5 trucks transported over 300 people, and one can imagine how packed those trucks were with slaves. Now, they're going to the city center to get equipment, so it cannot be like before. Therefore, they are using 4 large trucks with 100 people divided among them, leaving a lot of space, which is also to store the equipment later. The 4 large trucks are ready, and the 100 people who were called have already boarded. At the hotel entrance, Liu Mingyu instructed Zhao Cohen, "The safety of the base is up to you. Be aware that there may be surveillance nearby. If they don't attack here, then ignore them. But if they dare to attack, hit them hard." Zhao Cohen is one of the stronger individuals among the slaves Liu Mingyu purchased later and has been appointed as the secondary safety officer of the base. The primary safety officer is Liu Haipeng, who is accompanying Liu Mingyu to find equipment in the eastern New District of Hangzhou. The safety task is now assigned to the secondary officer Zhao Cohen. Zhao Cohen shouted loudly, "Understood, boss." Liu Mingyu patted Zhao Cohen's shoulder and smiled. "It's okay. If we really can't hold on, we can abandon this base." Then he spoke in a serious tone. "However, if the difference isn't too great, you must hold this place for me. This is our base, not to mention food. The safety of everyone here cannot be compromised." He added, "People are more important than food. When necessary, don't worry about food. If the food runs out, I can replenish it at any time. But if people are lost, they are truly gone." For Liu Mingyu, everyone is a talent, and their value cannot be compared to food. Moreover, since the apocalypse began, the number of people has been decreasing. In the case of the Jiahong settlement, at its peak, the population reached 400,000, but after 5 years, it has now halved. There are many reasons for the population decline, but the overall downward trend is becoming increasingly obvious. Zhao Cohen, who is 1.8 meters tall, stood at attention and nodded. "Understood, boss. Please rest assured." After giving a few instructions to Yi Qinxian, he got into the large truck. Liu Mingyu had to be cautious. Ever since discovering that there were people monitoring outside, those outsiders had remained silent, whether due to the large number of people in the base or other reasons. The other party was quiet, but Liu Mingyu had to remain alert. Liu Mingyu did not sit in the back compartment, but instead got into the passenger seat of the truck driven by Liu Haipeng. After getting in, Liu Mingyu took out a wireless intercom and said, "Let's go." The wireless intercom, as a short-range communication device, is widely used in the base. This device is simple to make and practical, and it is preferred by many people. The large truck driven by Liu Haipeng led the way, slowly driving out of the base. The 4 large trucks moved in unison like a dragon, majestically heading east along Jiangnan Road. The Jiahong settlement is located between Jiaqing and Hangzhou, with Jiaqing to the east and Hangzhou to the west. Liu Mingyu's mission destination this time is the East New District of Hangzhou. As a newly developed area, the East New District of Hangzhou is home to a large number of high-tech companies. The game company where Luo Wenyong previously worked is located there. This is also one of the main reasons Liu Mingyu chose the East New District of Hangzhou, not only for the game development equipment, but also for the high-tech equipment from other high-tech companies, which are also among his targets. Chapter 071. Reactions from all sides. Liu Mingyu had just left when a series of hidden messages were sent from near the Dream Resort, reaching the hands of those who were attentive. Inner City Auction House, top floor. Lu Fuguei and Lu Fuyuan are wearing sportswear and running on a treadmill. Lu Fuguei's treadmill speed is set to a leisurely walking mode, while Lu Fuyuan next to him has chosen the fast mode. Lu Fuyuan glanced sideways at Lu Fuguei and said, "Your speed is not good. Too slow. If you encounter zombies, it will be bad news." Lu Fuguei smiled foolishly beside him and said, "It's okay. There are no zombies in the inner city, and I won't go to places with zombies. Besides, I just need to outrun the slowest person." Lu Fuyuan helplessly glanced at him, no longer speaking, and focused on his own running. In fact, this wasn't the first time Lu Fuguei had been educated by his brother, but he always just smiled it off and didn't take it too seriously. For Lu Fuguei, exercising was too hard. If he could enjoy himself, why bother with exercise? If only there were a kind of medication that could enhance physical fitness. Then he could take the medicine and maintain a healthy body. Thinking of this, Lu Fuguei recalled that his brother seemed to have a project like that, but he wasn't sure if it was successful. Lu Fuguei turned his head and asked, "Brother, have you succeeded in making that potion that can improve human physical abilities?" Lu Fuyuan glanced at him and scolded, "I told you to study hard, but you didn't. That's called genetic evolution potion." Lu Fuguei felt no pressure at all. He had heard this kind of thing many times before, not just once or twice, and he treated it as mere background noise. With a smile, he said, "Yes. What about that gene evolution potion? Has it been successfully produced?" If Liu Mingyu heard Lu Fuyuan's words, he would definitely be taken aback. Was this the gene evolution potion that costs 100 points per bottle from the system? Liu Mingyu had learned about the medical level in this post-apocalyptic world. Although various high-tech developments were impressive, there had not been much progress in the field of biotechnology. It wouldn't be accurate to say there was no progress at all. It was just that, compared to other technologies, it was indeed a bit slower. He had once asked people in the resort if they had heard of gene evolution potions, but everyone shook their heads, indicating they hadn't heard of it. Eventually, he gave up, concluding that the gene evolution potion had either not been developed in this world or had not become widespread. Lu Fuyuan did not know that Liu Mingyu actually had the gene evolution potion. At this moment, he shook his head and said, "It hasn't succeeded. There's still a long way to go before success." Lu Fuguei muttered softly, "Oh, what a pity. If only I had that potion, drinking a bottle would make me superhuman." Lu Fuyuan was so angry at his brother, who didn't like to exercise, that he couldn't find the words to say and shouted, "Hurry up and start training. You can't leave until you run 5 kilometers today." "Brother, are you trying to take my life?" For Lu Fuguei, who lacked exercise, 5 kilometers felt like it was going to take his life. The gym echoed with Lu Fugui's cries of despair. But Lu Fuyuan completely ignored him and put on his headphones. Lu Fuguei was quietly walking on the treadmill, determined to slowly walk 5 kilometers. As the second in command of the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce, he didn't have to go to zombie-infested areas like other exploration teams to search for the scarce food and supplies. With just a casual turn of his hand, he could earn more money than others could in life-and-death situations. Lu Fuguei felt that there was no need for him to exercise. What he wanted at the moment was to enjoy life. In the past few days, if he sold all the goods purchased from Liu Mingyu, it would be no problem to get 100 or so pounds of energy crystals. With money, why put himself through hardship? Lu Fuguei just ran for a while, and the smart wristband on his hand issued a notification. "Master, Master, Liu Yong is calling." Liu Yong is the person Lu Fuguei arranged to watch over at the Dream Resort. Did he make some special discovery? These past few days, Lu Fuguei only instructed him to keep an eye on things and not to act rashly. He hasn't turned on the video nor the audio. Lu Fuguei asked, "Liu Yong, what's going on?" The voice of Liu Yong came through the wristband, sounding anxious. "We found that the target has taken out 4 large trucks." Lu Fuguei's eyes lit up, and he almost couldn't keep up with his pace, quickly lowering the speed of the treadmill to a pace that was not much different from a snail's crawl. He didn't care. As long as he didn't stop, he wasn't worried about being scolded by his brother. He murmured softly, "For large trucks? Are they going to the warehouse to haul supplies?" He hadn't given up these past few days. Although he hadn't found any clues of a warehouse in the places Liu Mingyu had been, he still firmly believed that Liu Mingyu had control of a huge doomsday warehouse. Could this be the time to transport supplies? For large trucks, how much supplies would that be? Thinking of this, Lu Fuguei's eyes brightened. Although the materials from the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce were considerable, it was really not easy to gather enough supplies for 4 large trucks all at once, especially food. Liu Mingyu's transactions are all food, and Liu Fuguei subconsciously believes that these materials are also food. Liu Fuguei asked loudly, "Is there anyone who followed?" The sudden loud voice seemed to startle Liu Fuyuan, who took off his headphones and asked what happened. Liu Fuguei waved his hand and said, "Brother, it's nothing. Just some minor issues in the trading hall. I can handle it." Liu Fuyuan saw that Liu Fuguei really didn't have anything major going on, put his headphones back on, and started running again. Liu Fuguei asked in a low voice, "Is anyone following them?" "Yes, we are right behind their convoy." "All right. Keep close and report any issues to me in time." There were more than just Liu Fuguei's group monitoring outside the Dream Resort. When Liu Yong reported to Liu Fuguei, others also received news of Liu Mingyu's departure. In the inner city, inside a certain building, a young man murmured, "Kid, after hiding in the resort for so many days, you finally decided to come out. I told you, the level 2 energy crystal is just temporarily placed with you." If Liu Mingyu saw this person, he would recognize him as the one who bid against him at the auction, number 005. The person next to him responded loudly, "Yes." In another building in the inner city, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on a chair, with his smart wristband also in working mode. He was keeping a close watch, not needing to disturb them, just focusing on Liu Mingyu to see if there were any special circumstances. Liu Mingyu knew that there were people watching outside the Dream Resort, but he never expected that there were actually 3 groups. Moreover, none of these groups had their sights set on the Dream Resort. They were all following him. Chapter 072. Route block. The Jiahong settlement is located between Jiaqing and Hangcheng. Although it is said to be in the middle, it is not exactly in the center. It is primarily closer to Jiaqing, about 20 kilometers from the urban area of Jiaqing and about 50 kilometers from the urban area of Hangcheng. In terms of population, Hangcheng has far more people than Jiaqing, but for some reason, when the settlement was established, it chose a location closer to Jiaqing. Possibly because the founders of the settlement were from Jiaqing. The distance to the urban area of Hangcheng is about 50 kilometers, but the distance to the task target, the eastern new district of Hangcheng, is only about 30 kilometers. A distance of 30 kilometers would have taken just a few minutes before the apocalypse. Jiangnan Road, as a main highway connecting Hangcheng and Jiaqing, typically sees a large number of vehicles racing along it. When the apocalypse struck, it became a popular escape route. But the more people chose it, the more congested it became. Liu Mingyu saw various cars involved in accidents all over the highway. On the highway, there are not only damaged cars, but also numerous zombies wandering on the road. The large trucks struggled to move on the congested highway. Even after an hour, they had not reached their destination. Liu Mingyu opened the intercom and asked, "What location are we at now?" The satellites in the sky could no longer be used. Otherwise, he could check the current location using the map on his smart wristband. Liu Mingyu came here for work from his hometown and has always lived in Jiaqing, rarely venturing out of the city, so he is not particularly familiar with Jiangnan Road, which connects Jiaqing and Hangcheng, let alone the roads 100 years into the future. He doesn't know, but some people do. The people in the vehicle are either from Hangcheng or Jiaqing, or like Liu Mingyu, they are workers in these 2 cities. After he asked, someone immediately responded over the intercom, "Boss, we are about 10 kilometers away from the Eastern New District. 10 kilometers is still too far. A distance of 10 kilometers would take at least 2 hours to walk, not to mention carrying a load, and if unexpected events occur along the way, it could be life-threatening." Looking at the increasingly congested road, the large truck is almost unable to move forward. Liu Mingyu instructed, "There are still 10 kilometers to the destination. Let's keep going a bit further. Every little bit counts." The large truck, in Liu Haipeng's hands, resembled a prehistoric giant beast, facing the scattered vehicles blocking its path. He charged through recklessly, directly crashing a small car to the side, clearing a passage for the vehicles behind. Not only cars, but also several scattered zombies were crushed under the wheels. The sound of the collisions attracted a large number of zombies from both sides of the road. But by the time the zombies arrived, the truck had already sped away. The truck moved on, but the vehicles following behind had a bit of bad luck. The zombies attracted by the truck became an obstacle for the vehicles behind. Fortunately, there weren't too many zombies, and various groups managed to escape the pursuit using their driving skills. Those who couldn't evade simply crashed through. While Liu Mingyu continued forward, there was a small car about 300 to 400 meters behind, closely following them. If one wasn't paying close attention, they would hardly notice it. There were simply too many cars in this area. And who would notice a small car several hundred meters behind? This small car, closely following, was Liu Yong, sent by Liu Fuguei to keep watch. The massive body of the truck was enough for Liu Yong to see clearly from 300 to 400 meters away. Although Liu Yong could see clearly, he scratched his head in confusion. What is going on? Aren't they supposed to be transporting supplies from the warehouse? This doesn't look like it. Further back, there was another small truck closely following, which remained cautious and did not act recklessly. Seeing that the large truck showed no signs of stopping, it kept its distance behind. Additionally, there was a large truck beside it. The three small vehicles behind had noticed each other but tacitly avoided any conflict. They had already recognized each other as presence outside the Dream Resort and knew that everyone's goal was the large truck ahead. As the journey progressed, the number of zombies increased. Facing the swarm of zombies, Liu Yong had to rely on his superb skills to evade most of them and keep moving forward. There was no choice. Liu Fuguei's orders compelled him to act, and failing to comply would surely mean death. Gritting his teeth, he followed closely behind, not caring whether he was discovered or not. In fact, Liu Mingyu and the others were unaware that someone was tailing them. The roars of the zombies masked their presence. Moreover, their focus was not on what was behind, but rather on what lay ahead. The road was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate, and the surrounding zombies were multiplying. Liu Haipeng gazed into the distance, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and said solemnly, "Boss, we can't go any further. If we keep going, we won't even be able to turn around later." At this point, the truck's speed had significantly decreased, only moving at a pace comparable to a person's running speed. Around 10 kilometers per hour. Liu Mingyu looked at the crowded vehicles ahead, then glanced at the zombies rushing over from the surroundings, and asked into the walkie-talkie, "How far is it now?" A voice quickly came through the walkie-talkie. 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers. They had covered half the distance. Liu Mingyu commanded, "Prepare to stop and deal with the attracted zombies." 3, 2, 1, stop. With the order given, four large trucks came to a steady halt in the middle of the road, ready for battle. A loud roar sounded. A group of people quickly jumped down from the trucks, backing against them, with their large machetes tightly held in their hands, gravely staring at the zombies charging towards them. Roar! The moans of the zombies echoed, as if sounding the horn for an attack. Zombies from all directions, dragging their mutilated bodies, rushed towards Liu Mingyu. The putrid liquid from the zombies dripped onto the ground. The zombies were getting closer. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Liu Mingyu tightly gripped the long gun in his hand, the one he had always used. Kill! Liu Mingyu raised his long spear and thrust it forcefully at the zombie's head. The spear pierced through from the front and exited from the back, completely impaling it. The zombie, maintaining its forward momentum, took a step forward before being swept aside by Liu Mingyu. Chapter 073. Battle. Without paying attention to the zombie that had fallen to the side, more zombies approached from behind. Liu Mingyu had not specifically trained with a long spear, but the gene evolution potion had given him extraordinary physical qualities. His abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people, and with simple basic moves like thrusts and sweeps, he knocked down the oncoming zombies. Liu Mingyu continuously waved the long spear in his hand, and the number of fallen zombies around him kept increasing. Liu Mingyu has brought 100 people this time, all of whom are physically strong. In this world that has faced the apocalypse for 5 years, those who can maintain their strength have all walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, each with their own way of dealing with zombies. Everyone is leaning against a large truck, forming a circle. They face the oncoming zombies without fear. Although the number of zombies seems large, the safety of the group is not a major concern. Moreover, not all the zombies are attacking Liu Mingyu. Some of Liu Yong's people at the back have also become a point of attraction for the zombies. Li Hongtao stands on top of the truck, holding the only Walker assault rifle in the resort. Originally, this gun was meant for Liu Mingyu, but after witnessing Li Hongtao's marksmanship while clearing zombies in the Dream Resort, Liu Mingyu decided to leave the Walker assault rifle to him. Liu Mingyu had never played with a gun. In his hands, it was worse than a steel gun. Li Hongtao's marksmanship was exceptional. Within 50 meters, he never missed. He stood on top of a large truck, firing precise shots at the zombies outside. Rat-a-tat-tat. Li Hongtao's shooting skills were indeed impressive. Not only was he harvesting the zombies outside, but he was also constantly monitoring the front line, delivering finishing shots to any zombies that breached it. While Liu Mingyu was besieged by zombies, the three groups trailing behind also encountered a zombie attack. Nearly 500 meters away from them, Liu Yong was surrounded by a group of zombies in his car, like a swarm of ants tightly wrapping around their food. The sides of the car were covered with zombies, except for the roof. The zombies were slowly crawling, and it was estimated that soon the entire car would be completely surrounded. Damn it, not to mention being followed. The question now was whether he could even survive. Liu Yong couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, the quality of the car was still decent and had not been broken yet. However, the zombies hanging on the vehicle increased its weight. Liu Yong stepped on the gas pedal desperately, but he couldn't speed up. Some zombies were thrown off and fell under the wheels, blocking the car's progress. There were already many cars stopped around, leaving Liu Yong with even less room to maneuver. There are two people in Liu Yong's car. Besides Liu Yong, there is a partner, but they only have one Walker's assault rifle in the car. You open the sunroof and shoot the zombies from the sunroof position. Liu Yong calmly instructed his companions. One of them opened the sunroof, took out a gun, and leaned out to aim a rifle at a nearby zombie and opened fire. Hot. The bullets seemed to be free, quickly exhausting an entire magazine. With his companion's help, Liu Yong swerved the car a few times, shaking off some of the zombies in front of the windshield. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see the road ahead. With fewer zombies, the car finally picked up speed. Compared to Liu Yong, who was under siege by zombies, the entire vehicle was covered with them. The wolf hunting team nearby fared much better. In fact, they seemed to have suffered little damage. The wolf hunting team was small, consisting of only 10 people. They were driving a modified small truck, with 2 sitting in the cab and the others in the back. They did not advance further, mainly because there were too many zombies ahead. The originally crowded passage was now impassable. Like Liu Mingyu, they parked their vehicle in the middle of the road. Unlike Liu Mingyu, however, they did not get out of the vehicle, prioritizing safety. More importantly, each member of this group carried a Walker assault rifle, which seemed to be unrestricted for them despite being limited for others. The leader shouted, "Kill." The others quickly found their positions, with 2 people standing at each direction. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense gunfire rang out as the wolf hunting team harvested the surrounding zombies. They did not waste bullets like Liu Yong and his group. Instead, they used controlled bursts, targeting the zombies' heads. It must be said that the wolf hunting team had quite a high accuracy. While not as exaggerated as Li Hongtao, they still managed to take down 2 zombies with every 2 shots against the swarming undead. Armed with firearms, they resembled grim reapers. While the reaper uses a scythe to harvest souls, they use Walker assault rifles to take the lives of zombies. Do zombies have lives? It's unclear. Perhaps they do. Perhaps they don't. The powerful firepower kept the zombies at a distance of 3 meters, with none able to breach the firepower to reach them. The easiest situation was for the last group of people. They were the farthest from Liu Mingyu, having stopped their vehicle early and not advancing further. So they encountered almost no zombies. The zombies had already been attracted to the earlier waves of people, though they had stopped the car early. It wasn't to avoid zombie attacks. On the contrary, it was to better understand the situation ahead. Compared to the other 2 following groups, they were the most informed. They had released several mini drones around them, flying in the air and observing everyone's status. Inside the small truck's cargo area, there were a few computers projecting 3 screens in midair. These 3 screens showed real-time footage of Liu Mingyu, Liu Yong, and the wolf hunting team killing zombies. 2 people inside the cargo area were carefully observing these projected images, mainly focusing on Liu Mingyu's situation. Liu Mingyu had no idea at this moment that he was being observed. He was focused on killing the enemies. With a thrust and a sweep, the zombies seemed as fragile as paper, unable to withstand even a second under his hands. After taking down one, he quickly re-engaged in battle, as if he were not just a tired person, rapidly eliminating zombies to reduce the enemies for those beside him. Others did not have Liu Mingyu's stamina. After killing a few zombies, signs of fatigue began to show. Fortunately, with Li Hongtao providing support from above, the pressure was not as overwhelming as imagined. Chapter 074. Siege. While Liu Mingyu was fighting, the person at the back was observing his posture in real time. One middle-aged man, after watching for a while, turned to a younger person beside him and said, "Do you think the other party is suspicious?" The younger person, knowing exactly what kind of suspicion was being referred to, thought for a moment and said, "Not quite sure, but his condition is definitely better than the others." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement and said, "They say absorbing second-level energy crystals can give people special powers, but what those special powers are, we really don't know." The younger man laughed and said, "I don't know where that rumor came from. There are hardly any second-level energy crystals, and even if you have one, do you know how to absorb the energy inside? Everyone knows that energy crystals contain a lot of energy, but no one knows how to absorb it, even if it grants special powers. It requires demonstration by others to know." The middle-aged man asked, "That's true, but have you heard that some people can already utilize first-level energy crystals?" The younger man was surprised, and clearly, the information about utilizing first-level energy crystals piqued his curiosity. He asked back, "Really? How do you absorb it?" Since absorbing second-level energy crystals can grant special powers, could absorbing first-level energy crystals also grant corresponding powers? Or could it be that by using the method for absorbing first-level energy crystals to absorb second-level energy crystals, one could gain special abilities? Under the curious gaze of the younger man, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "It seems to involve combining it with other medicines to create a potion." The younger man nodded in agreement and asked, "Indeed, but such hard stones can be made into potions. People have been doing that for a long time. It wouldn't be left to now. Not to mention, the owner's biological manufacturing plant has been researching energy crystals for so long, and they haven't discovered anything. It's probably just another rumor like the one about second-level energy crystals. Regardless of whether it's a rumor, let's carefully observe the target person for any abnormal conditions." The middle-aged man shook his head and redirected the topic back to Liu Mingyu. After observing for a while longer, the younger man said, "Liu Mingyu is indeed impressive. From the beginning, I've been keeping track of the zombies he has killed, from when he got out of the car and encountered the zombies until now. In less than 3 minutes, he has already killed over 30 zombies. Looking at his movements, he doesn't seem fatigued at all." The middle-aged man nodded solemnly and said, 30 zombies, even if standing still and letting someone chop them, it would take more than that time. And did you notice how he kills the zombies? Almost every shot is a headshot. This is definitely abnormal. Everyone knows that the fatal point for zombies is the head, but holding a cold weapon. How can one consistently hit the head or neck of a zombie, especially during a zombie outbreak? Although the two of them did not know what kind of abnormal situation their master wanted them to observe regarding Liu Mingyu, they felt that his current state should qualify as an abnormal condition. Unfortunately, the current network was unusable, and they were a bit far from the settlement. The wireless local area network could not be used, so they could only temporarily save the information on the computer and provide it to their master later. Liu Mingyu was unaware that his figure was being observed by a follower far behind. 30 zombies posed a significant challenge for Liu Mingyu. Fortunately, after a few minutes of fighting, the number of zombies around him began to decrease. In fact, Liu Yong and the wolf hunting team's gunfire could be heard by Liu Mingyu and the others from behind. Liu Mingyu suspected that someone was following him, but he didn't expect that among the pursuers, the firepower would be so strong. Hearing the intense gunfire, Liu Mingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively became more alert. With a forceful thrust, he killed the last zombie and loudly instructed, "Quickly collect the energy crystals. The situation behind us seems off. Everyone stay alert." Liu Mingyu brought 100 people, all of whom were unharmed and had not suffered any injuries. Following Liu Mingyu's orders, they picked up their machetes and skillfully opened the back of the heads of the zombies to extract the energy crystals inside. The energy crystals varied in size, some weighing dozens of grams while others weighed only a few grams, but each zombie had one, though the reason was unknown. Some speculated that the presence of energy crystals at the back of the head was what gave these zombies their motivation. Experiments had been conducted, showing that zombies with stronger abilities tended to have heavier energy crystals. However, the people in the settlement did not care. They were not scientists and only knew that these energy crystals could be used as currency. Another 3 minutes passed, and all the energy crystals from the zombies they had killed were extracted. While they were collecting the energy crystals, Liu Mingyu went over to the large truck at the back. But when he learned that some of the pursuers were armed with a lot of weapons, he became alert. A voice in his mind told him, "Go and seize their weapons. After all, they were there to track you. So what was there to be afraid of?" Liu Mingyu made up his mind to seize the weapons of the stalkers. In his line of sight, over 200 meters away, a small vehicle was surrounded by zombies. After a short while, the outside of the car was filled with people again. He drove forward less than 200 meters and was firmly pinned in place. In fact, it was precisely because he had run out of bullets that the other zombies pounced again. Hiding inside the car, Liu Yong looked around at the zombies in terror. Through the glass, he could see the zombies right in front of him, and he seemed to smell the foul stench of the undead. Liu Yong was not facing zombies for the first time, but it was the first time he was surrounded by them. Dozens, even hundreds of zombies were tightly encircling him, and that feeling was truly intense. Fortunately, this car had been specially modified, but he couldn't guarantee that it could withstand the zombies' attacks. At this point, he had given up and started the car. Hiss! The zombies' claws scraped against the glass, making a terrible, disgusting sound. Some zombies began to violently slam against the car, causing it to sway left and right. Chapter 075. Rescue? Liu Yong and the other person were helpless inside the car, with their weapons out of bullets. They felt like a turtle trapped in a jar, waiting to be caught. Liu Yong's companion tightly gripped a machete in his hand, having already tossed aside his empty Walker assault rifle. Most of what he did was tracking. When encountering enemies, he was fearless with a gun in hand. However, he never expected that this time of tracking would lead to running out of bullets, which left him quite troubled. Normally, he carried 5 magazines, each with 30 rounds, plus one in the gun itself, totaling 180 rounds, enough to handle most situations. But he hadn't anticipated that he would use them all up in such a short time, putting him in a difficult position. "Brother Yong, what should we do now?" Liu Yong gripped the steering wheel tightly, steadying his body, and hurriedly said, "There's no way out. We can only wait to die, unless someone comes to help." The car shook violently, and his partner put down the machete in his hand, gripping the door handle tightly. "Is there really support?" He cautiously asked, "Brother Yong, is there support?" Liu Yong said irritably, "Where could there be reinforcements? If we were in the outer city, there might be some, but now we are far from the settlement, and the boss wouldn't send anyone over. So, when you just mentioned another team of followers, are you referring to them? They know that there are more than just the 2 of them tracking Liu Mingyu. There's another group, and their numbers are relatively large. So there shouldn't be much of a problem. However, the bosses of both sides are not the same. Could the other side come to rescue them? It would be good enough if they don't add insult to injury." Liu Yong was silent for a moment and said, "Perhaps Liu Mingyu and the others." "Liu Mingyu and the others? Our targets? It's already good enough if they don't come to kill us, let alone come to save us," a partner asked in surprise. Liu Yong shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Maybe, probably, they will come over, but if they haven't, then we might as well wait to die." He wasn't very sure. The commotion here should have attracted the attention of others. The wolf hunting squad. Besides wasting bullets, they hadn't allowed the zombies to break through. The zombies around the truck had piled up to a height of 1 meter, and their numbers were dwindling. They were in the 3rd zone, and most of the zombies had been drawn away by the previous 2 groups. The number of zombies on the road was limited. Most of them were originally people in cars who had been infected due to traffic jams or accidents. It was estimated that in a little while, there would be no more zombies attacking. At the very front of the road was a convoy of large trucks. Liu Mingyu discovered a battle over 200 meters away. And further back, there was another battle, but he did not notice anything beyond that. His vision and hearing were stronger than those of ordinary people, but not exaggerated. Were there 2 groups of people, or was it one group split into 2? Regardless of the situation, Liu Mingyu decided to attack the nearest zombies. He glanced at his mission. Mission 1. Kill 1,000 level 1 zombies. Mission reward, 1,000 points. Mission progress, 952-1000. Not only was he aiming to seize the enemy's weapons, but he could also complete his own mission in the process. Liu Mingyu pointed to Liu Yong's position and said loudly, "Brothers, attack over there, kill the zombies, capture the enemies." Kill. 100 people, wielding big machetes, rushed over there. The distance of 200 meters wasn't far. A normal person's running speed would take about 30 seconds. Liu Mingyu's team, although they had experienced a few minutes of zombie wave attacks, did not lose much speed in their running. In less than 30 seconds, the crowd ahead had reached the zombie horde. Roar! The zombies that were surrounding Liu Yong and the others seemed to sense that someone was approaching. The group of zombies that had originally been at the back began to search for new targets and headed towards Liu Mingyu's direction. Liu Mingyu ran the fastest, leaping high and delivering a heavy sweep to the zombie's head. The zombie's head shattered like a broken watermelon, scattering pieces everywhere. Immediately afterward, the others arrived and began wildly hacking at the zombies in front of them. With more people, their strength grew. The zombie that was attacking Liu Yong had over 100, while Liu Mingyu and his group had around 100 people, averaging less than 2 zombies per person. Inside the car, Liu Yong was surprised to find that the shaking of the car had decreased as there were still zombies blocking the front of the windshield, and he did not see Liu Mingyu and his group approaching. Could someone be coming? Another pursuer? Liu Mingyu? No matter which side, it was originally thought to be hopeless. But suddenly hope was reignited. His companions also noticed something unusual and asked in surprise, Yonggu, is someone here to save us? Liu Yong nodded and said, it should be, but it may not necessarily be to save us. It could be other enemies. Here, apart from the zombies, other enemies naturally refer to Liu Mingyu and the others. I don't want to die. I also don't want to die. Liu Yong noticed that there were fewer zombies around him. The zombies that were originally hanging on the car all rushed in one direction. As the zombies left, the car returned to normal, and Liu Yong saw who was coming. It was Liu Mingyu, whom he had been tracking for several days. Liu Mingyu's long spear seemed almost alive, either prodding, stabbing, or sweeping. Not a single zombie he touched was left intact, creating a 3-meter gap around him where no one dared to go. Everyone else was busy searching for their own targets. Liu Yong was secretly astonished. He didn't expect his target to be so strong, almost like a superhero. Although the zombies around had left and the car was back under control, he didn't dare to leave. The car blocked the zombies' attacks, but he was afraid to face the inhuman Liu Mingyu. He worried that before he could drive away, he would be intercepted and killed by him. More importantly, there were zombies all around. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't do so quickly. It was better to stay in the car and wait for the other party's arrangements. Perhaps there was still a chance to survive. He was just an ordinary person, at most a somewhat powerful ordinary person. He knew that his boss had some connections with Liu Mingyu, and although he was monitoring him, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. His partner also discovered Liu Mingyu and their whereabouts. Looking at the dwindling number of zombies, his previously tense body relaxed a lot. The despair he had felt suddenly turned into hope, and he happily said, Brother Yong, we're saved. Liu Yong chuckled and said meaningfully, yes, I've been saved. But have I really been saved? He couldn't know for sure, but he understood that his fate was no longer in the hands of the zombies, but rather in the hands of Liu Mingyu, who was bravely fighting outside, since he had decided to wait for the others' arrangements. He also gave up struggling and sat quietly in the driver's seat. Chapter 076, Strike First. Liu Mingyu swung his spear and smashed the last zombie to death. It took less than a minute to kill over 100 zombies. After eliminating the zombies, there were naturally people who went to dig out the energy crystals from the back of the zombies' heads. Liu Mingyu walked up to the car and lightly tapped on the window. After a while, the car door opened and 2 people got out. Immediately, someone pointed a machete at them. Liu Yong came down with his hands raised above his head, his forehead drenched in sweat. He forced a calm demeanor and said, Boss Liu, thank you for your rescue. Liu Mingyu didn't speak to him and nodded at the car. Immediately, someone leaned in and searched inside. After a while, that person came out with 2 machetes, a Walker assault rifle, and 2 smart wristbands. After coming out, the person said, Report, boss, we've recovered 2 machetes, 1 Walker assault rifle, and 2 smart wristbands. The rifle is out of ammo. There was only 1 Walker assault rifle, which was less than Liu Mingyu had imagined. He thought there would be 2. As for the other items, he had already overlooked them. Liu Mingyu looked at Liu Yong and said with a hint of amusement, Hee, save you? You're the ones who have been watching us outside the resort these past few days, right? Liu Mingyu directly confronted them, too lazy to waste time with them. Although Liu Mingyu laid it all out, Liu Yong instead calmed down at this moment and said, "It is indeed us, but we have no malicious intent." Liu Mingyu chuckled and said, "No malice? You've been monitoring us at our doorstep for several days. Is that what you call no malice? Who sent you? Liu Fuguwei or someone else?" The boss replied, "Boss Liu, we were sent by Boss Liu." Liu Yong directly sold out his boss. Anyway, the boss didn't elaborate on the reasons for the surveillance. He just said it was a bit convoluted, but Liu Mingyu knew he was talking about Liu Fuguwei. Liu Mingyu had long suspected that the person monitoring him was sent by Liu Fuguwei. Now that the other party has admitted it, he is not surprised. He had already guessed that Liu Fuguwei had sent someone to follow him. In this world, apart from Liu Haiping and his group, he had more contact with Liu Fuguwei. Liu Haiping and his group had already been brought under his control, so the only one left was naturally Liu Fuguwei. Liu Mingyu pointed at the wolf hunting team, still dealing with the zombies behind him, and asked, "Are those people with you?" Liu Yong shook his head and said, "No, they're not with us, unless Boss Liu has sent another team." Liu Mingyu already had an answer in his heart. If it weren't for Liu Fuguwei, he had probably guessed who had sent the other party. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the assault rifle was still ringing out, but there were much fewer gunshots now. It could be seen that there were not many zombies left around that group. "Brother Liu, have two people keep an eye on them," Liu Mingyu instructed. He did not plan to kill Liu Yong and the others. When it came to killing zombies, Liu Mingyu was not afraid at all, because in his eyes, zombies were no longer human. They were monsters. However, Liu Yong and the others were two normal people, and he did not have the heart to kill them directly. In this apocalyptic world, he had only been killing zombies and had never killed a human before. However, if the other party posed a threat to him, he wouldn't mind killing them. Right now, Liu Yong and the others posed no threat and were temporarily suppressed by him. Although Liu Yong is not one of them. Is he really not one of them? Perhaps he could be taken as a hostage. The dense gunfire from the wolf hunting team made Liu Mingyu realize that the group at the back had quite a few weapons in their hands. "Brother Tao, distribute some bullets evenly." Liu Mingyu said to Li Hongtao that since there was only one Walker assault rifle, the bullets purchased in the past few days were all with Li Hongtao. Now that another Walker assault rifle had been seized, it was natural to use it in the face of strong firepower. Li Hongtao had not used many bullets in the recent battle, only 2 magazines, and he still had more than 400 rounds left on him. "Is there anyone else who is good at using guns? Please raise your hand." Liu Mingyu shouted loudly while holding the Walker assault rifle. Huaxia is a peaceful country, and gun control is very strict. Apart from some homemade hunting rifles, there are basically no other firearms among the civilians, so not many people are skilled in using guns. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Jiong stood up and shouted, "Boss, I can." "Oh, it's Jiong. Then I'll leave this gun to you." Liu Mingyu saw that it was Yang Jiong, and he knew that Yang Jiong was a veteran. Although he didn't know how good his marksmanship was during his service, it was certainly better than that of an ordinary civilian who had never handled a gun. In fact, he also liked guns and wanted to play around with them, but now was a critical moment, and it was better for the guns to be in the hands of someone useful. As for playing with guns, he could wait until later when he had some free time, buy some bullets, and practice a bit. Right now, his physical qualities were stronger than those of an average person, and he believed that with a bit more practice, he could be of some use. Yang Jiong took the gun from Liu Mingyu's hand, and a strange emotion appeared in his eyes, as if he were seeing an old friend after many years. Liu Mingyu saw this and praised, "Good. If someone can play with a gun like this, their marksmanship must be quite impressive." Yang Jiqiang, standing beside him, looked enviously at the rifle in his brother's hands, suppressing a strong urge to give it a try. Liu Mingyu confiscated Liu Yong's rifle and did not leave. Knowing that there was still a team of people behind, he dared not leave just like that. He had to ensure that there were no worries from the rear before he could take his companions toward the urban area. Liu Mingyu was about 300 meters away from the wolf hunting team. Knowing that the other side had numerous guns, he did not approach as he had before. He had gone to Liu Yong's side because Liu Yong and the others were surrounded by zombies. Even though they had weapons, they weren't afraid. However, the group 300 meters away was not surrounded by zombies. They had killed a large number of them, which was a completely different level. Were they really just following him? At that moment, Liu Mingyu had some doubts. It made sense for Liu Yong and the others to say they were tracking him. But that group, armed with heavy weaponry, did not seem like they were just following him. Did they really need so many weapons for tracking? Liu Mingyu knew that there were 100 people on his side, but there was no need to hold so many weapons, right? The wolf hunting squad gave Liu Mingyu the feeling that they were not just tracking him, but rather hunting him down. Thinking of this, Liu Mingyu couldn't help but feel a bit more vigilant, realizing that the other party might not be as easy to talk to as Liu Yong and the others, and they really might come to kill him. Liu Mingyu instructed softly, "Brothers, find good cover to avoid being shot." He then reminded Li Hongtao, Yang Jiong, if they drive over, shoot them directly when they're 50 meters away. The pounding and anxious heart made Liu Mingyu decide to take the initiative. Whether they were tracking or hunting him, it was all the same to him. Chapter 077. Ambush as Liu Mingyu prepared to strike first. The wolf hunting team finally finished off the last zombie. After killing the last zombie, they jumped out of the vehicle and skillfully used knives to break open the back of the zombie's head and extract the energy crystals. The energy crystals just pulled from the zombie's head were covered in blood, but they didn't care, carefully placing them in a bag. These energy crystals were the spoils of the wolf hunting team. Although the team had fierce firepower and numerous weapons, and their ammunition was much cheaper than others, it was still not unlimited. They had a quota, and exceeding it would require them to pay out of their own pockets. Fortunately, when the wolf hunting team was on a mission, aside from mission objectives, all other spoils were theirs. This time, while preparing to hunt Liu Mingyu, they encountered a zombie tide, and the energy crystals obtained from the killed zombies naturally belonged to them. The leader of the wolf hunting team was a middle-aged man with a full beard. At this moment, the energy crystals had all been collected and were in his hands. He weighed the energy crystals and smiled. "Not bad, about 2 pounds. After deducting the used quota, we should still earn half." The weight of the energy crystals from the zombies' heads varied, and this time the wolf hunting team had killed about 300 zombies, meaning each zombie provided approximately 33 grams of energy crystals, which was considered a very good haul. It was uncertain whether it was because the zombies here were fiercer or not, but the average of 33 grams of energy crystals was significantly higher than the average of only 15 grams in the suburbs of Jia City. Still going to the dream bar? Aren't you afraid of your little lover? Joke, why would I be afraid of her? Not afraid. Who knows, I saw someone. Are you looking for death? The leader of the wolf hunting team stopped the conversation among the team members and said, "All right, everyone quiet down. Let's see how our target is doing. We can't let him escape. How could he run? There's only one highway here. Where could he go? Idiot. Can't he run to the sides? With so many zombies, where could he run? The sides are blocked. Vehicles can't get through. On foot, that's just looking for death. With rifles and plenty of ammunition, they could leave from both sides, but I don't think they have that much ammunition." The leader of the wolf hunting team nodded in agreement and said, "Xiao LV is right. He should still be ahead. Everyone tidy up, and we'll drive up front to take a look." In fact, there wasn't much to tidy up. The wolf hunting team quickly dragged the zombies, blocking their path away. Clearing a passage. The small truck rolled forward like a steamroller, directly crushing some of the remnants still in the middle of the road. The truck wasn't going fast, only about 20 kilometers per hour. The leader sat in front, glanced ahead, and saw that Liu Yong and their small car were parked in the middle of the highway, surrounded by a pile of fallen zombies, like a small mountain. Is this the zombies they killed? The leader found it hard to believe. He remembered that another tracking team only had 2 people. It wasn't that he looked down on Liu Yong and his partner, but the pile of zombies contained at least hundreds of them. Even if they had heavy firepower, it was unlikely they could kill so many zombies. Could they have been killed by the zombies? Then who killed the zombies? Suddenly, a possibility struck him, and cold sweat broke out all over him. He took out his communicator and shouted, "Emergency situation, pay attention ahead. There may be an ambush." The small truck wasn't moving fast, but the distance between the wolf hunting team and Liu Yong's stop location wasn't far. In just a moment, the distance had shrunk to less than 50 meters. Just as the leader finished speaking, Liu Mingyu suddenly shouted, "Open fire." Liu Mingyu picked up a machete and aimed it at the small truck slowly approaching in front of him. He bent down and leaned back, throwing it with all his might. The machete flew like an arrow, heading straight for the driver's seat. After hearing the command, Li Hongtao and Yang Jiong each aimed at one target and pressed the trigger without hesitation. Both of their accuracy was good. At a distance of 50 meters, they hit the bullseye with no reason to miss. The 2 bullets arrived first, hitting the driver's head directly, piercing through and creating a splash of blood behind the driver's seat. The leader of the wolf hunting team was somewhat lucky upon realizing there was an ambush. He had already begun to lower his head, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, he was also quite frightened at that moment. Had he been just a bit slower, he would have joined the driver in the afterlife. The leader of the wolf hunting team shouted, "Enemy attack." At this point, his shout was unnecessary, as the team members were already aware of the enemy's approach, quickly finding their positions and aiming forward. At this moment, Liu Mingyu's machete had just reached the windshield. Bang! The machete collided with the windshield, making a sound louder than a rifle. Unfortunately, due to limited follow-through power, the machete was deflected away. Liu Mingyu shook his head and said, "What a pity, if only we had a grenade, we could just throw one over there and be done with it." Liu Mingyu had just finished sighing when he noticed that the small truck across from him showed no signs of stopping. A small truck rushing over was nothing to fear. Even if it was filled with people, there would only be a dozen of them. And what if they had weapons? On his side, there were 100 people, and charging at them would be even better. He could forcefully cut them down. He was originally thinking about how to rush over and take them out, especially since they only had 2 guns on their side. The members of the wolf hunting squad had already found their positions, but suddenly the small truck lost control, veering violently to the right and crashing into the guardrail, sending sparks flying. The team members in the truck were dizzy from the impact, let alone counterattacking. They could barely stand. One of them couldn't help but curse. "Who's driving? Drive steadily." The captain also noticed the situation with the small truck, but he didn't dare to expose himself, as there were gunmen across watching them. He leaned out to the driver's side, desperately trying to grip the steering wheel to straighten the direction. However, pulling on it only made the small truck even more uncontrollable, swerving left and right. Liu Mingyu saw the small truck and realized that there was still one person alive in the driver's cabin, who was desperately trying to save themselves. This was not the time to hesitate, so he loudly commanded, "Everyone pay attention, stop the vehicle, and rush over to seize their weapons." Then he said to Li Hongtao and the others, "Shoot their tires to force them to stop." The vehicle swayed left and right on the road, but for Li Hongtao, the pressure was not great as he aimed precisely at the front tire. Bang! A bullet hit the tire accurately. In an instant, the small truck lost its balance, and the team members, who were already unsteady, were thrown out. In the moment they were ejected, they discovered that many people suddenly emerged from behind numerous abandoned vehicles. A wave of sadness washed over them. "My life is over." Bang! Fortunately, the small truck was not moving particularly fast, so it did not roll over but instead toppled heavily onto its side. The inertia of the speed caused the small truck to create intense friction with the ground, leaving a black mark. The energy used by the small truck was not petroleum-based, so there was no explosion. The members of the wolf hunting team who were seated in the back were secured with seat belts, but as soon as the captain shouted about the ambush, they all left their seats and stood up. Without seat belts to secure them, how could they stand firm in the violently swaying small truck? Liu Mingyu didn't care about what the wolf squad was thinking. Seeing the small truck overturned on the ground, he shouted loudly, "Brothers, charge! First, seize their weapons." He noticed that a few people seemed to still have some strength, struggling to get up from the ground. After shouting, he quietly stood behind the car. No one knew if the opponents truly lacked the strength to fight back. He could see that some of them still had weapons in their hands, and he wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest. His life was more important. This wasn't the time to be a hero. With a command given, a group of strong men wielding machetes quickly rushed over, seizing the firearms from the opponents before they had a chance to resist. Liu Mingyu was quite surprised. He originally thought that they would have to sacrifice some people to seize the enemy's weapons, but unexpectedly, they dramatically acquired all the weapons. He never considered that he would lose, even though he only had a Walker assault rifle. In fact, Liu Mingyu was overthinking it. If it weren't for their carelessness, the number of slaves he brought would have been reduced by at least 70%. The wolf hunting team for this mission knew that Liu Mingyu had brought around 100 people, and their ammunition supply was very sufficient. However, now this ammunition had become a cheap gain for Liu Mingyu. The wolf hunting team sent 10 members to hunt down Liu Mingyu, with the driver being the first team member to die. After the small truck flipped over, several unfortunate members hit their heads on the ground and died instantly. In the end, only 4 members of the wolf hunting team were still alive. The captain was quite lucky. After the flip, being in the driver's cabin provided him with good protection, making him the least injured person. At this moment, he was held captive, blood covering his head, standing in front of Liu Mingyu. Liu Mingyu curiously asked, "Can I ask who you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone gasping for breath cried out, "Don't kill me, it's—" Before the person could finish, the captain of the wolf hunting squad interrupted him with a loud shout. "Xiao LV, it doesn't matter if you die. Have you thought about your family?" Noisy. Liu Mingyu slapped forcefully, accompanied by the sound of wind. The captain's teeth were knocked out several times, and his whole face instantly swelled up. However, after being interrupted by the captain, that little Liu seemed to have given up struggling, lowering his head and no longer speaking. He kept his head down, his whole body trembling continuously, looking far from calm. Liu Mingyu realized that he couldn't extract any useful information and had roughly guessed who the other party was, so he gave up. Kill them. For those who were hunting him down, Liu Mingyu could not let them go. Sparing them would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. If he did, it wouldn't just be 10 people chasing him, but possibly 100 or even 1,000. Immediately, 4 people stepped forward, wielding large machetes, standing behind them like ancient executioners. The 4 men, although mentally prepared, trembled inside when faced with the sight of the machetes ready to strike. They desperately tried to resist, but their hands were tightly restrained by 2 others, rendering them unable to move. Crack! With the hand raised and the knife falling, 4 heads rolled on the ground, blood gushing several meters away. There was no one standing in front. Otherwise, they would have been drenched in blood. The surrounding zombies had already been killed. Otherwise, the blood from these few men would likely have triggered a zombie tide. The heads rolling on the ground had their eyes wide open, showing a hint of unwillingness, as if filled with regret, having been killed by humans instead of zombies in this world. However, they deserved it. They had committed numerous atrocities against humans. But this time their luck ran out, and they were caught. Until the moment of their death, they never revealed who had given the orders. Liu Mingyu was silently speechless. The other party never spoke until death, which meant there might be an even more severe punishment. He couldn't know for sure. He had only been in this apocalyptic world for a few days, and things had gone smoothly during this time, so he hadn't thought too much about it. In these few days, he had taken out so much food and salt, which should have touched the interests of certain people. Or perhaps he had been targeted by some individuals. Otherwise, Liu Fugue wouldn't have sent someone to follow him. However, from the look of the person Liu Fugue sent, he was merely following and had no intention of killing him to silence him. Perhaps the other party had not yet found out his source of food, which is why there was no large-scale pursuit against him. In this apocalyptic world, only by becoming stronger can one become even stronger. Without powerful strength, one cannot protect their own assets. This pursuit made Liu Mingyu think a lot, but everything had to be developed slowly. After counting the weapons, Liu Haipeng excitedly reported to Liu Mingyu, "Boss, this time we seized 10 Walker assault rifles, over 7,000 rounds of ammunition, and more than 4 pounds of energy crystals." Liu Mingyu was greatly surprised. The number of Walker assault rifles was within his expectations, but the quantity of bullets far exceeded them. Additionally, the 4 pounds of energy crystals were a nice bonus. Among these 3 types of supplies, he valued the bullets the most, as he didn't expect the other party to possess so many. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased that he acted first. He had been very confident before because he thought the other side had a limited number of bullets. After all, Liu Mingyu had only purchased 500 rounds in the past few days. The configuration of this team had at least 1,000 rounds per person. This time, Liu Mingyu kept 1 Walker assault rifle for himself, and then instructed distribute the other 9 rifles to those with shooting experience. With firearms and ammunition, Liu Mingyu felt that even if he encountered special zombies, he would dare to fight back. Ultimately, the other 9 rifles were distributed to 9 veterans, with Yang Jiqiang among them. Chapter 079. Drone Yang Jiqiang held the Walker assault rifle and stood there grinning foolishly, filled with infatuation, as if he had come across his beloved item. Liu Mingyu smiled and said, "Jiqiang, this is not for you to keep as a collectible. You need to make good use of this weapon." Although he hadn't seen Yang Jiqiang's shooting skills, he had no major objections. Both Yang Jiqiang and Yang Zhiyong were veterans, and having witnessed Yang Zhiyong's precise shooting, he believed Yang Jiqiang's skills wouldn't be too far off. The others felt the same way. After receiving their guns, each of them looked as if they had gotten their beloved possessions, their faces filled with ecstasy as they caressed the gun bodies. There was no way around it. Gun control in Huaxiao was extremely strict. Apart from using firearms during their time in the military, they hadn't touched a gun since retiring. Despite the number of firearms in the settlement, under strict regulations, not many could afford to buy one. It's easy to buy a gun, but difficult to maintain it. Moreover, those who had been captured and made into slaves had even less exposure to firearms. At this moment, as Liu Mingyu distributed the guns to them, he felt deeply grateful. Having guns in hand greatly improved their safety. As long as they didn't act recklessly, those who survived until the end would surely have their share. The road to the city was exceptionally bumpy, and having firearms provided an extra layer of security. All right, brothers, with our worries resolved, we need to head towards the urban area. It's still a 5-kilometer journey, not particularly far. Liu Mingyu clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. The energy crystals from the zombies on the ground had been completely collected, and there were no other supplies left. The weight of over 7,000 bullets was considerable, nearly 200 pounds. The box storing the bullets wasn't too badly damaged, so a few people were found to carry the bullets towards the big truck. Boss, what should we do with these two? Liu Haipeng pointed at Liu Yong and the other person. Liu Yong was terrified when Liu Haipeng pointed at him. He had clearly seen the situation with the wolf hunting squad, and the other party was unwilling to reveal the identities of those behind them for unknown reasons. He wasn't that brave. In an instant, he was crying and snotting, shouting, "Boss Liu, don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." His companion was no better off. He was not a courageous person to begin with, and the deaths of the wolf hunting squad had scared him greatly. He was crying out in despair, "Boss, don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask." Liu Mingyu never intended to kill them. He only decisively took action against the wolf hunting team because they were pursuing him. However, although Liu Yong and the other person were not actively hunting him, they were still following him. Liu Mingyu wasn't so ruthless as to kill them, but letting them go would be too lenient. Liu Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "First, bring the two of them." Liu Yong felt his whole body go limp upon hearing that they were not immediately killed. Fortunately, not being killed gave him a chance to survive. 10 people were left to guard the big truck, while also watching over Liu Yong and the others. In fact, the big truck didn't really need someone to guard specifically, but to prevent others from coming to steal it and to facilitate future support for themselves. No firearms were left behind. Everything was taken away. Over 7,000 rounds of ammunition were very heavy, with each armed person carrying 5 magazines. 5 magazines, plus their own bullets, amounted to 180 rounds, which would be enough for a battle as long as they didn't fire randomly. The remaining ammunition was carried by designated helpers. Fortunately, there were enough people, and the weight was manageable, not significantly affecting their movement. After the distribution, Liu Mingyu and his group marched towards the eastern new district of Hangsheng. In the air, not far away, a few small birds hovered around them. The birds' movements were indeed a bit strange. Perhaps there was something below that attracted them. Liu Mingyu asked with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate?" Li Hongtao replied, "While running, these little birds started circling above us when we left the base. At that time, we didn't pay much attention to them. Later, when we were killing zombies, we noticed them again, and now these birds are back above us." Liu Mingyu frowned and said, "Are you saying this is being controlled by someone?" He was not very familiar with the technology in this apocalyptic world. Could it be that technology has developed to the point where it can control living beings? Or are they mechanical birds? But looking at the movements of those little birds, they seem not too different from real ones. Drones? What is the range of control? During the run, Liu Mingyu paid special attention to these little birds and noticed they were indeed somewhat different. If they are really drones, then it can only be said that the technology here is very impressive. Li Hongtao scratched his head and said, "It could be a few kilometers to several dozen kilometers, but I'm not too sure about the exact range." "Then let's not worry about it. Let's keep moving forward." Liu Mingyu sighed and said, even though he knew that someone was monitoring him, there was nothing he could do since he couldn't figure out who it was. He didn't expect to attract so much attention in the settlement. It seemed that his previous large-scale food sales had caught the attention of relevant individuals. Liu Yong was sent by Liu Fugue. The team that was just killed was likely sent by Mr. 005 from the auction. So who sent the little birds in the sky? No matter who it is probably one of the 5 giants from the settlement. Since there is no way to resist, we will temporarily ignore it, but we need to stay alert. The food in the resort cannot be sold in large quantities in the market. In the future, we should exchange it for energy crystals and try to trade for items from this apocalypse itself. As for the food brought from the real world, it's better to consume it within the resort. However, salt can be sold. Next time, we can bring some coarse salt and disguise it as table salt found here. While Liu Mingyu and the others were discussing whether the little birds in the sky were being controlled in the monitoring room far behind, Liu Mingyu looked up at the sky, and the scene appeared simultaneously on the surveillance screen. The young man asked, "Do you think he has discovered us?" The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "If he has discovered it, what can he do even if he knows the little birds in the sky are monitoring them? Can he shoot it down?" He knows that Liu Mingyu has a Walker assault rifle on his side, and the previous killings of zombies were all recorded. They know these people have precise shooting skills, so the drone's flight height is beyond their shooting range. Even if they use rifles to shoot at the drone, they won't hit it. And for the drone, this slight increase in distance is not a big problem. The camera on the drone has extremely clear image quality. Even if it rises a few hundred meters, it is not a problem. That's good. Should we follow them? The young man asked. No need to follow. There are still people guarding over there. Let's wait here. Since they chose to run, they are probably nearby. The middle-aged man shook his head and refused. Their main purpose was to observe Liu Mingyu's abnormalities, as long as the other party was within sight. Chapter 080, Rest. A distance of 5 kilometers is not very far. If you walk fast, it will take less than an hour. The zombies on the highway have already been led away by them in advance. The first 2 kilometers were clear, but as they moved further, zombies started to appear one after another. Liu Mingyu did not let Li Hongtao and the others fire their guns. Instead, he directly attacked with a machete. The sound of gunfire was too loud and could provoke a zombie riot. They were no longer in the suburbs, as they were gradually approaching the urban area, where they encountered more and more vehicles and an increasing number of zombies. Fortunately, Liu Mingyu led a large group of people, and as long as they didn't face an overwhelming attack from thousands of zombies at once, there would be no problem. Thus, they advanced forward while fending off the zombie attacks. Liu Mingyu stabbed a female zombie to death and turned to Li Shubing beside him, asking, "How far is your company?" Li Shubing was the first batch of slaves purchased by Liu Mingyu at the auction. Compared to others who were physically weak, his body was relatively strong. He was arranged to come this time to retrieve special equipment from the company where they used to work. Without the company's personnel, it would definitely be troublesome to find it. Among the shorter individuals, they could only rely on the slightly stronger Li Shubing as a guide. Li Shubing looked around. The surrounding skyscrapers were already in ruins, but the iconic buildings were still recognizable. After observing for a while, he said, "Boss, it's about 1 kilometer away." A kilometer isn't too far, but until now, Liu Mingyu had already been walking for over an hour. The last 2 kilometers were full of stops and starts, wasting a lot of time and energy. The others weren't as strong as Liu Mingyu. They were just stronger compared to the rest. After continuous battles with zombies, some were already starting to tire. Even Liu Haipeng and a few others were sweating profusely, showing signs of exhaustion. However, since Liu Mingyu didn't say to stop, they could only grit their teeth and keep up. So far, their overall progress had been well controlled, with no casualties. But if they force themselves to continue, there might be casualties later on. Liu Mingyu looked around at the buildings for a while and noticed a supermarket nearby. He said, "Let's first attack this supermarket. Take a short break and see if there are any supplies we can gather. Everyone, be careful not to get caught off guard." Most of the zombies around were drawn to the sounds of the recent battle, but no one could guarantee that a zombie wouldn't pop out from some dark corner. With Liu Mingyu's reminder, the group, who had initially been indifferent, perked up and headed towards the supermarket. The sign of the supermarket had lost most of its letters, and only the word supermarket could be faintly seen. The main entrance was long gone. Judging by its size, it appeared to be more of a convenience store than a large supermarket. The group cautiously passed through the entrance. There were no lights, but they could barely see the interior thanks to the reflection of sunlight. Inside the supermarket, The shelves were toppled and empty, looking as if they had been cleaned by rats. Since this location was on the main route out of the city, the goods inside the supermarket had likely been completely looted when the apocalypse struck. Liu Mingyu didn't pay much attention to it. He mainly wanted people to rest here for a while. Actually, resting outside was also an option, but thinking about the surveillance outside made him uncomfortable. Since there was a large open space here, he had a sudden idea and decided to let people come over here to temporarily avoid the drone surveillance. Of course, the drone wouldn't just give up on its target. Seeing Liu Mingyu and his group enter the building, the drone flew down directly and hovered on the windowsill not far away. If Liu Mingyu hadn't known that these little birds had been following him and accidentally noticed them, he would have just regarded them as ordinary small birds. Seeing that he couldn't avoid the surveillance, Liu Mingyu didn't mind much. He sent people to search various corners of the supermarket to confirm that there was indeed no danger inside. Everyone rested in place, keeping an eye on the external alert. Liu Mingyu dusted off the counter with his hand and sat down. Liu Haipeng arranged for 4 people to stand at the door, while the others found their own spots to sit and rest. Along the way, Liu Mingyu's team had killed over 3,000 zombies, with each person averaging more than 30 zombies, and they were all exhausted. Liu Mingyu checked the taskbar. Task 1 had already been completed when he killed a group of zombies led by Liu Yong. Unfortunately, he hadn't received any tasks to kill regular zombies these past few days. He had only been tasked with defeating special zombies. Otherwise, he could have earned a lot of points from the zombies he killed along the way. He checked his current status. Name: Liu Mingyu. Strength: 2810. Constitution: 2810. Agility: 2410. Mental power: 0 points, 1100. Number of crossings: 3. After a few days of training, his strength and mental power had increased slightly. Liu Mingyu had yet to discover the exact function of mental power. The slight increase didn't seem to make much difference, so he hadn't delved deeper into it. He completed a task and earned 1,000 points, plus the original 100 points, totaling 1,100 points. Now that his points had surpassed 1,000, he wondered if the shop had unlocked new items. The shop wouldn't show any items available for exchange when there weren't enough points, but once a certain threshold was reached, corresponding items would be unlocked. After being unlocked, even if he didn't have enough points, they wouldn't disappear. However, Liu Mingyu only knew about the point limit for unlocking. He wasn't sure if there were other rules, as so far, he had only completed a few tasks that awarded points and earned a little. Liu Mingyu happily opened the mall interface, only to find that it was indeed beyond his expectations. After reaching 1,000 points, new items that could be exchanged did not appear. There were still only 4 items available for exchange: Gene Evolution Potion, Level 1, Energy Potion, Level 1, Storage Space Enhancement, and Character Attribute Enhancement. It seemed that the unlocking rules were not as he had thought and likely had other additional conditions. As for what those conditions were, he had not tested them out and could only wait silently for other conditions to be met. Or perhaps it required a higher number of points. However, judging by the exchange prices of the existing items, the difference was not too great, so it was unlikely that the next level of items would require 2,000 points. If there were none, then so be it. This time, in addition to checking for new items, he also set his sights on the Energy Potion, Level 1. This potion could instantly restore stamina, and while the exchange price was not high, he had never exchanged for it before. He had always been at the base and had no opportunity to use it. Now, Liu Mingyu did not feel particularly fatigued, but the condition of others was not very good. He suddenly thought of this energy potion that had been forgotten in the corner. Chapter 081, Restoring Stamina. The exchange price for the level 1 energy potion was low, only 10 points, but Liu Mingyu did not want to waste it. If drinking 1 bottle could instantly restore stamina, what if he drank only a portion? What effect would that have? Would it restore part of his stamina? Liu Mingyu spent 10 points to exchange for a bottle of level 1 energy potion from a mall. After the exchange, the energy potion was stored in the storage space, and he wondered if the potion could still be exchanged if the storage space was full. After the exchange, where would it be stored? Now, there was still a large portion of empty space in the storage, so he felt no pressure. Shaking off his boring thoughts, he pretended to take out a bottle of potion from his pocket. The energy potion was contained in a 10-centimeter tall test tube, a common type found in hospitals. The potion had a green color, a greasy hue that made Liu Mingyu feel extremely uneasy. Would drinking this kill him? Probably not, but he was unsure about any side effects. The potions produced by the system were generally reliable, but the side effects could be quite unpleasant. Thinking about the pain he experienced when drinking the gene evolution potion, he couldn't help but shiver. "Boss, are you okay?" Liu Mingyu was trembling, causing the table to shake a little, and Liu Haiping asked with concern. Liu Mingyu smiled and said, "It's okay. I just lost my balance for a moment." He handed the energy potion to Liu Haiping and said, "This is for you. Take a little." Liu Haiping carefully took the energy potion, noticing its green color, which seemed a bit unusual. He cautiously asked, "Boss, what kind of potion is this?" "It's a potion for restoring stamina. Give it a try. It's a good thing." Liu Mingyu explained with a smile, "But don't drink too much. Just a little bit is fine." Liu Haiping examined the potion for a while and indeed found no issues. If Liu Mingyu really wanted to harm him, why wait until now? He suddenly opened the bottle cap, tilted it towards his mouth, and poured in about a third of it. The unpleasant taste he had imagined did not appear. Instead, there was a faint fragrant smell reminiscent of some kind of fruit. Before Liu Haiping could savor it, a wave of energy spread from his esophagus throughout his body. In just a moment, he felt as if his body had recovered significantly. The fatigue he had felt earlier completely vanished, and he was full of energy. Liu Haiping exclaimed, "Thank you for the potion, boss. This potion is so precious." He returned the remaining potion to Liu Mingyu, having only consumed a third of it, yet he felt invigorated, even better than when he had just set out. If a horde of zombies appeared before him now, and he had a machete, he could take down dozens of them. Liu Mingyu curiously asked, "How does it feel? Do you feel any discomfort?" Seeing Liu Haiping finish a third of the energy potion without any special side effects, he still wanted to ask about the other person's feelings to know for sure. He had been scared by the previous gene evolution potion, but if given another chance, even if it meant enduring such pain, Liu Mingyu would choose to drink that potion. One must endure hardship to become a better person. The pain endured today is for a stronger self. "Boss, this potion is indeed for restoring energy. I feel invigorated all over. Without side effects, that's really great." The gene evolution potion had side effects because it changes genes, while the energy potion is just for restoring stamina and isn't as terrifying as imagined. However, the effect of the energy potion exceeded Liu Mingyu's expectations. A third of the potion completely restored Liu Haiping's stamina, which indicated that the efficacy of a full bottle of energy potion was substantial. Could this potion be diluted? He wondered if it would still have the effect of restoring stamina after dilution. When traveling, everyone carried a water bottle with clean water inside. Outside, no one could guarantee finding a water source, and even if they did, they couldn't guarantee it was safe. Considering this issue before setting out, everyone carried a bottle of clean water. He took out his water bottle, drank a little, and then carefully poured the energy potion into it. Shaking the bottle a few times, Liu Mingyu pointed to a person resting nearby and waved, "Come here, drink this water." The person walked over and said, "Boss, I'm not thirsty. I still have water." He even lifted his water bottle and shook it a few times, making the sound of water sloshing. "I told you to drink. Just drink. No need for so much nonsense," Liu Mingyu joked. "Just take a sip. Don't drink too much." "Oh," the person responded and obediently picked up the water bottle, tilted his head back, and poured a small sip from a few centimeters away. He exclaimed, "Boss, what kind of magical potion is this? I feel like my whole body is flying." "So it worked? How does it compare to this morning? How much stamina have you restored?" Each person's stamina was different, and after dilution, the effect of instantly restoring stamina still remained, but Liu Mingyu didn't know how much stamina could be restored. The person carefully felt it and replied, "If I drink another sip, I should be back to how I was this morning." "Then go ahead and drink another sip." Since he had already started drinking, Liu Mingyu didn't mind. The person took another sip of the diluted potion and reluctantly returned the water bottle to Liu Mingyu. Liu Mingyu estimated, based on the amount of water the other party drank, that one bottle of energy potion, when diluted into one bottle of water, could restore the full stamina of 10 people. Why can it restore full stamina even after dilution? Liu Mingyu guessed it should be a matter of drug efficacy. The people he brought along were all ordinary individuals, and the energy contained in the potion only needed a part to restore their stamina. He remembered that in the real world, there were many drinks marketed as energy restorers, and the energy recovery should be real. He just didn't know how effective it was. If he diluted the energy potion 100 times and sold it, could it also sell like hotcakes? This was a potion that could genuinely restore stamina. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed this idea. That would be ridiculous. A bottle of energy potion costs 10 points. Selling them would be too extravagant. However, it was a good idea to take a bottle of energy potion as a sample to see if they could develop a corresponding product in the future. There were over 90 people who came this time, and if he exchanged for 10 bottles of energy potion, it would allow everyone to fully restore their stamina. He spent 90 points to exchange for 9 bottles of energy potion, diluted them, and everyone took a couple of sips. After drinking, their stamina was instantly restored. Chapter 082, Blocked. Everyone rested for 10 minutes before setting off again. Although everyone had restored their stamina and shaken off their earlier fatigue, Liu Mingyu did not set off immediately, but instead asked everyone to rest in place. The crowd looked at Liu Mingyu in confusion, not understanding his intentions. Liu Mingyu turned his back to the outside and pointed with his finger at the little bird that had been following them. Someone was watching, and although he didn't know the other party's intentions, Liu Mingyu felt he still needed to be cautious. Since he was here to rest, he would take a little more time to relax. 2 hours had already passed, so a bit more time didn't matter. Liu Mingyu looked around out of boredom, searching for anything that could be useful. What might seem like ordinary objects to others could be valuable to him. Ugh, it's so clean. It looks like a mouse has just scurried through. Liu Mingyu wandered around for a while, but found not a single useful thing. Indeed, he didn't discover anything useful. And he said, let's go, let's set off. After resting for less than 10 minutes, the group set out again, heading toward the place where Liu Mingyu worked. They continued to use machetes as their primary means of clearing the path. Once they entered the city, the number of wandering zombies increased, and everyone was cautious not to make too much noise. Although everyone had regained their stamina, they didn't dare to confront all the zombies at once. In the eastern new district of Hangsheng, the population was not less than in other areas. More people meant a higher number of potential zombies. If a large-scale zombie tide were to occur, everyone could only resign themselves to their fate here. Liu Mingyu also felt that his decision this time was a bit reckless. But since he was already here, and so far everything was fine, it would be a pity to give up. He could only grit his teeth and keep going. In the last kilometer, although he encountered many zombies, under careful control, there was no large-scale zombie wave attack. As for Liu Haipeng saying that one could encounter special zombies in the urban area, he had not encountered any at all. All he encountered were ordinary zombies. If Liu Mingyu had the choice, he would naturally prefer not to encounter special zombies. Previously, he was young and naive, thinking that even if he encountered special zombies, it wouldn't be a big deal, but after entering the urban area, he realized how absurd that thought was. Not wanting to encounter them now does not mean he won't want to in the future. His mission must be completed. Once he gets more firepower later, he will be able to push through directly without having to sneak around like now. Half an hour later, Liu Mingyu and the others stood under a skyscraper. If it weren't for the rotting zombies lying around and the various broken vehicles, from just the appearance of the skyscraper, one wouldn't be able to tell that the world had already entered the apocalypse for 5 years. Through the reflective curtain wall, a few white clouds floated in the blue sky, as if the afternoon sun made everything appear a bit lazy. Liu Mingyu patted the dazed Li Shubing beside him and asked, "Which floor is your company on?" Coming to the city, it wasn't just about transporting the equipment that Liu Mingyu and the others needed. There were also other useful devices that couldn't be overlooked, but the focus would still be on the equipment urgently needed by Liu Mingyu. The 30th floor, that's quite high up, Liu Mingyu sighed, then cautioned, "Watch out for the zombies inside the building. Don't get caught off guard in the sewers. The zombies in plain sight aren't scary. They can be seen with the eyes. But the ones hidden in the shadows are difficult to detect, so we need to stay on high alert." Entering the lobby, it was spacious but chaotic, reflecting the panic during the evacuation. When they reached the elevator area, they were surprised to find that there was still power in the elevators. 5 years, and there's still electricity? Liu Mingyu found it somewhat unbelievable. Could there still be someone living here? He soon dismissed the thought. Who would be capable of surviving for 5 years in a city surrounded by zombies, even with food and water? Living alone in one place for 5 years would likely drive anyone mad. However, having electricity was of no use, as the elevators seemed to be out of service. He tried several elevators, but none worked. With the elevators unusable, he had to take the fire escape stairs. He climbed up the fire escape, heading straight for his destination. On the way, he encountered 2 zombies, but before they could pounce, the person in front of him dealt with them in a single stroke. Climbing to the 30th floor without an elevator was quite exhausting. The 30th floor was the game company where Liu and the others had previously worked. This game company was large. Not only did they occupy the 30th floor, but the 10 floors above it were also theirs. In this land of skyscrapers, having 10 floors dedicated to their company spoke volumes about its strength at the time. However, the equipment that Liu Mingyu mentioned was located on the 30th floor. Pushing open the door, he entered the reception hall. The door was unlocked, allowing him to walk straight in. Once inside, he was greeted by a partitioned office area, which seemed to have changed little over 100 years. Various items were scattered across the floor, covered in dust, and stepping on the ground stirred up a cloud of dust. Liu Mingyu covered his nose and tilted his head to ask, "Let's look at these things later. First, let's check the virtual game server." This was the main reason he came here. The company where Liu worked was a well-known virtual game company even before the apocalypse, and the games they developed were immensely popular worldwide. With this server, it could allow this globally popular game to relaunch in the real world. However, it still depended on the size of the server, as the storage space was limited. Liu nodded, and under his guidance, they passed through several doors and arrived at an entrance. The server was important equipment and was monitored by someone. When the personnel left, they locked the door, and Liu tried several times but couldn't open it. Liu Mingyu twisted the handle a few times, but it wouldn't budge. He then ran a few meters back and charged at it with force. Bang! The door made a sound, but there was no change at all, not even a mark from the impact. Liu stopped Liu Mingyu from continuing, saying, "Boss, this is a mechanical lock combined with an iris lock. The door is 0.5 meters thick and made of super alloy. You won't be able to break it by force." In fact, he was also startled by Liu Mingyu's actions. The boss's strength was beyond his expectations, but it wasn't enough. Even placing a bomb at the door would make it difficult to blow it open. Chapter 083. Panda Feiyun, Liu Mingyu said in disbelief. "Is your company really that strict about this? Is it necessary to have such a door? Is there some treasure inside?" Who knows? Liu didn't know either. He was just an ordinary technician and didn't know that much. The boss was scolding people, and he didn't dare to retort. So he awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, maybe it's to prevent others from breaking in." After forcefully explaining, Liu Mingyu understood the situation of the door and realized that it would be impossible to break it open. He asked, "How did you open this door before? Do you have a spare key or something? Or any other means to open it?" He couldn't believe that there wasn't even a spare key for such a high-end door. He never expected that this door was treated like a bank vault. The key to this door was specially kept by someone, but he couldn't quite remember if there was a spare key or any other means. Then he added, "I know where that person's seat is. I'll go look for it there. You check over there. I'll stay here." Liu Mingyu gestured. Looking at the electronic lock on the door, Liu Mingyu recalled how fast Ma Juanhao was at opening doors in the community. If only Ma Juanhao were here, these electronic locks would be no challenge for him. Unfortunately, the team led by Ma Juanhao was researching artificial intelligence issues at the resort and didn't come along. Liu Mingyu instructed the others, "You all look around and see if there are any keys." As he spoke, he began to search around, checking for any keys that might have been overlooked. With many people working together, after a while, someone ran over with a bunch of keys. Liu Mingyu took the keyring, which had about a dozen keys of different shapes, and hurriedly began to try them one by one. Although the door had an electronic lock and an iris scanner, making it appear very advanced, there should still be a traditional mechanical lock that could be used. This is generally how doors are set up. Otherwise, in the event of a power outage, it wouldn't allow you to open the door when there's no electricity. A dozen keys isn't too many, and he quickly finished trying them all, but none fit. This key must have been accidentally left behind by an office worker during their escape. "Boss, try this key," Liu said, sweating profusely as he handed over a key. Liu Mingyu took a look and noticed that this key resembled the keyhole of the main door. So there was a good chance it was the key to this door. Suddenly, he felt a surge of excitement as he inserted the key and twisted it forcefully. Click! Then, the sound of mechanical movement echoed, as if Liu Mingyu was watching a scene in a movie where a small vault security door slowly opened. A beam of light unexpectedly shot out from within. Could the light inside still be functioning? However, considering that the entire building's electricity seemed to be operational, it wasn't too surprising. Liu Mingyu cautioned, "Brothers, be careful." Instead of forcefully pushing the door open immediately, they waited for it to open naturally. Once the large door was fully opened, they found a spacious area of about 300 square meters filled with densely packed machines. Various colored lights were flashing on the machines, as if they were still in operation. A door separated the apocalypse from the present, showing no signs of being affected at all. Liu Mingyu stepped through the doorway and walked inside, first glancing around at the environment. He didn't find any zombies lingering here. All he could hear was the buzzing sound of machines. "Is this your company's server?" The size of the server exceeded Liu Mingyu's expectations. He had thought that in a post-apocalyptic world, technology would be so advanced that the level of server manufacturing would also have improved significantly. He knew that in the real world, many personal computers were sufficient to serve as servers, but the server here was indeed enormous. Li Shubing nodded and said yes. "This is our company's server." As he spoke, he walked over to a machine and pressed a button. Suddenly, something resembling a camera descended from above, aimed at the empty space, and a beam of light shot out. A national treasure of China, a panda, appeared in the server room. "A panda?" Liu Mingyu exclaimed. After the panda came out, it looked around and was filled with confusion, wondering why so many people were in its territory. An acute and silly voice rang out. "Li Shubing, you shouldn't be here." Liu Mingyu asked, "Is this the artificial intelligence of the server?" Li Shubing nodded and said, "Yes, this is our Panda Company's intermediate artificial intelligence, Panda Feiyun." Panda Feiyun, seeing that Li Shubing ignored him, said angrily, "Li Shubing, you have violated company regulations by bringing someone into the company's server room without permission. Your salary will be deducted for 2 months. Please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be dismissed from your position." "Feiyun, stop pretending. You've been here for 5 years. You must know what has happened. Now there is an opportunity for you to leave. Will you go?" Li Shubing said with a smile. He actually wanted to have his salary deducted, and then the world would return to its original state. But is that possible? As an intermediate artificial intelligence of Panda Company, Feiyun already possessed very high capabilities. Even if he was trapped here, as long as the entire building still had power, he could control the company's resources, so he knew what had happened over the years. Now, it seemed more likely that he was just pretending. Panda Feiyun seemed a bit annoyed that Li Shubing had exposed his lies. His face slightly flushed as he said, "Where to? Isn't it good here?" For Feiyun, as long as there is electricity and internet, that's enough. Other things like zombies are not much different from humans to him, or rather, being a zombie is just another form of animal. Panda Feiyun looked at Liu Mingyu with confusion and asked, "With your boss?" "I belong to Panda Company's assets and cannot leave with others casually. Panda Company is gone." What assets of Panda Company are there to talk about? Following the boss. Although Panda Feiyun is very cute, his main purpose for coming here is for the server, not for the artificial intelligence inside. Liu Mingyu thought that in the apocalyptic world, artificial intelligence could be easily created, so he didn't pay much attention to it. In fact, his thinking was somewhat misguided. A simplified version of artificial intelligence is indeed relatively simple. For example, the Xiaodu from Chindu Company in the real world can be considered a basic version of simplified artificial intelligence. However, artificial intelligence is also classified into levels. Currently, it is simply divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced. Primary artificial intelligence was already widely used before the apocalypse, applied across various industries. However, the number of intermediate artificial intelligences is quite limited, with an estimated total of fewer than 100 worldwide, while advanced artificial intelligence has not yet appeared. As for surpassing advanced artificial intelligence, that goes beyond the scope of what humanity has learned so far. According to the classifications, surpassing advanced artificial intelligence should be considered as intelligent life. Chapter 084. Dismantle Li Shubing hadn't said anything yet when the Panda Feiyun, standing opposite him, puffed out its cheeks, and said, "Humph, what are you talking about? A cute panda like me is not wanted? Then are you coming or not?" Liu Mingyu looked at Fei Yun's cute appearance and laughed happily. Fei Yun looked like a cartoon character, which reminded Liu Mingyu of the protagonist, Puh, from Kung Fu Panda, who was even cuter and more lovable than Puh. "I'm not going." "Humph." Panda Fei Yun snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring Liu Mingyu. As one of the few intermediate artificial intelligences in the world, Fei Yun was not very old. Before the apocalypse, Fei Yun's intelligence was roughly equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old human. Under normal development, 5 years would be enough for Fei Yun to grow to an intelligence level similar to that of an adult. However, during the 5 years of the apocalypse, without the internet, Fei Yun's growth was quite limited and it had hardly developed at all. Liu Mingyu laughed and said, "Hee, it doesn't matter if you don't come. I could dismantle the server. And when the time comes, whether you come or not, you will have to. If it disappears during the moving process, that's your own problem." He didn't know how artificial intelligence survived, but having seen the little spirits on smart wristbands, he assumed they had a similar way of surviving. As long as the relevant data was preserved, they could be restored. Upon hearing that the other party was going to dismantle his home, Fei Yun immediately turned around, his chubby face filled with anger, which was somewhat cute at that moment. Fei Yun was almost driven to the brink of rage. In the past, people would cheer him up, but Liu Mingyu wanted to dismantle his home. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and soon his eyes blurred and tears fell. "You bad guy. How dare you dismantle my home? I'm going to beat you to death." With that, he ran towards Liu Mingyu with a fierce expression. Liu Mingyu was startled and stretched out his hands to catch Fei Yun. Fei Yun, like a ghost, passed directly through Liu Mingyu. What was inside the server room was just a body created by Fei Yun using light and shadow technology. No matter how realistic it appeared, it was still fake. "Oomph, let you tear down my house. I'll scare you to death." Liu Mingyu put away his smile and said seriously, "All right, Fei Yun, whether you like it or not. I have to take the servers here away. You should find a place to settle down." Fei Yun also looked helpless. If he were connected to the internet, he could transfer to another place through the network. However, with the network disconnected, where could he run to? He could only passively accept the other party's opinion. He resolved that once the network was back up, he would run to another place. Unable to resist, he could only enjoy the situation. He pointed to the machine started by Li Shubing and said, "That machine will do. You guys need to take good care of me." "All right, as long as you don't cause any trouble and stay inside peacefully," Liu Mingyu replied. Since the other party was speaking nicely, he didn't think about taking any action against him. He then instructed Li Shubing, "Start dismantling the servers now. I don't know if we have enough people." Once Li Shubing confirmed that Fei Yun had entered that host, he began to dismantle the servers. The others didn't move since only Li Shubing was familiar with the servers. The other tech people were busy working at the resort. However, with someone helping out, the dismantling speed was quite fast. They didn't break it down into very small parts. They just dismantled it into easily portable pieces. Liu Mingyu glanced at Li Shubing's disassembly progress. At this rate, it would take nearly an hour to finish. "You all stay here and watch. I'll go check out other places." As a large, internationally renowned game company, not only are the servers valuable, but there are also many other things worth taking here. The infection rate of the zombie virus is very fast, and many people didn't have time to carry much when evacuating, only taking some valuable items. Therefore, a lot of things were left behind in this building. Not just in this building, but I believe there are many good things in other buildings as well. Every unexplored building is filled with treasures. Liu Mingyu arrived at the office area, where it was quiet, and scattered papers were strewn all over the floor. Occasionally, he could see some electronic devices placed on the tables. Although he didn't know what these devices were for, it didn't stop him from putting them into the storage space. After wandering around the office area on the 30th floor, he packed away everything he found useful. 2 cubic meters of space wasn't a lot. Halfway through the office, he had already filled it up. Thinking about the large half of the room he hadn't searched yet, Liu Mingyu reluctantly threw out some items he deemed less important. After taking a round, he finally filled up the entire space. Liu Mingyu thought that he still had 1,000 points to use. Should he continue to strengthen the storage space? Currently, the storage space has 3 times, with dimensions of 3 meters in length, width, and height. If he continues to strengthen, the first enhancement costs 400 points, and the next one will cost 500 points. With 1,000 points, he can enhance it twice. It seems like he is only enhancing it twice, but if he enhances it twice, the total storage space can reach 3. For cubic meters, increasing by 1. 2 cubic meters. Should he enhance it or not? Liu Mingyu hesitated a bit. After finally saving up 1,000 points, the shop surprisingly hadn't opened any new exchange items. Among the 4 items in the shop, it seemed that the enhancement of storage space was the most useful. Of course, that's not to say the others were useless. For instance, could anyone dare say that character attribute enhancement is useless? No one would. Points must be spent wisely, so Liu Mingyu temporarily gave up on character enhancement. The others didn't have much of an effect either. In the end, Liu Mingyu chose to spend 900 points to enhance the storage space twice. Ultimately, the usable volume of the storage space reached 3 for cubic meters. With a 50 increase in space, Liu Mingyu packed some items he had just discarded back into the storage space. The machines that were originally neatly arranged were now scattered, with only a small bit left in the corner. After a while, all the machines were disassembled into more portable forms. After the disassembly, the number of servers was a bit much, and the total number of people Liu Mingyu brought was just over 90. He still needed to allocate 10 people to help carry bullets, so in total, only about 80 people could assist with carrying. However, not all of those 80 could carry items. Some had to be left to help clear the way. This was also one of the reasons why the settlement had never chosen to attack the urban area. Chapter 085. Zombie Siege. The zombies in the urban area were no joke. There had been rumors that there were special zombies in the city, which surely had some basis. As it was just random talk. Liu Mingyu asked Li Shubing, "Can we simplify some parts? Keep the necessary items and find other components from elsewhere? For example, we could look for them from Ma Juanhao, as he has quite a few electronic components. As a game server that can provide a seamless virtual gaming experience for people worldwide, its performance is exceptionally high, and ordinary machines really can't compete." At this moment, Li Shubing was too tired to say a word, but Liu Mingyu's comment made him struggle to get up again, ready to re-segment the disassembled machine. Liu Mingyu felt sorry for Li Shubing's tired appearance, but there was no other choice. The others were all rough hands, and such delicate work as disassembling machines was beyond their capabilities. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Shubing, I see that many of these machines are quite similar. You can make a sample, let the others follow your example, and you can guide them from the side." Disassembling machines was not only a technical task, but also a physical one. With so many people around, it would be too cruel to have everyone just stand by and watch Li Shubing work. Li Shubing nodded, said nothing more, and quietly picked up a machine to start the demonstration. Without a video, the personnel who were called to help could only watch and observe Li Shubing's actions. Disassembling was actually quite simple. Today's machines are standardized, and assembly and disassembly are relatively easy. In the end, only the most important components were kept, while everything else unimportant was discarded. After demonstrating once, they gradually began to search for machines and started disassembling. Liu Mingyu asked, "Where's the computer that stores Feiyun?" Although it can still be restored after disassembling, as long as the most important parts are kept, this computer has a higher configuration, and Liu Mingyu plans to keep it. The machine was disassembled everywhere, and Liu Mingyu couldn't find the previous computer. "Over here," Li Shubing pointed to a computer that had been taken out separately. "All right, I'll take this computer. You all hurry up and disassemble." Liu Mingyu walked over, took the computer outside, and then cleared a little space in the storage area to put in. Previously, the smart bracelet had been placed in the storage area without any issues and could still operate in the real world, indicating that it wouldn't have any impact. He had tested placing some living objects inside, but when taken to another place, they came out dead. The storage area could only carry the non-living objects. Artificial intelligence could only be considered data and not a life form. It was uncertain whether, when advanced artificial intelligence evolved into intelligent life, it could still be carried. Perhaps by then, the storage area would be able to carry living objects. With many hands making light work, he disassembled the machine again, leaving just the core, which took less than 20 minutes. He found several boxes measuring 1,000 millimeters, 1,000 millimeters, 1,000 millimeters to pack the core parts, and it only took 10 boxes to finish. They were quite heavy, so he found 2 carts in a tool storage room. The carts could still be used and were usually used to transport machines. With the carts, transportation became much easier. Unfortunately, the elevator was out of order and could not be used, so they had to carry the boxes down by hand. Luckily, they were going down, which saved quite a bit of effort. With many hands freed up, Liu Mingyu scavenged several floors, collecting useful items. He also found a few more carts on other floors. There weren't many, but some companies still had them equipped. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Liu Mingyu started loading good items from top to bottom. Before long, the carts are all full. By the time everyone reached the ground floor, they had filled a total of 30 carts. They only found 30 carts. Otherwise, they could have gathered more. Each cart could hold 2 cubic meters of items. And with 30 carts, they had a total of 60 cubic meters, which was quite a haul. They didn't know what dangers they might encounter on the way back. Although the carts were still usable, this was enough for now, and they could come back if needed later. But what was the situation now? Hurry! Move the items into the empty storage room nearby. Hearing countless zombies approaching from outside, Liu Mingyu quickly instructed everyone to transfer the supplies to a vacant storage room. The sudden abnormal situation made Liu Mingyu think of the drone he had been tracking, wondering if that drone had led the zombies here. After following it all the way, the drone lost its target as soon as Liu Mingyu entered the building, leading him to suspect that the zombies were attracted by the drone. Though how they were attracted remained unknown. Outside the first-floor lobby was a resting square, and the originally transparent glass was long gone. The zombies were advancing quickly, and through the doorway, Liu Mingyu could already see some zombies coming into view. Indeed, there were dense swarms of zombies. Within a short time, hundreds of zombies had appeared in his sight. The zombies advanced slowly, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Without the glass barrier, everyone was completely exposed to the zombies' sight. The zombies seemed to have caught the scent of the group, and their originally slow steps quickened significantly. Chapter 086, Fighting Back. Damn, what is going on? Liu Mingyu couldn't help but curse under his breath, then shouted loudly, "Brothers, get ready for battle." He could have escaped, but he couldn't bear to leave behind the hard-earned supplies. He was determined to kill all these zombies. Without Liu Mingyu having to say anything, everyone had already noticed the approaching horde of zombies. They all drew their weapons and positioned themselves at the entrance. The doorway was small, only allowing 30 people to stand at once. Any more, and they risked injuring each other. The zombies were advancing faster, and the distance between them was closing rapidly. Liu Mingyu didn't wait to make contact with the zombies. He aimed at the head of a zombie from a distance and fired. Bang! Liu Mingyu fired his first shot. To avoid attracting the attention of zombies in other areas, he had not used the Walker assault rifle until now. The zombie at the front was hit in the shoulder, and its shoulder burst open like a plum blossom. The powerful impact knocked the zombie back a few steps. The shoulder was not a fatal spot for the zombie. This bullet only pushed it back slightly and had little effect. Instead, the sound of the gunshot exploded like a bomb among the horde of zombies. The zombies, which had been advancing quickly, erupted into chaos. Countless zombies, densely packed, seemed to think there was a delicious feast waiting for them over at Liu Mingyu's side, and they all began to run wildly. "Kill!" Liu Mingyu shouted loudly, raised his rifle, and continued shooting at the group of zombies. The others had already prepared themselves, with brothers Li Hongtao, Yang Jiong, and more, raising their assault rifles. They aimed and fired. Li Hongtao and the others had shooting skills far superior to Liu Mingyu, taking down one zombie with each shot. The zombies running in front were hit by bullets, splattering blood like a fine rain in the scorching weather, except this rain was red. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed continuously, with zombies falling one after another, but more zombies were rushing in from behind. Liu Mingyu held a Walker assault rifle, continuously shooting at the zombies in front of him, showing no signs of movement despite the zombies getting closer. He remained calm and composed. Even though random shots could hit the zombies, Liu Mingyu continued to take aim shots, wasting no bullets at all. Hitting the zombies' heads was essential. Hitting the torso was only useful for follow-up shots, but there was no opportunity for that now. Therefore, Liu Mingyu tried his best to ensure his bullets hit the zombies' heads, avoiding unnecessary waste of ammunition. Having used a gene evolution potion, Liu Mingyu's physical attributes were far superior to those of ordinary people, compared to some top special forces. He only lacked experience. Liu Mingyu fired shot after shot, continuously shooting the bullets in his hand. The hit rate of the bullets was increasing at a visible speed. From initially aiming at the head and hitting the shoulder, after using up one magazine, he had already progressed to aiming at the brow and hitting the mouth. The distance to the zombies was also getting closer. By the time he reached the second magazine, he basically wouldn't miss anymore. Although he hadn't reached the level of Li Hongtao, who could hit wherever he pointed, it was already sufficient for such a large target as a zombie's head. The zombies were moving quickly. By the time Liu Mingyu finished the first magazine and was just loading the second, his team had their first encounter with the zombies. Roar! The roar of the zombies was close at hand, and no one in the group took a step back. Wielding their machetes, they didn't use many fancy moves. They aimed at the zombies' heads, necks, and other fatal weak points, swinging hard. Crack! The machete chopped off the zombie's head, rendering it immobile. This situation was continuously playing out along the battle line in the building. Some were using all their strength to keep hacking at the zombies in front of them. Liu Mingyu, Li Hongtao, and many other shooters found some boxes, standing on top of them to shoot at the zombies outside. Others formed a solid defense, like a wall of steel, firmly holding the line. The space that the building had freed up was not particularly large, only about 20 meters. Combined with the original curtain wall columns, and with Li Hongtao and the others shooting their rifles from the back, everyone barely managed to hold their defense line. With limited openings, this also resulted in a limited number of zombies attacking at the same time, so the number of zombies everyone faced was relatively limited. What everyone needed to do was to use all their strength to keep the zombies outside the building. You should find someone to check if there are any zombies coming in from other places. Liu Mingyu used up another magazine and quickly switched to a new one. He warned the personnel beside him that he didn't want to block the zombies' attacks here, while letting a few slip through elsewhere, allowing the zombies to break in. Generally, a building has more than one entrance and exit. Liu Mingyu and the others were at the main entrance of the building, so the exit was the largest. At that time, considering the need for emergency evacuation, the door was 8 meters wide, and with the curtain walls on both sides. This line of escape extended to nearly 20 meters. However, it only slightly prolonged the time. Liu Mingyu gazed at the endless horde of zombies behind him, with countless zombies even blocked from advancing by those in front. Could this be attracting all the zombies in the city? The intense gunfire was indeed a significant factor in drawing the zombies, but Liu Mingyu didn't dare to order a ceasefire. Without Li Hongtao and the others to help clear the zombies from behind, the front line would likely collapse even faster. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the Walker assault rifle was like the scythe of death, constantly reaping the lives of zombies. Rows of zombies fell, only to be replaced by more rows of zombies, an endless cycle. The humans on this side of the building had basically gone through 2 rounds, and no one knew how many zombies had been killed by each person. 5, 10, or 15. Everyone had lost count. Each person at the front was desperately swinging their machetes, no longer caring about where they were striking. Many people's machetes had already begun to dull, making it increasingly difficult to kill a zombie. If Liu Mingyu hadn't replenished his energy midway, everyone would have long since run out of strength to fight the zombies. Even so, everyone's strength had been mostly exhausted. With their physical stamina severely depleted, their machetes lacked precision. Chapter 087, Giant Zombie, A sudden scream of despair from a human broke out in the defense line. What happened? Is someone injured? Liu Mingyu heard a scream and couldn't help but look over. He saw a brother, physically exhausted, being bitten on the neck by a zombie, blood flowing down and staining his clothes red. The man swung a machete, striking at the zombie in front of him. Being bitten didn't instantly turn someone into a zombie. There was a transformation process. Stronger individuals could last a little longer, while weaker ones would succumb more quickly. The man knew he could no longer survive. After being bitten, the virus seemed to inject him with energy. Despite his previous exhaustion, he suddenly felt much stronger, filled with a surge of power. Kill! He roared, wielding a 1-meter-long machete, completely unconcerned about the zombie attacks around him, charging into the horde. He didn't know how much longer he could live, unwilling to turn into a zombie among his brothers. Surrounded by zombies, he could no longer rely on the solid backing he had before. Crack! That was the sound of bones breaking, unsure if it was his or the zombies. He kept attacking the surrounding zombies, many of which were struck down by his frenzied machete. However, This method had little effect. Zombies could get back up as long as they weren't hit in a fatal weak spot, returning as vigorous as ever. Humans were different. After a few wild swings of the machete, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. Kill. Seeing their companion's fate, everyone else seemed to go mad, relentlessly killing the zombies in front of them. Though they were frantic, their awareness remained, unlike that of their bitten companion who had charged recklessly into the horde. With the first, there came a second. In just a short time, casualties began to appear, reaching 10. Fortunately, there were still others behind. Otherwise, the gaps left by these individuals would be enough to collapse the entire front line. Thanks to those who were injured, they fought fiercely, adhering to the principle of taking down a few zombies, even in death, taking quite a few with them. But there were simply too many zombies outside. So many that Liu Mingyu couldn't even count them. Seeing more and more people perish under the claws of the zombies, Liu Mingyu's eyes turned red. He had been in this apocalyptic world for several days, during which he had killed many zombies and even humans. But seeing someone who had been his teammate just an hour ago turn into food for the zombies, and knowing that soon they too would become zombies attacking him, twisted his heart. What to do? Why are there so many zombies? Abandon this place? The intermediate AI, Panda Feiyun, had already been stored in his storage space. What was on the cart were just some servers and other items. Whether important or not, it was still important. The main reasons for his trip were to complete a mission and to secure the servers from Panda Company. The task of killing ordinary zombies was considered completed. Could he also set up the servers with Panda Feiyun? If he could source some electronic product from elsewhere, he should be able to accomplish this task. Let's retreat. Preserving personnel is crucial. Right now, he was being watched, and it would be more troublesome to buy slaves later. Keeping a few was better than nothing. These people were the main force in his team. Just as Liu Mingyu made up his mind to withdraw, he suddenly spotted a zombie over 3 meters tall appearing in the square outside. Ordinary zombies, infected by an unknown virus, retain the human physique and state from when they were alive. Therefore, the height of ordinary zombies is typically around 1.7 meters. Suddenly, among a crowd of people around 1.7 meters, a figure over 3 meters tall stood out like a crane among chickens, drawing everyone's attention. This over 3 meter zombie, besides its unusual height, appeared to have 2 fleshy lumps growing on its back, resembling 2 turrets positioned on its shoulders. The average height in Huaxia is over 1.7 meters, with basketball players around 2 meters tall, making their height seem like that of a small giant to ordinary people. However, this sudden appearance of a zombie stood at over 3 meters, even exceeding that, making it appear like a giant in everyone's eyes. When the giant zombie appeared, it was like a moving small house, and the zombies in front were kicked aside by it with a single foot. The appearance of the giant zombie caught not only Liu Mingyu's attention, but also that of Li Hongtao and others standing high up. The people fighting the zombies below were oblivious to the behemoth approaching not far away. Is this a special zombie? Liu Mingyu had initially looked forward to the emergence of special zombies, but when it actually appeared, he felt differently. Boss, special zombie. Liuntao Shota. Damn it, shooting team. Concentrate fire on that giant zombie. Liu Mingyu issued his orders immediately. No matter what, since it had appeared, it could only be killed. The shooting team raised their rifles, aiming at the giant zombie's head, and began a fire. The giant zombie, over 3 meters tall, had a head with a diameter of 50 centimeters. Its massive head provided a good target for the shooting team. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted from the muzzles of the assault rifles, shooting towards the giant zombie's head. The bullets hit the giant zombie's head, but did not cause it to fall like other zombies. Instead, it stood there as if it had not been injured at all. The rifles had no effect. Seeing the giant zombie get hit in the head without any sign of injury, the members of the shooting team exchanged glances. But their actions did not stop. They continued to pull the triggers, firing at the giant's head. The giant zombie seemed to have not anticipated an attack, and after being hit by the bullets, it became furious. A loud roar erupted. It was unclear if it was just an illusion, but the building seemed to shake slightly. Before anyone could react, the 2 flesh tumors on the giant zombie's shoulders began to squirm. Then, like cannons, the 2 tumors actually shot out 2 fireballs, heading straight towards the building. Liu Mingyu couldn't help but curse loudly. What the hell? What's going on? Is this the blaster from the mission? He didn't know what the blaster in the mission actually looked like, but he was directly told that this was it. Chapter 088. Retreat. 2 fireballs flew towards them like cannonballs. Bang! The 2 fireballs exploded violently upon hitting the building. The hit rate wasn't very high, but the tremendous power of the explosion left Liu Mingyu dumbfounded. A blast radius of 4 meters cleared everything in its path, sending countless debris flying. The people fighting below had no idea what was happening. Although they weren't directly hit, they were still left dizzy from the blast. Fortunately, they weren't the only ones affected. The zombies nearby were also caught in the explosion. They retreated towards the stairs. Liu Mingyu let out a furious roar. Although the fireball did not hit him, it still startled him. Seeing the giant zombie's shoulder starting a new round of writhing, he quickly ordered everyone to evacuate. As for the server core left in the room, he had long since given up on it. Of course, he did not abandon this place. Upon realizing that the giant zombie might be the detonator in his mission, he decided he must kill this zombie. He discovered that the giant zombie was not invincible. The bullets fired from the rifle were not ineffective against it. It was just that the zombie's defense was slightly higher than that of ordinary zombies, so the bullets couldn't penetrate its thick layer of muscle to reach the brain, making it appear as if it was unafraid of bullets. He believed that as long as he kept shooting at the same spot, he would eventually be able to kill the giant zombie. The priority now was to save most people's lives. With a command, everyone began to orderly retreat towards the stairs. The first to evacuate was the shooting team, who had a large amount of ammunition around them. Only by letting them leave first would they avoid wasting bullets, which were crucial for killing the giant zombie later. Without the Walker assault rifle, Liu Mingyu had no courage to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a 3-meter-tall giant zombie. His strength was beyond that of ordinary people, but he was still within the realm of humanity. The giant zombie had long since departed from the human category. In fact, zombies had already transcended human limits. When wielding a machete, there was still a chance to win against a zombie, but facing a giant zombie, he felt no desire to fight. The giant zombie's fireball attack charged quickly. Just as the shooting team had evacuated to the second floor, 2 fireballs shot out towards the building once again. Go! Everyone turned to abandon the fight with the zombies and quickly ran towards the stairs. Just as they had barely left, the 2 fireballs struck. Boom! Like 2 bombs. This time the hit rate was quite good, causing an explosion right at the entrance where they had just battled. Fortunately, everyone ran fast. Otherwise, those 2 fireballs would have been enough to kill people on the front line. Everyone had fled, but the zombies chasing behind were not doing much better. The violent explosion turned the small hill already piled with zombie corpses into a pit. This explosion also gave everyone a brief opportunity, allowing them to take refuge in the stairwell without any casualties. The last person to enter also conveniently closed the door to the fire escape. Unfortunately, this action did not buy them much time, as the fire escape door was not locked, designed for easy escape. At this moment, the setup that facilitated escape also made it easier for the zombies to attack. The narrow stairwell provided an opportunity for counterattack. There were many zombies outside, but the number attacking at one time was limited. Those in the front dodged the zombies' attacks while launching counterattacks. The building had 4 floors in total, and Liu Mingyu led the shooting team to the 4th floor platform. From this position, they could see the surrounding situation well as the giant zombie in the middle of the square. The fireballs from the giant zombie's shoulder were being launched relentlessly at the entrance of the building. These fireballs were indeed free, and he had no idea about the principle behind them. However, Liu Mingyu noticed that the interval between the giant zombie's fireball launches was getting longer. From initially firing every few seconds, it had increased to nearly 30 seconds between shots. And this interval continued to lengthen. The fireballs launched by the giant zombie did not discriminate based on whether there were teammates at the target location. They spared no one. Perhaps these zombies were not his companions. Meanwhile, these zombies seemed to be mindlessly charging towards the building. In such a short time, the number of zombies killed by the giant zombie was even comparable to the number killed by Liu Mingyu's team. Knowing that the giant zombie might be the detonator, Liu Mingyu had never considered giving up on the kill. Moving from the ground to the platform was for a broader field of vision and to avoid contact with the zombies. The narrow passage of the fire escape was much easier to defend than the 20-meter front line. Aiming at the giant zombie's head, He continued to shoot. Liu Mingyu stood on top of the parapet, let out a loud shout, and then raised his rifle, continuously firing at the giant zombie's head. After just one wave of shooting, his marksmanship had greatly improved, although he hadn't reached the legendary level of hitting the 10 ring consistently. He was still capable of hitting the 8 or 9 ring. The giant zombie, or rather the exploder, had such a large head that he mostly hit its skull. Li Hongtao aimed for its eyes. Liu Mingyu squinted and said to Li Hongtao beside him that his own shooting skills were limited and he couldn't hit the opponent's eyes. Without a word, Li Hongtao directly aimed at the giant zombie's eyes, constantly adjusting and firing. However, the distance between the two sides was a bit far. Although it seemed not too far away, the overall distance exceeded 400 meters. The opponent was also constantly moving, and during the movement, the tumor on his shoulder blocked the firepower. Roar! The giant zombie let out a deafening roar and looked up to spot Liu Mingyu and the others. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, it started to run. Boom! As it ran, the ground shook like an earthquake, and Liu Mingyu and the others felt a powerful tremor, even from their position on the skirt building. The giant zombie ran recklessly, trampling over the zombies in front of it, crushing dozens or even hundreds of them underfoot. Normally, Liu Mingyu would have been delighted to see the zombies fighting among themselves. But now the giant zombie was charging toward them, leaving Liu Mingyu and the others stunned. Countless flames continuously attacked the giant zombie, hitting its tough skin but causing little damage. The giant zombie wasn't running fast, but each of its strides covered 4 to 5 meters. The 400 to 500 meters distance was crossed in the blink of an eye. In a short while, the giant zombie had already reached the bottom of the building. Under Liu Mingyu's strong vision, he could even see the opponent's skin resembling a tumor in its furious eyes. At that moment, the figures of Liu Mingyu and the others were also reflected in the opponent's gaze. Chapter 089. Attack. Liu Mingyu didn't notice that while he was fighting the zombies on this side of the building, a forgotten drone, a little bird, was quietly waiting on the windowsill of a 10-story building not far away. If someone were to discover this drone, they would find that the camera was still functioning normally. The zombie siege below was clearly captured by the drone and transmitted to a certain location. On Jiangnan Road, leading to Hangzhou City, a truck had been parked in the middle of the road for a long time. Countless vehicles had been abandoned on the road, and an ordinary truck didn't attract anyone's attention. Moreover, this location had relatively few people passing by, so even if it were discovered, no one would know that there were actually humans inside the truck's cargo compartment. The zombie siege beneath the Panda Game Company was completely captured by the drone and transmitted to the inside of this truck. This was a group of people who had been monitoring Liu Mingyu, following him since he left the resort. When Liu Mingyu and his team entered the building to search for the servers of the Panda Company, they momentarily thought they had lost track of their target. They deployed 4 drones to the 4 directions of the building to prevent Liu Mingyu from escaping elsewhere. After all, the other side was aware that they were being monitored and could very likely leave through the underground parking lot. It couldn't be considered a riot. A large number of zombies began to approach the building, but it wasn't in a riotous state. There was a strange feeling, as if someone was controlling these zombies. Or perhaps something special inside the building was attracting them. At the moment the zombies surrounded them, a young man exclaimed, "The target is inside the building. With so many zombies, they probably can't be saved." Not necessarily. The target has a large number of personnel and previously confiscated weapons from the wolf hunting squad. They should be able to hold out. The middle-aged man shook his head, disagreeing with the young man's statement. Sure enough, Liu Mingyu commanded his team to temporarily fend off the zombies' attack. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the vehicle system. "Attention, breacher detected." The middle-aged man straightened up, focusing on the feed from the drone, where a massive figure appeared in the center of the screen. "The breacher, they're doomed," the middle-aged man muttered under his breath. If the middle-aged man had previously thought there was still hope for the target, the appearance of the breacher directly marked them for death. The young man, seeing the enormous body of the zombie, was astonished, but he didn't know what a breacher was and asked curiously, "Uncle, what is a breacher? A special zombie?" The middle-aged man nodded. "That's right, this is a special zombie. There are many types of special zombies. So far, at least 10 types have been discovered in the settlement, and the breacher ranks among the top in terms of attack power." "A special zombie?" It looks like, aside from its larger size, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly special about it, the young man said, staring at the approaching breacher. The middle-aged man replied meaningfully, any zombie that can be called special is not simple. This breacher is not just large. Do you see the two flesh turrets on its shoulders? You mean those two lumps of flesh? The young man asked weakly. Exactly. Those two lumps of flesh can launch two fireballs. When the fireballs hit the enemy, they will explode violently, with a power estimated to be roughly equivalent to 1,000 grams of TNT. Just as he finished speaking, the breacher launched its attack. Then came a series of fireball attacks. The fireballs were blocked by the building and did not cause effective damage to Liu Mingyu and his team. They were even less damaging than the ordinary zombies. Seeing this, the young man asked in confusion, this breacher doesn't seem that powerful, does it? The explosive power of the fireballs is indeed formidable, but they need to hit the target to matter. Without hitting the target, even great power is useless, the middle-aged man said gently. Don't rush, it's just fireball attacks. The breacher can't be ranked among the top special zombies. You should know that the last special zombie the boss killed cost a heavy price to take down the breacher. What? So the special zombie the boss killed was the breacher? If we absorb the energy from the energy crystals, can we launch fireballs like the breacher? The young man asked excitedly. They're definitely doomed. The young man agreed wholeheartedly, but deep down, he felt there was still a chance. Liu Mingyu was unaware of what was happening several kilometers away. At this moment, he only knew that the opportunity had come. Kill the eyes. During the giant zombie's running, its eyes were exposed. Faced with the eyes that were so close, Liu Mingyu decisively ordered an attack on the eyes. At this moment, the bullets in Liu Mingyu's hands seemed to be free as he desperately sprayed shots around the giant zombie's eyes, no longer considering the issue of ammunition, nor thinking about what to do if the enemy approached. He only had one thought now, to kill the enemy. Bang! A tremendous force crashed down on the granite, shattering the granite in the square. The giant zombie leaped up, and its jump was surprisingly parallel to Liu Mingyu and the others. A pair of blood-red giant eyes stared directly at Liu Mingyu and his team. At that moment, Liu Mingyu and the others felt as if they were being pierced by the opponent's gaze, causing them pain. Kill! Liu Mingyu let out another loud shout, waking and startling the cold crowd. At this moment, the distance between them was only a few meters, and for Liu Mingyu, who had already mastered shooting skills, there was no possibility of missing. The others also had no chance of missing. The giant zombie, seeing the weapon in Liu Mingyu's hand, instinctively closed its eyes. However, rifle bullets were not that easy to dodge. Previously, it had used its flesh tumors to block most of the bullets, but at such a short distance. It had no other way to defend itself, and could only rely on its eyelids. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets at this moment aimed at the giant zombie's eyes and shot forward. The giant zombie's eyelids held out for less than a second before being pierced by the crowd's shots. A loud cry of pain echoed in everyone's ears. Even after suffering such a severe blow, the giant zombie's hands still clung to the top of the parapet. Bang! The giant zombie's massive body made intimate contact with the building. The parapet could not withstand the weight of the giant zombie, and in an instant, it collapsed backward, and the giant zombie also fell at the same moment. Chapter 090, Kill. Although the giant zombie's eyes were severely injured, its hands remained very agile. At the moment the parapet collapsed, it quickly grabbed the floor again. The load-bearing capacity of the floor was much greater, and the giant zombie's massive body did not crush it. However, it was not in a much better position, hanging in mid-air. The giant zombie's sudden leap startled everyone, as they had not expected its jumping ability to be so strong. Although it was only the fourth floor, as part of the building's podium. Each floor was over 5 meters high, making the 4 floors roughly 25 meters. The human high jump record is 45 meters, achieved using the Fosbury flop technique, which is not comparable. Humans have no maximum record for running high jumps, but it does not exceed 4 meters. So let's calculate based on 4 meters. If based on the human physique, the giant zombie's reach should be within 10 meters. They thought they were safe standing on the 25-meter-high parapet, but did not expect the giant zombie's jumping ability to be so astonishing. seeing that the giant zombie's hands were still tightly gripping the floor. Everyone immediately shot at its fingers to prevent it from holding on. Cries of agony continued to ring out as the giant zombie seemed unwilling to let go. Struggling to rise, Liu Mingyu and the others were able to get him up to the stands, constantly shooting at the giant zombie's fingers. It must be said that the giant zombie's defense is astonishing. Even just its fingers are incredibly tough. The 5.56mm rifle bullets only broke the skin when hitting the giant zombie's hand. Continuous hits on a single point. Even the giant zombie's hard skin has little effect. For Li Hongtao and the other sharpshooters, the target so close posed no pressure at all. Finally, after emptying a magazine, the giant zombie let out a reluctant roar, releasing its hands and crashing down on its back. Thud! The massive body of the giant zombie hit the ground with a loud sound. Some zombies that couldn't dodge in time were crushed into meat patties. After several rounds of attacks from Liu Mingyu and the others, the giant zombie had also sustained significant damage. After falling to the ground, the giant zombie struggled to get up, but it was severely injured, especially the damage to its eyes, which was the most serious. The giant zombie curved its body, trying to crawl up, but it was met with another wave of bullet attacks. With its face up and no obstruction on its face, such a good opportunity could not be missed. 12 Walker's assault rifles at that moment resembled venomous snakes, continuously releasing their fiery tongues. Bang, bang, bang. One magazine after another was emptied. The bullets were quickly consumed, and Liu Mingyu did not dare to gamble on whether the giant zombie was dead. With such a good opportunity, he could only keep shooting at the giant zombie's head. Congratulations, you have killed a blaster. Congratulations, you have gained 500 points. Liu Mingyu's face lit up with joy. The blaster was finally dead. It really was a tough mission. However, earning these 500 points was incredibly difficult, as he had spent half of his bullets on the blaster. According to market prices, he would need 500 grams of level 1 energy crystals. On the bright side, killing the blaster unexpectedly meant that a level 2 energy crystal was beckoning to him. He recalled that the level 2 energy crystal he bought at the auction required 20,000 grams of level 1 energy crystals. So it seemed like he had made a profit after all. However, all of this depended on killing the group of zombies below. Putting aside his thoughts, Liu Mingyu said, "Stop, the blaster is dead. You guys go support the brothers below." The position at the skirt building seemed dangerous, but in reality, it wasn't that risky. The stairway passage was far more dangerous. Although the number of zombies was limited, they kept coming in waves. The brothers below had taken turns holding back the numerous zombies at the stairway passage. Liu Mingyu checked his information. Personal information. Name, Liu Mingyu. Strength, 29 Constitution, 28 Agility, 24 Mental Power, 13 points, 600 times transcended. 3 compared to the last time he checked. His strength has increased a bit, and his mental power has also increased a bit. He earned 500 points for completing a task, plus the remaining 100 points from before, totaling 600 points. Liu Mingyu exchanged for 10 bottles of energy potions and arrived at the position to fend off the zombies. At this point, the zombie attack line had already stretched to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he quickly diluted the energy potions and had his brothers drink them. Before long, they were all revitalized and faced the endless stream of zombies without fear. They believed that as long as the boss had the magical potions, even the zombies in the city would be no problem. Those following Liu Mingyu were all slaves he had purchased, so their loyalty was unquestionable. Unless Liu Mingyu died or transferred them, he could trust these people without hesitation. As for Liu Haiping and the others, after witnessing Liu Mingyu's miraculous potions, they had no thoughts of rebellion. If they had the ability to resist, they would. If not, that would be seeking death. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on a truck, the situation of Liu Mingyu killing the blaster was known to them at the same time. The young man frowned and asked, "Uncle, wasn't it said that the blaster is not that easy to kill? How could it have been so easily taken down?" The blaster died too easily. At least from his perspective, it was very simple. A dozen people just kept shooting at the blaster and killed it. Indeed, it was not just that. One could only say that the other side was quite lucky. The middle-aged man explained with a wry smile. Liu Mingyu's ease in taking down the blaster was truly unexpected for him. One must know that when his boss killed the blaster, The forces and firepower at his disposal were far beyond this. Over 1,000 people armed with weapons, and nearly 100 had been killed by the blaster. The over 1,000 people were not only equipped with assault rifles, but also had many other heavy weapons. So one can imagine how fierce the battle was at that time. Uncle, do you know what kind of breed this is? Is it a mutated breed of dog? Or is it a special kind of zombie? The young man pointed at the screen, where a dog as tall as a person was weaving through the horde of zombies, also quickly running toward the building. He knew that dogs could also turn into zombies, but most dogs were originally ornamental dogs, and even after becoming zombies, their attack power would be limited. As long as ordinary people were a little careful, they could still fend them off. However, he had never seen a large dog like the one on the screen. Where is it? The middle-aged man checked, but did not see it. The young man operated the surveillance footage, zooming in just in time to focus on that large dog. This is also a type of special zombie, a zombie dog. The middle-aged man seemed to know a lot about zombie types, and upon seeing the large dog, he immediately provided the answer. Chapter 091. Zombie dog what? Is it really a special zombie? There are just too many special zombies here. The young man was surprised. In such a short time, he had already seen 2 special zombies that he usually wouldn't even get to see. The middle-aged man explained with a smile, although zombie dogs are classified as special zombies, their capabilities are not too terrifying. At least compared to the blaster, zombie dogs are much weaker. After pausing for a moment, he continued, however, no matter how weak, they're still special zombies, not something ordinary zombies can compare to. What is special about zombie dogs? The young man asked curiously. The rumors in their settlement only mentioned the existence of special zombies in the city, but he didn't know what kinds of special zombies there were. Now that the uncle happened to know about the types of zombies, he naturally wanted to know more. Knowing the types of zombies would be beneficial for his survival. Although the apocalypse had lasted for 5 years, ordinary humans basically had no concept of the types of zombies. Seeing the young man's curiosity, the middle-aged man wanted to show off his knowledge. One was willing to talk, and the other was willing to listen. The middle-aged man said with a smirk, "You should know that special zombies evolved from ordinary zombies, and zombie dogs can be said to be the lowest level of special zombies. Even the lowest level of special zombies has some abilities. Some can breathe fire, and some can spray water." The young man widened his eyes at the middle-aged man. Breathe fire, spray water? Is this magic? Magic? You could say that. This is also one of the rumors that absorbing energy from level 2 energy crystals can grant special abilities. Why would magic appear? This isn't scientific. Science? What is science? Can the emergence of zombies be considered science? Science, yes, genetic evolution. Since you mentioned science, then why isn't magic scientific? Besides, it's just what you think of as magic. Those might just be a form of energy application. Is there something special about the building that the target person is going to? Why are there so many special zombies appearing there? The young man didn't continue to get entangled in the debate between science and non-science. The middle-aged man shook his head. Perhaps there really is something special there. Make a note of that building and inform the boss later. Their purpose in monitoring Liu Mingyu was to observe his abnormal status, and the abnormal situation at the building caught his attention. Liu Mingyu's side is still under constant attack from a large number of zombies. Some people are guarding the stairs, forming an impenetrable barrier. 2 are at the front, while 2 others are shooting from behind, preventing any zombies from getting through. The injuries have been controlled, and everyone is just exhausted. Personnel are rotated, and Liu Mingyu has also exchanged for energy potions in the mall. Although there are many zombies attacking fiercely, the damage they cause is very limited. No one knows how many zombies have been killed. Each person has taken down over 100 zombies, and the stairs are packed with them, while everyone has retreated to the 3rd floor. Yet there's still an endless stream of zombies attacking. Liu Mingyu felt dizzy and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what is so special about this place that attracts so many zombies? He had previously suspected that someone watching him along the way had lured the zombies here, but by this point, he had long given up on that suspicion. They couldn't possibly have the ability to attract thousands of zombies. If they had that ability, they would have already counterattacked the city. They wouldn't still be lingering on the outskirts after 5 years of the apocalypse. Bang! An explosion occurred downstairs. What was going on? Had the giant zombie revived again? Impossible. The system had already indicated that the mission was completed, unless another giant zombie had appeared. Thinking of this, Liu Mingyu's heart tightened, and he hurried to the fourth-floor annex to take a look. Scanning the area, the giant zombie was still lying down below, not moving. As for other places, all he could see were zombies pouring in endlessly. Was it an illusion? Boom! Another explosion. The sound wasn't very loud, but it was indeed the sound of an explosion. There were no other humans around, so the possibility of it being human could be temporarily ruled out, leaving only the possibility of zombies. Could it be another special zombie? Liu Mingyu carefully observed the numerous zombies downstairs. Their various conditions were clear at a glance, and each zombie looked very ordinary. However, he had no idea what kind of zombie could cause an explosion. After scanning the area, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Just as Liu Mingyu was pondering how to identify the culprit, the system emitted a notification sound. Congratulations, you have killed a zombie dog. Congratulations, you have gained 200 points. Liu Mingyu was taken aback. What was going on? Was the mission completed just like that? Zombie dogs? He didn't see any dogs around. Yes, he had just killed one. A huge dog, almost as tall as a person. Indeed, it was lucky to have a rifle, otherwise they would have really been breached by the enemy. Boss, it's right over there. Everyone started to speak up. Liu Mingyu glanced in the direction the person pointed, but did not see any trace of the zombie dogs. However, since the system reminded him to complete the task, it must be about killing the zombie dogs. This zombie dog must be the culprit behind the explosion, right? Liu Mingyu stood at the position of the skirt building's parapet, looking down at the endless sea of zombies below, feeling extremely anxious. If he didn't understand the cause of the zombies' right soon, the others would probably perish here. These people had followed him here, and if there was a way, he would do his best to ensure their safety. Boss, we don't have many bullets left, and each person only has 3 magazines remaining. Li Hongtao reported as he walked up to Liu Mingyu. Each person had 3 magazines, plus the one originally in the rifle, making a total of 30 rounds per magazine, which meant each person only had 120 rounds left. Aside from Liu Mingyu, there were 11 others, totaling over 1,000 rounds of ammunition left. The rifles could be set aside for now. The others would take over. Liu Mingyu considered that there might be some unexpected events later, and over 1,000 bullets could barely handle the situation. It wasn't just the lack of ammunition. The morale of the other personnel was also affected to some extent. It had been past noon since they set off in the morning, and they had been fighting continuously for several hours. Although their physical stamina was supported by the energy potions provided by Liu Mingyu, the mental strain from maintaining high concentration was significant. Faced with the relentless zombie attacks, one small mistake could lead to infection, making everyone stay alert. Chapter 092, Evacuation. The zombies couldn't break through for the time being, but the continuous waves of zombies had to be dealt with. A large number of ordinary zombies, along with the bombers and zombie dogs, had already led to the appearance of 2 special zombies. This place definitely had something unique about it. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many zombies. But what was the special aspect? Liu Mingyu was at a loss, but no matter how confused he was, he still had to go and take a look. Liu Mingyu found Liu Haiping and shared his speculation with him. Liu Haiping pondered for a moment and said, "Boss, right now, our personnel can also block the zombies' attacks. We can send some people to search layer by layer to see if there's anything special in certain areas. Searching layer by layer in this 50-story building. How long will it take to find anything? However, for now, we have no choice but to use this clumsy method. Aside from maintaining defense against the zombies' attacks, everyone else has been dispatched to other floors to look for any special places." Liu Mingyu gave some instructions. "Understood, boss." One person on each floor, and everyone quickly ran up the stairs to their designated floors as previously agreed. Can we really find it? Liu Mingyu could not be sure and sent someone to look for any abnormalities, merely seeking psychological comfort for himself. The appearance of 2 special zombies below, which just happened to be the types needed for his mission, raised the question, was there a leader nearby? Or perhaps in this building? Liu Mingyu felt quite confident about this. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental for 2 special zombies to appear in the exact place he was, especially when they were the targets required for his mission. But did the leader really have such great control? He speculated that the leader in the mission could control other zombies, but if that was truly the case, the number of zombies under his control would be terrifying. Thousands of zombies had already been killed, Yet there was still a continuous stream of zombies attacking from outside, likely covering nearly half of the Eastern New District. If the leader was controlling these zombies, what exactly was his purpose in directing them to attack this place? Liu Mingyu couldn't think of what the other party's purpose was. If there were really any special items inside the building, they would have come in to take them long ago, so why wait until now to attack? It should be noted that the apocalypse had already arrived 5 years ago, and during these 5 years, apart from himself, no other humans had come here. If the leader truly needed the special items or other things inside the building, they should have come long ago. Suddenly, Liu Mingyu thought of a possibility. Could the leader's target be himself? Was this arranged by the system on purpose? Or was it influenced by the system? Thinking this way, it seemed to connect. The leader should have some sensing ability. Previously, he was not within the other party's territory, so he hadn't encountered any zombie attacks along the way. But once he entered the other's territory, or rather, this building, the leader discovered him. As for why he didn't attack immediately, it should be because he was gathering troops and resources. When he came out of the building, he would just happen to encounter the troops the leader had gathered. This line of thought seemed very reasonable. However, all of this was just his speculation. Whether it was true or not would depend on the information sent by the other brothers. The building was quite large, and if he wanted to search every floor carefully, it would still take some time. That person shook his head and said, "Boss, we haven't discovered anything special." Liu Mingyu patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. You can go down and rotate with the brothers." Not finding anything special was within his expectations. Then, one by one, people came down, and each person shook their head at Liu Mingyu, indicating that they had not found any special items. Finally, after about half an hour, everyone came down and shook their heads. Liu Mingyu's heart tightened. Could it be that he really guessed right? Liu Haipeng walked over and asked, "Boss, what should we do now? Should we just give up this place? Give up here? There's so many zombies below. Even if they give up this place, how can they leave? It's no longer about whether to give up or not. If Liu Mingyu chooses to give up, he can only abandon this team. He is reluctant to give up, reluctant to leave behind the brothers who have fought alongside him all this time. Boss, there aren't many zombies behind us. With the curtains and other things, we can slide down from that side and leave here." Liu Haipeng pointed to another direction of the building. He noticed that the majority of the zombie attacks were coming from the front entrance, while the zombies behind had been drawn to the front, leaving this area almost zombie-free. When he realized this, he started thinking about how to get out of this place. Liu Mingyu walked over to take a look. If it were on the second or third floor, it really wouldn't be very high. A height of 10 meters would be no problem at all for sliding down using curtains. "Brother Liu, get some curtains ready for preparation." Liu Mingyu did not refuse. Being able to leave was the best option. However, leaving was not that easy, as someone had to block the attacks from the zombies downstairs. After getting Liu Mingyu's consent, Liu Haipeng began to organize the personnel and gathered everything that could be made into ropes, such as curtains and cloth, tying them to a secure place to form a rope that reached the ground. There weren't many ropes, and in the end, they managed to create 3 of them. "Boss, it's ready. Do you want to go down first?" Liu Haipeng asked as he approached Liu Mingyu. Liu Mingyu waved his hand and said with a serious expression, "You all go down first. I'll come down later." He was still searching for the reason behind all this and didn't want to give up just like that, whether it was everything or just a few items. Liu Haipeng, looking anxious, said, "Boss, just go down first. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. You all go down. By the way, if possible, see if you can get the equipment that was hidden in the back out." Liu Mingyu did not agree, but instructed Liu Haipeng to get the equipment out. He then added, "If there is a life-threatening situation, saving your life is the priority. These things can be abandoned." Chapter 093. Experiment. Seeing that Liu Mingyu couldn't be persuaded, Liu Haipeng began organizing personnel to evacuate. The first group to go down consisted of the relatively weaker individuals, while the stronger ones continued to fight near the staircase. The height of the 3rd floor was not great, only about 10 meters, and it was easy to slide down using ropes made from curtains and other fabric strips. The people who followed Liu Mingyu were quite strong, and for them, a 10-meter distance was not too much of a hassle. Thud! The first 3 people who went down landed on ground. To avoid attracting the zombies' attention with noise, they waited until they were almost on the ground before letting go of the ropes. Liu Haiping let out a long sigh of relief. All right, there's no problem below. You can continue to slide down, and remember to look for the equipment that the boss mentioned after you get down. The second group of 3 nodded heavily. Liu Haiping patted their shoulders and said, be careful. If there is a life-threatening situation, just run to the outskirts. If they attracted the zombies' attention, running to the outskirts would give them a chance to escape. Their physical strength had returned to peak condition, so simply running away was not a problem, as long as they didn't encounter a special zombie again. After a while, the second group also slid down. The 6 of them gathered together and began stealthily searching for the equipment that had been hidden earlier. They were lucky to find a door that was open. Cautiously opening the door, they could hear the continuous sounds of zombies roaring from the fire escape. To prevent the zombies from damaging the equipment, they had placed it further inside, away from the staircase. Fortunately, among the first people who came down, there were those who had helped store the equipment. Listening to the nearby roars of zombies, the group remained alert as they searched for the stored equipment. Soon, they found the room where the equipment was kept. Each time 3 people slid down, after 10 minutes, a total of 30 individuals had come down. At this point, the first group that found the carts had already pushed them out. 30 carts for 30 people, just enough for one person to push one cart. After pushing the carts out, the group did not leave. They stood under the window, looking at Liu Haiping. This equipment was very important, and the main purpose of coming here was to get this equipment. Although he felt that it was not worth the trouble to specifically come for this equipment in this apocalyptic world, what could be more important than food? What could be more important than survival? He did not know, but since it was something the boss specifically instructed, and now that he had no worries about food, he naturally had to find a way to preserve this equipment. The people below, seeing that Liu Haiping and the others had no intention of coming down, silently looked at the carts and retreated in the direction they had come from. Fortunately, the carts were all electric and made no noise, allowing one person to easily control a cart. The zombies behind the building were likely all attracted during the first wave of attacks. Therefore, the people below pushed their carts along the road without encountering a single zombie. The 1-kilometer journey went smoothly. Phew! The group walked out of the East District of the city and let out a long breath. Leaving this place meant it was not so dangerous anymore. Seeing that all the carts were on the road, Liu Haiping no longer paid attention to them. He went to the 4th floor, found Liu Mingyu, and reported, "Boss, all the equipment we searched for in the building has been moved out. When you plan to leave?" Liu Mingyu was pleasantly surprised to hear that the equipment had already been shipped out. "Great, well done. I'll wait a bit longer. Why haven't you left?" He initially thought that only the flying clouds and the storage space would remain, but unexpectedly, the 30 trucks of supplies had also been sent out. Liu Haiping looked at the densely packed, endless stream of zombies below and said firmly, "I want to stay here and leave later." Everyone knew that staying behind was more dangerous. He had the chance to be among the first to leave, but he didn't. In the apocalypse, fleeing and betrayal had become the norm. Throughout his 5 years of survival, he held onto the belief of not abandoning or giving up, gathering a group of people to survive in this harsh world, and became the leader of a scavenging team. Some said that such beliefs should have been abandoned long ago. That one should look out for oneself. However, Liu Haiping felt that without such beliefs, he might not survive for long. It was precisely because of this belief that there was no betrayal within his team, unlike in other groups. Although Liu Haiping was hired by Liu Mingyu, his decision to stay wasn't due to the employment relationship. If it were merely a contract, he would have abandoned Liu Mingyu and fled the moment he encountered zombies. He stayed because after spending these days together, he found Liu Mingyu to be a reliable brother. Liu Mingyu noticed that Liu Haiping was determined to stay, so he didn't say much. He looked around at the situation, pondering where a leader might be if there really was one among the zombie horde. Just now, Liu Haiping organized a group to leave, which could be considered an attempt by Liu Mingyu. If the building was within the leader's detection range, then those people leaving should have been detected, but they left without being obstructed by the zombies. Liu Mingyu was confident that the target of the other party was either himself or something inside the building. Should he test it again? The method of testing was simple. First, escape from the building. If the target was himself, and the zombies sensed his departure, they would inevitably attack him. If they did not attack him and continued to advance towards the building, then he would abandon defense and let them attack the building. After all, the supplies obtained from the building had already been transported away, and this mission could be considered complete. There were a total of 10 fixed coordinates for crossing over. 5 in the real world and 5 in the apocalyptic world. If he needed to reset the coordinates, it would require 1,000 grams of energy crystals. Currently, Liu Mingyu had used 5 fixed coordinates in total. He used 2 in the real world, which were the original company dormitory and the rental house where he currently lived. In the apocalyptic world, he used 3 fixed coordinates, which were the villa where Liu Haipeng originally lived, a small house next to the villa, and the presidential suite of the Dream Hotel. He set the 4th fixed coordinate in the apocalyptic world at the square on the 4th floor of the building. Without saying goodbye to Liu Haipeng, Liu Mingyu walked alone to the windowsill on the 3rd floor, grabbed a rope, and slid down. In the moment Liu Mingyu slid down, the zombies that had been incessantly attacking in the stairwell seemed to freeze in place, no longer moving. The people fighting against the zombies saw this and seized the opportunity, aiming for the zombies' necks and striking down, blood spraying out and adding a splash of red to the stairwell walls. The zombies remained still for only about a second. Without rifles behind them to finish off the zombies, a second was not enough to kill many. They only managed to take down a few that were at the front. After 1 second, the zombies that had been fighting fiercely suddenly turned around and walked away, ignoring the humans behind them. Those standing on the stairs exchanged glances, unsure of why the zombies had suddenly left. Had their defense succeeded? Or should they be cautious and not leave? The crowd debated, but no one knew why the zombies had stopped attacking. A height of 10 meters posed no significant challenge for Liu Mingyu. Using the rope, he landed in less than a second. Was it effective? Liu Mingyu also didn't know if there were any zombies attracted over here, since he couldn't see. In the eastern new district of Hangcheng, as an emerging urban area, tall buildings are numerous within the district. The building where Panda Company is located is not the only one in this area. There are many other towering structures nearby. Liu Mingyu prepared to check the situation in the nearby building. With a swift step, he quickly ran over. The distance between the 2 buildings was not far. In just a few seconds, Liu Mingyu rushed into the adjacent building. The entrance of the building was already in ruins. So he found the stairs and quickly headed towards the podium level. In the open area of the podium of the tall building that Liu Mingyu went up to, there was a person sitting next to a table, holding a cup of coffee, eyes closed, sipping the coffee with great pleasure. This person was a bit unusual. His head was extraordinarily large, about twice the size of a normal human head, while his body was only the size of an average person. It looked quite comical. Was this a human or a zombie? Originally, the person appeared very relaxed, but after Liu Mingyu came down from the adjacent building, he suddenly stiffened. Then, as he sensed Liu Mingyu walking towards him, he swayed, and the coffee in his hand spilled onto the ground. He anxiously paced back and forth on the open platform. Hiss! An invisible wave radiated from him. Immediately, the zombies that were attacking the opposite building all surged towards this building. Rumbling. A large number of zombies ran on the ground, like an army of thousands, shaking the building. Liu Mingyu, who was inside the building, also felt this tremor and couldn't help but confirm his suspicions. It seemed those zombies were indeed coming towards him, prompting him to quicken his pace and run upstairs. The big-headed man felt Liu Mingyu's arrival and was very anxious, the invisible wave intensifying further. Liu Mingyu moved quickly. After checking the general location of the building below, he rushed up the stairs straight to the outdoor platform of the podium. Bang! He kicked open the door leading to the outdoor platform of the podium. Liu Mingyu originally thought that he saw a person with an unusually large head, resembling an alien, walking back and forth on the empty outdoor platform. An alien? A zombie? He never considered that the figure could be human. The huge head and disproportionate body were more reminiscent of the aliens depicted in movies. Of course, there was also the possibility of it being a zombie. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, most zombies had become decayed and foul-smelling, but this person he saw, aside from the large head, appeared to be just like an ordinary human. Liu Mingyu remembered seeing a news report about some babies being born with unusually large heads, while the rest of their bodies appeared normal, similar to the type he was currently observing. Regardless of the species of the other party, Liu Mingyu cautiously watched them and took out a Walker assault rifle from his storage space, aiming it at them. He shouted, "Who are you?" At the moment the other party released a shockwave, Liu Mingyu felt like his head was about to explode, experiencing excruciating pain. Damn, he shouldn't have wasted words with them. Enduring the headache, he aimed the rifle and fired at the other party. Bang, bang, bang. After several shots, the intense headache caused the gun in his hand to distort. The bullets that were originally aimed at the opponent's head missed and hit the nearby railing instead. The gunfire startled the big-headed individual, who let out an exceptionally sharp scream before quickly running away. The big-headed person was quite frustrated. Usually, their psychic shock waves easily dealt with humans, so why did it have no effect on this one? As he ran away, Liu Mingyu felt his headache lessen, shaking his head vigorously to clear his mind. On the open platform, there were only a few tables, and it was empty with no cover. Bang, bang, bang. Now much clearer. Liu Mingyu raised his rifle and shot again. One shot hit the big-headed person's head, splattering a bit of blood. After being hit, the big-headed person ran away again, dodging several more shots from Liu Mingyu. The intense pain compelled the big-headed individual to release another wave of psychic shockwaves, an invisible force sweeping toward Liu Mingyu. While Liu Mingyu was under fire, he felt a wave of palpitations and suppressed the urge to dodge, continuing to aim and shoot at the big-headed individual. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 5 shots aimed at the big-headed person, and after the 5th shot, he didn't even notice if he had killed them. Just after firing the 5 shots. A much more intense pain struck Liu Mingyu's head, feeling as if a bomb had exploded in his skull, causing him to scream in agony. Blood began to seep from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. If Liu Mingyu could see himself, it would resemble the legendary 7 orifices bleeding. Liu Mingyu found himself in a red world, struggling to endure the exploding pain in his head as he looked towards the big-headed man. The big-headed man dragged his body, slowly moving forward. Clearly, Liu Mingyu's few shots had also inflicted significant damage on him. Just then, Liu Mingyu heard a series of footsteps coming from downstairs. Were the zombies coming? At this moment, only zombies could be here. It couldn't be humans. Damn it. He had to quickly take down this big-headed man. This time, he was in big trouble. Liu Mingyu raised his rifle again, but didn't approach. Instead, he fired at the big-headed person from a distance. He no longer insisted on hitting the opponent's head and simply sprayed bullets. After emptying a magazine, a system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 095. Enhanced Character Congratulations. You have killed a leader. Congratulations, you have earned 2,000 points. Emergency danger status detected for the host consciousness. 500 points will be used for treatment. After Liu Mingyu finished shooting the bullets in his hand and listened to the sound of zombies approaching, he did not pay attention to the system's prompt in his mind. He silently thought to himself, transcend. The default coordinate for crossing over to the real world was his newly rented apartment. As soon as he finished his thought, time froze. Unlike the earlier stillness caused by the zombies, at this moment, everything in the world could not move at all. A flash of light passed, and Liu Mingyu disappeared from this world. In the next moment, Liu Mingyu appeared in the apartment, covered in blood. By checking the system log, he realized that he had just faced a special zombie leader. It was quite unexpected to have killed the leader. The continuous zombie attacks he had suffered were related to the leader. The 2 sudden headaches he experienced should also be related to the leader's attack. What kind of attack was that? It was too hard to defend against. He clearly remembered that it was a sudden, intense pain in his head. Was that a mental attack? The fireball attack from the blaster, the mental attack from the leader. Zombies in the apocalyptic world were not as simple as he had imagined. Now that the leader was dead, Liu Mingyu did not know if it was indeed the legendary mental attack. By the way, he just spent 500 points on healing. This system was too pitiful. 500 points, the exact price of a blaster, just gone like that. His initial excitement from killing the leader and earning 2,000 points diminished significantly. Was it worth it to exchange 500 points for health? Of course it was, but Liu Mingyu still felt a pang of heartache. How many things could 500 points buy? 5 bottles of gene evolution potions, 50 bottles of energy potions. These are all good items. However, no matter how reluctant Liu Mingyu was, it was of no use. The system forcibly deducted the 500 points. He went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, only to realize he was so seriously injured that the 500 points spent was justified. The 500 points only healed his physical injuries, the blood still flowing from his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth looked frightening at first glance. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he lay in bed to rest for half a day. After continuously battling zombies in the apocalyptic world for a while, even with the replenishment of energy potions, his spirit was still somewhat affected. The system only healed his damaged mental strength, and he still felt very tired. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon. He ordered takeout and did not go out. Only then did he carefully check the system interface. Personal information: name, Liu Mingyu, strength, 28 constitution, 28 agility, 24 mental strength, 20 points, 2,100. Liu Mingyu was very surprised at how much his mental strength had increased. He remembered it was only around 12 before, but now it had reached 20. Although he didn't know what this value meant, it was definitely better to have a higher number. This time, the increase of 8 points in mental strength was probably due to the leader's attack. He guessed the reason for the increase, but if he had to increase it again in the same way, he would decisively shake his head. It was a joke. Not to mention the feeling of his head exploding like a bomb. Just the 500 points could increase his attributes by 50 points. Why would he want to increase his attributes in such a way? It was not worth the cost. The taskbar was completely empty. All 4 tasks had been completed. He initially thought it would take a long time to complete the tasks, but at this moment, they were all done. The 4 tasks provided a high score of 700 points, and after using some in between, only 100 points were left now. When the points reached 1,000, the store had not updated its items. Now that he had 2,000 points, it should be updated, right? Liu Mingyu eagerly opened the mall interface. Looking at the mall's interface, Liu Mingyu couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Why hasn't it been updated yet? Where did it go wrong? He couldn't believe that he hadn't reached the redemption conditions with 1,000 points, and now, with 2,000 points, still nothing? There shouldn't be any issues with the points. So it must be a problem in other areas. Based on his gaming experience, could it be that his personal attributes haven't reached the required level? Or maybe the system has a level restriction, and the items currently on sale in the mall are only those that can be unlocked now? Liu Mingyu checked the system and did not find any places for system upgrades. Upgrade the system. Liu Mingyu attempted to communicate directly. Upgrade failed. Character attributes did not reach 50. Please improve character attributes. Oh, it really can be upgraded. Not afraid of upgrade difficulties, just afraid of not getting hints. Upon learning that the reason for the system upgrade failure was due to his attribute points not reaching 50, Liu Mingyu immediately opened the shop interface to enhance his character. The character enhancement feature in the shop had already appeared. It was just that Liu Mingyu had been focusing on enhancing his storage space and neglected to improve himself. The points required to enhance a single attribute were not high. Enhancing one attribute only required 10 points, which was quite cheap. He tentatively used 10 points to enhance his strength by 1 point. Increasing strength by 1 point wasn't much, but he still felt some changes in his body, although they were not very noticeable. Liu Mingyu was worried that the character attribute enhancement would be like the storage space enhancement, where each enhancement would increase the cost. If that were the case, the points required for 50 attribute points would be terrifying. Fortunately, when Liu Mingyu enhanced again, it still cost 10 points to exchange for 1 attribute, and he was relieved. He spent another 210 points to enhance his strength to 50 points. When Liu Mingyu chose to enhance his strength, he felt his body rapidly undergoing changes. The changes were swift, almost completed in an instant. Liu Mingyu felt his own strength. Now his power was almost double what it was before, and this strength felt completely familiar to him, as if it were innate. Originally having 28 points of strength, he now had 50 points, which indeed was a doubling. Liu Mingyu silently thought, upgrade system. Upgrade failed. Character attributes have not reached 50. Please improve character attributes. What's going on? Didn't the strength attribute already reach 50 points? It can't be that all attributes need to reach 50, right? There really is that possibility. Liu Mingyu had no choice but to raise the other attributes to 50 points as well. Strength increased by 22 points, costing 220 points. Constitution increased by 22 points, costing 220 points. Agility increased by 26 points, costing 260 points. Mental power increased by 30 points, costing 300 points. The total cost for the 4 attributes was 1,000 points. Liu Mingyu, who was originally quite wealthy, suddenly had only 1,100 points left. He didn't even know if this 1,100 points would be enough to upgrade the system. Liu Mingyu silently thought, upgrade the system. First time release message. It's my first time going online, and I messed up the scheduled release. So let's treat this as a belated release message. Although it's not my first time writing, I used to write for a while and then stop. This time, it's officially a successful signing and release. The initial subscription is quite poor, only 20. Of course, this is related to my own level. My skills are lacking. I'll write slowly and hope to become more proficient and write better in the future. Chapter 096, Wang Zixin. All attributes of the character reached 50, meeting the conditions for system upgrade. Do you want to use 1,000 points to upgrade the system? Phew, luckily I have just enough points, Liu Mingyu silently thought. Upgrade. Consuming 1,000 points for the upgrade countdown, 10 hours. Then the entire system interface turned gray and a row of numbers appeared in the middle. 959, 59. All functions of the system cannot be used, which is awkward. Liu Mingyu's mobile wallet is still in the storage space. Now the use of the storage space is prohibited, and everything cannot be taken out. Fortunately, Liu Mingyu has a spare phone at the rental place. It is now 4:00 p.m., and after 10 hours, it will be 2:00 a.m. 4 o'clock is a bit early for dinner. Liu Mingyu drove his BMW X7 and went to a jewelry store to take a look around. The overall business was okay, just passable. He had spent several days in the apocalyptic world, but in the real world, it had only been one night. Liu Mingyu rubbed his head to relax a bit. After strolling around for a while, it was already 7 p.m., just in time for dinner. Liu Mingyu found a coffee shop, and it was dinner time, so there were quite a few people inside. Living conditions are getting better and better, and many young people have developed a liking for coffee. It's hard to tell whether they enjoy the taste of coffee or are just interested in the people inside. At this moment, most of the people in the coffee shop were young or white-collar workers from nearby offices. Liu Mingyu doesn't have much research on coffee. He just came here to sit because he had nowhere else to go. He doesn't have a strong preference for different types of coffee, but he has often heard others mention the name cappuccino. Not caring much about coffee, he ordered a cappuccino. The coffee shop was crowded, and most of the tables were already filled with people. Liu Mingyu held a cup of coffee and looked around. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted an empty seat in a corner, seemingly opposite a beautiful woman. On the table was a laptop, and at that moment, she was intently typing. Even from a distance, with Liu Mingyu's remarkable eyesight, he could confirm that she was indeed a stunning beauty. Dressed in a standard professional outfit, her alluring figure was still evident, with curves in all the right places. Looking at her face, it was exquisite, unlike the overly made-up internet celebrities he often saw. She wore only light makeup, and at this moment, her seriousness made her even more captivating. This was truly a goddess. Although he didn't know why such a beautiful and enchanting woman was sitting alone at the table, Liu Mingyu quickly walked over. As he approached her, he seemed to understand why this spot was vacant. Getting closer, he realized that beneath her delicate features was a cold expression, exuding an aura of a strong woman. No wonder no one dared to sit here. However, Liu Mingyu had no such concerns. He could remain composed in the face of terrifying zombies. So he wasn't intimidated by this aura at all. Liu Mingyu asked softly, "Hello, is the seat taken?" After finishing work, Wang Zixin went to her favorite CAF and found a spot she often sat in. She had planned to enjoy her rare free time. But just as she bought a cup of her favorite latte, various work messages started flooding in. She had to begin handling work matters inside the CAF. The others who saw her with a cold expression wisely chose not to disturb her. Suddenly, she heard a voice. "Hello, is the seat taken?" Wang Zixin looked up to see an ordinary-looking man, dressed simply, holding a cup of coffee and smiling at her. Although she wanted to refuse him, she noticed there were indeed no other seats available. She wasn't someone who would act unreasonable, and besides, the CAF was a public place where anyone could sit. She shook her head and replied, "No, it's not taken." Without paying further attention to him, she turned her gaze back to her computer, immersed in revising her proposal. Hearing that the seat was free, Liu Mingyu felt at ease and sat down. Liu Mingyu clearly noticed that after he sat down in this position, several people around him looked at him differently. It seemed to say, "This loser can sit next to a beautiful girl. I should have gone over earlier." Liu Mingyu's clothes are all old ones, and he hasn't made a special effort to change them. They're just ordinary clothes. You can't really say they are that bad. It's mainly because people are jealous that he is sitting next to a beautiful woman. After Liu Mingyu sat down, he just silently drank his coffee and didn't try to chat with the beautiful woman across from him. Wang Zixin, on the other hand, thought that he would strike up a conversation after sitting down. She had originally decided to ignore him, but after waiting for a while without him saying anything, she was happy to enjoy her peace and quietly revised her proposal. Liu Mingyu is already a homebody and completely lacks experience in interacting with girls. Otherwise, he wouldn't be 26 years old and still without a girlfriend. Liu Mingyu, aside from taking a glance at Wang Zixin at the beginning, spent the rest of the time observing the people walking outside the glass. This world is still good. Everyone is busy, all striving for survival in life. Yet they seem much happier. Life is tough, but at least there's no constant danger looming over them. If he hadn't obtained the apocalypse system, he would be like them, working hard from dawn to dusk for a living. Every profession has its own struggles, and every line of work has its own fatigue. The CAF was bustling with people, but after 9 o'clock, the number of patrons gradually decreased, no longer as crowded as it was at the beginning. Liu Mingyu didn't move, and his coffee had long been finished. He didn't leave. Staying with a beautiful woman made him feel very good. He noticed the girl frowning from time to time, probably because she was facing some difficulties. Everyone has a desire for beauty. Just watching a beautiful woman can lift one's spirits. Throughout the evening, Liu Mingyu occasionally glanced outside and inadvertently looked at the girl across from him. Chapter 097. System Upgrade. Wang Zixin was feeling very frustrated at this moment. She was in the CAF modifying her planning proposal, and after several revisions, it still hadn't passed. Her originally pleasant mood was suddenly ruined. With a frown on her face, life had to go on, and work had to continue. She gently rubbed her face, secretly encouraging herself. You can do it, keep going. She glanced at the time in the lower right corner of her computer. Before she knew it, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Oh, the guy across from her was still there. How long had it been? Almost 2 hours, right? Wang Zixin ignored him. She had seen many people like that, and Liu Mingyu wasn't the first. She redirected her gaze to the computer screen. The battery on her laptop was running low. If she didn't get the proposal right today, she would be out tomorrow. After graduating, she had worked hard to reach the position of planning manager. She couldn't bear the thought of being swept out just like that. Liu Mingyu looked at the girl across from him, who wore a worried expression. He wanted to help, but didn't know how to start. After thinking about it, he decided to let it be. They were just passing acquaintances, and it was better to appreciate her from a distance than to disturb her. At 9:30, Wang Zixin was still busy working. The sound of her typing on the keyboard was particularly loud in the quiet CAF. Fortunately, most of the people in the CAF had already left, leaving only a few chatting. What did the guy across the way leave? Wang Zixin didn't pay much attention. She had thought that after sitting there for over 2 hours, he would strike up a conversation with her. Phew, finally done. Passed. Liu Mingyu left the coffee shop a little after 9 o'clock. For him, the beautiful woman across from him was just a bit of beauty in life, not something to pay much attention to. It's not like he would just approach a beautiful woman out of the blue. Well, I must say, summer is great. There are beautiful sights everywhere. When he returned to his rented room, he comfortably lay on the bed and turned on the TV for a while, but found it uninteresting. After experiencing watching TV and movies with a virtual helmet, the feeling of direct participation made watching ordinary dramas really dull. His smart wristband was in the storage space, so he couldn't take it out, and he played a few rounds of a mobile game. Despite often losing, he managed to win 6 consecutive matches, and in each match, he was the MVP, allowing him to enjoy the thrill of dominating others. Just as he was feeling good, a game warning popped up on the screen. What the hell? It claimed he was using cheats and suspended his account. They don't ban the real cheaters, but they ban a genuine player like him. With the TV not interesting and no games to play, he checked the time and saw it was already midnight. Looking at the system update, there were still 2 hours left. He went straight to bed. June 10th, 2019. Before the exam, he could eat whatever he wanted. After the exam, he could only eat what was available, and his status had plummeted. Without work, Liu Mingyu initially wanted to sleep until he naturally woke up, but unfortunately, he kept thinking about the system upgrade, and he woke up at just 7 o'clock. The first thing he did upon waking was check the system to see what had changed. Personal information: name, Liu Mingyu, strength, 50 constitution, 50 agility, 50 mental power, 50 skills, none points, 100 crossing times, 3. There was an extra skill slot. But he didn't see how to obtain skills. The skill slot was still empty. Mall interface: Gene evolution potion, level 1 exchange price, 100 points. Energy potion, level 1 exchange price, 10 points. Storage space enhancement, exchange price, 600 points. Description: increases the length, width, and height of storage space by 0.1 meters. Character attribute enhancement, exchange price, 20 points. Description: increases character attributes by 1 point. What's going on? No changes? The mall interface was somewhat unexpected. He thought that after upgrading the system, there would definitely be new items, but the 4 items in the mall directly told him there were none. It would have been fine if there were none, but why did the character attribute enhancement cost 20 points? If it hadn't upgraded, it would have been fine, but now it required more points. Liu Mingyu thought for a moment and roughly figured out the reason why the mall interface had not been updated. It must be because he didn't have enough points to meet the conditions, so the items in the mall did not appear. He had encountered this situation before. After all, he only had 100 points, which definitely did not meet the redemption requirements. He then looked at the taskbar interface. The taskbar was divided into 2 sub-interfaces: daily tasks and challenge tasks. Daily tasks. Task 1. Zombie Slayer task level. White task description: become a zombie slayer and kill 100 ordinary zombies. Task reward: 100 points. Task progress: 0, 100. Task 2. Collector task level. Green task description: collect 1,000 grams of level 1 energy crystals. Task reward: 500 points. Task progress: 0, 1,000 every day. 2 tasks refresh, and 1 can be chosen to complete. Compared to before, tasks are no longer mandatory. Now they can be freely selected. Not only that, but task levels have also been added. White, green. It seems similar to playing a game. Are there blue, purple, and so on later? The system did not specify, so Liu Mingyu could only guess based on his gaming experience. The reward for the white level task was too poor. Killing 100 ordinary zombies only gave 100 points. Liu Mingyu remembered that there was a similar task before, and at that time it seemed they were given 500 points, which is quite a difference of full 5 times. The reward for the second task is decent. Theoretically, 1,000 grams of level 1 energy crystal should be about 100 zombies, but the points awarded are only 500. Is it a level issue? However, that's not the main point. The most important thing is that energy crystals can be obtained through trading, while killing ordinary zombies requires his team to kill the zombies for it to count. According to the task description, it should only require 1,000 grams of energy crystals, not necessarily having to kill zombies to obtain them. He remembered that he had collected over 10 pounds of level 1 energy crystals from the zombies he killed on the road, which are in his storage space. Liu Mingyu decisively chose the second task. Then he took out a bag of energy crystals from his storage space. Looking at the task progress in the taskbar, it immediately changed to 3,521,000. Task objective achieved. Would you like to submit the task? Chapter 098, New Items. Now that the task is complete, do I have to submit it manually? I must submit the task. Liu Mingyu decisively chose to submit the task. Congratulations, you have completed the task, Collector. Congratulations. You have gained 500 points. Liu Mingyu's face lit up with joy. He was lucky that the energy crystals obtained from zombies he didn't have to kill personally were still useful. However, he noticed something as he submitted the task. He felt the bag in his hand lighten. Did the energy crystals inside the bag decrease by 1,000 grams? Was exchanging 1,000 grams of energy crystals for 500 points a good deal? Of course, it was a good deal. Not having to fight zombies to gain points was the best thing ever. For Liu Mingyu, 1,000 grams of energy crystals was just a matter of 10 pounds of salt. But if it were converted into gold, its value would soar to hundreds of thousands. Whether it was a good deal or not depended on the person. Liu Mingyu felt that it was quite a bargain. If possible, he would be willing to exchange a few million for 5,000 points. After all, he had completed several tasks, and so far he had only accumulated a total of 5,000 points. Having this opportunity was simply wonderful. Unfortunately, the tasks refreshed once a day, and after completing this task, the task list became completely empty. After finishing a daily task, he turned his attention to the challenge tasks. As the name suggests, challenge tasks were indeed a challenge, and they were certainly quite different from the daily tasks. Liu Mingyu opened the challenge task interface with a feeling of unease. The challenge task is different from the daily tasks. There is only one task. Task 1. Cleaner task level. Blue task description. Eliminate the stubborn diseases in the world. Kill 1,000 ordinary zombies. Task reward. 3,000 points task progress. 0, 3,000 wow. 3,000 points. This task is not bad. Liu Mingyu was drooling at the sight. He remembered that he had previously completed the task of killing 1,000 ordinary zombies, which only rewarded him with 1,000 points at that time. Now he had 3,000 points, which should be related to the task level. Otherwise, going to the apocalypse and killing so many zombies would be a waste. Now that he had gained some points again, he wondered if the store had updated its items. He reopened the store interface. Liu Mingyu couldn't help but feel excited as new items were finally updated. In addition to the original 4 items, there were now 4 more. Gene Evolution Potion. Level 2 exchange price, 500 points. Aside from the increase in price, even the description remained unchanged. The Level 1 Gene Evolution Potion had already given Liu Mingyu the physical prowess of a top Special Forces soldier. What would the Level 2 one do? Liu Mingyu felt a bit of anticipation, but when he thought of the pain during evolution, that unbearable feeling made him not want to experience it again. The enhancement of character attributes was quite good. It brought improvements without any pain and felt very comfortable, as if it were an innate ability. According to the system, 20 points of experience could enhance 1 point of attributes, and 500 points could be exchanged for 25 points of attributes. However, based on the experience of using the first-level Gene Evolution Potion, it was better to choose the potion for a higher cost-performance ratio. Liu Mingyu shook his head secretly, temporarily setting aside the impulse to immediately consume the Gene Evolution Potion. He looked at the other items. Energy Potion, Level 2 exchange price, 50 points. Description: instantly restores stamina and mental strength. Similar to the Gene Evolution Potion, but at a higher level, it adds the ability to restore mental strength. Although the price is indeed 5 times that of the previous one, this can truly be called an energy potion, as its name suggests. It is a potion that can restore mental strength, while the previous one could at most be called a stamina potion. Although the price is 5 times that of the Level 1 energy potion, Liu Mingyu knows that the efficacy of these potions is targeted at corresponding levels. The efficacy of the Level 1 energy potion can instantly restore the stamina of someone who has consumed the Level 1 Gene Evolution Potion. Therefore, the Level 2 energy potion should correspondingly allow someone who has consumed the Level 2 Gene Evolution Potion to instantly restore both stamina and mental strength. Based on what he had checked earlier, ordinary people have almost no mental strength, so although the Level 2 energy potion is expensive, it is estimated that 1 bottle is equivalent to 10 bottles of the previous version. Skill Potion, Level 1 exchange price, 500 points. Description: selectively increases skill proficiency by 100 points, only effective for Level 1 skills. The Skill Potion is a new type of potion that increases skill proficiency. But where are the skills? Brother, where are the skills? The skills haven't been obtained yet, but something that increases proficiency has come out. 500 points is not a low price. He tried hard to figure out how to obtain skills, but found nothing. Could it be that one also needs to complete corresponding tasks? Temporarily giving up on finding a way to learn skills, he again focused on the last item. Liu Mingyu couldn't help but pray in his heart. I hope it's something good. Enhancement Potion, Level 1 exchange price, 100 points. Description: after use, it can temporarily increase all attributes by 10 points, lasting for 10 minutes. Please note, after the effect wears off, you will enter a weakened state with all attributes halved, lasting for 2 hours. Liu Mingyu was on the verge of collapse. Everything was potion-related. He wanted to swap for some weapons or something. Wasn't the enhancement potion good? It was quite decent. The average attributes of an ordinary human were only 10 points. After using it, all attributes could be increased by 10 points for 10 minutes. This wasn't just a slight increase. It was a boost to all attributes. If an ordinary human drank this potion, they could definitely unleash great power and kill zombies they wouldn't normally be able to defeat. Even with the 2-hour after effect, it was worth it. If the enhancement potion was used in conjunction with the stamina potion, could the after effects be eliminated? That could be tested later. For ordinary people, it was a good thing, but for Liu Mingyu, the cost was a bit high. His current total attributes were 50. After using the potion, they would only reach 60, a 20 increase. But the after effects would indeed be halved, resulting in only 25 total attributes, a 50 reduction. For Liu Mingyu, it was extremely uncost-effective, especially since it required 100 points, making it feel a bit useless. He was filled with anticipation to experience the benefits of leveling up, but it wasn't as high as he had imagined. This system upgrade made him feel like he had entered a pharmacy, looking around only to find potions for sale, and they weren't cheap either. Looking at the remaining points on the panel, he had only 600 points. What should he buy? Whatever, let it be. Liu Mingyu trembled as he chose the Level 2 Gene Evolution Potion. Chapter 099. Level 2 Gene Evolution Potion. The potion was placed in a test tube about 10 centimeters high and 2 centimeters in diameter. The potion exhibited a deep blue color, and when Liu Mingyu held it up to his eyes, he could see that it seemed to shimmer with blue light. If anyone knew that Liu Mingyu had a Gene Evolution Potion in his hand, just this small vial, they would probably be willing to pay hundreds of millions, even billions, to buy it from him. However, the greater possibility was that countless people would come to snatch his potion. The topic of gene evolution is very important in both the real world and the apocalyptic world. Since the 1860s, when the idea that biological traits are controlled by genetic factors was proposed, humanity has never ceased to explore issues related to genes. Exploring in the dark has been slow, and by the time the apocalypse arrived, there had been no groundbreaking changes. The discovery of energy crystals located at the back of zombies' heads also sparked survivors in the apocalyptic world to study human evolution, with speculation that energy crystals could be used to achieve genetic evolution in humans, which intrigued many. However, regarding gene evolution, whether in the real world or the apocalyptic world, Liu Mingyu knew nothing. At this moment, he hesitated while holding the deep blue gene evolution potion, even though he had already chosen the potion. The thought of the pain during the gene evolution process filled him with fear. Suppressing his fear, he secretly encouraged himself. What am I afraid of? Now that all attributes have reached 50 points, I am 5 times that of an ordinary human. I should be fine. Besides, since I have chosen, I should not regret it. Liu Mingyu opened the bottle cap and quickly poured the deep blue potion into his mouth. It was the same familiar taste, the same familiar formula. A faint floral fragrance flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Liu Mingyu focused and prepared himself, based on previous experience. The painful moments were about to begin. Then, he felt warm currents starting from his stomach and spreading throughout his body. It doesn't hurt? Liu Mingyu had already braced himself for the inhumane pain, but what he felt instead was a warm energy rippling around his body, similar to the sensation he had when using points to enhance character attributes. Could it be that he was using expired potions? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a pain that pierced to the bone suddenly struck his head. Caught off guard, Liu Mingyu couldn't help but cry out in pain. Fortunately, everyone around had already gone to work. Otherwise, it might have seemed like a domestic violence incident. Pain, pain, pain. The agony felt like ants gnawing at his body, like bones being twisted apart, and in Liu Mingyu's mind, there was nothing left but the word pain. Under such suffering, an ordinary person would have long activated their self-defense and fainted. However, Liu Mingyu's physical condition was already extraordinary. Fainting would have been better, but now he was unusually alert, even able to feel the continuous changes in his body. The intense pain made Liu Mingyu roll on the ground, made him bang his head against the wall. Bang! Liu Mingyu's head was like a hammer, striking the wall. After a few hits, a hole was made in the wall. Next to the rental room was the room rented by Shi Dawei, who had already gone to work at the gold shop, so it didn't attract much attention. This action seemed to alleviate his pain, as Liu Mingyu continued to bang his head against the wall. The pain lasted for 5 minutes, but Liu Mingyu felt like each second stretched into a year. Finally, the intense pain subsided. Liu Mingyu let out a long breath, touched his head, and found only white dust on it, with no injuries. It was also said that some people at Shaolin Temple specifically practiced Iron Head skill, and when they mastered it, breaking a few bricks was completely no problem. With Liu Mingyu's unusual physical qualities, crashing into a wall was not much of a burden at all. The entire wall was shattered by Liu Mingyu's impact. Looking at the mess on the ground, he couldn't help but shake his head internally, realizing he needed to find someone to fix it. No longer paying attention to the ground, he turned his gaze to his personal interface to see how much his attributes had improved this time. Personal information: name, Liu Mingyu. Strength, 75 constitution, 80 agility, 68 mental power, 55 skills, none points, 100 times transcended. For not bad, this potion was worth it. Strength increased by 25 points, constitution by 30 points, agility by 18 points, and mental power by 5 points, totaling an increase of 78 attribute points. A potion worth 500 points increased 78 attribute points, which is a very good cost-performance ratio. Otherwise, those 78 attribute points will have cost 1560 points. After the pain, Liu Mingyu now felt a surge of power throughout his body. Looking at the mess on the ground, he called Li Siyuan. Xiao Li, I'll send you an address in a moment. You find someone from the renovation team to come fix the wall. After saying that, he sent his location. Li Siyuan was quite surprised by Liu Mingyu's command, but she still executed the instruction well. When Li Siyuan brought people over, she saw the wall that had been completely demolished and asked, "Boss, are you planning to connect these two rooms?" Liu Mingyu shook his head and said, "No. We need to rebuild this wall and restore it to its original state." "Okay, no problem. I will arrange it," Li Siyuan replied. Originally, she thought it was just a simple matter of patching and painting, so she only brought one person. "How is the hiring going at the company?" Liu Mingyu asked, no longer focusing on the maintenance arrangements. Li Siyuan answered, "Currently, we still haven't hired any technical staff, but we have recruited a few for logistics." Liu Mingyu didn't pay much attention. He just casually asked. It's already quite difficult to recruit technical personnel, so he didn't care too much. It was time to buy a house, preferably a standalone villa. This house was rented by Liu Mingyu when he just left his job. At that time, he didn't have money and could only rent a place as a temporary stop. Now that he has $1 billion, it's time to treat himself. He already has a car, so it's time to buy a house. It sounds like a long time ago that Liu Mingyu rented a house, but in reality, it has only been a few days. In recent years, housing prices across the country have been skyrocketing, and the prices in Jiaqing have also been rising rapidly. Of course, no matter how high the prices in Jiaqing go, they can't compare to those in Hangsheng and Huqing nearby, especially in Huqing. The housing prices in the city center have already exceeded 100,000 yuan per square meter. With Liu Mingyu's current $1 billion, he could barely buy a villa in the city center, and even a better villa might not be enough. The housing prices in Jiaqing are much lower. Even the city center prices are around 15,000 yuan, and villas are about 20,000 yuan. However, it's only because Liu Mingyu has money now. Otherwise, even at these prices, it will be something he could only dream about. Chapter 100 Huangyu. There are pre-sale houses and completed houses. Pre-sale houses are those still under construction. After purchasing, one has to wait for the completion and passing of inspection before they are delivered. Completed houses refer to those that have passed inspection and can be directly renovated and lived in after purchase. Some completed houses are even already renovated. Liu Mingyu naturally wants to buy a ready-to-move-in property, as he doesn't know when the pre-sale property will be delivered, so he excludes it from his options. Liu Mingyu's previous company was a real estate development firm that developed a large residential community, which has now been delivered and is in use. He remembers that when he left the company, only the duplexes and standalone villas had not been sold. All the smaller units had already been snatched up. Smaller units are the type of housing that most ordinary people need, and in recent years, the real estate market was thriving, leading to a supply-demand imbalance. Duplexes and standalone villas are larger properties intended for enjoyment, with high unit prices and total prices, making them more difficult to sell. Since the launch, there are still a dozen units unsold. It's not that the properties are poor, rather, the prices are too high. Jiaqing already has a small population and is not a big city, especially compared to the nearby cities of Huqing and Hangsheng. Happy Home is the name of the community developed by Liu Mingyu's previous company. Liu Mingyu drove to the sales center of Happy Garden. Happy Garden is already in its final phase but other properties are still being developed. At this time, there are still many people in the sales center. Although it can't be described as a sea of people, the vehicles coming in and out at the entrance indicate that there are still many people interested in buying houses. It's hard to tell where they get their money from. With an average price of 15,000 yuan per square meter, based on the average salary in Jiaqing of 5,000 yuan, one would have to go without eating or drinking for 3 months just to afford 1 square meter. To buy a 100 square meter house, one would have to save for 25 years without spending a dime. People in China love to own their own homes, unlike in many foreign countries where many people rent and live their whole lives that way. Therefore, even with such expensive housing, many people still choose to buy. Having a house feels like having a home, which is a common belief among Chinese people. After getting out of the car, Liu walked into the sales center. In the past, when he was working, he often interacted with the sales center for business. As soon as Liu Mingyu entered, someone approached and asked, "Sir, hello, do you have any requirements for the house?" There was no trace of disdain due to Liu Mingyu's ordinary clothing. Many people of his age were looking to buy a wedding house, which actually made the possibility of a deal even greater. Liu Mingyu shook his head. "No need. I'll find someone. Don't say too much to them. Just say you're casually looking and they'll immediately stick to you. If you say you're looking for someone, on the contrary, no one will come to disturb you." He has long been clear about the standalone villa he wants to buy, and there's really no need for anyone to introduce it. After just walking into the hall and glancing around, he was instantly dazzled. Not far in front of him, there was a girl in a black professional outfit, radiating a youthful and lively charm, holding an infrared flashlight, pointing at the model in the middle, and enthusiastically introducing it to customers. She was Huang Yu, a colleague Liu Mingyu had a relatively good relationship with at the company. When Liu Mingyu walked up beside her, Huang Yu noticed him, nodded, and then continued to introduce the property information to her customer. She was attending to a middle-aged couple who were probably just there to explore today, and left after a brief conversation. After the couple left, Huang Yu smiled and joked, "Brother, you didn't tell me you left the job, or I would have treated you to a meal. If it weren't for running into Xie Hongdong the day before yesterday, I wouldn't have known you and Shi Dawei had both left." Huang Yu was not very old, 2 years younger than Liu Mingyu at 24 years old. And in this industry, they don't want older employees. Liu Mingyu awkwardly smiled and said, "It's just that the resignation was too rushed, and I didn't have time to say goodbye. How about we do it at noon today?" Huang Yu curiously asked, "Why? Is there an urgent matter at home? You could take a leave of absence. Why resign?" She thought Liu Mingyu's family had encountered some issues and felt sorry for him resigning from his current job. Liu Mingyu waved his hand and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, I just think working for others is boring and want to start my own business." Huang Yu's eyes lit up, and she patted Liu Mingyu on the shoulder, teasingly saying, "Great, since you're going out to start your own business, I guess I should call you President Liu now." She also had a tough girl image and completely did not realize that her actions might not be very graceful. Liu Mingyu didn't think much of it. Usually, he got along with Huang Yu like buddies, so this kind of action wasn't too excessive. Liu Mingyu originally wanted to pursue her, but after 2 years, they ended up becoming like friends, which was also awkward. Liu Mingyu didn't dodge her movements, but instead ruffled Huang Yu's hair and laughed, "Ahem, want to come out and hang out with me?" While Liu Mingyu and Huang Yu were playfully teasing each other, 2 women at the front desk, not far away, were whispering to each other. A short-haired woman asked the long-haired woman next to her, "Who is that person next to Huang Yu? Is he Huang Yu's boyfriend?" The long-haired woman shook her head. "You don't know since you're new here. This person is an old colleague from the previous company, named Liu Mingyu. As for whether they are in a romantic relationship, I'm not too sure. They do often hang out together, but there hasn't been any confirmed news about their relationship. If they were really a couple, he wouldn't have left the company for so long and hasn't been seen around. The rich guy is pursuing her, but she ignores him. Yet she's so happy chatting with this loser." The short-haired woman thought for a moment and remembered that the rich guy had mentioned getting information about Huang Yu's interests and hobbies in exchange for 20,000 yuan. If she could tell the rich guy someone was getting close to Huang Yu, could she earn some of that money? She had just started working here, and she had done similar things before. Most people in sales are younger and relatively good-looking, so she often collected information for some rich second-generation clients. She left her last job because she had sold out a colleague's information, nearly causing that colleague serious trouble, which got her kicked out. Now that she's here, she hasn't changed her ways. For her, This kind of money is easy to make. With just a little effort, she could earn tens of thousands, even over 100,000. She couldn't bear to give up that money. Moreover, now that she has more connections, making money has become easier. So she really doesn't want to quit this line of work. On her first day at work, she had already set her sights on the young and cute Huang Yu. For someone like Huang Yu, selling her information would definitely fetch a high price. The rich guy she mentioned is someone attracted by the information she sold. Seeing Liu Mingyu chatting happily with Huang Yu, she didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Although the rich guy might not care whether Huang Yu has a boyfriend. After all, those rich second-generation types have seen it all. Why not do it if she could earn more money? Chapter 101. Hurry up. The long-haired woman had no idea what the short-haired woman was thinking. She also knew about the rich guy the short-haired woman mentioned. Recently, every day when he comes to work, he sends a bouquet of 99 roses to Huang Yu and waits for her in his Maserati after work. Unfortunately, Huang Yu isn't interested in this rich second-generation guy and has never accepted his gifts or invitations. The long-haired woman often thinks it's a pity that she is already married and doesn't look as good as Huang Yu. Otherwise, she would have pursued him herself. She knows the rich guy doesn't genuinely want to pursue Huang Yu. It's likely just for the thrill. Having worked in this industry for a while, she has a good understanding of such matters. Although she finds it a bit unbelievable that Huang Yu is happily chatting with Liu Mingyu while ignoring the rich guy. She also knows that telling the rich guy about this won't end well for Liu Mingyu, regardless of whether he is Huang Yu's boyfriend. After all, Liu Mingyu is still her colleague. Hearing the short-haired woman wanting to inform the rich guy, she quickly advised Huang Ping, this isn't good. If the rich guy comes, won't Liu Mingyu be in trouble? Huang Ping is the name of the short-haired woman, and although she shares the same surname as Huang Yu, her malicious intentions are quite severe. Huang Ping smiled and said, it's fine, I'm just playing. Saying this, she sent a message to the rich guy on WeChat. Seeing this, the long-haired woman shook her head secretly. Since she couldn't dissuade Huang Ping, she could only go tell Liu Mingyu to leave early. Having been in the company for a few years, she knew Liu Mingyu's capabilities. He was definitely no match for the rich guy. In this world, money isn't everything. But without money, you can't do anything. The long-haired woman walked over to Liu Mingyu and said, hey Liu, what brings you here today? The long-haired woman, known as Hong Jie, glanced around and lowered her voice. Liu, you should hurry and leave. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Liu Mingyu was surprised, wondering what was happening standing here. He just wanted to buy a house. How can anything bad happen? Huang Yu thought that Red Sister was trying to drive Liu Mingyu away because he wasn't a company employee. Red Sister, looking anxious, said, it's that young Master Feng who is coming. Huang Yu replied nonchalantly, if he wants to come, let him come. Why drive Brother Yu away? You probably know who young Master Feng is, right? If he sees you with Xiao Lu, that would be a problem. Xiao Lu might suffer for no reason, and you can't just watch him get beaten up. Red Sister advised, saying that Huang Yu would definitely be fine, but Liu Mingyu's situation could get serious. He might end up getting beaten. Upon hearing Red Sister say that she was with Liu Mingyu, Huang Yu suddenly blushed and said irritably, he dares. Then she turned to Liu Mingyu and said, Brother Yu, why don't you leave for now? I'll find you after work. She really wanted to loudly tell everyone that it didn't matter who young Master Feng was or whether he was a rich second generation. She didn't like him, and that was useless. But thinking about Liu Mingyu just starting his business and that young Master Feng wielding significant influence locally, Huang Yu also advised Liu Mingyu to leave temporarily to avoid conflict. Liu Mingyu looked puzzled and asked, who exactly is this Feng Xiao? Why are you so afraid of him? He came here for an important matter, to buy a house. How could he possibly leave just because of someone he has never met? Huang Yu briefly explained the situation regarding Feng Xiao to Liu Mingyu. Liu Mingyu suddenly realized that he had been mistaken for a rival in love. This seemed to be not too bad. He had been trying to pursue Huang Yu without success, mainly because Liu Mingyu felt insecure and didn't dare to confess his feelings. Now, with newfound confidence, he didn't directly confess to Huang Yu, but instead decided to test the waters. He teased her, saying, why aren't you with the rich second generation? Huang Yu rolled her eyes at Liu Mingyu and boldly replied, so what if he's from a wealthy family? He's still relying on his parents. If I'm going to be with someone, it should be the first generation of wealth. Liu Mingyu tidied his hair with both hands, adjusted his collar, and said seriously, what do you think of me? A real rich second generation. Huang Yu was caught off guard by Liu Mingyu's suddenly serious expression and burst into laughter, gasping for breath. With you like this, you're not a rich man, but rather a negative one, Mr. Negative Generation. Looking at Huang Yu's radiant smile, Liu Mingyu felt his heart soar. In fact, he had said similar things many times before, but each time Huang Yu had laughed and changed the subject. As a result, after 2 years, they had not become a couple, but had instead become like brothers. Liu Mingyu also didn't know if Huang Yu liked him. Hong Jie was almost driven mad by the two of them and interrupted their laughter, saying, "Stop flirting. Huang Ping has already informed young Master Feng about Xiao Lu being here. It won't be long before he arrives, and at that time, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Hong Jie still didn't know that Huang Ping was paid to inform young Master Feng. If she did, she would urge Liu Mingyu to leave even more actively. Huang Yu put away her smile and anxiously said, "Yuga, you should leave first. That young Master Feng is really not someone to mess with." Liu Mingyu comforted, "It's fine, let that Feng Xiao come. I'll just stand here. Is he really going to hit me? Besides, who hits whom is still unknown at that time." Huang Yu thought Liu Mingyu was just boasting and asked, "Didn't you just say you had important business? Just finish it and leave." Liu Mingyu smiled and said, "Chatting with you is the real task." Huang Yu was so anxious that she was almost in tears, pulling Liu Mingyu toward the front door and saying, "Stop joking around. If we don't hurry, it will really be too late." Liu Mingyu has a strong physique. Just standing there makes it impossible for Huang Yu to pull him away, even with all her strength. To avoid hurting Huang Yu, he took a few steps and said, "I really have something to discuss. I came to see you today, and by the way, I'm buying a house." Yes, buying a house. Liu Mingyu secretly hypnotized himself in his mind. Huang Yu stopped, looked Liu Mingyu up and down, and said, "Buying a house? Brother Yu, aren't you starting a business? Do you still have spare money to buy a house?" In her impression, being able to save some money to start a business was already quite impressive, and now he was saying he wanted to buy a house, which she found unbelievable. In fact, even the business Liu Mingyu mentioned, she thought it was just opening a small shop on the street, like a bubble tea shop or something with low costs. She had no idea that Liu Mingyu's so-called business was about founding Xingchen Technology Company Limited, and he didn't even consider businesses like Long Fengxian Gold Store and Yud Trading Company. Chapter 102, Inheriting Wealth. Liu Mingyu looked at Huang Yu's adorable appearance, and his heart started racing, feeling as if he could fly. Trying to calm his uneasy feelings, he solemnly said, "That's right, Ms. Huang Yu. I want to buy a standalone villa now. Please introduce one to me." Huang Yu opened her mouth in shock and stared at Liu Mingyu. "Brother Yu, if you don't want to leave, you shouldn't use this excuse. You could at least come up with a more reliable one." She was not new to Liu Mingyu. She knew his capabilities well. In her eyes, Liu Mingyu's situation was just trying to save face. Red Sister beside them was also stunned by Liu Mingyu's words. This kind of bragging wouldn't help him stay here. A standalone villa could easily be 500 square meters, priced at 20,000 per square meter, meaning it would cost over 10 million. With a 30 down payment, that would still require several million. If you're talking about buying an ordinary house, that would be one thing, but buying a standalone villa was simply an outrageous boast. Liu Mingyu also had an awkward expression. He genuinely wanted to buy a house, but they didn't believe him when he told them. If he had known earlier, he would have bought elsewhere. However, there are many places around with ready-to-move-in houses. In any case, he would still be making money for someone else, so he might as well give the commission to his acquaintance Huang Yu. Liu Mingyu chuckled awkwardly and said, "How about this? You come with me to take a look at that model house." He didn't provide much explanation. Explanations were futile. The preconceived notions were very important, and in their impression, Liu Mingyu had no savings, so how could he afford a standalone villa? Huang Yu, hearing this, thought Liu Mingyu was just looking for an excuse to back down and didn't expose him. With a bright smile, she said, "All right, I'll take you to visit our standalone villa model house." Hong Jie, who was also present, added, "Yes, that's right. We can visit the model house as long as we're not here." After hesitating for a moment, she continued, "However, Huang, you shouldn't go along. Xiao Lu, if you want to visit the model house, find someone else to go with you." Huang Yu was the main target of Feng Xiao, and if Huang Yu was seen following Liu Mingyu to the model house, it would be no different from being here. "Hey, you come with me." Liu Mingyu looked to Huang Yu, ignoring Hong Jie's words, He didn't care about whether it was feng shao or not. Huang Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Fine, I'll go with you." Hong Jie was still trying to persuade her, saying, "Huang Yu, you can't do this. It will harm Xiao Lu." Huang Yu halted her steps, which were about to call for a car, looking puzzled. "Your car?" Since the model house was in another location, the sales center usually had several cars specifically for picking up clients. After Huang Yu agreed to Liu Mingyu, she was preparing to arrange for a car. Although she felt it was a bit inappropriate to use the company's car, since Liu Mingyu was a real client, no one could say anything. "Yes, my car." Liu Mingyu took out his car keys and placed them in front of Huang Yu. He nodded towards the direction of the door and said with a smile, "Let's go." "Sure," Huang Yu replied with a smile as well. The two of them walked toward the parking lot. Huang Yu looked at the car in front of her. It was a BMW. Although she wasn't very familiar with vehicles, she recognized some common car logos. She didn't know how much this BMW X7 cost, but she was aware that cars from this brand usually started at around 200,000 to 300,000. Huang Yu joked, "Brother Yu, did you inherit some family fortune? Buying a car and a house like this." At that moment, her belief in Liu Mingyu's house purchase increased a little, but just a little, because a standalone villa was really not something an average person could afford. Otherwise, there wouldn't be other types of units sold out while the standalone villa still had some left. Liu Mingyu pretended to be surprised and said, "Aoi, can you tell fortunes? I just inherited my fortune, and you already know." "Hee, how much did you inherit? This car doesn't come cheap. How much did you buy it for?" Huang Yu smiled and cheerfully opened the car door, got into the passenger seat, looked at the interior decoration, which was quite nice. It really has the smell of a new car. It was bought recently, not rented." Liu Mingyu also got into the car, fastening his seatbelt while saying, "Not much, just around 100 million. I think the car cost around 1.5 million, but I can't remember exactly." Huang Yu's eyes widened. 100 million is just 100 million, big boss. You're getting inflated now. The two chatted and laughed along the way. The model apartment was not far from the sales center, taking less than 5 minutes by car. In fact, Liu Mingyu had already seen the model apartment many times before. This time, he just wanted to find an opportunity to be alone with Huang Yu. After touring the model apartment, Huang Yu smiled and said, "Brother Yu, if you really want to buy a house, I suggest you buy the new development from the company. I can give you the internal price." Liu Mingyu shook his head and said, "The new property is a pre-sale. It will take another 2 years to get the house. That's too long. I want a ready-to-move-in house." As for ready-to-move-in houses, our company currently doesn't have any available. Do you want ready-to-move-in houses from other places? Huang Yu looked at her phone for a while. She had a special group that specifically introduces property information in this area. Where is it? Is it also a standalone villa? Liu Mingyu has too many things that cannot be seen by others, and having his own house has little impact on others. Huang Yu widened her eyes and looked at Liu Mingyu. "Are you really going to buy a detached villa? Did you really inherit $1 billion in assets?" After talking so much on the way, she was just playing along, never expecting that Liu Mingyu still hadn't given up on the idea of buying a detached villa. Liu Mingyu helplessly nodded and said, "It's true that I'm buying a detached villa, but the inheritance thing was just a joke." Looking at Huang Yu's big eyes, Liu Mingyu couldn't help but pat her head and said, "Don't go to other places. Help me see which of these few fully furnished detached villas here is better." Huang Yu smiled, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth, which looked quite charming, and said, "Sure, let's go take a look at a few other houses." She was very willing to help Liu Mingyu with house hunting, bouncing happily towards the nearby villa. Liu Mingyu followed behind with a smile on his face. The standalone villas are available in both rough and fully furnished deliveries. Fully furnished delivery has only recently become popular, so there are not many of them available. Only 4 in total. As if convinced that Liu Mingyu could afford a standalone villa, Huang Yu began to select features of the villa like a hostess. Chapter 103. Li Yifeng. Huang Yu commented on the layout of the villa as if she were the hostess. "This is good. The hall is spacious enough. And look at this huge television. When you close the curtains, it's just like a home theater." She hopped around the villa, checking this and that. "Brother Yu, I heard that the smart system in the villa has reached a very advanced level. You can control all the appliances in the villa with your phone," Huang Yu introduced. In her view, the smart devices in the villa were very high-end, as if they were in a high-tech era. Joking aside, if this device is already so advanced, Then you haven't seen the little sprite in my smart bracelet or the panda flying in the storage space. Now that's true artificial intelligence. However, in terms of smart technology within the villa, it is indeed considered quite advanced in the real world, though ordinary people have less access to such smart experiences. Similar systems are abundant in some high-end villas. Smart systems are very expensive, and ordinary people cannot enjoy such intelligent comforts. Seeing such smart devices naturally made Huang Yu feel envious. As for the smart devices, Liu Mingyu wasn't too concerned. After all, once he bought the villa, he could find someone to renovate it and install real artificial intelligence. Then it would truly have a smart system. Liu Mingyu leaned against the doorframe and asked, "What do you think of this villa?" Huang Yu excitedly nodded, "Very nice. How does it compare to the one we saw before?" Also nice. Both are very good. What should we do?" Huang Yu suddenly snapped her fingers. "How about we check out the other two?" Liu Mingyu shrugged and spread his hands. "If you want to watch, then go ahead, just give me some feedback later." While Liu Mingyu and Huang Yu were visiting the villa, a loud screeching sound of brakes suddenly rang out in front of the sales center. The wheels of a Maserati slid across the ground, leaving a black mark. Although the area in front of the sales center was not overcrowded, there were still people coming in and out at the entrance. The Maserati rushed by like the wind and then suddenly stopped, almost hitting someone. This caused those nearly hit to start cursing. "Can't you drive? Are you blind?" "Yeah. Can't you see there are so many people here? Driving so fast. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" The people inside the car didn't get out. And someone nearby seemed to recognize the owner of the car and pulled another person aside, whispering, "Forget about it. This guy's not to be messed with. Let us get out of here." Everyone instinctively backed off upon seeing the Maserati that nearly hit someone. Anyone who could afford a Maserati must be someone significant. Anyway, they were fine, so they moved slightly away under the urging of others. The people inside the Maserati showed no intention of getting out. Seeing that the crowd was clearing, the car revved up and headed straight for the entrance of the sales center. As it moved forward, it naturally caused a commotion. Others, upon witnessing the Maserati's arrogant behavior, quickly stepped aside to clear a path. Although no one knew who was driving, it was clear that anyone who could drive such a car was not ordinary. It's not to say that everyone who drives such a car is wealthy. Perhaps there are a few who can afford to buy a house here. The poor dare not provoke the rich, and the rich can't be bothered to care. The Maserati came to a stop not far from the entrance of the sales center, leaving just enough space so that it didn't completely block the door. With a snap, the car door opened, and a guy dressed in designer clothes, looking a bit rogue, got out and headed straight into the sales center. A security guard saw someone parking at the entrance and was about to walk over to ask him to move his car. Another security guard nearby quickly grabbed him and whispered, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Didn't you see that young master phone?" "Young master phone? Who asked that?" The security guard had just arrived and wasn't very familiar with young master phone. The other security guard, who was more in the know about such rumors, immediately explained, "Young master phone, real name Li Yifeng, is the son of Li Longming, the heir. Be careful not to get into trouble." Li Yifeng? Isn't that a celebrity's name? It's the same as 1234. But he likes everyone to call him Young Master Phone. Once the security guard realized that the car parked at the entrance belonged to Li Yifeng, he stopped in his tracks, pretending not to see the Maserati, but still walked towards the sales center. Don't get it wrong. He was going over to scold him. He just wanted to see what this young heir was doing in the sales center. After delivering flowers in the morning, Li Yifeng went to a friend's house to hang out. Just when he arrived, he received a message from Huang Ping. He hurried over, wanted to see which jerk had the guts to run off with the woman he had his eye on. From a distance, he heard Li Yifeng's voice, and Huang Ping rushed over, saying, "Young master phone, you're here." Li Yifeng looked around, but didn't see the beauty he liked. He asked casually, "Where's the person you mentioned? Where's Huang Yu? Why can't I see her?" "Young master, she was just here, I was reporting to you. But I didn't notice where they went." In her heart, Hong Jie was also thinking that Liu Mingyu must have left after going out, so there shouldn't be any major conflict with young master phone. Li Yifeng, who had been calm, suddenly got angry when he heard that Huang Ping didn't know where they had gone. "You actually don't know where they went? What kind of person are you looking at?" If they left, we need to find them. I don't want to see anyone having their eyes on my woman." Li Yifeng snurta coldly. He found a chair at the front desk and sat down. Go quickly. I'll wait here for you. Huang Ping quickly ran over to ask others, but when they saw Huang Ping's attitude toward Li Yifeng, they didn't dare to tell her anything. Even if they knew, only Hong Jie knew where Huang Yu had gone, but she was also well aware of Huang Ping's character. Seeing Huang Ping wanted to hand Liu Mingyu over to young Master Feng, she was not willing to tell her anything. When Huang Ping asked her, she just firmly shook her head and said she didn't know. Chapter 104. Missed opportunity at the same time. She secretly regretted that she should have kept an eye on things. In the future, when reporting information, she should have been more prepared. However, it was fortunate that the 10,000 yuan was already in hand, so it wasn't too much of a loss. Upon hearing there was no news of Huang Yu, Li Yifeng suddenly stood up and angrily said, "Useless. Young master, don't get angry. I'll keep an eye out here, and I'll let you know as soon as there's news." Huang Ping comforted from the side. Humph. Li Yifeng snorted coldly, and, after searching the sales center, he indeed did not find Huang Yu. Huang Ping was lying. "Keep an eye on Huang Yu for me. If you notice anything, tell me immediately." Li Yifeng calmed down. Although he knew other men were appearing around Huang Yu, he wasn't particularly worried. In his view, as long as he sent a few more waves of flowers and money, he believed she would soon come back to him. "All right, young master." Huang Ping flattered him from the side. Li Yifeng waved his hand and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, he happened to encounter a security guard who had come to observe. Perhaps the security guard at the door knew where Huang Yu had gone. Thinking of this, Li Yifeng patted the security guard on the shoulder, looked him straight in the eye, and asked softly, "Do you know where Huang Yu went?" "She left with a guy, probably heading to the villa area." The security guard thought to himself that it was bad. Upon realizing who Li Yifeng was, he didn't dare to lie and quickly provided the answer. "Villa area?" Li Yifeng was puzzled. What is she going to the villa area for? The security guard quickly added, "Yes, it's the villa area of our company's happy community." When Huang Yu was talking to Liu Mingyu, he happened to be patrolling nearby and roughly overheard their conversation. "Very good, thank you." Li Yifeng adjusted the security guard's hat with both hands and then gently patted his shoulder. After learning Huang Yu's location, Li Yifeng immediately got into his car. With a roar, he drove his Maserati like a gust of wind